Grasping Evil Chapter 322 to Chapter 349. Hehe. General Bay, you already have a mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base. I guess I might not be able to defeat you even without the help of the spiritual puppets. However, I still suggest that we work together. What do you guys think? Is there anyone else who objects? Lu Jiefen's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. It was the first time he was afraid of Ning Fan after he revealed his true body strength. If he still had the intention of finding trouble with Ning Fan in the beginning, he no longer had the intention to be his enemy now. This young man is only at the mid-divine transformation realm, but he could already display a half-step void refinement realm wind snow finger. If he attains the late divine transformation realm or peak divine transformation realm, wouldn't he be invincible below the void refinement realm? In addition, he has 2 half-step void refinement realm corpse puppets. He alone has the combat power of 3 half-step void refinement realm experts. This young man is not someone to be trifled with. Besides, he will certainly return to the Endless Sea after the trip to the Star Palace and continue his identity as Zhou Ming. Unless my true body attains the void refinement realm, it would be unwise to offend him. Lu Jiefen's mind raced. He was a utilitarian. He would turn his back on Ning Fan for the Blood Wolf Dao fruit in order to achieve his goal. Now that he sensed that the Blood Wolf Dao fruit had been devoured by Ning Fan, he immediately gave up the idea of becoming enemies with Ning Fan after thinking that it would not be beneficial for him. This was what Lu Jiefen had learned from his experience in the Endless Sea. There were no eternal enemies but only eternal benefits. Chu Shun's eyes were deep and one could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He said calmly, I have some grudges with General Bay, but most of them are not worth mentioning. If it's for seizing the Imperial Star and killing the Wolf King, I am willing to work with General Bay. Chu Shun had already regarded Ning Fan as his greatest opponent. His opponent was not an enemy but someone whom he must surpass. Liu Bei will be my greatest opponent before I ascend to the immortal world. I will cultivate diligently in the demon world while he will certainly become famous in the rain world in a few years. Chu Shun said firmly. Since Lu Jiefen and Chu Shun had the intention of working together with Ning Fan, the people of the White Devil sect could not object to it. Humph. Before killing the Wolf King, I am willing to work with General Bei temporarily. He said the word temporarily in a strange tone. Everyone knew that once the Wolf King is successfully killed, there would be a conflict between the White Devil sect and Bei. I wonder if General Bei agrees to join forces? Lu Jiefen chuckled. Do I have a reason to object? It was always good to have more people, but how would they distribute the keys after killing the Wolf King? If someone attacks me because of a personal grudge, what will happen to me? Haha. If the Wolf King dies, then the ownership of the key will depend on our own abilities. Isn't that what General Bei thinks? Lu Jiefen didn't give a direct answer, but the meaning behind his words was completely exposed. This alliance would only last until they killed the Wolf King. After that, the fight for the Star Palace key would depend on their own abilities. Of course, Lu Jiefen did not know that the key was in Ning Fan's hands. However, his expression immediately darkened as he added. As for General Bei's concerns, they are also my concerns. Before we kill the Wolf King, we'll be working together. We need to put aside all grudges. If anyone starts a personal fight, I'll be the first to kill them. Lu Jiefen's words were clearly directed at the White Demon sect. Lin Su's gaze darkened and she snorted coldly. The 2 elders behind her immediately stepped forward and said unhappily, Don't worry. We know what to do. Liu Bei has 2 concerns. The 2 of us also have our own concerns. Killing the Wolf King is a matter of great importance. I hope some people won't hide it from us. If you have spiritual puppets and refined corpses, you should take them out immediately. The 2 elders were still brooding over the sneak attack of Ning Fan's Black Dragon and Black Skeleton. Hehe. If that's the case, it's my fault. I also didn't expect that there would be 2 half-step void refinement realm experts who would shamelessly intervene in a mere competition. This topic ends here. I won't hide it anymore. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. He patted his storage pouch and took out the 9 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets excluding the stone warrior. He was not afraid that Chu Shun would recognize the origin of the spiritual puppets. Perhaps Chu Shun had already noticed some clues when He Ting showed off his power, but he did not expose it. It was not a big deal to kill the experts of the spirit puppet race. The 10 divine transformation realm experts who descended from the upper world had all died in Ning Fan's hands. There was no way to hide it, and there was no need to hide it. However, as soon as the spiritual puppets appeared, the two elders immediately looked like they had swallowed a fly. Their expressions turned extremely unpleasant. Even Lu Jiefan and the other demon sealers could not help but be shocked. All of the 9 spiritual puppets were at the divine transformation realm, and the weakest among them was at the mid-divine transformation realm. They were existences that were comparable to the demon sealers. This Liu Bei actually has so many divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. Among the helpers that Lu Jiefan invited, Prince Chu Shun brought 7 divine transformation realm experts, while the White Devil sect had 9 divine transformation realm experts, including Lin Su and the 2 elders, and hundreds of nascent soul realm experts. In total, there were 18 divine transformation realm experts. As for Lu Jiefan's demon sealer clone, he kept it carefully as he was afraid that it would affect his plan to break through to the void refinement realm if it was injured. On Ning Fan's side, the 8 demon sealers were only 8 divine transformation realm experts. As for Ning Fan alone, he brought along 5 divine transformation realm females and 2 black dragons and black skeleton. Now, he waved his hand and took out 9 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. As such, Ning Fan's side now had 26 divine transformation realm experts. This young man has hidden his strength so deeply. Lu Daochen sighed with a smile. Ning Fan was no longer the nascent soul realm young man who recklessly entered the northern desert city that day. He alone could mobilize the combat strength of 26 divine transformation realm experts. One should know that there were only 8 divine transformation realm experts in the Luo Yun tribe. One should know that there were only 13 divine transformation realm experts in the 10 sects and 3 islands in the endless outer sea. Lin Su's eyes were filled with jealousy. In order to descend to the mortal world and fight for the Emperor Star, he had gone through a lot of trouble to bring along 8 divine transformation realm experts from the White Devil sect. However, Ning Fan could summon so many helpers just by waving his hand. This greatly damaged Lin Su's self-esteem. Wu Yan and Yu Lingkong were already numb to Ning Fan's domineering attitude. However, Shi Ran and Yuan Yao were different. Shi Ran's eyes sparkled continuously. She loved watching Ning Fan being in the limelight the most. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. She could tell that the cultivation base of these spiritual puppets had improved before. This was a terrifying thing. What was terrifying was not the advancement of the spiritual puppets but the number of divine transformation realm experts they had to kill and collect souls to feed the spiritual puppets. Divine transformation realm cultivators are also considered as outstanding talents in the 4 heavens, 1 star and 1 country. However, in Liu Bei's hands, the lives of hundreds of divine transformation realm cultivators are just food for these spiritual puppets. Besides, the black moon on the left of these spiritual puppets gives me a soul-stirring feeling. What is that? Is it the method that Liu Bei uses to control these spiritual puppets? He really is a little monster. Unfortunately, he was born in the lower world. On Chu Shun's side, the expressions of the 7 divine transformation realm servants changed greatly. They were shocked by the strength of these spiritual puppets. As for Prince Chu Shun, his eyes were filled with thoughts. When I saw the black lotus just now, I already felt that it looked familiar. Now, I look at these 9 spiritual puppets. There's no mistake. They are the spiritual puppets of the spirit puppet race. It seems like the last 2 demon generals of the spirit puppet race who were lucky enough to survive on the cloud platform had also died in Liu Bei's hands. However, I heard that the spiritual puppets of the spirit puppet race are refined using a special method. Only the members of the spiritual puppet race can control them. This Liu Bei's methods are a little heaven-defying. It's fine to kill the members of the spirit puppet race, but not everyone can control the spiritual puppets of the spirit puppet race for their own use. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the battlefield. He had scared Lin Su to death with a single move. The group of spiritual puppets had suppressed the situation. He had shown his might twice in succession. Presumably, there would not be anyone who is foolish enough to find trouble with him before he kills the greedy wolf. The reason why he took out the spiritual puppets and did not hold back his combat power was naturally to slaughter the wolf pack faster. invade the Snow Valley and eliminate the greedy wolf who was sleeping in the demon egg. The faster, the better. Ning Fan hid his 10 fingers in his sleeves and secretly made hand seals to calculate. He had inherited the art of divination from ancient chaos. Thus, he was not proficient in it. However, the more he calculated, the more he could feel that a trace of danger was approaching. This trace of danger might really be the realm beast. I can't waste any more time. Since the cooperation had been decided, everyone naturally did not stay any longer and directly flew towards the Snow Valley. Lu Jiefan took out the purple sun mirror and carried Chu Shun, Lin Su, and the others with the purple mirror flame. As for Ning Fan, he flicked his sleeve and brought everyone on his side onto the golden flame chariot. Then, they turned into a golden fiery line, breaking through the wind and snow and moving at high speed. The purple and golden figures flew out of the maze, passing through layers of wind and snow and passing through tens of thousands of star peaks. At the end of the countless star peaks, a narrow valley was right in front of them. There was only one deep and narrow path in that valley. It was covered by the wind and snow and guarded by a pack of wolves. The coldness of the wind and snow here had even frozen a few of the nascent soul realm cultivators of the White Devil sect to death. Many of the weaker cultivators were filled with fear. However, the eyes of Ning Fan and the other experts were filled with solemnity and passion. As long as they killed their way into the Snow Valley and slaughter all the wolves, they would be able to seize the opportunity to kill the sleeping greedy wolf. Then, they would be able to break the seal at the end of the Snow Valley and enter the central area of the Heaven Palace. At the moment when the purple and golden rays of light entered the Snow Valley, the eyes of the 1,000,000 demon wolves in the Snow Valley were filled with shock. Among them, 17 late-stage star wolves and 8 blood wolves said the exact same words at the same time with the same tone. How dare you? There are actually so many divine transformation realm experts who want to enter the Snow Valley and kill my sleeping demon body. The 1,000,000 demon wolves were the separated souls of greedy wolf. The 17 star wolves and 8 blood wolves were the separated souls of greedy wolf. Most of the power of his demon soul was forced out of his physical body and condensed into star power, turning into a pack of wolves to guard the Snow Valley. His demon body was unconsciously sleeping in the demon egg of the Snow Valley, trying to break free from the body of the star spirit. Whoever dares to disturb my slumber will be killed without mercy. His roar turned into 1,000,000 wolf howls. The demon wolves that were as dense as a colony of ants immediately divided into 2 groups and attacked Lu Jiefan and Ning Fan's groups respectively. 1,000,000 demon wolves howled at the same time. Their roars were as loud as thunder. Within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, countless star peaks collapsed and the earth trembled. This was the fusion of the killing intent of 1,000,000 demon wolves. The more people there were, the stronger their aura and killing intent would be. Lin Su and the other experts of the White Devil sect were stunned at the first encounter. They were the elites of the upper world. Their hands were usually not stained with blood during their cultivation. How could they have ever seen a battle between 1,000,000 people? This was a battle between the demons. It was not a place where the elites of the human race should come. Such a scene could only appear in a realm war that occurred once every 1,000 years. However, they had never experienced the baptism of a realm war 1,000 years ago. Caught off guard, countless nascent souls of the White Demon sect perished in the jaws of these wolves. Lu Jiefan, Chu Shun, and the others had tempered themselves in a sea of blood and were used to seeing great battles. But facing 1,000,000 people, it was inevitable that they would be in a difficult situation. 8 star wolves, 2 peak grade blood wolves and 1 half-step void refinement realm blood wolf led nearly 500,000 demon wolves to surround Lu Jiefan and the others like tidal waves. They actually gained the upper hand for a moment. Just like that, 9 star wolves, 5 blood wolves and 500,000 demon wolves also launched their attacks. Countless screams came from the White Demon sect's camp. Wu Yan couldn't help but worry. Liu Bei, there are so many wolf demons. Be careful, don't worry. Ning Fan only replied with 2 words, 1,000,000 wolf monsters, a bloody battle in Snow Valley. Perhaps this would be an unforgettable and tragic memory for the White Demon sect's chosen. However, to Ning Fan, he had seen this kind of bloody scene too many times. The demon sinister forest was the sea of blood he had created for countless ghosts. The Star Palace was the grave he had built for the countless sea beasts, 500,000 demon wolves could not suppress Ning Fan at all. During this trip to the Star Sea alone, Ning Fan had taken the lives of millions of sea beasts. Die. The word die came out of Ning Fan's mouth. With a sweep of his black sword sense, 5,000 of the wolf monsters that surrounded the golden flame chariot were directly eliminated. Every time the black sword light spread, countless wolf monsters would explode and die. When Ning Fan's killing intent was triggered, the blood-red baleful chi of 10,000 li * 500 m per li, seemed to have dyed the sky red, as if doomsday had arrived. That was the baleful chi that had gone through millions of corpses. As soon as this baleful chi was released, none of the 500,000 wolf demons or those who were below the divine transformation realm dared to look at Ning Fan directly. All of their bodies were trembling and they instinctively fell from the sky and crawled on the snowy ground. Their minds were in a mess. This was a clash of killing intent. The ones who were defeated were the wolves. The combined killing intent of 500,000 wolf monsters was defeated by Ning Fan alone. 500,000 demon wolves are not enough. If you don't have 5 million gold core realm cultivators, you are just courting death by competing with me in terms of killing intent. The tactic of using numbers to attack those below 5 million gold core realm was ineffective against Ning Fan. How arrogant was that? However, it was the truth. With a cold shout, the wolves were forced to retreat. What was worth paying attention to were only 8 late Void Refinement Realm Star Wolves, 3 Peak Void Refinement Realm Blood Wolves and 2 Half-Step Void Refinement Realm Blood Wolves. The 2 Half-Step Void Refinement Realm Blood Wolves were naturally left to Hei Tang and Hei Long to deal with. The 3 Peak Void Refinement Realm Blood Wolves were taken care of by Ning Fan alone. As for the 8-star wolves, they were given to Yu Lingkong and the others to gang up on them. Wind and snow covered the sky. Ning Fan's baleful chi was as red as blood. Holding the blood dragon demon sword in his hand, he looked like a devil god. 3 blood wolves surrounded him. When they recognized Ning Fan's appearance, their expressions turned ferocious. "It's you. You're the brat who killed my Star Wolf separated soul. Very well. I was lucky enough to let you kill one of my separated souls that day. Today, do you still want to kill your way into the Snow Valley and eliminate my slumbering demon body? Brat, tell me your name. I won't kill a nameless general." The 3 blood wolves locked their killing intent on Ning Fan and roared furiously. Their eyes turned red when they saw each other. Ning Fan, however, did not even look at the 3 wolves. Both of his eyes were blood red. All of his killing intent was integrated into the blood sword, trying to gain complete control over it. In the past, he forcefully tore off the first seal of the blood sword, allowing it to advance to the half-step void treasure grade. The reason why it could not break through to the void treasure grade was because Ning Fan's killing intent could not suppress the blood intent of the blood sword. Today, however, Ning Fan was different. He coldly said to the blood sword, "If you still refuse to obey me, I will shatter your sword today." His hands were stained with blood. He wanted to completely suppress this blood sword that was refined from the blood dragon demon bone. Roar *. The blood sword let out an unwilling dragon roar. It was a treasure sword refined from the bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. How could it submit to an ant from the mortal world? However, Ning Fan's killing intent was too terrifying. His baleful chi was too strong. The blood dragon had no choice but to submit. If it does not submit, Ning Fan's baleful chi would be enough to pour into the sword, shattering the blood dragon Dao and shattering the sword. The roar of the sword slowly disappeared. What replaced it was an even stronger aura force that soared from the blood sword. At this moment, the blood sword was crystal clear and red like glass. Its surface was densely covered with strange blood-red runes. It had completely become a void treasure. Mortal void grade magic treasure. The 3 blood wolves revealed greedy looks at the same time. All of them were the separated souls of greed. All of them had inherited his greedy personality. Void treasures were treasures that even Void Refinement Realm experts valued greatly. As for this blood sword, it had a 2nd and 3rd seal. It was not an ordinary void treasure. It was a good item that greed coveted. "I must get this sword." The 3 blood wolves sneered. They turned into 3 rays of bloodlight and charged at Ning Fan. "I will exchange my life for it." Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with one of his hands. The earth soul of 100,000 li * 500 m per li, of the snow region was drawn into his palm. He swallowed it and his aura force rose sharply, reaching the peak of the late divine transformation realm. Ningfan touched his glabella. He held the Separation Slayer sword in his left hand and the blood sword in his right. Both of his swords danced wildly. Sword chi sword and sword threads wrapped around his body. It was as chaotic as the clouds and as swift as the rain. All of his sword threads did not seem to be slashing at the void but at the hearts of his enemies. Heart-drawing sword. He had not used this sword technique for a long time. However, with the power of his dual swords and his comprehension of the Tao of Sword, the power of this sword technique was extremely terrifying. Not good. The expressions of the three blood wolves changed. They stopped attacking Ningfan and coughed out blood at the same time. Their hearts had been crushed. His nascent soul realm sword technique could not kill the three wolves but it did inflict serious injuries on them. Without giving them any time to think, the Separation Slayer sword in his left hand danced in the air. With an unparalleled sharpness, he cut off the head of one of the blood wolves. The might of the blood sword in his right hand soared to the sky. As soon as he swung the sword, a sea of blood appeared. The demon bodies of the two blood wolves were shattered and their demon souls were terrified. The three blood wolves were killed by Ningfan in just a single encounter, leaving only their demon souls behind. This scene deeply shocked Lin Su and the others who were still being besieged by the wolves. Even Lu Jiefan took a deep breath. If it was him, he would be able to defeat three peak divine transformation realm blood wolves but he would not be able to do so quickly. The souls of the three blood wolves wanted to escape but Ningfan took out the Separation Slayer sword in his left hand and made it turn into a sword shadow that chased after them. At the same time, he pointed with his left finger and displayed the heaven sealing technique. The souls of the three wolves trembled at the same time and were frozen in place. Not good. We can't escape. Ah. Three blood-curdling screams were heard at the same time. Their demon souls were minced by the Separation Slayer sword. Ningfan kept the broken souls into his sleeve. He would give them to He Ting later. His eyes fell on the two half-step void refinement realm blood wolves again. The second wolf was entangled by He Ting and the refined corpse. It did not have the time to pay attention to the outside world. As soon as they sensed Ningfan's gaze, their expressions changed. They realized that three blood wolves had already died in Ningfan's hands in just 10 breaths' time. How dare you? How dare you kill the separated souls of my greedy wolf king? If my slumber ends, I will surely kill your entire clan. You won't have the chance. Ningfan kept the Separation Slayer sword and the blood sword and walked towards the second wolf step by step. His pace did not seem fast but each of his steps seemed to cover an immeasurable distance. His white robes were like the clouds in one step and his black shadow was like ink in the next. His black and white robes were strangely reversed. Eventually, he completely turned into a black shadow. Incarnation. The two blood wolves did not expect that Ningfan actually had incarnations. However, as Ningfan was getting closer to them, they could not spare any effort to defend themselves. All they could do was let out a howl. Immediately, the 500,000 trembling wolf demons seemed to have been bewitched. They no longer feared Ningfan and surrounded him like a tidal wave. **** The frightening wolf pack smashed Ningfan's black shadow into pieces in an instant. However, the moment the black shadow was smashed into pieces, it immediately spread out. In a series of blood-curdling screams, nearly 100,000 wolf demons were minced into pieces and their lives were taken away. One shattering and one solidifying killed 100,000 wolf demons. 500,000 wolf demons were turned into a sea of blood and corpses, making the Snow Valley look horrifying and eerie. Strong. He is too strong. The aura force of Ningfan, who had turned into a black shadow, was already at the half-step void refinement realm. What kind of incarnation technique is this? Not good. With this person here, my slumbering demon body will be in danger. The two half-step void refinement realm blood wolves were greatly shocked. They directly abandoned the other one and fled towards the depths of the Snow Valley. The blood wolf that was left behind immediately recovered from its injuries when it faced He Ho and He Long alone. However, when it looked at Ningfan, who was approaching it step by step, it already revealed its determination to die. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you guys hurt my demon body. Blood ignition. The blood wolf went crazy and ignited its own demon blood. in this world, there were too few situations that could force a half-step void refinement realm expert to ignite his blood. Not good. The blood wolf that escaped must be trying to awaken his slumbering demon body at all costs. He has given up on his slumber. He sensed danger from Liu Bei. He wants to force himself to wake up immediately to protect himself and eliminate the enemy. Yu Lingkong exclaimed in shock after seeing the blood wolf flee into the sky with her sword. One wolf was fleeing while the other was risking his life. Yu Lingkong knew very well how terrifying a half-step void refinement realm expert who had ignited his blood was. All the experts on the scene were well aware of it. A half-step void refinement realm expert who risked his life could even block the attacks of 3 to 4 people. However, if the blood wolf escapes and awakens his slumbering demon body, the Wolf King's void refinement realm cultivation base would be awakened. Who would be able to kill him? We can't let the Wolf King wake up. Otherwise, we can only give up on the Imperial Star and leave the Star Palace immediately. Chu Shan was also greatly shocked. However, everyone on the scene was surrounded by the wolves. The only one who could move freely and chase after the blood wolf was Ning Fan. Liu Bei. Attack. If we can't kill this blood wolf, no one will be able to get the Imperial Star. Lu Jiafen also cried out in shock. Even though he did not believe that Ning Fan had the strength to kill a half-step void refinement realm expert, it would be enough as long as Ning Fan could stall the blood wolf that is escaping. Liu Bei, attack now. General Bei, don't let the evil wolf escape. General Bei. All of them were begging Ning Fan to lend them a helping hand. Everyone's expectations were on Ning Fan alone. However, none of these shouts could shake Ning Fan's heart. His eyes were cold. This coldness was the ruthlessness that came from his bones after he turned into his incarnation. Noisy. How can a mere blood wolf escape from me? Black Tempest Spirit Splitting Technique. The black shadow took a step forward and its body shattered. At the next moment, countless black shadows appeared in front of the blood wolf without any warning. All of a sudden, they entangled the blood wolf into the black shadows. If the blood wolf wholeheartedly focused on fighting, Ning Fan might not be able to kill it in a single move. However, the blood wolf was focused on escaping. Being caught off guard, it was hit by the Black Tempest Spirit Splitting Technique head-on. How could it survive? Ah! This king's demon body. The blood wolf let out a miserable shriek. His face was filled with unwillingness and he died in the black shadows. The black shadows condensed again. Ning Fan occupied the entrance of the snow valley in his black shadow and stared at the group of wolves coldly. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. In his hand was a weak, unconscious blood wolf demon soul, dripping with blood. A terrifying hurricane immediately spread in the hearts of all the experts. What magic technique is that? He killed a half-step void refinement realm expert with just a single move, even if it was a sneak attack. Lu Jiafen and the other half-step void refinement realm experts knew that if Ning Fan uses this technique to attack them head-on, they would probably only be able to withstand it with severe injuries. What a terrifying magic technique. This young man is just at the mid-divine transformation realm, but he killed a half-step void refinement realm expert. So he is Liu Bei? Lin Su's heart thumped. How could she be a match for such a person? If she knew that Ning Fan had such strength, she would rather die than to become enemies with him. First update, to be continued. On Ning Fan's side, 5 of the blood wolves were already dead. Even though the last one was at the blood ignition realm, it still couldn't withstand the joint attacks of the dragon and the centipede. Gradually, it suffered heavy injuries and was devoured by the centipede. The remaining 8 star wolves died under the combined attacks of the women and monster-sealing beasts. At the entrance of the snow valley, Ning Fan was guarding it. Whenever a wolf approaches him, he would swing his sword and kill it. Piles of wolf corpses piled up at his feet, but not a single one was able to get past his defense. When the 8 star wolves were all dead, Ning Fan took a step forward and leaped onto the golden flame chariot. Carrying the experts on his side, he left Lu Jiafen and the others behind and rushed into the snow valley first. Not good. The key is going to fall into Liu Bei's hands. As soon as Lu Jiafen, Chu Shan and the 2 elderly men saw Ning Fan entering the snow valley before them, their expressions immediately turned solemn. Although they were still surrounded by a large number of demonic wolves, They had killed all the star wolves and blood wolves, leaving many nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators here to slaughter the wolves. Lu Jiefan and the other three did not linger any longer. For rays of light went straight after the golden flame chariot. Damn it, Lin Su's eyes were full of jealousy. His strength was not enough to kill his way out of the encirclement of the wolves at all. He could only watch helplessly as these half-step void refinement realm experts fought for the key to the Star Palace. At first, the road in the snowy valley was 10 zhang wide, but when they reached the deepest part, it was only 30 zhang wide. The golden flame chariot was barely able to move through. Occasionally, the chariot would collide with the mountain walls, leaving scratches on the chariot. From this, one could tell how tough these mountains were. After traveling for several hours, the end of the snowy valley was only 1.5 feet wide, and it was a line of sky surrounded by the peaks of stars. The golden flame chariot could not pass through, so only one person could enter in turn. After crossing this line of sky, the scenery widened, revealing a huge basin of ice and snow. In the center of the basin, there was a silver ice mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. However, if one were to look closely, one would discover that this was not an ice mountain at all. Instead, it was an enormous egg that was formed from ice. The eggshell was formed from cold ice, and within the ice crystals was a massive wolf monster that was 50,000 feet tall. It seemed to be in a deep slumber. Separated by an ice mountain, it let out steady and powerful breaths. This ice mountain is a sleeping demonic egg. The one sealed inside is the sleeping wolf king. Xiran covered her small mouth and exclaimed. Although she was a member of the demon clan, she did not have much experience. This was the first time she had seen a demon clan expert in a deep sleep. Xiran was so excited that she even wanted to fly up to the ice mountain to see the sleeping wolf king up close. Shoo, silly girl. Lower your voice. If you wake up the wolf king, with his void refinement realm cultivation base, I'm afraid that he will eat you up immediately. Wu Yan pulled Xiran, who was eager to try her luck, and smiled in surprise. It was no wonder that Xiran was so excited. The demon egg's dormancy was a self-sealing technique that only the ancient demon clans knew about. As long as the demon egg was strong enough, it was possible to seal an expert within it and make him dormant for billions of years without dying. Lu Wu, Lu Daochen, and the others were all members of the ancient Yao race. They had lived for 150 million years in the Yao egg. The greatest benefit of the demon egg being asleep was that it could isolate the passage of time, allowing the ancient people to live to the future. The biggest drawback was that he couldn't cultivate while he was in deep sleep, and there was no guarantee of safety. At the same time, he couldn't accurately control when he would wake up. Greed's dormancy was a little special. It wasn't a complete slumber, and it didn't isolate the passage of time. He just used the demon egg to gather his demon power. Therefore, he could grow old and die. He could also cultivate while sleeping inside the egg. However, Greed was still in a deep sleep. If there were no blood wolves outside to wake him up, it would be difficult for him to wake up on his own. So this is the dormant demon egg? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Just like Xiran, it was his first time seeing a demon clan expert in a deep sleep. An egg was indeed an egg. When he was still a mortal, he had heard of many myths and legends in the mortal world. For example, there was a giant who slept inside an egg for countless years. In the end, he broke the eggshell and created a small chiliocosm. For example, there was a fairy maiden who once used a stone egg to mend the sky. In the end, one of the stone eggs was left on an island in the mortal world. In the end, an expert of the ape clan broke out of the stone and emerged from it. When he was still immortal, he only laughed at this kind of legend. However, as his cultivation base improved, he saw more and more bizarre things. It turned out that the dormant egg of the demon clan really existed. Almost all the blood wolves were killed. Those 9 blood wolves and 18 star wolves should have obtained the power bestowed by this wolf king. That's why they are far stronger than ordinary demon wolves. At the same time, they also have the ability to wake the wolf king up. Unfortunately, the star wolves and blood wolves are all dead. No matter how we attack the giant egg, the wolf king won't wake up. This is the risk of the demon clan in a deep sleep. Some of the heavenly geniuses of the ancient demon clans could not dominate the world in that era. Thus, they sealed themselves and hoped that they would succeed in the Tao-seeking realm countless years later. However, I don't know how many heavenly geniuses were killed while they were in a deep sleep. Lu Daochen sighed continuously. Before entering the third world, other than him and Ning Fan, no one knew that Lu Wu was already dead. Most of the other 8 demon sealers were the same as Lu Jiefan. They entered the third world to ambush Lu Wu. They did not have any good intention to wake him up. This was the sorrow of the demon clan in a deep sleep. This was the price they had to pay for being isolated from the world. What are we waiting for? Let's break the ice mountain and eliminate this wolf king. Feng Jiang and Lei Jiang revealed looks of excitement. Killing a void refinement realm ferocious beast was a glorious thing to any demon general who loved to fight. However, just as the two of them took a step forward, 4 rays of traveling light came from the one-line sky snow valley and turned into 4 human figures. They were none other than Lu Jiefan, Chu Shan and the other half-step void refinement realm experts. Chu Shan was an exception. As a peak divine transformation realm expert, he had once crippled a half-step void refinement realm expert. His strength was unquestionable and he was also very monstrous. Of course, he was not as monstrous as Ning Fan. Hee. General Bei's golden flame chariot runs really fast. We almost couldn't catch up to it. Lu Jiefan and the others had rushed here in a hurry to get a share of the spoils. Once they killed Tan Lang and obtained the key to the Star Palace, they would fight for it without hesitation. The prerequisite was that Tan Lang must have the key to the Star Palace. They sure came fast. Why don't we deal with the 4 of them first before eliminating the Wolf King? Yu Lingkong was a little displeased. She naturally did not like to share the fruits of victory with others. Her words immediately caused the expressions of Lu Jiefan and the others to change. The atmosphere became tense and hostile. Lu Jiefan, in particular, was secretly shocked when he looked at Yu Lingkong. Inwardly, he thought to himself, this little girl with an ordinary appearance actually has such courage. She actually dares to fight among herself before killing the Wolf King. I really can't tell that this little girl is a ruthless person. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand and rejected Yu Lingkong's suggestion. Then, he pulled this little girl who was eager to fight back. Silly you are, you called me silly. I just want to help you snatch the key, alright? Also, let go of me. Am I very familiar with you? Pay attention to the way you address me and be polite. Yu Lingkong struggled with dissatisfaction, trying to free her wrist from Ning Fan's devil grasp. Unfortunately, after Ning Fan's strength skyrocketed, his strength had also increased by a lot. With Yu Lingkong's current body of a little girl, she actually could not break free from Ning Fan's grasp. She could only let Ning Fan touch her little hand and take advantage of her. Silly girl. If we want to kill the Wolf King, we need to break this ice egg first. Only then can we hurt him. This ice egg is not easy to break. We still need to combine our strength. If you want to kill him or fight him, you can talk about it after we kill Tan Lang. Ning Fan's words calmed everyone down. The reason why he stopped them from fighting was because he already knew that Tan Lang did not have the key. Thus, there was no point in fighting him at all. On the other hand, it was also because Lu Jiefan and the other 3 old men gave him a strong sense of threat. Lu Jiefan and Chu Shan were not easy to deal with. As for the other 2 old men, he had already plotted against them and could kill them at any time. The reason why Ning Fan wanted to kill Tan Lang was not for the key. Instead, he wanted to open the path to the central area of the Heaven Palace. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As for Lu Jiefan and Chu Shan, he did not have the intention to kill them. Seeing that Ning Fan had spoken out to stop them, most of the people also calmed down. Just like what Ning Fan had said, even if they really want to fight, they should at least work together to break the gigantic ice egg first. It's not simple. The ice egg that the Wolf King is sleeping in is condensed from the cold chi of the entire Snow Valley. I'm afraid its sturdiness is already enough to withstand a mid-void refinement realm attack. It seems like we still need to work together again and attack together to break this ice egg. Chu Shan said with a solemn expression. Alright. I'll count to 3. All of us divine transformation realm cultivators will use our strongest techniques to break this eggshell. Lu Jiefan's eyes swept across the crowd. Chu Shan was the first one to nod his head. Ning Fan also nodded in agreement. As for the two old men from the White Devil sect, their eyes flashed with cold light after exchanging glances with each other. However, they also nodded their heads. As soon as the plan was made, everyone took out their magic treasures and performed hand seals to increase their aura force. The temperature in the snow basin suddenly rose and violent winds blew. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the blood sword in his hand. Traces of sword intent rose in his eyes, and the sword chi at the tip of the sword turned into sword threads. 1, 2, 3. At the moment when Lu Jiefan shouted 3, everyone moved away from each other and launched their strongest attacks at the ice egg. Except for the two old men from the White Devil sect, waves of attacks landed on the gigantic ice egg. The combined attacks of tens of divine transformation realm cultivators only left cracks on the surface of the egg, and faint golden demon blood flowed out from the cracks. Ning Fan also slashed at the ice egg with his sword. However, his mind was constantly thinking about the two old men from the White Devil sect. When everyone was attacking the ice egg and half of their strength was exhausted, the eyes of the two old men from the White Devil sect flashed with killing intent. Each of them took out an immortal talisman which gave off a chilling aura. An ice flame flashed on the tip of their fingers and they burned the talisman. Then, the talisman turned into 2 gusts of bone-piercing icy wind and swept towards the crowd in an instant. Hee. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. We will figure out a way to break the ice egg later. You ants from the mortal world can die now. Snatch the treasure. Without a doubt, the two of them wanted to snatch the treasure. Most of them were cautious. During their first attack on the ice egg, they held back half of their strength in case someone broke the agreement and attacked them. However, even though they were prepared, none of them expected that the two old men from the White Devil sect would be so arrogant. They directly attacked all the experts and wanted to take the ice egg for themselves. Under the icy wind, even Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun were slightly injured by it. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! You two actually want to take the key to the Star Palace for yourselves? Haha. So what if we take it for ourselves? Lie. The two old men shouted the word lie at the same time. Immediately, the icy wind became even more violent. Even an early divine transformation realm cultivator would be torn to pieces by the icy wind if they were not prepared. After sending Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun flying, the two old men looked at the ice egg, which was already half destroyed. In a flash, they appeared in front of the ice mountain. Then, they activated their mountain-moving force and carried the huge ice mountain on their shoulders, trying to put it into their storage pouch. The icy wind was very powerful. It could at least delay the experts on the scene for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In that time, the two of them could escape with the ice egg of the greedy wolf. Then, they would find a place to slowly destroy the egg and kill the greedy wolf. The icy wind swept towards Ning Fan and the others as if it was going to sweep them away. Each of the severed demon realm cultivators' faces were filled with anger. They wanted to scold the two old men for being shameless. However, before they could finish their words, a black fire wall suddenly rose from the ground. It blocked part of the icy wind and protected the women and the severed demon realm cultivators from getting hurt. Moreover, after blocking the icy wind, the fire wall turned into 9-10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, long fire dragons which were burning with black flames, greatly reducing the destructive power of the icy wind. It's not a good thing to keep all the treasures to yourself. Ning Fan passed through the black flames. Stepping on a fire dragon, he broke through the ice wind. With a sway of his body, he landed heavily on top of the gigantic ice mountain egg. Then, he moved at lightning speed and forcefully sucked the faint golden demon blood out of the egg. The demon blood was extremely similar to the golden blood he obtained in the first world. They both possessed great power. The demon blood used to belong to Lu Wu, which was devoured by the greedy wolf. Now, it was sucked dry by Ning Fan along one of the wounds on the wolf's body. No one knew that Ning Fan had taken advantage of the chaos to suck out all the demon blood of the wolf and condensed 18 drops of golden demon blood in his sleeve. After sucking out all the demon blood of the wolf was already on the verge of death. Its chi was extremely weak. The two pitiful old monsters of the White Devil sect did not know that the sleeping wolf on the huge ice mountain they were carrying on their shoulders was about to die. This dead wolf did not have the key and his demon blood had been sucked dry by Ning Fan. thus, he had no value at all. Since the two old monsters of the White Devil sect wanted to fight for it, then let them fight. Break! Standing on the peak of the ice mountain, Ning Fan suddenly bent his body and punched the ice mountain below him. Boom! More cracks appeared on the ice mountain. The force of the punch passed through the cracks of the ice mountain and reached the inside of the mountain. It shook the sleeping wolf's demon body and directly shattered his demon soul, completely eliminating the wolf. The remaining force of the punch reached the shoulders of the two old monsters. Their shoulder bones were all broken and they spurted out blood. However, their eyes turned fierce and they forcefully kept the ice mountain into their storage pouches. Brat, the next time we meet will be the day you die. Leave now. They glared at Ning Fan viciously. However, they knew that it was not the right time to fight Ning Fan at this moment. They should immediately run away with their treasures. One of them held the ice-black tortoise shield while the other held the wind snow-pure vase. The two of them ran away together, causing a group of experts to curse at them. Shameless! How dare you go back on your words? You two are the experts of the White Devil sect in the upper world. Humph! Trying to take the Star Palace's key for yourself? Dream on. Almost in an instant, Lu Jiafen and Chu Shun turned around and chased after the two old monsters. Yu Lingkong and Yuan Yao were also anxious. They wanted to chase after the two old monsters but they were stopped by Ning Fan. We don't have to fight for it. Why? They took the Star Palace's key. No. They didn't get the key. Ning Fan smiled and kept the 18 drops of golden blood into the pill bottle. Then, he transmitted his voice to Yuan Yao and the other women who were anxious. The key has been in my hands since the beginning. Swish other than the female corpse who was still wearing a relaxed expression, the other 4 women were quite surprised. How can it be? I don't understand. Ran was bewildered. If the Star Palace's key was in Ning Fan's hands from the beginning, what was the point of his effort to kill the wolves? There's no time to explain now. I have already killed the wolf in the chaos. Before those people notice us and return, we can take the opportunity to enter the central area of the Heaven Palace. Ning Fan only transmitted his words to the women. Lu Daochen did not need to say anything. Of course, he knew that the key was in Ning Fan's hands. After all, he was the one who gave it to Ning Fan. As for the other 7 demon sealers, some of them had been taken as demon slaves by Ning Fan while some of them were not close to him. Master Lu, I'm going to fulfill my promise to you. As the demon sealers, you should leave the Star Palace as soon as possible and return to the second world to take care of the tribe. I have a feeling that the Star Palace won't be peaceful in the near future. When Ning Fan thought of the approaching danger, his eyes turned solemn. Go and fulfill your promise to me. I only have one thing to say to you. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lu Daochen's old eyes were cloudy. He was extremely excited. He was finally going to fulfill his lifelong wish of freeing himself from the punishment of General Lu's remnant soul. Ning Fan was the one who helped him fulfill his long-cherished wish. He deeply remembered Ning Fan's kindness. No matter how fast he ascends to the demon spirit land in the future, he would never forget that there was once a person named Liu Bei who helped him fulfill his long-cherished wish, which was even more important than his life. The icy wind had yet to completely disperse, but the atmosphere in the basin of ice and snow had already become desolate. The other 7 demon sealers looked at each other in bewilderment. That's it? It's over? Are we going home? They did not know that the key was in Ning Fan's hands. Their faces were still filled with indignation because they did not get a share of the benefits. Judging from Ning Fan's tone, it was obvious that he had some unspeakable secrets when he entered the central area of the Heaven Palace. That was why he did not plan to bring the other demon sealers with him. These demon sealers only knew that the key to the Star Palace had been snatched away by the 2 White Devil elders. After going through so much trouble, they realized that all the benefits had been taken away by the White Devil sect. None of them could do anything about it. However, when they thought about it from another perspective, they realized that the trip to the Star Palace was filled with dangers. Many of them were able to survive because of Ning Fan's protection. Apart from Lu Daochen, 4 of the 7 demon sealers were planted with demon seals by Ning Fan and turned into his demon slaves. Even though they were not reluctant to part ways with Ning Fan, they still had to say a few polite words to each other. *Psi**Liu Bei, The White Devil sect is just too shameless for losing the key. Don't take it to heart. No one would have expected that the two White Devil elders would suddenly betray us, Feng Jiang and Lei Jiang comforted Ning Fan. Then, they took out their formation plates and activated them, leaving the Star Palace and returning to the second world. The remaining demon sealers cupped their fists to greet Ning Fan. After saying a few words of farewell, they left one after another. The key to the Star Palace had already been snatched away by someone else. If they continued to stay here, it would only increase the danger and they would not be able to obtain the Emperor's Star. What's the point of staying here? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Besides, we still need to return to the tribe and report the news of Commander Lu's death. Thinking about Lu Wu's death, even if the demon sealers had a heart of stone, they could not help but feel a little sad. The 7 demon sealers left one after another. Finally, it was Lu Daochen's turn. He felt a little gratified and reluctantly cupped his fists towards Ning Fan. Then, he activated the formation plate and left. Liu Bei, be careful. If you have the chance in the future, come back and visit one. Of course. Ning Fan cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with sadness. Life was full of joys and sorrows. When there are gatherings, there will be parting. He put away all of his emotions and kept all of his spiritual puppets, leaving only the black dragon and Hei Ting to protect himself. After the ladies boarded the golden flame chariot, Ning Fan drove the chariot and sped towards the other side of the snow basin. He no longer cared about the fight between the two White Devil elders, Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun. Is the key really in your hands? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with a hint of reproach. Her expression was extremely similar to the slight anger between lovers. I was afraid that if I told you earlier, you would fight me with your life for the key. From the bottom of my heart, I don't want to fight you. If I obtain the inheritance of the Emperor's Star, I will naturally share a trace of the Black Star's power with you so that you can save my younger sister. I see. Thank you, Yuan Yao let out a faint sigh. There was something that she wanted to say but she did not say it in the end. I also don't want to be your enemy. After Tan Lang's death, the great snow mountain at the end of the snow basin which had sealed off all the roads was just a facade. After the golden flame chariot rammed into it, it immediately opened up a path. At the end of the path was a door of light. With a flash of golden light, the golden flame chariot dashed through the door of light and entered the next place. As for Yuan Yao, Wu Yan and Shi Ran, they could feel the atmosphere of parting. After Liu Bei obtains the Emperor's Star, he will leave. Will we meet again in this life? It was the same question that the 3 ladies had in mind. However, none of them dared to ask it out loud as it would only increase their sadness. On the other side, the 2 White Devil elders carefully kept the storage pouch which contained Tan Lang's corpse. Of course, they did not know that Tan Lang was already dead. They also did not know that because of their betrayal, Ning Fan did not activate the wind and snow to kill them immediately. Instead, he made them the scapegoats. Activating the wind and snow would only make them die earlier. Even if he doesn't activate it, the power of the wind and snow would activate on its own soon. However, before they die, Ning Fan still made use of the 2 elders and made them the scapegoats to distract Lu Jiefan and the others' attention. Then, he took the opportunity to find Lu Wu and complete the inheritance of the Emperor's Star. Lu Jiefan was very angry. Extremely angry, he knew that he had already reserved half of his strength to prevent someone from breaking the promise and attacking him. However, the person that Lu Jiefan was wary of was Ning Fan. What Lu Jiefan was most worried about was that Ning Fan, a young man who did not act according to common sense, would suddenly launch a sneak attack on him. I didn't expect that Liu Bei didn't launch a sneak attack on me. Instead, it was the 2 helpers that I found who betrayed me. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have invited the White Devil sect and saved Lin Su. I would have just let her die. Lu Jiefan was burning with anger. I also didn't expect that after Liu Bei behaved himself this time, the other 2 rats would create trouble. The 2 White Devil elders are nothing special. It's not difficult to kill them and it's also easy to take back the Wolf King's demon body. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. With Liu Bei's personality, why didn't he chase after the two white devil elders when they sneak attacked him and snatched the key to the Star Palace? This doesn't seem like his style. Could it be that he doesn't want the Emperor's star? Or, is there something that this prince has missed out on? Chu Shan's eyes darkened. No matter how smart he was, he would never think that Ning Fan was just putting on a show to seize the key all the way. He had already obtained the key to the Star Palace before he came to the Third World. Inside the Snow Valley, there were only 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators from the Demon World, Lin Su, and the other 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the White Devil sect and a few nascent Soul Realm cultivators who were still alive. The rest of them were dead. Just a moment ago, both sides were fighting side by side against the wolves. However, at the moment when the 2 White Devil elders returned, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle. "Junior brother. We've got the key. Let's go now." The 2 White Devil elders shouted at Lin Su anxiously. "Zhao Ge. Do it. Kill the people of the White Devil sect." Chu Shan's eyes were cold as he ordered one of his Divine Transformation Realm subordinates. Immediately, Zhao Ge and Lin Su's expressions changed. None of them were fools. Since the White Devil sect had snatched the key, their enemy was no longer Ning Fan or the wolves but the White Devil sect. Kill. Lu Jiefen's purple yang mirror flashed and blocked the path of retreat of the 2 White Devil sect elders. Chu Shan seized the opportunity to take out a golden palm leaf fan. The 2 White Devil elders knew that if they don't fight to the death with Lu Jiefen and the others, it would be difficult for them to keep the key to themselves. Humph. Going against my White Devil sect is courting death. So what if you're from the White Devil sect? We are demons while you are humans. We are already enemies. Who can do anything to us after we kill you? If you hand over the Wolf King Ice Egg now, there will still be room for negotiation. Lu Jiefen roared angrily. Don't even think about it. The 2 White Devil elders sneered. Just like that, a fierce battle began. However, no one noticed that outside the Snow Valley, a burly man in a cloak appeared on the peak of the Star Mountain with a flash of light. He looked down coldly. Demon race. White Devil sect. No one noticed his appearance. However, when he heard the word key, his eyes lit up with joy. That's it. The key to the Star Palace. As long as I obtain this item, it is equivalent to obtaining the Emperor's Star. For the sake of the Emperor's Star, that bitch will certainly try to find me. I have plenty of ways to kill her. The burly man smiled sinisterly. Standing on the peak of the Star Mountain, he took a step forward while bathing in the wind and snow. With that step, the hollow space within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, was shattered. At this moment, the experts from both sides who were fighting against each other felt extremely terrified. Void Refinement Realm Expert. Why is there a Void Refinement Realm Expert here? Shattering 100,000 miles of void with a single step. I'm afraid that not even a mid-Void Refinement Realm cultivator can match up to such a cultivation base. It's the late Void Refinement Realm. Voices of fear resounded, but in the next moment, they were drowned out by a domineering voice. Hand over the key, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The cloaked man said coldly. Friend, we are from the White Demon sect. Lin Su's eyes were filled with shock. Facing this cloaked man, he didn't even have the courage to resist. The only thing he could do was to announce his identity and try to scare the big man. Who's your friend? The cloaked man took a step forward, and without any warning, streaks of pitch-black blades condensed from the power of the void chopped Lin Su into mincemeat. He breathed his last. The 2 White Demon elders were furious, but their expressions turned into fear in the next moment. That was because the cloaked man's gaze was fixed on the 2 of them from a great distance. Hand over the key. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Taking Ravenous Wolf's demon egg for himself might not be a good thing. Second update, to be continued. The cloaked man appeared powerfully, and everything happened in an instant. Lin Su's death and the burly man's cold threat filled the hearts of the 2 White Demon elders, turning them into deep shock. I can't be wrong. The cloaked man was at the late Void Refinement Realm. He was a super expert who could kill 100 soul formation cultivators on his own. If the 2 White Devil elders were not mistaken, this cloaked man's cultivation had fallen due to injury. Just what level was this person's original cultivation? I can't provoke him. I absolutely can't provoke him. The two of them were hired by Lin Su to help her seize the Imperial Star. Now that Lin Su was dead, they did not dare to risk their lives against a late Void Refinement Realm expert for the sake of an Emperor Star that could increase their cultivation. The key is here. The two of them swallowed their saliva and took out the giant iceberg egg from their storage pouches with great difficulty, placing it on the snowy ground. After that, the two of them trembled as they cupped their fists towards the direction of Xingfeng and said fearfully, "This is the key. We will take our leave now." The two white demon elders were dreaming. They wanted to lead the white demon sect's remnant troops and escape from the Star Palace. However, the moment the two of them took out the ice mountain, they immediately triggered their death calamity. Yes. It's indeed the chi of the slumbering demon commander in this place. Even though there are some changes, judging from this situation, the original demon commander has died and his corpse has been eaten by another void refinement realm being. The cloaked man took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Snow Valley's ice egg from tens of thousands of miles away. The key to the Star Palace is most likely on this wolf. Since you have handed over the key, you and the others from the White Devil sect can die now. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloaked man immediately made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. It seemed like a casual action, but it immediately triggered an unimaginable void storm. He actually wanted to kill everyone present to silence them. Even Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun were no exception. Under the power of this void storm, all divine transformation realm cultivators below the half-step void refinement realm died almost immediately. The expressions of the two white demon elders changed drastically as they roared. You broke your promise. We've already handed over the key, so why won't you let us leave? What a joke. I only asked you to hand over the key. When did I say I would spare your life? When I was at my peak, void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm cultivators were just my food. I could kill them with a wave of my hand. You mere soul formation cultivators don't have the right to lecture me. The cloaked man pointed his finger forward, and 4 void blades slashed at Lu Jiefan and the others at an unbelievable speed. This was just a casual strike from the cloaked burly man. However, its power was definitely not weaker than the full power of an ordinary early void refinement realm cultivator. Chu Shun waved his golden fan and golden flames surged. However, as soon as the golden flames touched the void blades, they immediately sizzled and irreversibly collapsed. Chu Shun crushed his life jade and a void refinement realm protective light flashed around his body. However, as soon as he was attacked by the illusory blade, the light shield shattered, and the 3 layers of general armor shattered. Chu Shun was seriously injured, and his life was hanging by a thread. Chu Shun was already in such a sorry state, and the 2 white devil elders were even worse off. Previously, they were ambushed by the Black Dragon and Hei Ting. When they were trying to snatch the ice egg, their lungs were injured by Ning Fan's punch. Their injuries were already quite severe. Facing the attack of the Void Blade, the 2 panicked and immediately used their magic treasures to defend themselves. Ice Black Tortoise, quick! Wind Snow Vase, suppress! The 2 magic treasures were both half-step void treasures. However, magic treasures of this level were shattered by the illusory blades as soon as they came into contact with the illusory blades. The 2 of them summoned their spirit armors, but they were all shattered. After being slashed by the illusory blades, their physical bodies were destroyed. Only their primordial spirits remained. They picked up their storage pouches in panic and took out a heavenly dwelling treasure in fear. Then, the 2 of them hid inside the heavenly dwelling. Lu Jiefan was the only one who was not injured. In the face of the illusory blades, he summoned his life-named magic treasure, the purple yang mirror, without any hesitation. He spurted out a mouthful of blood essence and went into the mirror. Under his control, the mirror shot out tens of thousands of rays of purple light which collided with the illusory blades. However, the energy of the illusory blades had yet to be worn down by the illusory blades. Instead, the illusory blade seized the opportunity and struck the purple yang mirror. Just like that, the mirror was broken into 2 halves. It was unknown if it could still be repaired. Even though he was not injured, he had lost a precious treasure. Thus, Lu Jiefan was definitely not calm. He destroyed a void treasure with just a casual strike. This man's strength is just too shocking. Lu Jiefan was extremely shocked. His lifelong dream was to break through the void refinement realm and become a demon commander. However, in front of the cloaked burly man, ordinary void refinement realm experts were not worth mentioning at all. They would only be killed instantly. Moreover, this burly man's tone was too arrogant. He claimed that he could kill void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm experts like ants when he was at his peak. What kind of expert was he when he was at his peak? This man could not be defeated by force. Prince Chushan, retreat. Lu Jiefan was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to let go of the Emperor's star that he had painstakingly planned for. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not even have the strength to resist when facing an expert like the cloaked burly man. He patted his storage pouch and took out a dark golden formation plate. Then, he held it in the air. Time to go. Lu Jiefan's series of actions slightly moved the cloaked burly man. I didn't expect that you actually have a void treasure to protect yourself. However, seeing that Lu Jiefan was about to run away, the cloaked burly man could not help but sneer. Now that you have fallen into my hands, you won't be able to escape. The cloaked burly man could tell that Lu Jiefan took out some kind of formation plate which could allow him to escape instantly. Naturally, he felt disdainful. The burly man did not think that anyone could escape from his grasp with just a formation plate. He formed his 5 fingers into the shape of a claw and clawed at the dark golden formation plate. Immediately, the dark golden formation plate trembled and almost shattered into pieces. However, it did not shatter. This made Lu Jiefan's face filled with joy. Finally, he activated the formation light. With a flash, he broke through the void and disappeared into nowhere. This, however, slightly surprised the cloaked burly man. Void-breaking formation plate. It can break through the void and use the power of the void to travel tens of millions of li away. Even void refinement realm cultivators might not have such an item. I was careless and let him escape by luck. Lu Jiefan's escape was just a matter of time. The cloaked burly man's gaze immediately shifted to the space where the 2 white devil elders were hiding. Hiding inside a heavenly dwelling treasure? There are always some ants who think that they can hide inside a heavenly dwelling treasure when they are in danger and become invincible. What a joke! In front of a void refinement realm cultivator, the space of an ordinary heavenly dwelling treasure can be torn apart with just a light tear. The cloaked burly man clawed at the space where the 2 white devil elders were hiding. In an instant, a powerful tearing force crushed the space into pieces, the space collapsed and the 2 white devil elders appeared while coughing out blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. In their hands, they were holding a broken heavenly dwelling treasure. Impossible. Even if a void refinement realm cultivator can tear open the space of a heavenly dwelling, he would not be able to shatter the heavenly dwelling treasure. Only those creatures can do such a thing. I know now. You're not a human. You're a realm beast. You know too much. Die for this seat. The cloaked burly man no longer showed any mercy. With a point of his finger, a powerful force landed on the primordial spirits of the 2 white devil elders. As the force spread, their primordial spirits trembled and fainted. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked burly man kept their primordial spirits into his sleeve. Only the cloaked burly man and Chushan were left in the battlefield. After being hit by the illusory blade, Chushan was severely injured. He could not even use a trace of his demonic power. From the looks of it, he was going to die just like the 2 white devil elders. Chushan's expression was stern and unyielding. He bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully spat out a mouthful of golden blood. There were pieces of golden scales in the blood. Golden scale innate skill, dyed the rivers and mountains technique. Dyed the rivers and mountains with golden blood. Borrowing the golden light to escape into the sky, as soon as the golden blood was spat out, countless golden blood immediately flowed out of his skin and out of his body, scattering in the sky. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the shadows of golden scales. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that even the cloaked burly man could not see Chushan's movements clearly. I will definitely kill you the next time I see you. Chushan ruthlessly left behind these words and disappeared in the golden light. However, after he left, the cloaked burly man's eyes turned serious and said coldly, "What an arrogant brat. If it wasn't for the fact that you're from the Golden Scale clan, I wouldn't have been able to break your dyed the rivers and mountains technique." the son of Chu Huang of the demon world. Humph, if it wasn't for the friendship between me and your ancestor, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Break! The cloaked burly man made a grabbing motion with his palm. The golden blood light that filled the sky shattered like a mirror. From the looks of it, apart from Lu Jiefan who escaped due to his carelessness, Chu Shun's escape was partly due to his mercy. The cloaked burly man did not have much interest in these incarnations. He just wanted to get the key to the Star Palace as soon as possible and wait for Yuan Yao to fall into his trap. Looking at the 10,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, tall ice mountain, the cloaked burly man sent out a palm strike. The solid ice that could withstand the attacks of tens of divine transformation realm experts shattered just like that. As for the corpse of Greedy Wolf which was sealed in the ice mountain, it fell into the snow in front of the cloaked burly man with a loud bang. Greedy Wolf could be said to be the unluckiest expert in the Star Palace. A mid-void refinement realm cultivator who was perfectly fine was killed by Ning Fan. Of course, the cloaked burly man was also quite unlucky. When he noticed that the slumbering demon wolf did not have any signs of life after breaking the ice seal, his expression immediately changed. It's dead. Why would a slumbering demon die? Its demon blood has been sucked dry. An extremely bad feeling rose in the cloaked burly man's heart. Without any hesitation, he sent out a palm strike and Greedy Wolf's corpse exploded into a mist of blood. However, there was nothing that looked like a key left. There's no key. How can there be no key? A feeling of being deceived rose in his heart. The furious cloaked burly man waved his long sleeve and took out the broken primordial spirits of the two white devil elders. He pointed at them and woke them up. Where's the key? First, they were severely injured by the cloaked burly man. Then, they were knocked unconscious by him. Now, they were awakened again. Their minds were already a little muddled. The key? The key is in the hands of the Wolf King. You're lying. With a ****, the cloaked burly man crushed the primordial spirit of one of the two elders. Then, he stared at the other elder coldly. This time, the other elder was completely awakened from shock. He finally recalled how strong and terrifying the cloaked burly man in front of him was. Senior, how can the key be lost? I didn't even open the demon egg of the Wolf King when I snatched it, the elderly man tried his best to explain. However, when he saw the dark green light in the cloaked burly man's eyes, he knew that the cloaked burly man was not satisfied with his answer. As if he was about to die, the elderly man's mind suddenly became unusually active and his mind became clear. He seemed to have remembered that before he snatched the ice egg, Ning Fan had stood on top of the egg and punched him hard. Could it be Liu Bei who took the key? Yes, it must be Liu Bei. After we snatched the ice egg, he did not chase after us. There is only one explanation. He already knew that there was no key inside the egg. I'm afraid the key is with him. The elderly man decided to blame Ning Fan. Coincidentally, he guessed the truth correctly. The key was with Ning Fan. Who is Liu Bei? The cloaked burly man asked coldly. Liu Bei is. The light of hope was reignited in the elderly man's heart. As long as he tries his best to please the cloaked burly man, he might be able to prolong his life. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the degree of brutality of the cloaked burly man. It's too troublesome. You don't have to say any more. I'll search your soul directly. Bang ***, a strong spirit sense power invaded the elderly man's sea of consciousness, causing it to crumble and his primordial spirit to shatter. After searching the elderly man to death, the cloaked burly man did not even show a trace of pity. Instead, his dark green eyes were filled with extreme surprise. I found you. Lowly slave. I didn't expect you to be hiding beside Liu Bei. From the elderly man's memory, the cloaked burly man could not find the whereabouts of the key, but he directly found Yuan Yao's whereabouts. In the elderly man's memory, the incarnated female cultivator who stood behind Ning Fan with a veil covering her face and seemed to be injured was undoubtedly Yuan Yao. Lowly slave. This time, you won't be able to run away. Liu Bei, huh? Humph. The cloaked burly man sneered. There was nothing that could make him happier than finding Yuan Yao's whereabouts. As long as he kills Yuan Yao, His mission would be completed. He closed his eyes and smiled cruelly. His spirit sense, which was even stronger than that of a life-immortal realm cultivator, spread out violently. He was injured and his spirit sense was greatly damaged. However, if he goes all out, he could still borrow some of his spirit sense. With the help of his spirit sense, he made a hand seal and displayed an extremely powerful spirit sense secret technique. As soon as the technique was displayed, the burly man's injuries worsened. He coughed out blood and fell back to the mid-void refinement realm. Realm Sense Technique. The Realm Sense Technique was a secret technique unique to the Realm Beast clan. As long as one was in a small kiliacosm, by displaying this technique, one's spirit sense could fuse with the realm's soul of that realm and sense everything within that realm. By displaying this technique in the Star Palace, the burly man would be able to see everything within the Star Palace. I found him. The burly man suddenly opened his eyes and immediately took a step forward. He turned into a gust of wind and flew away, covering 200,000 li *, 500 m per li. Liu Bei, lowly slave, where do you think you're going? With the help of the Realm Sense technique, he shouted coldly with a devil voice. Countless realms in the heavenly palace crumbled under his roar. That crumbling force rushed towards the golden flame chariot at an unimaginable speed. Outside the void, a group of geniuses was trying to enter the Star Palace. They did not know that a huge change had occurred in the Star Palace. Have you heard? Young Master Lin Su of the White Devil sect has entered the Star Palace. He said that he wanted to find Liu Bei, who defeated Zichuan, and humiliate him. I'm afraid that Liu Bei is dead for sure. A short and small young man sighed. It can't be, right? Although I don't know who Liu Bei is, he can defeat Zichuan. In the four heavens, he is considered a young expert. Liu Bei might not be as good as Lin Su, but it should be impossible for him to die in Lin Su's hands. Another fat man objected. You still don't believe me? I heard that Liu Bei is just an ant in the lower world. He was lucky to defeat Zichuan. You should know that Lin Su is even stronger than Zichuan. He is at the late divine transformation realm. The short and small young man said with certainty. However, just as he finished speaking, the entire Star Palace in front of him trembled under the demonic voice of a peerless expert. Liu Bei, bitch, where do you think you're going? The owner of this voice seemed to be injured and his cultivation base was greatly damaged. However, the hidden aura in his voice was enough to prove that this person must have been a peerless expert when he was alive. A true immortal of the crossing truth realm. As soon as this person spoke, the Star Palace trembled. He must be a true immortal who was injured and his cultivation base dropped. This true immortal is in the Star Palace. We must not enter the Star Palace and throw away our lives. From the tone of this true immortal, it seems like he is chasing after a man and a woman. The woman didn't mention her name, but the man is Liu Bei. Liu Bei. The person who defeated Zichuan. Isn't he only at the early divine transformation realm? How did he provoke a true immortal of the crossing truth realm? From the tone of this person, it seems like he is chasing after Liu Bei, but he can't catch up to him. This Liu Bei is able to escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. Isn't he a bit too powerful? Outside the Star Palace, nearly 100 forces and tens of thousands of prodigies were shocked. All of this was because they heard the angry roar of a true immortal. All of this was because they heard that there was a young man named Liu Bei who could escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. Who is Liu Bei? Each and every one of the prodigies who had their eyes on the top of their heads revealed a look of respect. They wanted to see how monstrous a person was to be able to escape from the pursuit of a true immortal at the early divine transformation realm. The short and small young man was stunned. Just now, he said that Liu Bei would definitely die in Lin Su's hands. Now, it seemed like Liu Bei could even escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. How could he be killed by Lin Su? It was even to the extent that if Lin Su encountered Liu Bei, then she would be a match for Liu Bei. Brat, you've stirred up trouble. You've said bad things about Liu Bei. Be careful that he doesn't come out of the Star Palace to teach you a lesson. A few of his companions joked. However, the short and small young man did not find it funny at all. Damn it. I've offended a ruthless person just because I said a few words? A ruthless person who can escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. Not good. I need to run away as soon as possible. This voice, with the help of the realm will, traveled very, very far. Even though it only caused the Heaven Palace to collapse, it caused the three-star seas of the Earth Palace to tremble violently like a tsunami. At the central area of the Heaven Palace, Ningfan's golden flame chariot sped all the way. His face was as dark as iron. The uneasy feeling in his heart had been confirmed. Liu Bei. Lowly slave. Where do you think you're going? This furious roar almost caused all the palaces in the Heaven Palace to collapse. While the golden flame chariot was collapsing, countless void storms chased after it. As long as the golden flame chariot stops moving for a moment, it would immediately be devoured by the void storms. Big brother Liu Bei. Who is this person? He's so powerful. I'm so scared. Is he going to chase after us? Why? Shiran was almost crying. He's a realm beast. His words immediately caused a huge wave of shock in the hearts of Wu Yan, Shiran and Yu Lingkong. Realm beast? Is it the kind of ferocious beast that lives in the void and preys on immortals as food? Why is such a ferocious beast chasing after us? The three ladies were stunned. It's because of me. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Liu Bei, I'm leaving now. I won't drag you guys into this. He has already used the realm sense technique and he can see everything here. As long as I leave, all of you will be fine, Yuan Yao gritted her teeth. She knew that if she were to face the realm beast now, she would most likely die. However, she did not want to drag Ningfan into this. What nonsense are you saying? I've already told you that I will protect you. Ningfan knitted his brows. If he abandons Yuan Yao, the path that he had walked all the way until now would be meaningless. But I'm afraid that I will drag you into this, there are no buts. We must escape. We must escape together. Ningfan's eyes were filled with determination. His determination warmed Yuan Yao's heart. She was even more reluctant to drag him into this. I'm sorry. I still can't drag you into this. She looked at Ningfan one last time and suddenly leaped down from the golden flame chariot. Bei Yao. Big sister Bei Yao. All the ladies were surprised. After spending so many days together, they would surely develop some feelings for each other. Come back. Ningfan frowned. He leaped up and hugged Yuan Yao tightly. You're not allowed to leave. Yuan Yao attempted to jump off the golden flame chariot but Ningfan pulled her into his arms and pulled her back into the carriage. During this period of time, she had been continuously tearing off the seals and her cultivation base had almost recovered to the mid-divine transformation realm. However, when she fell into Ningfan's tight embrace, her soft breasts were pressed against his chest. She could almost feel his body temperature clearly. How dare you? Let me go, if someone sees me. She was a little flustered, a fluster she had never felt before. It was as if she was recalling the absurdity of that night. Her mind was in a mess. She forgot that she was being chased by the realm beast, and forgot that she was preparing to leave by herself. She only wanted to escape from this embrace as soon as possible. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with anger. However, when she saw Ningfan's domineering gaze, her words became sluggish and her aura weakened. Liu Bei, let go of me. If I stay here, I will only implicate you. You're not allowed to leave. The only reply she got was Ningfan's domineering voice. Ningfan's eyes looked unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that the wisest thing to do now that he was being chased by the realm beast was to abandon Yuan Yao and get himself out of trouble. However, he had promised Luo Yu that he would save Yuan Yao and that he would protect her. He couldn't abandon Yuan Yao and escape by himself. I've been killing all my life. It has nothing to do with good or evil. Everything I've done has always been for the sake of my Tao heart. If I abandon you here, then all the difficulties I've endured while cultivating the devil Tao will be meaningless. I will regret this in the future. I don't want to regret it. Ningfan loosened his embrace. A fearless aura force emanated from his body, causing Yuan Yao's expression to change. Whether the enemy is a realm beast or an immortal emperor, as long as I promise to protect you, I will not abandon you. Just stay in the carriage and don't run away. No, Ningfan was actually ordering Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao's heart trembled and her mind was in a mess. She had always been the one giving orders to others. When had she ever been ordered by others? At this moment, he was so weak. He needed Ning Fan's protection in order to survive. At this moment, he was being hunted by the realm beast, but he was unwilling to abandon him. It is a realm beast. Even if we hide in the world treasure of a small kiliacosm, it will still tear the world apart with a single palm. If you bring me along, you might die. Yuan Yao's heart was in a mess. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ning Fan uttered an indifferent sentence. However, this sentence had already cast aside the thought of life and death. This one sentence contained a heroic spirit that countless northern sky geniuses couldn't compare to. His words made Yuan Yao unable to contain the emotions in her heart. Yuan Yao's gaze swept past Wu Yan, Shi Ran, and Yu Lingkong. In the end, it landed on the female corpse, who had an indifferent expression. The women did not abandon her either. The dead woman even reached out her hand and touched Yuan Yao's face to comfort her. Don't be afraid, with light, yes, with him around, Yuan Yao smiled and closed her beautiful eyes. Maybe, just maybe. There was only one time in her life when she was protected by a man with his life. It was a great blessing, even if, in the end, it was just a chance meeting, not fate. I won't leave anymore. But I can't drag you down. Liu Bei, help me one last time. Use the power of your wind mist finger and help me completely break the seal. What? The injuries on your body have yet to fully recover. If you completely break the seal, even though you can kill the realm beast, it is highly likely that you won't be able to withstand your original cultivation level and explode to death. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim as he rejected the idea. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's not a good idea to keep running away like this. I want to take a gamble. Yuan Yao gently bit her lips. With her injuries, she might die if she completely breaks the seal. However, she wanted to take a gamble. If she doesn't die, she will do everything she can to protect Ning Fan. Little cucumber, what Bei Yao said makes sense. Just help her break the seal. We will temporarily control the golden flame chariot. As for the void storm behind the chariot, if it attacks us, we will leave it to your army of puppets to destroy it. Yu Lingkong no longer smiled. At this moment, she was incomparably serious and immediately made a rational decision. All right. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the 9 spiritual puppets along with Black Lotus. He gave them a simple order to destroy any void wind blades that attack the golden flame chariot. With the women driving the chariot and Black Lotus as their defense, if the realm beast doesn't come after them personally, they would not be in too much danger if it's just the void wind attacks. There was no time to hesitate. If that's the case, they must break Yuan Yao's seal before the realm beast arrives. I still have 3 6 revolutions undying pills. Take all of them. Even though they can't fully heal your injuries, they can at least suppress them a little. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He held Yuan Yao's hand and directly entered the golden flame chariot. Yuan Yao's shoulders trembled. She gritted her teeth but did not break free. Inside the golden flame chariot and the golden flame palace, the two of them directly entered a clean and quiet room with a flash of traveling light. An ancient demon statue was enshrined in the room. The inextinguishable sandalwood smoke from the incense burner filled the room with a faint fragrance. You just need to sit on this cushion and take off your clothes. Do I need to take off my clothes? Yuan Yao bit her lips. Other than the time when they did something ridiculous, they had always behaved according to the rules. This was the first time she took off her clothes in front of Ning Fan when she was sober. However, it was necessary. There were 2 seals on her body. One was on her lower abdomen and the other was on her forehead. The seal on her forehead was still manageable, but the one on her lower abdomen required her to take off her clothes. Previously, when Ning Fan kissed Yuan Yao, he gave her the Gu King token that contained the power of wind and mist. The effect of breaking the seal with just a single finger was unexpectedly good. Yuan Yao had pondered thousands of times. What kind of power was that golden purple wind and mist? How could it be so terrifying? However, in the end, she still could not figure it out. Moreover, there was another thing that she could not understand more and more. It was what exactly were her feelings towards Ning Fan. Was it to thank Ning Fan for saving her several times? Was it to thank him for escorting her all the way? Was it to blame him for destroying her chastity? Was it to praise him for his outstanding talent? She did not know. She did not understand. Perhaps she knew it from the start. However, in the face of the cruel reality, she did not have the courage to point it out. All right. I will take it off. However, when I break the seal, don't touch or look at me randomly. You have to understand that between us. I understand. You've said it many times. Ning Fan frowned slightly. As soon as she saw Ning Fan's displeasure, Yuan Yao immediately shut her mouth. What's wrong with me? I know that Ning Fan hates that kind of arrogant tone, but I still have to say it. Yuan Yao gently bent her body and turned her back to the ancient statue. She felt that her heart was beating very fast. It had never been so fast before. Her cheeks were red and hot. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes tightly. Then, she began to unbutton the buttons of her thin shirt in front of her chest. That kind of stunning beauty was indescribable. Before she met Ning Fan, she was the high and mighty lord of the Lost World Palace. Every word and action of hers could shake the situation in the northern heaven. A single order of hers could destroy the rain world. She was so noble and virtuous and would not allow anyone to blaspheme her. However, at this moment, she was like a virgin on her wedding night. She shyly untied her thin shirt, revealing her fair skin. Perhaps because of her shyness or the dim candlelight, her fair skin was dyed with a layer of pink luster. It was soft and bouncy. She only took off her shirt but did not take off her bra. The moon-white bra seemed to be unable to cover the 2 lumps of soft and supple breasts. Her chest heaved up and down rapidly. She was too nervous. She even subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her chest, trying to block the view. Ning Fan was slightly dazed. He had seen countless women's naked bodies, but Yuan Yao was definitely one of them who had the most mature temperament of a woman. Especially when she had the purple desire spirit body, which gave her a charm that was rarely seen by ordinary women. It almost made Ning Fan burn with lust. What a terrifying charm power! Feeling Ning Fan's burning gaze, Yuan Yao opened her eyes and said angrily. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and remove the seal. I'm sorry. You're too beautiful, Ning Fan smiled awkwardly. He silently chanted the yin-yang transformation heart mantra to suppress the charm power. His eyes became solemn. He was a free and easy person. Love was love, hate was hate. Beauty was beauty and ugliness was ugliness. He was not a vile person who would take advantage of others when they were in a perilous situation. He was also not a gentleman who considered himself to be noble and virtuous. He just knew how to distinguish the severity of the situation. He would not do anything out of line at this moment. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in front of Yuan Yao. Under the candlelight, the two of them looked at each other. Both of them avoided eye contact with complicated expressions. Let's begin, Ning Fan took a deep breath and circulated his magic power on his fingertip. Wisps of purplish golden sand rose and he carefully touched Yuan Yao's lower abdomen. He gently rubbed and moved it. A trace of numbness and heat went through Ning Fan's fingertip into Yuan Yao's heart. She closed her eyes shyly once again. Her heart was filled with regret. If my 4 daughters know that their mother has such intimate contact with a man, perhaps they will be very disappointed in me. Yuan Yao's repentance was accompanied by a trace of pain. This pain was self-blame. It was a psychological barrier that even the plucking finger could not erase. Ning Fan's heart was filled with pity. This woman's status was too high. The responsibility she had to bear was also great. She must not make any mistakes and lose her innocence. I have to be careful not to embarrass her. Ning Fan became even more serious. With his talent in formations and the power of his wind mist finger, it was not difficult to break the seal on her lower abdomen. His thoughtfulness made Yuan Yao's expression soften. She was extremely touched. Is he still considering my feelings at this critical moment? If he was born 100,000 years earlier. No, if he was born 1,000 years earlier, perhaps. Ning Fan carefully broke the seal. A warm magic power flowed through her body. It was supposed to be comfortable. However, the excessive magic power pressured Yuan Yao's immortal veins with every bit of it, causing her injuries caused by the realm beast's sneak attack to be unbearably painful. In the midst of the pain, Yuan Yao's delicate body turned numb and soft because of Ning Fan's fingertips' touch. Even though Ning Fan restrained his fingers and avoided her sensitive areas, the stimulation to her was still too great. Pain and warmth, numbness and electric current intertwined in Yuan Yao's body, causing her to open her eyes in a daze. She stared at Ning Fan in a daze, but she forced herself to endure it. She was also trying her best to forget the absurdity of that day. However, at this moment, the absurd scenes from that day appeared in front of her eyes one after another. Her anus was forcefully broken by Ning Fan. Her blood splashed on the thin blanket. That kind of feeling of pain and pleasure was torturing Yuan Yao's heart. Liu Bei, why did I meet you? She began to speak incoherently. Hold back your aura force. The first seal is about to be completely broken. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He pressed his finger down forcefully. Under the erosion of the golden-purple sandstorm, a sound that sounded like glass breaking resounded from Yuan Yao's lower abdomen. All of a sudden, the formation marks of the seal that were weaved by countless blood threads were shattered. Ah! A wave of unprecedented pain nearly made Yuan Yao faint. Her body lost its balance and leaned forward, falling into Ning Fan's arms. Her soft and plump breasts were pressed against Ning Fan's chest through the thin undergarment. The pain made her regain some of her rationality. However, she was reluctant to leave his embrace for a moment. As the first trace of magic power was broken, a vast amount of void fragmentation realm magic power gathered in Yuan Yao's body. However, it did not immediately restore her cultivation base. As soon as this magic power dispersed, a wave of extreme pain caused Yuan Yao's injuries to relapse. She almost died from the severe injuries. The magic power had been sealed for too long. It would still take some time to completely refine it. Once the seal is broken, the seal on her forehead would be easy to break. It was planted by Yuan Yao herself. As long as she recovers her void fragmentation realm cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake for her to break that seal. In that case, you only need to go into seclusion to refine your magic power. As long as you force this magic power back into your immortal veins, you will be able to recover your void fragmentation realm cultivation base, Ning Fan muttered to himself. However, Yuan Yao, who was in his arms, gradually lost consciousness. It hurts. It hurts so much. Liu Bei, I'm going to die. Her breathing was weak and her injuries were too severe. She could not withstand the power of the seal at all. She wanted to take a gamble. She wanted to bet on the possibility of recovering her cultivation base. However, she failed. Yuan Yao's consciousness was already blurred. Large amounts of blood flowed out from her 7 apertures and from her lower body, dyeing her thin robe red. Her consciousness was in a trance. She seemed to have seen a dreamy scene in her days. That year, she was still unmarried. She was still young and ignorant. She stood in a valley that was filled with orchids and watched a young man with a cold expression walking away from her. Liu Bei, the young lady, looked at his back. Her consciousness was already blurred. This was the vision that she desired the most before she died. However, it would never appear in front of her. How could this be? Sister Yao Er. Inside the yin yang locket, a concerned voice sounded. It sounded nervous and confused. Seeing that Yuan Yao was about to die, Luo Yu was no longer as calm as usual. Why did I hear little Sister Nethery's voice? Is it an illusion? Yuan Yao muttered to herself with difficulty while falling into Ning Fan's arms. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. However, he immediately put away his chaotic emotions and gritted his teeth. He took out 3 undying pills and fed them to Yuan Yao. You're not allowed to die. His domineering command and his strong manly aura brought Yuan Yao's consciousness back to reality. Yuan Yao raised her eyes slightly. In her daze, she vaguely saw Ning Fan supporting her delicate body and feeding her 3 undying pills with his mouth. Her fragrant lips were sealed by Ning Fan and her tongue was hooked by him. Under the stimulation of pleasure, Yuan Yao's injuries seemed to be less painful and her consciousness had also recovered a little. You can't do this. She mumbled something, but Ning Fan did not hear her at all. After a long time, he finally let go of Yuan Yao's soft lips and asked with concern. How is it? Have your injuries been suppressed a little? Does it still hurt? Much better. Thank you. After refining the pill, Yuan Yao's injuries were suppressed, and her aura gradually calmed down. However, at this moment, she was still half-leaning in Ning Fan's embrace. Her lips still carried the warmth of Ning Fan's forceful kiss just now. His injuries were suppressed, but the pain he felt was more intense because of the medicinal power of the pill, almost doubling. The moment the pain assaulted her, she screamed and fainted again. How could this be? Big Sister Yao's injuries have been suppressed, but the pain is even more intense. Luo Yu exclaimed. That's the only way, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with pity. I'll just use dual cultivation to relieve the pain. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia's gaze hardened, and he placed his hand on Yuan Yao's thigh. The first time was because of Yuan Yao's charm. This time, Ning Fan was the one who took the initiative. Even though he said that he wanted to save them, he would not be able to explain himself in the future. I, Ning Fan, do not need to explain what I do. With a single palm strike, he tore apart Yuan Yao's thin robe and separated her legs. Then, he stared at her bright red back and his eyes flashed with determination. Yuan Yao's lower body was already wet and slippery. As for Ning Fan, he did not wait any longer. Seductive moans could be heard from the Golden Flame Palace from time to time. In a daze, Yuan Yao could vaguely feel that she was violated by Ning Fan once again. A trace of cold and arrogant aura reappeared in her eyes along with the disappearance of her pain and the return of her magic power. When she completely recovers her cultivation base, perhaps she and Ning Fan would just be strangers. The reality was cruel. However, this time, she did not resist and let Ning Fan do whatever he wanted. In the future, we won't meet again and there won't be any result between us. This time will be the last time. I'll just let him take what he wants. I'm not a good woman. Yuan Yao gently stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Fan even tighter. You're already a stranger in the world. First update, to be continued. The futon was in a mess. The pain had already disappeared. Yuan Yao's expression was complicated. She covered her body with her tattered clothes and said coldly. All right. You can leave now. I'm going into seclusion to recover my cultivation base. Her tone was very cold. It was not her intention but the effect of the supreme forgetting emotion brought about by the recovery of her cultivation base. The supreme forgetting emotion was not heartless. It was just that all the emotions had been sealed and forgotten. Ning Fan looked at Yuan Yao deeply. Then, he put on his white robes and left with a nod. He knew that from the moment Yuan Yao regained her cultivation base, they would be people from two different worlds. Unless I reach her level one day and appear at the same level as her, she won't even look at me again. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. There will be such a day. Ning Fan's back looked a little lonely. Yuan Yao could not bear to look at him. Only when Ning Fan had gone far away did she remove all her disguise. I'm sorry. I can only treat you coldly. I didn't hurt you on purpose. It's because we can't. What they couldn't was not their feelings but the huge gap between their identities. Ning Fan walked out of the Golden Flame Palace. Inside the Yin Yang locket, Luo Yu gently comforted him. Silly brother, don't blame her. With her identity, she can't have any relationship with any man. You will know in the future. If the relationship between you and her is exposed, you will die and she won't have an easy time. She's treating you coldly for your own good. I know. However, I still feel a little uncomfortable. I don't like her arrogant tone. Even if it's just a disguise, I don't like it. Then you should work hard to improve your cultivation base. I'm looking forward to the day when you will fight your way to the Lost World Palace and snatch Sister Yao Air away. That scene will definitely shock countless old monsters in the Northern Heaven. Of course, you might also face the pursuit of countless forces in the Northern Heaven. Luo Yu laughed in amusement. She was indeed a black-bellied woman. By the way, Luo Yu suddenly said in a mysterious tone. What is it? Ning Fan was speechless towards this black-bellied woman. The second time you had intercourse with her, your yin-yang transformation has almost broken through. What? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He stopped and closed his eyes. Previously, he was so focused on saving Yuan Yao that he did not notice the changes in the yin-yang transformation. But after having intercourse twice, how could the yin-yang transformation not have changed? Ning Fan was immediately overjoyed when he looked into his body. The yin-yang transformation is about to break through. He did not have a complete breakthrough in his cultivation technique. He still needed a long period of seclusion before he could make a complete breakthrough. However, Ning Fan deeply understood how difficult it was to improve his cultivation technique to such a level. If it wasn't for Yuan Yao, if it wasn't for the 2 times he had sex with this heaven-defying woman, it would be impossible for his yin-yang transformation to have such a great leap. Haha, what do you think? Big Sister Yao Er's backyard is pretty good, right? Originally, in order to break through to the 3rd level of your cultivation method, you need to have intercourse with a void fragmentation female cultivator for 100 times. However, Sister Yao Er's cultivation level far exceeds that of a void fragmentation female cultivator. With just 2 times of intercourse, your cultivation method has almost broken through to the 3rd level. Once your cultivation method breaks through completely, you can use the yin-yang locket to open the profounding world. The profounding world is different from your origin jade. It is not a minor kiliocosm, but a medium-grade world. Dimensional realm? What do you mean? Ning Fan asked in surprise. You should know that among all the magic treasures in space, storage pouches are the weakest while heavenly abode magic treasures are slightly better, right? In the upper world, many void refinement realm cultivators have heavenly abode magic treasures which allow them to go into space and enter their abode for secluded cultivation at any time. Of course, to some juniors, going into the space of a heavenly abode is also a way to escape. However, you must remember that going into a portable space is just a life-saving method for juniors. To experts, the space of a heavenly abode can be shattered with just a wave of their hand. Luo Yu said solemnly. Facts had proven that the 2 old men of the White Devil sect who went into the space of a heavenly abode had died tragically in the hands of the realm beast. They thought that they would be able to escape by picking up a portable immortal abode. Even though it could still work for divine transformation realm cultivators, it was just an insignificant trick that was not worth mentioning in front of void refinement realm experts. What is 1 level higher than a heavenly abode is a minor kiliocosm. Heavenly abode magic treasures can be destroyed by void refinement realm experts. As for a minor kiliocosm, not even immortals might be able to destroy it. Of course, that realm beast has the means to destroy a world treasure of a minor kiliocosm. However, if it's a world treasure that hides in a medium-grade world, even an immortal emperor might not be able to attack you. In other words, Luo Yu's tone was filled with envy. In other words, if you completely break through to the 3rd level of the yin-yang transformation and open the profounding world of the yin-yang locket, even a realm beast would not be able to do anything to you once you are pursued by a strong enemy. Unfortunately, your cultivation method has yet to break through to the 3rd level. Thus, the profounding world still cannot be opened. I still can't go out and you can't come in. Naturally, you won't be able to hide in the profounding world to seek refuge. However, thanks to Sister Yao Er, the advancement of your cultivation method has already allowed you to obtain 2 benefits. What are the 2 benefits? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He liked benefits. Firstly, I can split a portion of my primordial spirit's power through a tiny gap in the profounding world and pour it into your body, allowing you to temporarily possess the strength of an early void refinement realm expert. However, you only have 1 chance to do so. Besides, my primordial spirit is already extremely illusory. After I pour my power into you this time, my primordial spirit will lose its last trace of power and I will have no choice but to fall into a deep slumber. This is the last time I can help you. If you are besieged by the realm beast, I will seal my own primordial spirit and give you power to help you fight against the realm beast. After all, you and I are already on the same boat. Seal your own primordial spirit? Give me power. To your damaged primordial spirit, wouldn't doing so put you in danger of death? If you can't find something to nourish your primordial spirit within a few years after you seal your own primordial spirit, I'm afraid you will certainly die. I don't want your power. Ning Fan frowned. He did not like to borrow other people's power, especially when he borrowed Luo Yu's power. It might even put her in a life-threatening situation. He owed Luo Yu too many favors. It would be inappropriate for him to owe her more. Tisk. Do you think I really want to lend my power to you? If it really comes to the point of life and death, neither of us will have a choice. Let's talk about it when the time comes. You still have the second benefit. This benefit is also given to you by Sister Yao Er. She has the purple desire spirit body. You have intercourse with her twice. You can be considered as having found the first spirit for the steel of sun and moon. Steel of sun and moon? Is it the gigantic fire steel that I saw in my dream in the past? Ning Fan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after the advancement of his yin-yang transformation cultivation method, he would have another trump card which he could borrow Luo Yu's power. Lastly, thank you for saving Sister Yao Er. In the profounding world, Luo Yu gently bowed to Ning Fan even though he could not see her at all. With our relationship, do you really need to be so courteous? Let's not talk anymore. I'm going out to help control the golden flame chariot. I've spent quite a lot of time breaking the seal for Bei Yao. I'm afraid they are a little worried. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Outside the golden flame chariot, the black puppets threw out punches again and again, shattering the void storm. Yu Lingkong, Wu Yan and Shi Ran were doing their best to control the golden flame chariot. Perhaps it was because they lacked the heroic spirit of a general, the three of them could not control the golden flame chariot as they pleased like Ning Fan. All of them including the female corpse were helping to control the golden flame chariot. She who had regained some of her spiritual intelligence already knew how to help them with some small matters. Sensing that Ning Fan had finally left the golden flame palace, Wu Yan could not help but ask in surprise. Why did he leave for so long? As soon as she asked the question, she smelled the overly strong fragrance of a woman on Ning Fan's body. Her face immediately blushed. So, while we and the other women were busy outside, Ning Fan was having fun with Yuan Yao inside. You're really... By the way, how's Bei Yao's situation? Yu Lingkong was also speechless. Of course, she did not know that Ning Fan's dual cultivation was just to reduce Yuan Yao's pain. I had sex with her. Her life is no longer in danger now. As for completely recovering her cultivation base, it will still take some time. During this period of time, we should try our best to escape. Someone gave me a map of the central region of the Heaven Palace. There should be an immortal void realm grand formation 1 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, ahead of us. I already know the arrangement of the formation eyes of that grand formation. We can use that formation to shake off the realm beast. Asterisk poo. Asterisk other than the female corpse, all the other women spat on the spot. So, Ning Fan and Yuan Yao's dual cultivation had actually saved her life and Yuan Yao was the one who took advantage of him. Ning Fan did not explain further. The women were also too lazy to ask about it. Now that they were being chased by the realm beast, some details were not worth mentioning. Speaking of which, why is that realm beast chasing after elder sister Bei Yao? What level is her true strength exactly? What is her identity? Shi Ran asked in confusion. This question was also the same question that all the women had in mind. I don't know who she is nor how high her cultivation base is. However, as far as I know, she sealed her cultivation base and was ambushed by 2 realm beasts. Even so, she still managed to kill one of them with great strength. If she recovers her cultivation base, the realm beast is not worth mentioning at all. As for her identity, she might be one of the 4 mistresses of the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace. What? The Northern Heaven Lost World Palace? She has such an identity and you actually dared to mess around with her. Little cucumber, do you want to die? Yu Lingkong said in shock. The mistresses of the Lost World Palace were not people that ordinary people could touch. Yu Lingkong even knew that there was a 4th mistress of the Lost World Palace in the endless outer endless sea. Even though her cultivation base was not high, even the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea did not dare to offend her. However, as soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Shi Ran and Wu Yan's cheeks immediately turned red. So what if it's the Lost World Palace? Ning Fan had even taken the Spirit King's demon concubine into his harem. This fellow Liu Bei is not lustful but he is extremely bold. The 3 ladies unanimously reached a consensus. Ning Fan's self-control was considered to be extremely strong among men. His courage was also frighteningly big. Ning Fan did not linger on this topic anymore. He took over the control of the golden flame chariot and continuously made hand seals to change the route of the golden flame chariot. Just 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from the golden flame chariot, the hollow space constantly collapsed and turned into pitch-black storms that swept towards them. Ning Fan did not even bother to look at such storms. He could usually shatter them with just a casual palm strike. During these 9 days, the golden flame chariot had traveled across nearly 1 billion li * 500 m per zhang, of land. It was already not far away from the immortal void grand formation. Just a little bit more and we will be able to reach that immortal void grand formation. Once we reach it, we will be safer with the help of the formation power. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, his expression suddenly changed. An unprecedented sense of danger assaulted his entire body. Without any hesitation, he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out a golden bell that shone with golden light. At the moment when the bell appeared, the power of the void was condensed into millions of pitch-black raindrops by someone and swept towards the golden flame chariot. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the depths of the void storm behind them with a terrifying gust of wind. None of you can run away. Realm Rain Technique. The person who shouted was a burly man who was wearing a cloak and had dark green eyes. He was stepping on the hollow space and flying towards them. He is the realm beast. The expressions of the women changed drastically. What shocked them even more was the millions of black raindrops that were condensed by the burly man. Each of the black raindrops was filled with the power of the void, which was enough to instantly kill a peak gold core realm cultivator. The millions of black raindrops could kill millions of cultivators in an instant. Damn it. I can't withstand this attack. Yu Lingkong's face was filled with unwillingness. Even if she had recovered her original cultivation base, she still could not withstand this attack, since she was already in such a state. Wu Yan and Shi Ran were even more unable to withstand it. When the black raindrops landed on the golden flame chariot, they immediately caused ripples on the chariot. In just a short moment, the golden flame chariot was already dented by the black raindrops. Even though the chariot did not shatter, the body of the chariot had suffered a lot of damage and its power was greatly reduced. What a powerful black raindrops. However, you have the Realm Rain technique, but I have the Eastern Ocean Bell. Quick! Ning Fan's hand seal suddenly changed and the Eastern Ocean Bell soared into the sky. The golden bell turned gigantic and shot out millions of rays of golden light, which turned into golden rays that covered the entire sky. With a single sweep, all the black raindrops were destroyed. This magic treasure was just a supreme grade magic treasure. It could not be used in a battle or it would break easily. However, its strange ability seemed to be the natural counter to the power of the void. In just a single sweep, the golden rays of the Eastern Ocean Bell easily destroyed the black raindrops that contained the power of the void. All of a sudden, even the expression of the realm beast that was chasing after them changed for the first time. This is the heaven-suppressing bell of the Eastern Heaven Realm. No, this isn't right. How could such an immortal treasure fall into your hands? With your mere divine transformation realm cultivation base, it's even more impossible for you to use it. Is it just an imitation magic treasure? The cloaked burly man pondered for a moment and immediately felt relieved. It was good that it was not the heaven-suppressing bell. If it was the heaven-suppressing bell, the cloaked burly man would certainly run far away. To the realm beast, the heaven-suppressing bell was a nightmare. From afar, the diagram of a grand formation that was enshrouded in purple chi could be vaguely seen. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan took out several magic treasures from his storage pouch and made a hand seal to destroy them. With the help of the destructive force, he increased the speed of the golden flame chariot to a terrifying level, trying to escape into the formation and get rid of the realm beast's pursuit. This is the Immortal Void Realm Formation Technique, Z-Way Dark Palace Formation. Humph. It seems like you guys are trying to escape into the formation. If I allow you to escape into the Immortal Void Realm Formation, it will be difficult for me to kill all of you. You managed to block my first attack. Now, you won't be able to block my second attack. The innate skill of the Realm Clan, Heavenly Sound Technique. A trace of strange pitch-black sound wave condensed in the throat of the cloaked burly man. At the moment when the sound wave burst out, the golden flame chariot broke into two halves with a loud bang. In an instant, Ning Fan and the others were surrounded by the heavenly sound, which was powerful enough to kill an early void refinement realm expert. To be continued. The heavenly sound technique was the innate ability of the realm beast. As the pitch-black sound waves spread out, a heavy and ancient voice sounded like chanting scriptures, condemning people and pronouncing judgment from the heavenly Tao. Those who are not from this world shall be killed. The sound waves of the word killed caused an unimaginable collapse of the hollow space. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. Under the heavenly sound technique, his corpse devil body, which was at the second level of the Jade Life realm, actually showed signs of collapsing. What a powerful heavenly sound technique. Moreover, the reason why the realm beast destroyed the golden flame chariot was obviously because it saw everything that happened when Yuan Yao entered the chariot through the realm sense technique. This realm beast was prepared to destroy the golden flame chariot together with Yuan Yao, burying her in the golden flame palace forever. Star positioning plate, appear. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He must block this heavenly sound technique. Otherwise, not only the golden flame chariot would be completely destroyed, Yuan Yao would die and all the ladies including him would be buried in this heavenly sound that could destroy everything. He touched the star on his glabella and the star positioning plate was activated. At the critical moment, a massive star map rose from beneath his feet. 30,000 star lamps rose. Each of the star lamps was lit with silver flames, forming countless layers of starlight walls that blocked the sound wave. Due to the lack of time, Ning Fan did not even have the time to destroy the treasures. Only 10,000 star lamps were lit up. By lighting up 10,000 star lamps, the star formation could withstand an early void refinement realm attack. However, it was not enough to defend against the heavenly sound technique. Boom! The layers of starlight walls crumbled one after another. However, they managed to offset more than 80% of the sound waves. Let's attack together. Seeing that the heavenly sound technique was about to reach them, Ning Fan, the ladies and all the spiritual puppets and refined corpses simultaneously unleashed their full strength and attacked the sound waves from all directions. After this violent collision, the heavenly sound technique was finally broken. Ning Fan and the others were still fine, but two mid-void refinement realm spiritual puppets that were at the outermost perished under the attack of the heavenly sound technique. It was a great loss. The golden flame chariot was damaged and the two spiritual puppets were irreversibly destroyed. However, Ning Fan and the others managed to withstand this nightmarish heavenly sound. With a flick of his sleeve, the two halves of the golden flame chariot were reassembled. However, it was now filled with cracks and its speed and power were greatly reduced. He didn't even have time to collect the remains of the two puppets as he directly charged into the immortal void stage formation in front of him. Humph! Liu Bei had actually escaped. However, once they entered the Ziwei Profound Palace's grand formation, they would most likely die. The Ziwei Profound Palace formation has a total of 49,000 formation eyes. Within 7 steps, there will be a calamity of death. I'm afraid they won't be able to go far and will die in the formation. But just in case, we still have to give chase. I have to stay here and guard the formation to prevent them from escaping. I'll leave the task of pursuing them to these realm slaves. The cloaked man wore a cold look on his face. He opened his mouth and spat out many shadows of wild beasts and semi-god realm beings. Among these phantoms, there were 53 soul formation cultivators. Among them, there were phantoms of dead soul formation cultivators from the White Demon sect and the Demon realm, phantoms of the 2 White Demon elders, Lin Su, and countless phantoms of sea beasts from the 7 Kill Star Ocean, realm slave. Any expert who was killed by the realm beast, within a few years, would have a trace of their soul intercepted and turned into a phantom power, becoming the realm beast's slave. Go. Enter the formation and kill those people. Yes. 53 soul formation stage shadows floated and entered the purple light of the immortal void realm formation. We're finally safe. Inside the immortal void realm grand formation, she patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. No, we're still safe. That realm beast seems to be guarding outside, but it has sent many realm slaves to hunt us down. Wu Yan said worriedly. Realm slaves, huh? According to the legends, the people who are killed by the realm beast can retain a trace of their soul and transform into a phantom to become the realm beast's slave. They can even retain their cultivation base. However, these phantoms have low spiritual intelligence. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. What's difficult to deal with is the grand formation in front of us. Little cucumber, what kind of grand formation is this? Are you really confident that you can break it? Of course. This is an immortal void realm grand formation called the Ziwei Dark Palace Formation. It has a total of 49,000 formation eyes. Every 7 steps will determine life and death. At the end of the grand formation, there are 18 gates of life and death. After passing through one of the gates of life and death, we'll be able to reach where Lu Wu's remnant soul is and obtain the Emperor Star's inheritance. Ning Fan's eyes were solemn. The group of them was standing on a white circular stone slab. Is Lu Wu really not dead? Why is his remnant soul sealed? Wu Yan was puzzled. I suppose only heaven knows about those secrets. I'm afraid even Lu Wu himself has forgotten about it. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He kept the remaining 7 spiritual puppets which were quite damaged, leaving only Hei Tang and the Black Dragon. As for the Golden Flame Chariot, he temporarily kept it in his storage pouch. From the outside, the Ziwei Dark Palace Formation looked like layers of overlapping formation lights. It was impossible to see what was inside the formation clearly. From the inside, it looked like a crisscrossing path of light. On the path of light, there would be 7 purple circular stone slabs floating every 70,000 li *, 500 m per li, for those who enter the formation to step on. These stone slabs were purple in color at first. However, as they stepped on them, the 7 stone slabs would change color. 6 of them would turn black while the last one would turn white. The purple color was just a disguise. Black and white were the true colors. After those who enter the formation left the stone slabs, they would turn back to purple. Each of the stone slabs was a formation eye. 6 of the 7 stone slabs were black and 1 was white. 6 of them were dead and 1 of them was alive. To Ning Fan, as long as he had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to distinguish the life and death slate with his innate talent in the Tao of formations. With Wei Xian's help, Ning Fan passed through the formation and passed through hundreds of formation eyes in just a few breaths. Behind him, there were constantly divine transformation realm shadows chasing after him. The cultivation bases of these shadows were not weak. Moreover, they were following Ning Fan's footsteps. Thus, it was easy for them to pass through the formation. Liu Bei, hand over your life. The ones who were walking at the front were Lin Su and the 2 old men by Mo. The 3 shadows had already lost their spiritual intelligence. The only thing they remembered was that they had a grudge against Ning Fan. It would be best if they could kill Ning Fan. Stop bothering me. Ning Fan looked at the 53 divine transformation realm shadows behind him and his eyes darkened. Without any hesitation, he triggered a trace of the wind snow technique in the bodies of Lin Su and the 2 old men. Traces of black ice and snow appeared without any warning. Before the 3 shadows could regain their senses, they had already turned into 3 black ice sculptures. At the next moment, they shattered into pieces of ice. Since the 3 of them were already dead, the stone slabs that they were stepping on immediately turned from white to purple. The 50 divine transformation realm shadows behind Ning Fan looked at the 7 purple stone slabs in front of them with blank eyes. Each of them chose one of the slabs and stepped on it. In an instant, the color of the purple stone slabs changed. Those who stepped on the black slabs were all cut by the black light and died while screaming in pain. In an instant, 6 out of 7 of the realm slaves died tragically. Only 7 divine transformation realm shadows managed to survive. Their eyes were still filled with confusion. After the series of changes, Ning Fan had already widened the distance between him and the realm slaves. It was no longer possible for them to track Ning Fan. In the first place, 6 of the 7 realm slaves died while 1 of them survived. After passing by another place, 1 of them stepped on the black stone slab and died. This group of realm slaves are all dead. Phew. We're finally safe. Shi Ran patted her chest and said. Fortunately, the ones who are following us at the very front are Lin Su and the other 2 old men. Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts and carefully identified the color of the stone slabs. In just half a day, they had already passed through 2/3 of the grand formation. How did that brat escape so quickly? Outside the grand formation, the cloaked muscular man was inwardly shocked. This Ziwei Black Palace formation was an immortal void realm grand formation. Even if he enters it personally, he would not be able to move so quickly. With his innate talent in the Tao of formations, he would need at least 10 days to pass through this formation. If he is trapped by the formation, he might not be able to get out of it even after a few months. However, through his realm sense, the cloaked muscular man could see that Ning Fan and the others passing through the grand formation was like child's play. As for the many realm slaves that he sent out, they were all dead. The cloaked muscular man's eyes darkened. He had no choice but to personally take action and chase after Ning Fan. The purpose of Ning Fan and the others seemed to be to pass through the 18 gates of life and death at the end of the Ziwei Black Palace formation. Once Ning Fan and the others reached the other end of the grand formation, even the cloaked muscular man would not be able to catch Ning Fan. It seemed like it was already a little too late for him to chase after Ning Fan now. Could it be that this Liu Bei's innate talent in the Tao of formations is comparable to that of a formation immortal? Otherwise, how could he explain his terrifying speed in breaking through the formation? With the cloaked muscular man's pitifully weak innate talent in the Tao of formations, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the life and death slate step by step and catch up to Ning Fan. As such, the cloaked muscular man simply did not bother to identify which of the 7 slates was the one who would die. In the Ziwei Black Palace formation, every 7 steps would determine life and death. To a divine transformation realm expert or even a void refinement realm expert, taking a wrong step would result in death immediately. However, to the cloaked muscular man, even if he takes a wrong step, he would at most suffer some injuries. Even though his cultivation base had fallen, he was still an expert at the true crossing realm in the past. The toughness of his physical body was still there. He took a step into the formation and landed on one of the 7 purple slates. Immediately, the slate changed its color. The slate that he was stepping on was black, rays of black formation power shot out from the slate. However, when they landed on the cloaked muscular man's body, they could only leave a few tiny wounds that were almost unnoticeable. The strength of his physical body was evident. Even if he stood there and let Ning Fan slash at him, Ning Fan might not be able to kill the realm beast. Liu Bei, you won't be able to escape. The realm beast laughed coldly. A ray of traveling light directly passed through the countless formation eyes of the slate like a fleeting light. No matter how the formation power attacked his body and how his body was covered with wounds, he only let out an occasional groan. He did not die at all, however, his injuries were getting more and more serious. The cloaked muscular man's voice resounded through the entire Star Palace. When it reached Ning Fan and the others, the expressions of the ladies changed drastically. Yu Lingkong even scolded him angrily. Madman! This man is going on a rampage in the Immortal Void Realm Grand Formation. He's a madman. I thought Little Cucumber was already crazy, but he's even crazier. What should we do? With his speed, he will catch up to us before we even get out of the Grand Formation. There's no other way. If he catches up to us, we have to stall for time no matter what. Ning Fan now had a clear understanding of the strength of this realm beast. This realm beast was basically a void refinement realm expert who had the physical defense of a true immortal realm expert. He even dared to receive the attack of a void fragmentation realm old monster with his physical body. Bei Yao, you have to hurry up. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. This time, it was really a life and death crisis. Outside the Star Palace, each of the chosen ones had already given up the idea of entering the Star Palace. None of them attacked the interface of the Star Palace or tried to find a way out. At this moment, all of them were holding their breaths in concentration as if they were waiting for something. What they were waiting for was whether that outstanding young man named Liu Bei would be killed by a true immortal realm expert. It's already been close to 10 days. There hasn't been a true immortal realm roar for such a long time. Could it be that Liu Bei is already dead? I don't know. After all, who could escape from a true immortal realm expert with just a divine transformation realm cultivation base? Everyone had their own thoughts. However, all of their thoughts turned into intense shock after hearing the roar of the realm beast. Judging from the roar, that true immortal realm expert has been injured again. Impossible. Could it be that Liu Bei has injured a true immortal realm expert again? The roar of the realm beast revealed that its injuries were getting worse and worse. The injuries really shocked the geniuses of the Northern Heaven who were outside the Star Palace and in the void. They did not know what was happening inside the Star Palace. They only knew that the realm beast was continuously getting injured while chasing after Ning Fan. Each of the geniuses who were usually proud and arrogant remembered a name from the bottom of their hearts. Liu Bei. If Liu Bei ascends to the immortal realm, he won't be someone we divine transformation realm cultivators can afford to offend. This thought quickly spread in the minds of the geniuses. Inside the Z-Wei profound palace formation, Ning Fan kept using teleportation techniques. Now that the golden flame chariot was half destroyed, he could only rely on the speed of the Fu Li sect to escape with his women. For every 10,000 li * 500 m per li, there would be 7 stone slabs that were destroyed. In the beginning, Ning Fan still needed to use the route that Wei Xian gave him to break the formation. Later on, he had almost memorized the layout of the formation eye of the Z-Wei profound palace formation. It was as if a purple chessboard with crisscrossing lights appeared in his mind. On the chessboard, there were 49,000 black and white chess pieces placed at the intersections. The chess pieces on the chessboard were the formation diagram of the Z-Wei profound palace formation, an immortal void grade formation. However, Ning Fan had already comprehended 60 to 70% of it during his escape. If I manage to escape from this calamity and carefully study this formation, I will be able to comprehend its profoundness in no time. As long as my cultivation level and materials are sufficient, it won't be difficult to set up this formation in the future. This thought rose in Ning Fan's mind, but it only lasted for a moment. Now was not the time to comprehend the Z-Wei profound palace formation. Escaping from the pursuit of the realm beast was the most important thing right now. Every time his soul was extracted and he teleported, the sense of danger became heavier and heavier. Liu Bei, I can't fly anymore. Xianxia's demon power was almost depleted. The magic power of the other women was also depleted. They were not Ning Fan. They did not have the monstrous Fu Li wings. Flying would consume a lot of magic power and demon power. There's no other way. I'll just keep you all in the spatial treasure, Ning Fan frowned. With his teleportation technique, his speed would certainly be slow if he were to bring the women along. Now that they were being chased by the realm beast, they could hardly be of any help at all. Without saying anything, Ning Fan kept all of them with the Yuanyao jade. He even kept the black dragon and the black corpse. Then, he immediately turned into a ray of purple light and flew away hastily. I'm close. I'll be able to lead this formation after passing through 49 formation eyes. With a leap, Ning Fan landed on a white slate and immediately leaped into the air. Ahead, there were only 42 formation cores left. Unknowingly, the sound of the realm beast's pursuit had already stopped. Ning Fan's mind was filled with some doubts. Could it be that the realm beast has encountered some kind of obstacle and is now trapped? Unable to continue chasing me, his heart was filled with doubts, but he didn't slow down. Ning Fan had nearly activated his Fu Li wings to their limits, increasing his speed to an extremely terrifying level. It was said that a crisis of life and death would help to improve one's strength. This time, the experience of being hunted down had increased his speed once again. With the help of the Fu Li wings, he could travel 90,000 li * 500 m per li. His speed was not any weaker than Kuan Mo, who possessed the bloodline of the Kuan Peng. Like a purple star, it flickered 5 times in a row. After the 5th flicker, Ning Fan looked at the last 7 slates in front of him with eyes filled with joy. This is the last life and death array. Once I break through this place, I will be able to shake off the realm beast and escape. Ning Fan leaped into the sky and flew towards one of the 7 slates 10,000 li * 500 m per li, ahead. However, just as he was flying halfway, he felt a great sense of danger coming from the front. In the vast sky in front of him, the shadow of a pitch-black giant claw appeared out of nowhere. It was 5,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, in size. It suddenly grabbed at Ning Fan with the terrifying might of a void refinement realm attack. Behind the giant claw, the cloaked burly man's eyes glowed with a dark green light. He suddenly appeared and sneered. I've said it before. You won't be able to run away. Not good. The shadow of the giant claw was too fast. It was so fast that Ning Fan did not even have the time to activate the star positioning plate. He directly patted his storage pouch and summoned Hei Kei and the black dragon in front of him. With the toughness of their physical bodies, they might not necessarily be injured even if they defend against the attack of a half-step void refinement realm being. However, as soon as the shadow of the giant claw struck them, the bodies of the black dragon and the black dragon trembled violently. Countless cracks spread across their bodies. They were actually severely injured by the giant claw. Taking the opportunity when the two corpse puppets blocked the attack of the giant claw, Ning Fan withdrew himself from the situation and flew back to the white slate. Looking at the cloaked burly man who was sneering in front of him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He waved his palms and recalled the dragon and the black dragon to protect himself. "You're that realm beast?" Ning Fan's expression was as cold as still water. No wonder he could not hear the realm beast's voice when he was running for his life. It turned out that the realm beast had already used a secret technique and reached the end of the grand formation in advance. It was preparing to intercept and kill him. "Oh? With your mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base, you actually managed to block my attack for the third time. Interesting. It seems like there are very few divine transformation realm experts who are a match for you. With your potential, if you were given tens of thousands of years to cultivate to the same level as me, I might not be your match. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so. Young man, hand over that lowly slave to me. I can spare your soul and make you my realm slave." The cloaked burly man's expression changed slightly. Not every divine transformation realm expert could survive 3 attacks from him. What shocked him the most was that Ning Fan's speed of breaking through the immortal void grand formation was just too fast. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to escape from the grand formation, the cloaked burly man had no choice but to use a self-damaging secret technique again. He forcefully escaped to the end of the grand formation and stopped Ning Fan there. At this moment, the cloaked burly man had forcefully passed through 49,000 formation eyes and completely withstood the attacks of nearly 6,000 formation lights. A single formation light attack was enough to kill an early void refinement realm expert. 6,000 attacks were unavoidable even for the burly man who had a true immortal realm physical body. Under the cloak, his skin and flesh were festering. His white bones were exposed and his blood was flowing freely. Even if Ning Fan was severely injured, even if his current cultivation base was only at the mid-void refinement realm, and even if Ning Fan was a monstrous genius among the divine transformation realm experts in his eyes, he still did not think that Ning Fan could escape from his pursuit. He had already blocked Ning Fan's path. In his eyes, Ning Fan was not far from death. Realm slave? Ridiculous. I, Lu, have been cultivating diligently all my life just so that I won't become anyone's slave. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. His entire body was filled with killing intent. Facing the realm beast, even if he summons his rogue devil, he might not be able to hurt it. Perhaps the only thing Ning Fan could rely on was Yuan Yao to recover her strength and eliminate this beast. However, he could not place all his hopes on Yuan Yao. Ning Fan's 5 palms grabbed and extracted the soul into his body. His aura force rose sharply and reached the peak of the late divine transformation realm in just a moment. No matter who you are not a reason to make me your slave. As a general, why should I be afraid of death? Being a slave is no different from death. Purple technique, wind mist. He pointed his finger and the golden purple wind mist rolled towards the cloaked burly man. Immediately, the expression of the cloaked burly man changed. Interesting. You are just a divine transformation realm cultivator from the lower worlds. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? You're courting death. Your soul extraction technique isn't weak. However, if it's only at the level of extracting the soul of the earth, it's not worth mentioning at all. This magic technique that fills the sky with sand hasn't reached the standard of the void technique. Even if it has reached the standard, how can it hurt me? The cloaked burly man's eyes were filled with mockery. He stared at Ning Fan as if he was looking at an ant that was struggling on its deathbed. As he dodged the attack with his foot, the ground within the formation suddenly trembled. With a loud bang, it was as if something had shattered. Immediately, Ning Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and his chi suddenly dropped. The earth soul that he extracted into his body was forcefully broken by the cloaked burly man's foot. So this is the means of a true immortal realm cultivator? Even though this realm beast's cultivation base has fallen to the void refinement realm, its means are not even comparable to a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Ning Fan's astonishment made the cloaked burly man feel rather proud. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the golden purple wind and sand that filled the sky. With the strength of my physical body, I can even break through an immortal void realm grand formation. Why would I be afraid of a mere divine transformation realm magic technique of yours? Devour. The cloaked burly man opened his mouth and swallowed all the golden purple wind and sand into his stomach. However, the moment he swallowed the golden purple wind and sand, his eyes were filled with shock. He punched his chest and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood actually had a golden purple color. What kind of magic technique is this? It's clearly just at the divine transformation realm, but it contains an unimaginable power. It can even melt the internal defenses of my true immortal realm internal organs. All of a sudden, the burly man's expression turned extremely unpleasant. His initial mood of playing a cat and mouse with Ning Fan had completely turned into killing intent. If the one who injured him was a life immortal realm expert, he could still accept it. However, a dignified expert at the true crossing realm was injured by an ant. Even if it was because he underestimated his enemy and the injury was only slight, no true immortal realm expert would be able to accept such a thing. This was a humiliation. Taking the opportunity when the realm beast was injured due to its carelessness, Ning Fan's expression changed. Immediately, he rose into the sky and turned into a trace of purple smoke that was as thin as a strand of hair. Then, he soared into the sky and fled. There was a realm beast blocking the way in front of him. It was impossible for him to escape into the place where Luwu was sealed. If he retreats to the back, he would only be caught by the realm beast again. If he hides into the Yuanyao world, the realm beast would only crush the Yuanyao world with a single slap. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. Looking at the purple formation light above his head and the peak of the star palace that was even higher than the formation light, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Inside the grand formation, both the front and the back were already dead. There was no way for him to escape. The only thing he could do was to escape to the outside of the grand formation. I have the wind mist finger. Even if it's an immortal void realm formation, I can still break a gap and enter and exit it freely. As for this realm beast, no matter how powerful it is, its strength has been greatly reduced after all. It's easy for it to enter the formation but difficult for it to get out. No matter what, I must delay him until Beiyao recovers her strength. The golden purple sandstorm blasted on the top of the formation light barrier. Amidst the sound of friction, a small hole was created. Without any hesitation, a purple smoke drifted out of the grand formation and immediately transformed into his Fuli demon body. Like a purple demonic bird that soared through the 9 heavens, he soared into the sky. When the cloaked burly man saw this scene, he was shocked once again. What exactly is that golden purple sandstorm made of? It can even melt a gap in the immortal void realm grand formation. What a cunning brat. You lured me into the formation but you escaped to the outside with your secret technique. But do you think you can escape from me just like that? The cloaked burly man sneered. He also soared into the sky recklessly. Looking at the light barrier of the grand formation above his head, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, sacrificing his own cultivation base to activate his secret technique. In just an instant, his cultivation base fell to the early void refinement realm. However, he spat out a cloud of black mist from his mouth which spread across 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li. Realm melting technique. The realm melting technique, a mist that melts a world. This technique was considered as an extremely powerful technique even among the realm beasts. Ordinary realm beasts might not be able to learn it. The cloaked burly man spat out a mouthful of black mist at the cost of sacrificing himself. This black mist was no small matter. As soon as it came into contact with the formation light, the dignified immortal void realm grand formation began to melt in an instant. A moment later, with a loud bang, the immortal void realm grand formation with 49,000 formation eyes was directly destroyed by the cloaked burly man. The formation light was no longer there. What was left in the ruins were 18 gigantic ancient gates which were floating in the sky. They were none other than the 18 gates of life and death that led to Luwu's sealed place. Not only does this technique harm my own cultivation base, but it will also bring forward the arrival of my great heavenly tribulation. If it isn't necessary, I don't want to use this technique. Liu Bei, you made me hurt myself like this. If I don't tear you into pieces, how am I going to get rid of the hatred in my heart? You must die. At this moment, compared to killing Yuanyao, the realm beast desired to kill Ning Fan more. Killing Yuanyao was for the sake of the mission. Killing Ning Fan, on the other hand, was for the sake of revenge. A mere ant had blocked its attacks time and time again, forced it to hurt itself several times and even used the wind mist finger to ambush it. This was something that the realm beast could not swallow. To Ning Fan, tearing open the gap of the immortal void realm grand formation was also a huge consumption of his strength. If it wasn't because he had a deep understanding of this formation and knew where the formation light was the weakest, he certainly would not be able to successfully tear open the gap. However, before Ning Fan could heave a sigh of relief, he discovered to his shock that the realm beast had actually damaged itself again. Like a mad devil, it destroyed the entire grand formation. That is an immortal void realm grand formation that can trap void fragmentation realm experts. However, it was actually destroyed by this beast with just a mouthful of black mist. This realm beast was too powerful. The difference between Ning Fan and this beast was no longer the same cultivation realm. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. If that black mist sprays on my body, I will definitely die even if I summon my rogue devils, hide in the Xianxia world or use the star positioning plate to defend myself. This realm beast is too strong. If it wasn't because his cultivation base had fallen and his injuries weren't light, why would he need to take a single breath to kill me? I'm not his match. However, I can't retreat. I can't fear him. I can't die either. I can't die. Before my obsession disappears, I can't die. Ning Fan stood in the sky and looked down at the cloaked burly man who destroyed the grand formation with a mouthful of black mist. Escape. There was no way for him to escape. He had to die, but he was unwilling to die. He could only fight. Why would he hesitate to fight? Little Yu'er, lend me the power of your primordial spirit. Even if little brother doesn't say it, big sister is also prepared to lend you the power of my primordial spirit. This realm beast is too strong. It's impossible for ordinary realm beasts to master so many abilities of the realm clan. The reason why this realm beast chased after big sister Yu'er is definitely not simple. This realm beast was most likely sent by that person. That person had also chased after big sister like this in the past. You mustn't die in his hands. In the profounding world inside the Yin-Yang locket, Luoyu stood proudly. The figure of her enemy emerged in her mind and her beautiful eyes turned cold. Her slender fingers formed a series of hand seals and channeled all the remaining power of her primordial spirit into Ning Fan's body through a crack that was opened in the profounding world. Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned cold. A warm current flowed up in his dantian. A trace of feminine but noble aura surrounded his body. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. He gently stroked the hair on his temples like a woman. Even his voice had become feminine. Are you the realm beast sent by the Great Elder? He still hasn't learned the right things and is secretly collaborating with the realm clan. This voice did not come from Ning Fan. At this moment, the control of his body did not belong to Ning Fan, it belonged to Luoyu. Primordial Spirit Possession Technique. You are not Liu Bei. Who exactly are you? How do you know about the Great Elder? The cloaked burly man's eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi had almost risen to the early void refinement realm. Moreover, this early void refinement realm chi was extremely unusual. It seemed to be the same as the cloaked burly man. Both of them had fallen to the early void refinement realm due to severe injuries. How could he not know that there was a trace of the primordial spirit of an expert possessing Ning Fan's body? However, the burly man could not understand what level of expert this was. Just a trace of primordial spirit actually gave him a sense of danger. No matter what, I must kill this person before his primordial spirit completely possesses his body. I must not reveal the relationship between the Great Elder and the Realm Clan. The cloaked burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He roared and transformed into his gigantic pitch-black beast body that was hundreds of thousands of zhang *3. 33 Emperor Zhang in size. The beast body was covered with scars and white bones could be seen. It looked extremely frightening. There were a total of 9 dark golden runes on his body. When he was chasing after Yuan Yao, he had used 8 of them. Only one was left. This was the unique ability of the Realm Beast clan, the power of ancestral talismans. Every realm beast was born with the talismans bestowed by the 9 Dao ancestors. Each of the ancestral talismans had the power to protect its life and attack its enemies. As the realm beast's cultivation realm grew higher, the ancestral talismans would also become more powerful. There were 9 ancestral talismans. Every time one of them was used, there would be one less. At this moment, the realm beast activated the ancestral talismans. All of a sudden, his pitch-black body emitted a dazzling aurora like the sun. The aurora spread and the space within tens of billions of li * 500 m per li, of the Star Palace and Heaven Palace trembled. No matter who you are, you must die today. Ancestral Talisman, break. As the last ancestral talisman crumbled, an unimaginable destructive force spread across the area along with the light of those words. In an instant, it spread across 10 billion li * 500 m per li. The Heaven Palace crumbled and collapsed in the hollow space. When the Heaven Palace collapsed, the Earth Palace and the Human Palace were greatly affected. Countless hollow spaces exploded. The Heaven Palace was directly at the center of the explosion of the ancestral talismans. 1/3 of the Star Palace was directly destroyed. Outside the Star Palace, most of the geniuses of the northern sky were dumbfounded. There were a few people who looked at the Star Palace solemnly. Most of them were shocked. This is the Realm Beast's ancestral talisman destruction technique. An ancestral talisman completely destroyed the Heaven Palace. Could this Realm Beast be the true immortal of the Crossing Truth realm that was chasing after Liu Bei? Not good. The Human Palace and the Earth Palace were still there. However, the space of the Heaven Palace was no longer there. In the pitch-black hollow space, 1/3 of the Star Palace had disappeared. What replaced it was a ferocious beast that was hundreds of thousands of zhong in size. It strangely appeared in the hollow space. Behind the ferocious beast, 18 giant doors were suspended in the air. They were not destroyed. No one knew where they led to. In front of the ferocious beast, countless dark golden light from the ancestral talismans enveloped a young man. It made the young man look like a sun. No one could see his appearance clearly. Countless geniuses looked at the huge beast that exploded the ancestral talismans and destroyed the Star Palace. They were so shocked that they did not even have the courage to escape. Countless geniuses looked at the figure of the young man that was being attacked by the ancestral talismans. Their faces were filled with fear. The young man that was being chased by the realm beast was Liu Bei? Infusion technique. Break. A voice that was a little too feminine could be heard from the golden light. Ning Fan activated the second divine star on his glabella, the Yin Fusion heart. He used the Yin Fusion force to devour the ancestral talisman's golden light. The Yin Fusion force was the best method to restrain the true Yang power. The true Yang power was the source of the realm beast's ancestral talisman. It went without saying that the reason why Luo Yu knew this technique was to deal with the realm beast. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was already under her control. Moreover, if the Yin Fusion technique was used by Luo Yu, there was nothing to fear even if the realm beast's ancestral talisman at the Crossing Truth realm crumbled. With a single word, the golden light surrounding Ning Fan's body was shattered. With light steps, Ning Fan walked out of the golden light. His cold eyes were filled with overwhelming killing intent as he stared at the realm beast. Elder sister, it's Liu Bei. Kiss a wave of astonishment immediately swept through the hearts of countless geniuses in the Northern Heaven realm. He is Liu Bei. He is the person that the realm beast was chasing after. This man actually managed to withstand the collapse of the ancestral talisman of a Crossing Truth realm beast. He is a monster. But, why does this Liu Bei sound like a sissy? Could it be that he is gay? One of the male geniuses muttered to himself. Shut up. Do you want to die? I don't care if he is a sissy or not. His strength is so terrifying. If you continue to spout nonsense, he might kill you. Another male cultivator said fearfully. Pooh. So what if he's a sissy? He has such a personality and is so charming. Many female cultivators of the Northern Heaven realm were somewhat infatuated with Ning Fan's feminine temperament. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. At this moment, his body was not under his control. All his words and actions were done by Luo Yu, who was borrowing his body. Luo Yu was a woman. Naturally, her tone and actions were extremely feminine. Now, Ning Fan did not know whether she could withstand the attack from the realm beast. He only knew one thing. In the eyes of these geniuses of the Northern Heaven Realm, a straight man like him had become a transvestite. Forget it. So be it. I'll get rid of the realm beast first. Little you err, can you win? Ning Fan asked in his mind. It'll be difficult. Luo Yu frowned. After all, she was just a remnant of her primordial spirit. That infusion technique that blocked the ancestral talisman had almost depleted all of her remaining strength. However, I will not admit defeat to a realm beast. Even if I have to cripple my body, I will still settle the old scores with this realm beast. Luo Yu said coldly and arrogantly. Remember. You are using my body now. Ning Fan cursed inwardly. He hoped that his physical body would not be damaged by Luo Yu. To be continued. Broken bricks and rubble floated in the air. In the ruins of the Star Palace, two experts faced each other. Their majestic auras made it hard for countless geniuses to breathe. On one side, there was a pitch-black realm beast with a physical body of several 100,000 zhang * 3. 33 M per zhang. However, due to its severe injuries, it was only giving off an early void refinement stage aura. On the other side was Ning Fan, who was gently playing with his hair with his fingers and wearing a smile on his face. Even though his actions were gentle and feminine, the chi that he gave off was just at the early void refinement realm. Moreover, his chi was showing signs of weakening. But in terms of aura, it was even stronger than the realm beast. Liu Bei or the realm beast, who will win? Why do you still care about this? We only have one mission now, and that is to escape. Following the destruction of the Star Palace and the arrival of danger, these experts from the northern sky no longer dared to stay there. One by one, they took out their star compass and fled along the void. Even those female cultivators who were infatuated with Ning Fan had no choice but to leave under the urging of their senior and junior brothers. This place was already the battlefield between Liu Bei and the realm beast. Regardless of who won or lost, the battle would affect a vast area, and anyone who stood here to watch would undoubtedly die. Tens of thousands of Northern Sky's chosen were no longer concerned about the ownership of the Imperial Star. They only hurriedly fled. However, be it Ning Fan or the realm beast, both of them were staring at each other at the moment. They did not care about the person who had just left and were fighting against each other's aura force. With a loud bang, the aura force of the realm beast was defeated by Ning Fan, who was possessed by Luo Yu. Who are you? Possessing the body of an ant from the lower realms, yet knowing about the matters of the Jia clan, he is definitely not a nobody. The realm beast panted heavily, its eyes filled with killing intent. In terms of aura force, he might not be as strong as Luo Yu. However, in terms of the strength of his physical body, Ning Fan, who was possessed by Luo Yu, was certainly not as strong as the realm beast. Roar! Along with a deafening roar, the realm beast raised its claw and slapped the air in front of it. Even though his cultivation base was greatly damaged, the strength of his physical body was still present. The force of his claw directly turned into a 100,000 zhang * 3. 33 M per zhang, large pitch-black palm imprint and slammed down on Ning Fan's head. Realm palm technique. The terrifying palm print caused the void to tremble wherever it passed. Looking at the gigantic palm above her head, Ning Fan. No, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes turned grim and she let out a soft snort. You want to bully me with your beast body? Humph. What you don't know is that Big Sister's bloodline secret technique specializes in restraining all kinds of body refinement cultivators. A cluster of beauties and flowers can bury a hero. 3,000 weak waters can bury a hero. This is an unchangeable principle. 3,000 weak waters technique. A trace of water blue magic power flowed to his fingertip with the help of his physical body. Luo Yu's hand seals changed continuously as she pointed to the sky. Immediately, layers of aqua blue pools appeared above her head. This pool was called the Weak Water. The Weak Water icy pond had a total of 9 levels. The realm beast's palm print, which was 100,000 zhang long, smashed into the serene pool and easily destroyed the water. However, every time a pool of water was destroyed, there would be a strand of strange blue mana that entered the palm print, causing it to immediately weaken. After collapsing the first layer of serene pool, the palm print was still 500,000 zhang long. After collapsing the third layer of the serene pool, the palm print was only 30,000 feet long. After collapsing the 6th level of the serene pool, the palm print was still 50,000 zhang long. After collapsing the 9th level of the serene pool, the palm print was only 10,000 feet long. The power of this 1,000-foot palm was only equivalent to an attack from a normal soul formation cultivator. With the help of Ning Fan's physical body, Luo Yu held the sky with her white hand and slapped the sky with her soft palm, directly shattering the 1,000-foot palm print. At the moment when the palm print was destroyed, traces of water blue qi penetrated the palm print and entered the body of the realm beast. As soon as the trace of water blue qi entered the body of the realm beast, its gigantic body immediately began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it was only 1,000 zhang long. 3,000 weak water technique. You're a member of the Luo clan. The realm beast's expression changed greatly. According to rumors, the Luo clan of the Northern Heaven had a bloodline secret technique called 3,000 weak water technique. It was a terrifying ability that could seal the strength of one's physical body. The realm beast was planning to suppress Luo Yu with the strength of his beast body. However, he did not expect that Luo Yu would use a secret technique to seal the terrifying strength of the realm beast. 3,000 weak water technique can bury heroes, even if you have a true immortal realm body refinement cultivation base. Once you're hit by this technique, your strength will be greatly reduced and your muscles will become weak. All the geniuses of the Northern Heaven had already fled. Thus, no one had witnessed how strange and terrifying this technique was. If I run into Luo Yu's clansmen in the future, I must be careful. This weak water technique is a little heaven-defying. To the cloaked burly man, it was already meaningless for him to transform into his beast form after his strength was sealed. With a shake of his body, he transformed back into his human form. Under the cloak, a pair of dark green eyes were filled with hatred. You're a remnant of the Luo clan. If I kill you, it will be a great merit for me. With your damaged primordial spirit, you first broke the power of my ancestral talisman and then sealed my body refinement realm. You don't have much strength left. I'm afraid you won't be able to use any of the secret techniques of the Luo clan anymore. The burly man sneered. He took a step forward and directly rushed towards Luo Yu. Even if his strength was sealed, the defense of his physical body was still there. In a head-on collision with Luo Yu's fists, the cloaked burly man definitely had the upper hand. Luo Yu's beautiful eyes turned cold. Her primordial spirit was damaged. After using the melting technique and the weak water technique consecutively, her primordial spirit became even weaker. She could no longer endure the torment of a large-scale secret technique. Seeing the burly man's ferocious fists coming at her, Luo Yu could barely defend herself. She tried to use Ning Fan's physical body to block the attack. However, her shoulder blade was directly hit by the burly man's fist, breaking all of her bones. Luo Yu was not good at body techniques at all. Seeing that his first punch was successful, the burly man sneered and sent more punches towards Luo Yu. While dodging left and right, Luo Yu kept getting hit by his punches. Naturally, all of the punches landed on Ning Fan's physical body. Let me do it. You just need to borrow the power of my primordial spirit. In his mind, Ning Fan could not stand it anymore. Luo Yu was not good at body techniques. Even if she sealed the realm beast's true immortal realm strength, she still did not have the upper hand. I'm sorry. I'm not good at close combat. You do it. Luo Yu felt guilty and blamed herself. It was because of her that Ning Fan's physical body was severely injured. Ning Fan's physical body instantly closed its eyes. Facing the incoming punches of the burly man, he did not dodge them at all. In the eyes of the burly man, Ning Fan's actions turned into mockery. Humph. Now that you know you're not my match, are you giving up? Seeing Ning Fan lowering his head and waiting for his death, the burly man naturally thought that victory was already in his grasp. However, when his punch landed on Ning Fan's body, it did not feel like he had hit anything tangible. At the same time, Ning Fan who was hit opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes shone brightly. His body dispersed into countless black shadows. After dispersing and condensing, they condensed into a black-haired, cold-looking young man in black robes 1000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away. You seem to be very happy to be chasing me. You're also very happy to be hitting me. Breaking and condensing. Breaking and condensing again. After breaking and condensing his body several times, Ning Fan examined his body with his spirit sense. The bones that were broken by the burly man had already healed with some difficulty. Even though there were still some injuries, they were no longer a hindrance to him in battle. Realm Beast, die. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He had been chased by the Realm Beast along the way and was on the brink of death several times. At this moment, the Realm Beast's chi power had been sealed by Luoyu, causing its cultivation base to drop to the Void Refinement Realm. As for Ning Fan, he had also reached the Void Refinement Realm with Luoyu's help. At this moment, Ning Fan had the qualifications to fight against the burly man on equal footing. Luoyu was not good at physical combat, but Ning Fan's body technique was not weak. Boom! Ning Fan's fist met the burly man's fist light. When both of their fists collided, both of them were pushed back 10,000 zhang 33 m per zhang, in the void. Then, they immediately engaged each other in combat. It was difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. What was different was the expression of the two of them. Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as ice. He was calm and unmoved by everything in the world. The burly man's eyes, however, were filled with anger. Incarnation technique? And you've even cultivated it to the level of self-recovery? But so what? The burly man felt even more humiliated. Given his identity, if it wasn't because of his severe injuries and his chi power being sealed by Luoyu, it would not be difficult for him to crush Ning Fan to death. A mere divine transformation realm ant actually dared to exchange blows with him. Even though the burly man remained unscathed with his strong physical defense, his heart was filled with rage. You're just an ant. Scram! 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 The burly man roared angrily, causing countless void storms to swirl. No matter how hard the burly man's fists were or how violent the void storms were, Ning Fan would condense into a black shadow every time his body was destroyed. Then, he would launch another attack. There were no techniques or fancy moves. All he had was the will to fight to the death. The cloaked burly man's physical defense was so strong that Ning Fan could not injure him. As for Ning Fan's incarnation technique, his injuries became more and more severe after the attacks of the cloaked burly man. It was not that Ning Fan's incarnation was invulnerable. It was just that Ning Fan's previous opponents were too weak and they could not injure him at all. The Realm Beast, however, was different. His attacks constantly damaged Ning Fan's incarnation. Fresh blood drenched his black robes. His entire body was burning with pain. However, Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as before. He would not be shaken by any emotion, not be shocked by any powerful enemy and not be confused by any illusions. His incarnation was heartless, emotionless, and fearless. Boom! After another clash of fists, Ning Fan was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang 33 m per zhang, away. The Realm Beast, on the other hand, was not having a good time either. It was continuously attacked by Ning Fan. Even though it was not directly injured by Ning Fan's attacks, it caused countless wounds on its body to open up, aggravating its previous injuries. The prodigies of the northern heaven who had already fled 1 million li 500 m per li, away from the battlefield halted their steps with lingering fear in their hearts. They had finally escaped to a safe distance. However, they were still paying close attention to the battle between Ning Fan and the Realm Beast. Each of them took out their secret treasures such as the Heavenly Abode Mirror and the Image Transmission Stone to observe the battlefield outside the Star Palace. However, as soon as they saw what was happening in their secret treasures, none of them could remain calm. The black-robed young man who was fighting the Realm Beast with all his might was extremely thin and weak. However, he had such a cold expression on his face, he was fearless. From the very beginning, this young man who was called Liu Bei had never been afraid of the Realm Beast. When the group of prodigies saw the Realm Beast fleeing for his life, Ning Fan remained at his original spot and continued to exchange blows with the Realm Beast. The ruins of the Heaven Palace were dyed red with fresh blood. However, no matter how much blood he shed, Ning Fan became braver as he fought. I don't know what kind of secret technique this Liu Bei is using. His cultivation base is obviously at the mid-divine transformation realm, but he's borrowing the strength of an early void refinement realm cultivator to fight against the Realm Beast. From the looks of it, it's the primordial spirit possession technique. It seems like there's an expert's primordial spirit hidden in Liu Bei's body, And the reason why he was able to draw with the realm beast was because he borrowed the power of this expert. So what if I borrow the strength of others? Those that could be used for one's own use were considered a type of strength, weren't they? Besides, even if he borrowed the primordial spirit of others to temporarily display the strength of a void refinement realm cultivator, it would still be impossible for him to go head-on against this realm beast's physical body. This Liu Bei seems to have used some kind of secret technique to force the realm beast to be unable to display the strength of its physical body, making it unable to display any true immortal realm body refining technique. What? There was actually a secret technique that could seal one's physical strength in this world. This is too heaven-defying. Each of the young men discussed animatedly. In their eyes, Ning Fan's image became even more profound and unfathomable. Each of the young ladies' eyes were filled with infatuation. In their eyes, the feminine Ning Fan had a unique temperament. However, the current Ning Fan who was cold and indifferent made these young ladies of aristocratic clans who lived like princes and princesses. He's very handsome. Ning Fan did not know how many geniuses were paying attention to him. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly focused. His eyes were only on the cloaked burly man. His incarnation crumbled again and again, aggravating his injuries. However, Ning Fan had already forgotten about victory or defeat. There was only one obsession in his mind: I must hold on until the moment Xianxia recovers her cultivation base. In this world, there were too many times when you knew that you could not defeat your enemy but you must never retreat. Ning Fan's consciousness gradually blurred. His demon blood was boiling. While he was in a trance, the memories of his bloodline flowed into his sea of consciousness. Ning Fan seemed to be seeing illusions. It was the scene of the birth of the Fu Li clan in the ancient times. There was no Fu Li in this world until one day, when a young man in purple robes single-handedly massacred the desolate Ian and unified the demon race. On that day, most of the members of the demon race surrendered. These members of the true spirit realm were properly settled down by the young man in purple robes. On that day, a few old ancestors of the true spirit realm swore to never surrender. They fought until the very end and burned up the last drop of their demon blood. After they died, they received the respect of the young man in purple robes. With his great abilities, he resurrected them and gave them a new life. Then, he gave them the title of the Fu Li clan, the Tilt of the Heavens, the Heart of Li Bandit. Only those who would not kneel in defeat and would not surrender even in death were qualified to monitor the heavenly Tao and uphold justice. The members of the Fu Li clan are the ashes of those who would not surrender even in death. When I met the Fu Li clan, I accidentally awakened the Fu Li blood. However, it was not a coincidence. In the unseen world, I am also unyielding. The path of cultivation is always going against the heavens. If I can't straighten my back, I won't be qualified to aspire to the strongest cultivation realm at all. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. A hint of enlightenment rose in his heart. A battle of blood for blood had unexpectedly improved his mental state and cultivation base. The realm beast could no longer endure it. He looked down on ants and he was even more unwilling to fight an ant on the same level as him. In his eyes, Ning Fan was just an ant, the most detestable ant in the world. Damn it. If only I have a way to kill this brat. That bitch is hiding in the golden flame chariot while the chariot is kept in his storage pouch. As long as I kill this brat and that bitch, everything will be over. While he was planning, two giant doors suddenly appeared in the void. The doors opened and an old man in black robes walked out from each of the doors. Both of them had ferocious eyes. As soon as the two of them appeared, their eyes turned grim. Hey Moo, the Great Elder asked you to kill that bitch. Why are you entangling yourself with a divine transformation realm ant? The appearance of the two of them was too sudden. When the giant doors opened, countless geniuses of the northern heaven were immediately shocked. The realm gate technique. Another two true immortal realm beasts have descended to the lower world. Not good. Run now. The sudden change made tens of thousands of experts of the northern heaven no longer have the intention to spy on Ning Fan. All of them fled in panic. The appearance of the two of them made Ning Fan's eyes turn grim. After exchanging a punch with the cloaked man, he immediately distanced himself from them. His chi became weak and his body straightened. Another two true immortals. Ning Fan's 7 apertures were burning with blood. His eyes were cold and heavy. Today, I might have to pay with my life here, Realm Gate? Yi Lu, Yi Gu, why are you here? The cloaked man's eyes were filled with displeasure. You have to ask yourself this. After killing a bitch who sealed her own cultivation base, she still hasn't returned to the clan to submit the mission. The Great Elder was a little anxious. Where's Hei Wu? He's dead. He was killed by that bitch. Trash. Two true crossing realm experts chased after a bitch who sealed her own cultivation base. One of them died and the other was injured. Where's that bitch? Her life plate hasn't been broken yet. Why are you entangling yourself with a divine transformation realm brat instead of killing her? The two black-robed old men looked at the cloaked man with sarcasm. Their sarcastic expressions made the cloaked man burn with anger. If it wasn't for a series of reasons, he wouldn't have killed Yuan Yao earlier. Why would he embarrass himself by entangling himself with Ning Fan? Don't be too proud of yourself. That bitch is in his golden flame carriage in his storage pouch. After killing this brat, we can kill that bitch. The three of us will attack together and kill this brat. As soon as the cloaked man finished his words, the two true immortals' eyes immediately fell on Ning Fan. They weren't the cloaked man who was in his peak state. At this moment, they could crush Ning Fan like an ant. One of the old men took a step forward. The force of that step immediately caused countless cracks to spread in the void. All of a sudden, Ning Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured. Hand over that bitch. This old man will guarantee your survival. The old man called Yi Lu sneered. Don't even think about it. You're courting death. Yi Lu took another step. Ning Fan's muscles and bones were all broken. Blood gushed out from his body like a fountain, but he was still standing. Don't even think about it. Ning Fan looked at the three of them with a sneer. Perhaps he would die because he was too weak. However, his cultivation base could be weak but his heart couldn't be. If he gave in, even if he could survive and become stronger, it wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. Oh? This brat's life is quite tough. However, you will die for sure when I take my next step. I'm currently at an important juncture of tempering my state of mind. I really don't want to kill anyone. This old man will give you one last chance. Hand over that bitch. Don't even think about it. Ning Fan sneered. His smile immediately ignited the old man's anger. Good. Good. You have guts. Do you want to die? This old man will fulfill your wish. Yi Lu's killing intent condensed on his foot. As long as he took a step forward, Ning Fan would definitely die. However, before his foot landed, a million Li asterisk, 500 M per Li, was suddenly suppressed by an arrogant and peerless aura force. A golden light flashed in Ning Fan's storage pouch. A beautiful woman in palace attire slowly walked out. Her heart ached when she saw Ning Fan was severely injured. I don't like killing people, but I don't like him getting injured even more. All of you must die. To be continued. Looking at the cold-looking young man who was covered in blood, Yuan Yao's heart ached. She could not imagine what kind of tough battle Ning Fan had gone through and what kind of torture he had to go through to accumulate such heavy injuries. All along, Yuan Yao had been intentionally avoiding Ning Fan because reality reminded her that there were some things that she should not even think about. However, at this moment, she could no longer hide her feelings. When she saw Ning Fan's heavily injured appearance, she could not suppress the fear in her heart. Will he die? He can't die. If he dies. If he dies, her shoulders were trembling. She did not even dare to look at Ning Fan at this moment. She did not dare to touch Ning Fan's body because there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Yuan Yao bit her lower lip until it bled. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and tears flowed down. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You paid such a huge price to protect me. It's not worth it. I obviously can't give you anything. Ning Fan, who was severely injured, obviously had no strength to lift his fingers. However, he still wiped the blood off his face with difficulty and put on his usual harmless smile. Facing Yuan Yao's self-blame, he shook his head disapprovingly. Miss Bei Yao, you came too late. If I die, won't you become a widow? Pa. Don't talk nonsense. Yuan Yao's tears flowed to the corner of her lips. However, she laughed because of Ning Fan's words. This brat is always so irritating. He's already so injured but he still has the mood to joke around with me. Speaking of which, whose primordial spirit did Ning Fan borrow previously belong to? Why does his chi feel so familiar? Yuan Yao shook her head. Now was not the time to think about these things. As long as she saw that Ning Fan was not dead, she would feel relieved. Her phoenix eyes turned cold. There were some debts that needed to be settled with these realm beasts. Thank you. You protected me just now. From now on, I will protect you. Her phoenix eyes were very cold. She had never been so angry before. Even if she was called a lowly slave by these realm beasts, she did not care. However, when she saw Ning Fan being injured by the realm beasts, she could not calm down. You guys shouldn't have provoked me like this. Just now, were you the one who stepped on him and injured him? Yuan Yao's graceful figure suddenly took a step forward and landed on the ground. The soft shoes seemed to be weak, but with this one step, a shocking aura swept across the void for millions of kilometers. With this one step, the void within 1,000,000 kilometers seemed to tremble in fear. With this one step, the three realm beasts coughed out blood and their expressions changed drastically. Bitch, bitch. You've recovered your cultivation. Not good. Run. She's at the Shidong stage, we're definitely not her match. Without hesitation, the two black-robed elders formed hand seals and attempted to open the realm gate to escape. At this moment, the cloaked man's teeth were trembling. When Yuan Yao was at her peak, he didn't even have the courage to resist. However, a crack had just appeared in the dimension gate when Yuan Yao raised her foot and stomped it hatefully on the ground. Layers of the void were torn apart by an unstoppable force. As soon as the two dimension gates appeared, they were immediately crushed by Yuan Yao's stomp. The three realm beasts were just about to flee when she took a step forward, causing them to cough up blood again. The cloaked man's injuries were especially severe. After Yuan Yao took 2 steps forward, his powerful true immortal level demon body exploded with a loud bang. Arg! The cloaked man let out a miserable cry. His physical body was destroyed, leaving only his demon soul. His expression was filled with panic. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Yuan Yao, begging for mercy. Fairy, please spare my life. Heimu was being foolish just now. That's why he chased after you. Please forgive me. As for the other two true immortals, they exchanged glances with each other when they saw how powerful Yuan Yao was. Their eyes turned ruthless and they activated the ancestral talismans on their backs. Ancestral talismans, break. Each of them had 6 ancestral talismans while the other had 7. The rest of them had been used in the previous battle. The destruction of the ancestral talismans was powerful enough to destroy the Heaven Palace Hall. However, Yuan Yao didn't even look at the light of the ancestral talismans. She pointed her finger and layers of magical power spread out, sealing all the power of the ancestral talismans. With another point, all the ancestral talismans of the two true immortals vanished into thin air. A powerful finger force landed on their chests, causing them to cough out blood. They were seriously injured. Facing Yuan Yao, the two true immortals didn't even have the strength to fight back. This scene fell into the eyes of the Northern Sky's proud sons and daughters who were millions of miles away. They were all astonished. Who is this woman? She's too powerful. She just appeared and made 3 true immortals want to die in fear with just 2 steps. I don't know. Her cultivation level is too high. It's not something we can pry. Our cultivation level is too low. Unless she wants to, we can't even see her appearance. She casually injured 3 true immortals and made the dignified Duzhen realm beast kneel down and beg for mercy. Could it be that this woman is an old monster of the void-rending realm? But I clearly saw this woman running out from Liu Bei's storage pouch. Could it be that this woman is a senior of Liu Bei's clan? Void-rending realm. When they thought of this realm, the hearts of the Northern Sky's proud sons and daughters went numb. The 7 realms of cultivation was the first realm. From the vein-opening realm to the void fragmentation realm, one needed to understand the word void. After mastering the word void, one could break the void, ascend and become an immortal, breaking through to the immortal realm. The 3 realms of cultivation was the second realm. An expert who had just broken through the peak of the void fragmentation realm and successfully ascended was the first realm, Life Immortal realm. Life Immortals were divided into Human Immortal and Ghost Immortal. Human Immortals understood the word life while Ghost Immortals understood the word death. When a cultivator reached the peak of Life Immortal realm, he would be immortal and have a limitless lifespan. However, what followed was the minor heavenly tribulation and the major heavenly tribulation. The realm higher than Life Immortal realm was True Immortal realm. True Immortal realm was divided into 3 realms. The key was to understand the word truth. The purpose of cultivation was to understand the truth of the Tao. The first realm of True Immortal realm was the Duzhen realm. The second realm of True Immortal realm was the Void-Rending realm. The 3 world beasts were only at the Duzhen realm. However, Yuan Yao was already an expert at the Void-Rending realm. Although the 2 of them were only 1 realm apart, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. To make an analogy, it was like the difference between a void fragmentation realm old monster and a nascent soul realm cultivator. They were invincible. No nascent soul realm cultivator could defeat a void fragmentation realm old monster. There was also no Duzhen cultivator who could defeat Shikong. Even when Yuan Yao sealed her cultivation base to the void fragmentation realm, she could still kill one of the world beasts and severely injure the other one. Now that she was at her peak, killing the 3 world beasts was as easy as killing ants. With Yuan Yao's cultivation base at her peak, if she did not want anyone to see her face, no one under the void-rending realm would be able to see her face clearly even if she did not wear a veil. These geniuses of the northern heaven did not know that Yuan Yao was the palace lord of the Lost World Palace. They also did not know that Yuan Yao was not Ning Fan's senior but his woman. Even though they did not know it, the respect that these geniuses had for Ning Fan was already indescribable. What exactly is this Liu Bei's identity? Could he be a posthumous child of one of the 10 great secret clans in the lower world? Otherwise, why would he have old monster Shikong protecting him? Old monster Shikong is a ruthless person who could destroy the 9 worlds in the lower world with a single palm strike. Even in the upper world, each old monster Shikong is an existence that can be counted with one's fingers. No one dares to provoke them. Liu Bei must not be provoked. Damn it. The old ancestor of my Yuan family is just a human immortal realm cultivator. Normally, I would be extremely grateful to him for giving me some pointers. My goodness! This Liu Bei has a void-rending realm helper with him. Who dares to provoke him? Who dares to touch him? This group of geniuses was already stunned. All the male cultivators were in awe of Ning Fan. On the other hand, the female cultivators were even more infatuated with Ning Fan as if he was their Prince Charming. In their eyes, even though Ning Fan was a little skinny and weak, his appearance was not bad. When he was feminine, he was very special. When he was cold, he was cool and handsome. His strength was astonishing and he had a glorious battle record. Since he could defeat Zichuan, he might have already killed Lin Su. His character and strength were top-notch. More importantly, he could easily bring out a void-rending realm helper, a typical tall, rich and handsome man. Even though these young girls were the outstanding figures of their respective sex and forces, there was nothing wrong with young girls falling in love with heroes. It was just like how men fell in love with beautiful women. They were watching from the side. Many of them were even preparing to send a voice transmission to their clans to report what had happened here. However, just as the geniuses took out their voice transmission flying swords and voice transmission compasses, they all collapsed without any warning. Then, a cold and noble voice of a lady was heard. No one is allowed to stay here. You are not allowed to report what happened here to your clans. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed by me. Each of the geniuses of the Northern Heaven realm was frightened. They were threatened by a void-rending realm old monster. Would they dare to disobey? Of course not. Retreat. Retreat now. I'll warn you first. If anyone dares to use a secret technique to leak what happened here on the way back to the Northern Heaven realm, don't blame me for killing you mercilessly. A half-step void refinement realm old monster coldly glanced at the group of young men and threatened. Yuan Yao had already asked these geniuses to scram and forbid them from sending any messages. This old monster did not dare to disobey her. However, he was afraid that some of them would send a message to their clans, provoking Yuan Yao to kill them and implicating the other innocent people. Therefore, he had to say the ugly words first. The old man's words immediately gained the support of countless people. Old ancestor Yuan Ming is right. Whoever dares to send a message and offends this void-rending realm senior, I will kill him without hesitation even if you are a genius. I will kill whoever dares to send a message. I agree. Yuan Yao's words directly made tens of thousands of geniuses yield obediently. None of them dared to disobey her. When one's reputation reached a certain level, one would not even need to use a mental seal to make others not dare to disobey her orders. This time, the geniuses of the northern heaven completely left. Among the three realm beasts, other than the cloaked burly man who was kneeling on the ground, the two true immortals looked terrified. Yuan, my name is Bei Yao. Yuan Yao looked at Ning Fan worriedly, afraid that he would know her identity. She was afraid that she did not dare to tell him her identity in the past. Now, she was even more afraid to do so. In the past, she did not dare to do so because she was afraid that Ning Fan would plot against her. Now, she did not dare to do so because she was afraid that she would implicate him. She and Ning Fan must not have any relationship. Even if she had to protect him now, they could not be together. It was because Yuan Yao was the palace lord of the Lost World Palace. It was an extremely special identity. If she breaks the rules, she would die and Ning Fan would also be eliminated by countless forces. Her phoenix-like eyes coldly swept across the three realm beasts. The cloaked burly man was still kowtowing to apologize. The other two realm beasts felt their souls tremble. They gritted their teeth and knelt down as well. Bei. Fairy Bei Yao, we were reckless and have offended all of you. All of this was the Great Elder's order. We were just following his orders, the Great Elder, huh? Yuan Yao gritted her teeth but did not say anything. It seemed like she had already guessed it. Her phoenix-like eyes stared at Ning Fan indifferently. When she saw his injuries again, her heart ached again. She had never been a vicious woman. However, today, she wanted to be vicious for once. It's useless to kneel before me. I want the three of you to kowtow to Liu Bei. Bei Yao's face was as cold as ice. What? We are dignified true immortals of the crossing truth realm. How can we kowtow to a divine transformation realm ant? Asterisk pa asterisk asterisk pa asterisk asterisk pa asterisk Yuan Yao's body tilted slightly. It seemed like she had moved a little but at the same time, it seemed like she was standing still on the same spot. However, a terrifying palm print was left on the cheeks of the three experts for no reason. Half of the teeth and bones on their faces were shattered. Shockingly, this was done by Yuan Yao at a terrifyingly fast speed. You can scold me but you can't scold him. Damn it, the three true immortals had their own pride. They could submit to Yuan Yao but to Ning Fan was even worse than death. However, if they do not want to die, they must kowtow to Ning Fan. The three of them gritted their teeth as if they were suffering great pain. In the end, they kowtowed to Ning Fan 9 times. Yuan Yao's face revealed a cold and resentful smile. It was the first time she showed such an expression in her life. In the past, she blamed Ning Fan for being so vicious to the White Devil sect. Today, she finally understood that no matter how kind a person is, they would still be vicious if someone important to them was harmed. You have kowtowed to me but I still won't show any mercy. I don't like to kill people but I hate to see them get hurt even more. Liu Bei, you lost 2 spiritual puppets when you were being chased by them, right? Now, I will give you 3. Sacrificial puppet technique. The pain in Yuan Yao's heart turned into a ray of purple light and she pointed her finger at them. At first, it was just one ray of purple light. Eventually, it divided into 3 rays and went into the bodies of the 3 experts. As soon as the purple light entered their bodies, it immediately turned into purple flames and engulfed the 3 experts. The purple flames burned their bodies, causing them to scream in agony as they died. Their eyes were filled with hatred. You didn't keep your promise. We have already knelt down. I have never said that I will let you go. Now, up here. Asterisk sizzle asterisk within the purple flames, the demon souls of the 3 experts were extinguished, leaving only their physical bodies. Ning Fan had been watching Yuan Yao's every word and action without interfering. However, when he saw Yuan Yao killing the 3 experts with hatred and even refining them into spiritual puppets, he could not help but feel a little pity for her. You don't have to force yourself. Killing has never been a happy thing. I know you don't like to kill people. With your help, it might be better for me to kill them myself. But they hurt you. Yuan Yao's eyes no longer had a hint of nobility like before. There was only confusion and trembling. Self-blame, guilt and fear. She was afraid of how crazy she would be if Ning Fan died. Puff Yuan Yao spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face immediately turned pale. The purple flames on her fingertips burned and then stopped, leaving only 3 incomplete spiritual puppets. Her vision turned black and she almost fainted. In fact, she had not completely recovered her cultivation base. However, when she saw that Ning Fan was in danger, she did not want to wait any longer. She forcefully refined a large amount of magic power into her immortal veins at the cost of harming herself. Bei Yao. Ning Fan's eyes were a little nervous. He held Yuan Yao and checked her internal qi. Only then did he realize that she had not completely recovered her cultivation base. She was just forcing herself to come to save him. I'm sorry. These are 3 great true immortal corpses, but I failed to refine them into spiritual puppets. Yuan Yao hated herself for being useless. Perhaps she was about to part ways with Ning Fan. Perhaps they would never meet again. Before they part, she wanted to refine 3 immortal puppets for Ning Fan, but she couldn't even do it. They are just incomplete spiritual puppets which are only equivalent to early void refinement realm cultivators. Can they really protect Ning Fan? I like these 3 spiritual puppets very much. Early void refinement realm, huh? It just so happens that with my current cultivation base, I definitely won't be able to control a void fragmentation realm or an immortal realm puppet. Moreover, I might even be devoured by the puppet. Ning Fan pinched Yuan Yao's wrist playfully and praised the 3 realm beast spiritual puppets without hesitation. Then, he immediately kept them into his storage pouch. After being touched by Ning Fan, Yuan Yao seemed to have regained some of her strength. She retracted her hand angrily and her eyes were filled with struggle. You were ridiculous the last time. This will be the last time. You, watch your limits. Yuan Yao felt both heartache and anger towards Ning Fan, who was injured. He was clearly half dead, yet he still came to tease her. Did he want sex more than his life? But, thank you for protecting me all the way here. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you in the northern heavens. Yuan Yao said earnestly. When Ning Fan did not betray her even when facing 3 true immortals, she could not help but feel touched. How are you going to repay me? Ning Fan purposely glanced at Yuan Yao's ample breasts. You. Don't even think about it. Yuan Yao was slightly nervous and crossed her arms across her chest. I must never do it with Ning Fan a 3rd time. The first time was an accident, the second time was helplessness, and the 3rd time, he would be in deep trouble. He had to protect his bottom line. To be continued. The 18 layers of gates of life and death were floating strangely in the void space. They were faintly discernible and there were 9 chances of survival and 9 chances of death. If one were to enter the gates of death by mistake, even a void refinement realm expert would certainly die without a doubt. Fortunately, Wei Xian had already identified the 9 doors of life for Ning Fan and he had even entered 6 of them. Of the remaining 3 life gates, one of them led to the place where Luwu was sealed. In the void, there were ruins of mountain rocks and debris floating everywhere. In the ruins, Ning Fan and the ladies stood on the star compass. All of them were staring at the gate of life and death. Among them, Ning Fan consumed a few 5th revolution healing pills to suppress his injuries. Purple light flashed in his left eye as he activated the Fu Li Eye, trying to identify who among the 3 life gates had sealed Lu Wu. As for the other women, they either sighed, rejoiced, or lamented. Most of them found it hard to believe that they were still alive. Beside the girls, 1 dragon and 1 serpent were injured, but they were still protecting them. In addition to these 2 corpse puppets, there were 3 more cloaked puppets with green eyes. Brother Liu Bei, is it true? These 3 puppets were all refined from true immortal world beasts. Sister Bei Yao is so powerful. Xianxia's eyes sparkled like stars. She held a longsword and knocked on the 3 new puppets. I can't be wrong. These 3 puppets were made from the corpses of perfected immortals. Even though they were only semi-finished products, all 3 of them possessed early spatial tempering stage power. That's right. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. If it wasn't for Yuan Yao's help this time, perhaps he would have really died. Yuan Yao did not completely recover her cultivation. After killing the realm beast, she sealed her cultivation to the deity transformation realm again. However, the seal this time around was only temporary. As long as Yuan Yao was willing, she could break the seal at any time and unleash the power of the Sky-Split realm. Sealing his cultivation would reduce the burden on his immortal meridians and help him recover from his injuries. That was all. As for Luo Yu, because she had lent Ning Fan her primordial spirit power, her damaged primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. In order to protect herself, she had sealed herself in the yin-yang locket and went into a deep slumber. Ning Fan did not tell Yuan Yao about Luo Yu. He just secretly made up his mind that after returning to the Endless Sea this time, he must find some primordial spirit nourishing items to help Luo Yu recover the power of her primordial spirit. No matter what, it's all thanks to Bei Yao that we were able to survive. I just didn't expect Bei Yao to be a shedding void realm expert. Wu Yan looked at Yuan Yao with gratitude in her eyes. Her words made Yuan Yao feel ashamed. If it wasn't because of me, all of you wouldn't have been chased by the realm beast. It's all my fault. Alright. Don't thank me, I apologize to you. Let's get down to business first, little cucumber. Which life gate should we enter? We can't delay it any longer. If there are other realm beasts chasing after us, it will be troublesome. Yes, we do need to hurry. Ning Fan nodded his head and activated his Fu Li Eye to its limit. Of the 9 doors of life, the 6 paths didn't need to enter, so he only needed to choose 3. Among the 3 snow-white gates, only one of them flickered with a trace of golden light. As soon as his Fu Li Eye caught the trace of golden light, he immediately flicked his sleeve without hesitation, sweeping up all of his women and spiritual puppets. Then, he turned into a ray of light and entered one of the living doors. The moment they entered the giant door, all 18 of the giant doors collapsed. The strangest thing was that the entire Star Palace disappeared without a trace in a split second. A few days later, the 3 realm gates opened again in the void ruins. 3 experts walked out of the gates one after another. All of them were realm beasts at the true immortal realm. The leader of the 3 was holding a tracking compass in his hand. It seemed like he had come here to track Yuan Yao. A trace of Yuan Yao's chi was sealed inside the compass. As long as the distance between them was within 10 billion li * 500 m per li, it would be able to display Yuan Yao's location. However, just as the 3 of them were on their way to the Star Palace, the light dot on the compass that represented Yuan Yao's location flashed and disappeared. The leading elderly man stared at the ruins with a gloomy expression. The Star Palace has disappeared. That bitch has also disappeared. What's going on? Could it be that bitch has hidden herself in a medium-sized world? Humph. That bitch is lucky. She actually managed to escape. How are we going to explain this to the Great Elder when we return to the clan? Explain? Just say what you want to say. The life tablets of Hei Wu, Hei Mu, Yi Lu, and Yi Gu in the clan have been broken. They are naturally dead. For true immortals were chasing after a bitch who sealed her own cultivation base, but all of them died. The Great Elder is very angry. Just now, on our way here, we captured a few juniors and searched their souls and memories. In their memories, they seem to have mentioned a divine transformation realm young man named Liu Bei who fought Hei Wu to a draw. After that bitch also appeared from that young man's storage pouch. Could it be that the reason why Hei Mu and the others failed to kill that bitch was because of that young man's interference? That's impossible. Even if Hei Mu is severely injured, he is still a true immortal realm cultivator. How is it possible for him to fight a divine transformation realm cultivator to a draw? That bitch has already disappeared. Let's return to the clan quickly and report this matter to the Great Elder. After the 3 of them finished their discussion, they stepped into the realm gates and left. Ning Fan did not know that the Star Palace had gone missing because he had entered the correct life gate. He also did not know that a few days after he entered the Star Palace, there were people chasing after him again. Inside the life gate, there was a sea of clouds that was made up of clouds and mist. Ning Fan and the others walked for a few days in the sea of clouds and finally arrived at a gigantic palace that was made up of clouds and mist. The palace that was made of clouds and mist was so huge that they could not see the top of it at all. What was even more strange was that there were jade stairs and pillars in the palace, but there was no door to enter it. Even though there was no door to the palace, they could faintly sense a hint of obscure and ferocious chi from it. It seemed to be the sealed luwu. The killing formation surrounding the palace was even more terrifying. If there are any demons who enter this palace without permission, they would probably die immediately. Even though there were no stars in this place, it seemed to be the hub of all the starlight. It could decide the ownership of all the star power in the Star Palace. Even Yuan Yao was a little surprised when she saw this palace for the first time. What a magnificent cloud palace! If I'm not mistaken, there is an immortal emperor realm killing formation above this cloud palace. Unless one has the key to the Star Palace or has the cultivation base of an immortal emperor, no one can enter this palace. This place is most likely the center of the Star Palace. I didn't expect that such a palace would be sealed in a star palace that has been desolate for hundreds of millions of years. Even Yuan Yao was surprised, let alone the other women. Only Ning Fan's eyes were calm. He had seen many of such huge palaces that he could not see the top of in his dream of reincarnation in the ancient heavenly court. This is an immortal palace. It's the residence of an immortal emperor. Perhaps, this was one of the sleeping chambers of the Heaven Sovereign. Is Luwu inside? Lu Daochen once said that the reason why he begged me to let him go was because I'm a human. That's why I can enter this palace. I have the royal bloodline, which is why I can wash away Luwu's sin seal. The sin seal is the punishment that the large True Spirit clan gives to traitors. It's a seal of sins. Those who are inflicted with the sin seal will have their souls trapped even after they die. They won't be able to reincarnate and will be tortured all day long. As for the formation light of this palace, it seems to be specially set up to monitor the demon race. Is this the reason why Lu Daochen took a fancy to my identity as a human? However, there are no doors on all four sides of this huge palace. How am I supposed to enter it? Perhaps, I should call for Lu Wu and ask him to open the door from the inside? Asterisk swoosh asterisk a thought flashed across Ning Fan's mind. He immediately took out an ancient scroll painting and opened it. The painting depicted a demon marshal who was wearing golden armor with a tiger's head. He was riding on a golden flame chariot which was pulled by 9 demon beasts. The lands that the golden flame chariot passed through were herb gardens that were full of spiritual chi. Behind all the herb gardens in the background, a majestic and massive palace made of clouds and mist could be vaguely seen. It looked almost the same as the huge palace in this place. This painting was given to Ning Fan by Lu Daochen. According to the legends, it was painted by a painting immortal of the ancient heavenly court. When the painting was revealed, Wu Yan, Shi Ran and Yu Lingkong's eyes lit up. This is an immortal painting. The paintings of mortals can at most pass off the fake as genuine. In the end, it's just an illusion. However, the paintings of immortals can bring the things in the painting back to life. Even though this is just a scroll painting, it must have been created by a true immortal. How is this a painting? It's obviously a magic treasure painting scroll. Yu Lingkong was the first to praise it. That's right. If this painting falls into the hands of a Void Refinement Realm cultivator, it will be a void treasure which can summon the Void Refinement Realm beings in the painting to help them kill their enemies. Even if the immortal who created this painting isn't at the Shedding Void Realm, he is most likely at the Peak Crossing Truth Realm. Yuan Yao's eyes were higher and she could see more accurately. Ning Fan did not explain the origin of this painting. Instead, he was looking for a way to open the huge palace. This painting was given to him by Lu Daochen. From a certain point of view, it could also be considered as Ning Fan's keepsake. Ning Fan took a light breath and cupped his fists towards the direction of the huge palace. I'm Liu Bei of the Luo Yun tribe. I'm here to help Demon Marshal Lu Wu remove the evil seal and retrieve the Emperor Star at the request of General Yun. Please open the palace door, General Lu. Ning Fan's clear voice reverberated around the cloud palace 3 times. After repeating it 3 times, there seemed to be the sound of some gigantic creature moving inside the huge palace. As if it was awakened by Ning Fan, traces of strong breathing could be heard. In the end, a hoarse and heavy voice that sounded like thunder resounded from inside the cloud palace. General Yun? The person invited by Lu Daochen. There's no mistake. This painting is exactly the one that Immortal Jean Ling gave me. since Lu Daochen gave you this item, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. However, you said that you have two objectives for coming here. One is to help me cleanse my evil seal and free my soul. The other is to retrieve the Heavenly Emperor Star. Is that it? Asterisk rumble asterisk that voice suddenly became majestic. It was filled with a strong aura force. This aura force was not any weaker than a peak void refinement realm expert. The aura force turned into a strong gust of wind as if it was testing Ning Fan. When the gust of wind reached Ning Fan's body, the purple star in his left eye flashed. Immediately, the gust of wind dispersed. That's right. I came here to fulfill my promise and also to retrieve the Emperor Star. Please open the palace door, General Lu. Ning Fan's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Asterisk swish asterisk he kept the scroll of painting. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a black chess piece. Lu Wu, who was inside the huge palace, seemed to be quite shocked when he sensed that Ning Fan had actually blocked his aura force with the power of his ancestral blood. A mid-divine transformation realm cultivator managed to block my aura force. This young man is not weak. When Lu Wu saw Ning Fan take out the black chess piece, his eyes immediately widened in shock. You have obtained His Majesty's approval. Ning Fan did not know the meaning of this black chess piece, but Lu Wu did. In the past, before he went into hibernation, he had given Lu Daochen a key. However, that key was just the first step to obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Star. The second step was to use the key to open the trace of remnant will that Heaven Emperor left in the Star Palace and obtain his approval. The third step was to comprehend the power of Heaven Emperor's black star with this black chess piece. Since Ning Fan could obtain the black chess piece, he had naturally obtained the approval of Heaven Emperor's remnant will. Of course, he was qualified to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Star. There was no need for other tests. Almost instantly, Lu Wu was ready to open the door of the palace. However, when his eyes fell on the female corpse behind Ning Fan, he was so shocked that he forgot to open the door. Princess! Inside the huge palace, a gigantic beast with white fur was crouching on the ground. He looked old and feeble. His eyes were dim, but his expression was calm. As soon as he saw the female corpse, his eyes shone with excitement. He never thought that he, Lu Wu, would be able to see the princess 150 million years after the Heaven Court was destroyed. After the Heaven Court was destroyed, Lu Wu was deprived of all his memories like the other survivors. However, he still remembered the Heaven Emperor and the princess. If he was just surprised by Ning Fan's ancestral blood, at this moment, he was surprised as to why Ning Fan could travel with the princess. In a daze, Lu Wu seemed to have an illusion. At this moment, the young man outside the Cloud Palace was not an expert who possessed ancestral blood. Instead, he was a butterfly. A butterfly that he had seen many times in the Heaven Court. Asterisk bang asterisk the light of the killing formation around the Cloud Palace dimmed. After a loud bang, a gigantic door was blasted open. Your name is Liu Bei, right? You can enter the palace and receive the inheritance of the Emperor Star. However, the others are not allowed to enter for the time being. This palace has an immortal formation set up by the Heaven Emperor. Other than those who have obtained the chess pieces of the Heaven Emperor, no one else can enter unless they have the cultivation base of an immortal emperor. You have a black chess piece in your hand. As for me, I have a white chess piece. You, come in. Lu Wu opened the gigantic door of the Cloud Palace. However, it could only allow Ning Fan to enter alone. Leaving the ladies to wait outside, Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a trace of purple smoke, leaping into the Cloud Palace. Holding the black chess piece in his hand, Ning Fan had a feeling that he could be immune to all attacks in the Cloud Palace with this chess piece. Therefore, he was not worried about being attacked by Lu Wu or any other unforeseen events after entering the Cloud Palace. Inside the Cloud Palace, there was neither light nor lamps. It was as dark as a cellar. Inside the vast and spacious palace, the echoes of Ning Fan's footsteps could be heard from time to time. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ning Fan stopped. Even though it was dark in front of him, he could see through the darkness with his Fuli eye. In the darkness in front of him, a gigantic beast that was 8,000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang, was crouching on the ground. Its body was snow white and it did not have any impurities. It was an incomparably gigantic cloud beast. However, this cloud beast was not a real entity. Instead, it was an illusion. The snow-white body of the beast was covered with blood marks in a strange manner. I'm Lu Wu. I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen you before. This is really strange. The gigantic beast revealed a strange expression. Perhaps we've really seen each other before. Ning Fan still remembered that when he peeked into the samsara, he called out Lu Wu's name involuntarily and Lu Wu heard him. Perhaps they had seen each other before when they were peeking into the samsara. Or perhaps, Lu Wu was just familiar with the butterfly in his previous life. Ning Fan did not intend to explain. He just felt a little regretful. The Lu Wu in front of him was undoubtedly a dead person. He was clearly dead, but his soul was sealed in this place, preventing him from entering the samsara. He recognized Mu Weiliang, but other than remembering her identity, he probably could not remember whether she was alive or dead or why she died. This is the samsara. Under the power of the samsara, even a demon general who was once a regent can only lose his or her memory. His understanding of reincarnation had increased a little. Ning Fan's gaze passed through the darkness and landed on the blood marks on the gigantic beast's body. He frowned and said, "Is this the sin seal? Is this the thing that sealed your remnant soul, preventing you from entering the samsara after your death and causing you to be tortured every day?" "That's right. This is the sin seal. Before I fell into a deep slumber, a large true spirit clan had asked me for the Heavenly Emperor's star. However, I did not hand it over in the end. Instead, they planted the sin seal on me, trying to force me to submit. Even though I have forgotten the reason why the Heavenly Court was destroyed, I still remember His Majesty's order. The Heavenly Emperor's star must not be handed over to the demon race. In the current True Spirit clan, anyone who retains the royal bloodline is a traitor of the past." The gigantic beast's expression was a little angry, but eventually, it calmed down. It had forgotten too many things. It even forgot the whole story of the betrayal of the True Spirit clan. "If you can help me remove the sin seal, I will naturally be happy to enter the samsara again. If you can't do it, it's fine too. This matter is not important at all. You just need to take this white chess piece of mine and combine the black and white pieces to comprehend the star technique of the Heavenly Emperor." The gigantic beast opened its mouth and breathed out a ray of white light. It was exceptionally dazzling in the darkness. The white light condensed and turned into a white chess piece, falling into Ning Fan's palm. When he held two chess pieces in his palm at the same time, traces of enlightenment were transmitted into Ning Fan's mind through the chess pieces. Every single one of those enlightenment was related to the starlight body tempering technique. At the same time, countless pitch-black stars suddenly appeared on the peak of the white clouds outside the Cloud Palace. All of these stars were condensed from the power of the entire Star Palace. The rolling pitch-black star power entered the Cloud Palace and flowed into Ning Fan's body. In just an instant, the severe injuries on Ning Fan's body healed at an unbelievable speed. This is His Majesty Heaven Sovereign's Black Star technique. With this technique, even the injuries inflicted by an immortal emperor can be healed in an instant. The more severely injured a person is, the easier it is for him to comprehend the profoundness of this technique. You are very lucky to have come here with such severe injuries. At the moment when your injuries are healed, your chances of comprehending this technique are quite high. Lu Wu said enviously. However, Ning Fan did not have the time to reply to his envious words at all. His mind was completely immersed in the black starlight. His mind was filled with the conversation he had with the Heaven Sovereign in the broken dream and the past where he played chess step by step. This is the Black Star technique. If I learn this technique, even if I have just learned it, no matter how many Divine Transformation Realm cultivators injure me in the future, I will be able to heal them within a short period of time. If I study it carefully, not only will I be able to heal Ninggu's body, but I can also help Ning Honghong and the other Weiliang recover their physical bodies. This is a great opportunity. I must succeed in comprehending it. After all, this is the Celestial Emperor's special secret technique. He closed his eyes as if he had forgotten the entire world. When he opened his eyes, his mind was immersed in a world of starlight. Black crystals that emitted a dim light were embedded in the sky. Each of them was the source of the star power of this world. He reached out his hand and summoned a crystal. When he held it in his palm, his expression immediately changed. As soon as he held the crystal, it shattered and turned into a ray of black light that went into his body. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt pain all over his body. Even the devil marks on his back seemed to be burning hot. What is this crystal? His eyes gradually calmed down. The pain he felt when the crystal entered his body had faded. However, when he looked inside his body, his expression suddenly changed. It was because he realized that after the crystal entered his body, the demon power and magic power in his body did not increase, but the devil chi in his body increased by 1 trace. In other words, devouring a piece of black crystal in this world would increase his devil chi by 1 unit. Not only that, Ning Fan also realized that after devouring the crystal, the strength of his physical body seemed to have improved a little, slowly advancing towards the 3rd level of the Jade Life Realm. Most importantly, when he raised his finger, a ray of black starlight shot out from his finger. This is natal star power. Devouring the crystals in this world can not only increase my natal star power but also improve my devil cultivation base. Does this mean that the nature of the black star is similar to devil chi? After Lu Wu gave me the white chess piece, I obtained many insights. All of them were the inheritance of the Heaven Sovereign. One of them was the method to comprehend the black star technique. The first step to comprehend the black star technique is to understand the difference between the black star and the other stars. I have already comprehended it before. The second step is to condense the natal star power. The third step is to condense the natal star with the star power. As long as I condense the first natal star, I will be able to cultivate the black star technique. In the future, if I get injured, I can summon the natal black star and use the star power to heal my injuries. To condense a natal star, I need at least 10,000 traces of natal star power. In other words, I only need to devour 10,000 black crystals to condense the first natal star. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the surroundings. This was the world in his mind. The number of crystals in this world was definitely no less than 50,000. If he could devour all the crystals here, he would be able to condense at least 5 natal stars. At the same time, he would be able to increase his demonic chi by 50,000 units and his demonic cultivation by 50,000 units. This is an opportunity. Once I devour all 50,000 crystals here, I'll be able to increase my demonic energy by 50,000 and break through to the soul formation intermediate stage. In this way, my demonic power will be at the mid-divine transformation stage, and my demonic power will be at the mid-divine transformation stage. Although my magic power will still be at the half-step divine transformation stage, as long as my magic power breaks through the mid-divine transformation stage, I will be able to break through to the late divine transformation stage when the time comes. There were more than 50,000 crystals in this place. It was a good opportunity for Ning Fan to improve his devil cultivation. In the world of his mind, Ning Fan was like the only ruler. His fingernails were forming complicated and incomprehensible hand seals. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Billowing black wind blew, rolling up a few crystals that were embedded in the ground and swallowed them into his stomach. In just half a day, he had already devoured nearly 1,000 crystals. His demonic cultivation had increased by 1,000 units, and he now had 1,000 strands of natal star power in his body. Faintly, half an illusory black demonic star was forming in his right eye. In his mind, Ning Fan was busy devouring the star power. Outside his mind, Ning Fan's physical body was standing still in the giant palace. His eyes were tightly shut and he did not move at all like a statue. After devouring 1,000 crystals, the 50,000 strands of black starlight that were entangling his physical body had been reduced to around 1,000. These 1,000 strands of starlight were increasing Ning Fan's devil chi and improving his physique. In front of Ning Fan's physical body, the giant beast Lu Wu's eyes gradually turned solemn. The Heaven Sovereign once said that the most difficult part of condensing a natal star is the first one. In the process of condensing the first natal star, one needs to devour 10,000 traces of star power. The most dangerous part is indeed the 1,000th trace. All living beings have souls and so do the stars. When a cultivator condenses 1,000 traces of natal star power for the first time, he will face the first test of his star soul. Can he pass it? In the world of his mind, Ning Fan had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the frosty sky, refining the 1,000 pitch-black crystals in his body. 1,000 crystals were equivalent to 1,000 traces of star power. As the crystals were completely refined, not only did his devil cultivation base improve tremendously, but his aura force also caused 1,000 traces of black starlight to fly around his body. It was a beautiful sight. Sensing the starlight entangling his body, Ning Fan revealed a satisfied look. He could feel that after condensing 1,000 traces of natal star power, his injuries were recovering at a much faster speed. However, after a while, the starry sky in front of him suddenly trembled. A ferocious beast roar resounded in front of him, resounding across heaven and earth. Ning Fan immediately rose to his feet and was on full alert. At a place where the star power was the strongest, a total of 1,000 traces of crystals suddenly collapsed. The star power gathered and turned into the shadow of a gigantic pitch-black beast. Asterisk roar asterisk a bestial roar resounded. The eyes of that gigantic beast glinted with ferocious light. It dashed towards Ning Fan with the terrifying aura force of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. The power of the starry sky is not something an ant can comprehend. I, the star soul, am here to take your life. That gigantic beast spoke the human language. As soon as its voice fell, it immediately opened its mouth and breathed out a sea of flames, engulfing Ning Fan. Star soul, huh? Ning Fan murmured to himself. His eyes were calm as he calmly walked out of the sea of flames without suffering any injuries. With a sway of his body, he instantly vanished without a trace. At the next moment, he was already standing on top of the gigantic beast's head with his hands clasped behind his back. The star soul of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator is nothing to be afraid of. Break! Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the gigantic beast's head, which was as large as a mountain. As soon as he stomped on it, the gigantic beast revealed a horrified expression. It let out a shrill howl after being stomped by the tremendous force. In the end, with a loud bang, the beast's body exploded and vanished into thin air. Ning Fan opened his mouth and inhaled. The 1,000 traces of starlight that formed the gigantic beast's body were all sucked into his stomach. Asterisk kiss asterisk in the Cloud Palace, Lu Wu's face was filled with astonishment. Just a few breaths ago, Ning Fan's natal star power had reached 1,000 traces and triggered the first attack of his star soul. However, in just a short while, Ning Fan destroyed the star soul and seized 1,000 traces of his opponent's star power. Lu Wu's expression did not change at all. After condensing 1,000 traces of natal star power, one will encounter the first star soul. This star soul usually has the strength of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. This Liu Bei is obviously just a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, but he managed to kill the star soul of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator in just a breath's time. This man's combat power is rather terrifying. Is he invincible among those at the same level as him? He's indeed worthy of being the person who was bestowed the black chess piece by the Heaven Sovereign. However, I wonder if he can still remain so calm when he encounters the second attack of his star soul after condensing 5,000 traces of star power. In the world of his spirit, Ning Fan quickly refined the 1,000 traces of star power that he had seized. As such, there were already 2,000 traces of natal star power in his body. Starlight flashed around his body. Ning Fan accelerated his speed to the maximum. Like a trace of purple smoke, he teleported between heaven and earth. Ning Fan dug out crystals from the ground and swallowed them into his stomach to refine the star power. One day later, the number of natal star power in his body had already reached an astonishing 5,000 traces. After successfully condensing 5,000 traces of star power, the star power in front of him suddenly became chaotic. Nearly 3,000 traces of crystals shattered and the scattered star power condensed into a gigantic star soul beast which was even larger than the previous one. Asterisk roar asterisk as the gigantic beast roared, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The aura force of a late divine transformation realm expert was released violently. The power of the starry sky isn't something an ant can comprehend. I, the star soul, am here to take your life. The gigantic beast opened its mouth, wanting to breathe out star flames again. However, this time, Ning Fan did not even give it the time to open its mouth. Looking at the ferocious beast, which was 2,500 zhang asterisk, 333 m per zhang, in size, Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. He pointed out a finger and a purplish-golden sandstorm suddenly blew across the sky. This purplish-golden sandstorm had the power to corrode everything. That power was samsara, the power to turn everything into ashes and dust into dust. Roar before the gigantic star soul beast could launch its attack, it was suddenly shrouded by the purplish-golden sandstorm. Its scales, which were as hard as metal, directly turned into quicksand within the sandstorm. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Its body was trembling. It used to be arrogant because it thought that it was the star soul while Ningfan was just an ant. However, in front of this purplish-golden sandstorm, the gigantic beast felt an irresistible fear. Ningfan was not an ant. In front of this wind-mist finger, everything in the world was just an ant. In the midst of its miserable shriek, the gigantic beast turned into ashes and dissipated in the wind. 3,000 traces of star force were absorbed into Ningfan's stomach from the corpse of the gigantic beast. It's 8,000 traces now, Ningfan muttered to himself. In the Cloud Palace, Lu Wu's eyes widened in surprise. If Ningfan had instantly killed a star soul of the same level as him earlier, he was impressed by Ningfan's ability to instantly kill another star soul that was one level higher than him. Not everyone could kill an enemy that was 1 in 10,000. Those who could do it were all heavenly prodigies who were 1 in 10,000. At least, Lu Wu knew that he was not that kind of heavenly prodigy. He did not have the ability to kill an enemy that was at a higher level than him. However, Ningfan did it with ease. What Lu Wu could not understand the most was the purplish-golden sandstorm that rose around Ningfan's body when he killed the second star soul. What technique is this purplish-golden sandstorm? I was once a demon marshal of the Heaven Court. Although my cultivation base is not high, I have seen many experts. However, I have never seen any expert who could display the power of this purplish-golden sandstorm. The power within the sandstorm is very terrifying. It's not something that I can understand. Lu Wu's eyes became complicated. In the beginning, he only treated Ningfan as a divine transformation realm junior. Now, however, the way he looked at Ningfan was almost as if he was his peer. I can't see through this, Liu Bei. Even if this young man was in the Heaven Court in the past, I'm afraid he could be considered as an outstanding talent among the divine transformation realm heavenly generals. In his mind, after devouring a large number of crystals, Ningfan sat in the sky with his legs crossed and began to refine them. For 3 days in a row, he was not moved by external objects. 3 days later, he suddenly stood up. His body was surrounded by 10,000 rays of starlight. 10,000 Dao. It's time to condense my first natal star. A heaven sovereign had 1 million natal stars. When 1 million stars appear, he could resist the attacks of immortal emperors without dying. What Ningfan condensed was just his first natal star. Compared to the heaven sovereign in the past, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was insignificant. However, this star was of great significance. It was the first step for him to learn the black star technique. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Roar when Ningfan condensed 10,000 rays of star power, the roar of a beast reached the sky. Between heaven and earth, nearly 10,000 black crystals crumbled. 10,000 rays of star power condensed into a 3,000 zhang 33 m per zhang, large ferocious beast. A star soul. Moreover, this star soul had the cultivation base of a peak divine transformation realm expert. As long as I destroy this star soul, I can condense my first natal star. Ningfan took a step forward. Black qi surrounded his body and his white robes turned into a black robe. Before the star soul had the chance to say anything, his body had already exploded into countless black shadows and collapsed. The shattered black shadows vanished from heaven and earth. At the next moment, they appeared around the body of the giant star soul beast and turned into countless black shadows. They rushed towards the beast as if they were dyed by thick ink. All of a sudden, the giant star soul beast's expression froze as if it had seen something unbelievable. At the next moment, the black shadows dispersed and condensed into a young man in black robes. As for the body of the giant beast, it shattered with a bang, turning into countless blood mists in the sky. It was actually killed by that black shadow in an instant. At the moment when the beast died, the first black star rose at the end of heaven and earth. A strange feeling emerged in Ningfan's body. His muscles, bones, and skin began to fester and decay. However, they were immediately filled up by the pitch-black starlight and he regained his vitality. His muscles and bones were being reconstructed. Every inch of his muscles was filled with more strength than before. Is this star power tempering body? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with joy. He could feel that after condensing the first black star, his body was once again reconstructed. He was reborn and became stronger. The first time he experienced rebirth was during the second corpse transformation realm. This time, it was star power tempering his body. I'm going to break through to the third level of the Jade Life realm. Ning Fan could feel that his physical body was breaking through to the next level. In the Cloud Palace, Lu Wu was full of admiration. He had already sensed that Ning Fan had instantly killed the third star soul and completely condensed his first natal star. In this way, Ning Fan could be considered to have grasped the preliminary mastery of star technique. Even a peak divine transformation realm star soul was instantly killed by this young man. Is this young man really just a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator? Even I am starting to doubt it. Hee. This young man is extraordinary. I'm afraid there are few who can be his match below the void refinement realm. If this young man was born in ancient times, he would surely be the candidate of an immortal emperor if he fought against the various heroes for the Tao. Lu Daochen invited him. That Chen brat's eyes are always sharp. To be continued. 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, in the world of his mind, Ning Fan sat alone for 100 days and had already devoured 50,000 crystals. The world of his mind was filled with darkness. Only his body was emitting a faint black starlight. It's about time. Ning Fan slowly rose to his feet and muttered to himself. The devil chi around his body had already reached 83,470 units. With such dense devil chi, his cultivation base had broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm in terms of devil cultivation base alone. The combined power of all the gods, demons, and devils in his body had already exceeded 150,000 units. In other words, even if his cultivation base had yet to break through to the late divine transformation realm, the density of his magic power had already reached the standard of a late divine transformation realm expert. If he uses the soul extracting technique now, it would probably be enough for him to reach the peak divine transformation realm with the help of the secret technique. Not only did his devil chi increase, but his physical body had also improved to the third level of the Jade Life realm. In the first place, he was already a corpse devil body which unlocked the limits of the human body's power and defense. After going through the refinement of the starlight, the strength of his physical body had greatly increased. The body of a cultivator at the third level of the Jade Life realm was on par with other cultivators at the fourth level of the Jade Life realm. With just the strength of his physical body, he could fight against a peak divine transformation realm expert. These were just the improvements in his cultivation base. What delighted Ning Fan the most was another benefit. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, he raised his head and pointed at the sky. In his right eye, the second black star had completely condensed. It was called the Star of Body Refinement. Its effect was to use the power of the stars to heal and cure injuries. As he pointed at the sky, 5 pitch-black stars appeared one after another, sprinkling black starlight down. Under the 5 rays of starlight, Ning Fan's injuries had already been healed. The effect of a ray of starlight healing was equivalent to consuming a 5th revolution pill. The effect of 5 rays of starlight healing was almost equivalent to consuming 5 5th revolution pills. If I condense 1 million stars, even if my cultivation base is low, ordinary immortal emperors won't be able to kill me. This technique has great potential. If I cultivate it well, it will certainly become an indispensable trump card for me in the future. Ning Fan nodded. He was extremely satisfied with this Emperor Star inheritance. The purpose of his trip to the Broken World and the Star Palace was to improve his strength. Today, the results were obvious. Other than his magic power which was still weak and he had yet to attain the divine transformation realm, his demon power and devil chi had been cultivated to an extremely high level. Even if the current Ning Fan returns to the external endless sea and enters the internal endless sea, he would still be able to move unhindered without being afraid of the demon sealing sect. Moreover, if the master of the demon sealing sect, Lu Jiefan, encounters Ning Fan, he would need to avoid him. That day when I entered the endless sea, in order to save Suqiu, I provoked the demon sealing palace. Now, the demon sealing sect is no longer a threat. Ning Fan's tone was calm. He had really become stronger. Even if he returns to Yu country, he would be able to take over a territory and proclaim himself as the old ancestor of the country. He would be invincible below the void refinement realm. Perhaps, after returning to the outer endless sea this time, I can settle some karma and enter the inner endless sea again to help you or reclaim the divine space island. After that, I can go home. Go home. I've been away from home for too long. Ning Fan looked at the stars above his head and his eyes turned gentle. Even though he was shouldering tremendous pressure and cultivating bitterly, compared to many people, he was already blessed. He had a family, a wife, a master, a younger brother, and an ordinary but warm past. Perhaps, I still have my mother. Ning Fan was a little expectant. He killed mortals in the Cloud Sea and saw his mother in the illusion. He would never forget those scenes. Perhaps his mother was still alive somewhere in the world. Perhaps, there would still be a day for them to meet again. Speaking of which, I didn't have a father or a mother since I was young, and I've never experienced the warmth of a parent. To a cultivator, it's a pity to lack this level of understanding. Moreover, from the bottom of my heart, I also want to meet my mother. Ning Fan put away his complicated thoughts. He knew that now was not the time to think about these things. Returning to the outer endless sea meant reuniting with some people. At the same time, it also meant parting ways with Yuan Yao, Shiran, Wu Yan and the other women. From Ning Fan's point of view, he had already left an unforgettable memory of being together with them through thick and thin. He had never said any flowery words to his women. All he did was to give them his sincerity in exchange for their sincerity. Since he was reluctant to part with them, the three women would probably be reluctant too. Moreover, before he left, he still needed to fulfill Lu Daochen's request and remove the Sin Seal for Lu Wu. Once the Sin Seal is removed, Lu Wu would be free from the pain of being burned by the Sin Seal every day. He could then enter samsara and begin his next life of reincarnation and cultivation. I'm leaving, it was as if he was talking to himself. However, the world in his mind immediately collapsed like an illusion. In the Cloud Palace, Ning Fan, who had been standing still for 100 days, opened his eyes. His aura force was at least twice as strong as before he received the Emperor Star's inheritance. You're awake? Good. Good. You've already grasped the Celestial Emperor Star technique. Amazing. If you have the opportunity in the future, you might even have the chance to become the next Celestial Sovereign if you carry this technique forward. Lu Wu lowered his body and looked at Ning Fan with eyes full of praise. Senior, you must be joking. Ning Fan shook his head. He was a man who had his feet on the ground. Now that he was just at the divine transformation realm, he was countless cultivation levels away from the celestial sovereign realm. Thus, he would not indulge in idle fantasies. I've told you before that I have two objectives for coming here. One is to obtain the Emperor Star's inheritance and the other is to help you remove the Sin Seal. Now that I've obtained the Emperor Star, I can completely complete my mission if I remove the Sin Seal. Sin Seal, huh? Hee hee. I believe you can remove it. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Sin Seal had been planted on him for far too long. It would act up every night, making his body feel like it was burning and the pain was unbearable. When he died, he could no longer be resurrected. Only his remnant soul was left. As for this remnant soul, it was sealed by the Sin Seal and could not be reincarnated. To cultivators, death was something they couldn't do anything about. It meant that they would lose all of their cultivation base and they would have to start all over again. However, as long as their soul did not disperse and they still had the chance to enter samsara, they would still be able to live another life. To mortals, death was terrifying. To cultivators, however, what was scarier than death was having one's soul dispersed and being unable to reincarnate. It was exactly because they valued samsara so much that they were willing to give up on it that Ning Fan was shocked. Just like that day when the old ancestor of the Hu clan, Hu Fengzi, was willing to sacrifice his soul for the prosperity of his clan and condense a cultivation pill in exchange for Ning Fan's help to protect his clan. The cultivation world was cold and selfish. However, at the same time, there was also warmth, righteousness, and touching. Senior, please bear with the pain for a while. I will help you remove the sin seal now. Ning Fan tapped the tip of his feet and soared into the sky, landing on the back of the giant beast. He crouched down and touched the blood-red sin seal on the back of the giant beast. Just by touching it, the sin seal released a terrifying heat that burnt his fingers. The power of this sin seal was a little more terrifying than what Ning Fan had imagined. Fortunately, this little injury was nothing to be afraid of at all. The tip of his finger was surrounded by black starlight. Just a little bit of starlight was enough to heal his burnt finger, making it as good as new. The black star healing technique really lived up to its reputation. With this technique, Ning Fan was a divine doctor. It was as easy as flipping his hand to revive a person with white bones. The sin seal is the punishment that the large clans of the true spirit realm give to the demons who have sinned. Ever since the demon race lost their spirit, a large number of members of the true spirit clan no longer have the royal bloodline. Only a few members of the true spirit clan still have the royal bloodline. This sin seal can only be planted and removed by those with the royal bloodline. This means that once the sin seal is planted in you by the large clans of the true spirit clan, you must obey the orders of the clan. Otherwise, no one will remove the sin seal for you. Then, you will no longer have the chance to reincarnate and you will have to suffer for eternity. Lu Wu's eyes darkened. His tone was filled with anger. It was imaginable how humiliating it was for him to be forced by the true spirit clan to plant the sin seal in him. If you can't remove the sin seal, then forget it. This is just a small matter. I have been enduring this kind of pain for more than 100 million years and I have already gotten used to it. However, I will not give in the end. The moment I put on the heavenly marshal's armor, I have already disregarded life and death. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with heroic spirit. Ning Fan had seen that kind of heroic spirit in the eyes of many demon generals of the Lu clan before. There were not many people like them in the cultivation world who would burn their blood and swear that they would not surrender even if they died. However, there were quite a number of them in the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. It was the heroic spirit of raising one's arm and shouting, as a general, "There is no need to fear death. Don't worry. I have promised Lu Daochen to save you. This mere sin seal is nothing to me." The person who planted this sin seal does not have a weak bloodline. He has almost condensed half a drop of ancestral blood. However, a mere half a drop of ancestral blood is too weak in my eyes. Ning Fan bit the tip of his tongue and spurted out a purplish-black blood mist. As soon as the blood mist landed on Lu Wu's back, the indelible blood-red sin seal began to tremble. So what if it's a sin seal with half a drop of ancestral blood? He has 4 drops of ancestral blood in his body. If the Fu Li clan still exists, he will be the ancestor of the clan. Break! The purplish-black blood mist glowed with a dim light and formed a secret formation mark on Lu Wu's back. At the moment when the formation mark took shape, the purplish-black light around Lu Wu's body shone brightly. Within the light, the sin seal that was deeply rooted in Lu Wu's body was corroded and dissipated with a sizzling sound. *cuff*. Lu Wu's body suddenly trembled and he exhaled a mouthful of murky qi. His eyes were filled with surprise. The sin seal was broken, he was free now. His remnant soul could re-enter samsara. Within the dim cloud palace, white light shot up to the sky all of a sudden. Those white lights were all shot out from Lu Wu's remnant soul. In the dazzling white light, his soul seemed to have evaporated as if it had sensed the call of samsara. Thank you. Thank you. I am going to re-enter samsara. Thank you. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with surprise. After re-entering samsara, this life would be over. In the next life, he would be reborn. It's a promise I made and a promise I will do. That's all. Senior, you don't have to thank me. Ning Fan leaped down from the beast's body and stood on the ground. Looking at Lu Wu who was rising to the sky in the white light, his eyes were filled with gratification. Everyone had their own happiness. To many people, death was terrifying. However, to Lu Wu, being able to re-enter samsara after death was a kind of happiness. Lu Wu's soul dissipated in the white light. Ning Fan suddenly felt inspired. He patted his storage pouch and took out 2 jars of mud-sealed wine. He held one jar for himself and tossed the other one to the sky. Then, he said loudly, "Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't have wine to send you on a long journey?" Luwu, whose body was enveloped by the white light, was stunned. Then, he burst into laughter. He opened his mouth and swallowed the wine jar into his stomach. Ning Fan had snatched this wine from an unlucky person. It was some kind of medicinal wine, and it was not a good wine. However, Luwu did not despise it at all. Looking at Ning Fan, he felt as if he regretted not meeting his bosom friend earlier. Well said. What a good way to send you on a long journey. Everyone is afraid of death and samsara. However, you compared death to a long journey. I can't be compared to your heroic spirit. I will drink this wine. If we are fated to meet again in my next life, I will definitely sit on a high and dangerous building and drink a pot of real good wine with you. All right. If we are fated, I will definitely drink with you in my next life. Ning Fan's understanding of samsara became deeper and deeper. That's right. Just like what he said before, samsara is just a long journey. It was a process of walking from life to death and then from death to life. However, it seemed like there was more to it than that. The white light gradually dimmed. Luwu's figure gradually disappeared and his laughter gradually disappeared. He went to be reincarnated. In his next life, he might be a farmer, a mortal martial expert, or a scholar. There probably wouldn't be many chances for him to cultivate the Tao. The cloud palace turned dark again. Only Ning Fan was left standing in silence for a long time. He seemed to be recalling his feelings when he erected a grave for the old ancestor of Wei country, sending him to his death. After a long time, he patted his storage pouch and took out a wordless heavenly book. This book was exchanged with the contribution points of the sinister Sparrow sect. There were no words on the book, but there was only the words sending him to his death on the cover. In the past, he did not know who wrote this book. Now, he understood that it was the handwriting of Immortal Sovereign Zido. Immortal Sovereign Zido once sent a friend to his death, sending him to his death. Today, I sent him to his death. In the next life, he will send me off. Is this samsara? Ning Fan's comprehension increased. All of a sudden, a faint purple light rose from the wordless heavenly book. The pages of the book moved without any wind. When the breeze blew open the first page of the book, the originally blank white paper slowly revealed 24 arrogant words written in ink. The death of an immortal is like the extinguishing of a lamp. The death of an immortal is like the scattering of his thoughts. This is samsara. Ning Fan's expression changed. It turned out that this wordless heavenly book was not without words. The words on it were just erased by the power of samsara. To be continued. These 24 words seemed to have appeared for a brief moment. Then, they slowly disappeared from the white paper, leaving it blank once again. Ning Fan fell into deep thought while reciting the 5-character poem. Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. One extinguishes and the other reignites. There is the principle of reincarnation in this, but I don't understand it. This poem perhaps contains Zido's comprehension of reincarnation throughout his life. However, with Ning Fan's current cultivation level and experience, he was far from being able to understand it. It was like standing on the shore and looking at the sea. He could vaguely see the sea fog immortal island at the horizon. However, that scenery was too ethereal and illusory. He could not see it clearly at all. He kept the wordless heavenly book and put away all of his emotions. Looking at the empty main hall of the Cloud Palace, Ning Fan gently exhaled, as if he had just completed an important task. Master Lu, I've done what I promised you. He was clearly muttering to himself. However, in the second world, in the Luoyun tribe, an old man who was standing in the Luoyun County manor silently shed tears while looking at the sky. Yunjiang, why are you crying? The attendants beside him were at a loss of what to do. All of you can leave now. I want to be alone, and have some peace. Just a moment ago, the last trace of bestowment power in Lu Daochen's left eye disappeared. That power was given to him by General Lu. Even though Lu Daochen resisted the Blood Wolf in the Star Palace and destroyed his own bestowment star, he still retained a trace of power after consuming the 6th revolution pill that Ning Fan gave him. However, that power disappeared for no reason just now. Lu Daochen did not feel regretful about losing that power. Instead, he was overjoyed. It was because he had already guessed that the reason why that power suddenly disappeared was because Lu Wu had returned to reincarnation and took back the bestowment power on his own accord. He shed tears because he was overjoyed and sad at the same time. He knew that just now, Ning Fan had fulfilled his promise with him and removed the evil seal that Lu Wu was afflicted with. Liu Bei, thank you for saving General Liu. The night breeze blew. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with tears as he bowed twice to the sky. Firstly, he was grateful for Lu Wu's help in the past. Secondly, he was grateful for Ning Fan's help. In the Cloud Palace, Ning Fan stood there for a long time. In the end, he walked out of the palace. The moment he walked out of the palace seemed to let out a whimpering sound and collapsed with a loud bang. The ladies outside the palace were a little worried. They did not know what had happened to the Cloud Palace that actually made Ning Fan stay inside for 100 days. However, when they saw that Ning Fan was safe and sound, their worries faded away. In fact, after sensing Ning Fan's even more boundless qi, Ran was the first to cry out in surprise. Big brother Liu Bei, your aura is so strong. Did your cultivation level increase again? Did he break through to the late stage of the divine transformation realm? Ran was merely a late divine transformation stage cultivator. The current Ning Fan was not any weaker than Ran in terms of the density of his magic power. She could not help but feel astonished. I haven't broken through to the late divine transformation realm. I'm still at the mid-divine transformation realm. However, my strength has indeed improved a lot. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he became silent for a moment. As if she had sensed something, Ran stopped smiling. Wu Yan lowered her head, Yuan Yao bit her lip lightly, and the atmosphere became silent. I'm going to leave the Star Palace. Ning Fan's tone was calm. However, this simple sentence of farewell made the three ladies feel a little bitter. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Ning Fan's responsibility was to become stronger and protect his loved ones. Yuan Yao had to return to the Northern Heaven. Wu Yan and Ran had to return to the Spirit King Palace after all. The trip to the Star Palace was full of dangers. However, it was precisely because they had followed each other through life and death that made it even more unforgettable. Wu Yan tried her best to remain calm, but her shoulders were trembling slightly. She could not forget that day when she was being chased by the old bear. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, she would have already died. She could not forget that in order to help her avoid the punishment of being imprisoned for 10,000 years, Ning Fan captured Imperial Concubine Zi and 10 other demon concubines. He did not care about the Spirit King Palace's investigation at all. Wu Yan couldn't bear to part with him. Ran felt a lump in her throat and her tears fell. She promised Ning Fan that she would be strong and become an independent pill refinement grandmaster. She would never cry again. However, Ran never knew that parting with Ning Fan was such a sad thing. She could not hold back her tears, as if she could not forget the warmth of Ning Fan's embrace. That day, Ning Fan hugged her and bathed the sea of stars in blood. That day, she was sneak attacked by the enemy using the evil cold goo. When she was in despair, only Ning Fan stood in front of her and protected her. Ran was reluctant to part with him. Yuan Yao closed her phoenix eyes slightly. Her cultivation base was profound. She was in the great oblivion and her expression was calm. However, in the end, her heart could not forget this absurd but warm past. With her cultivation base, she never needed anyone to protect her. However, when her injuries were at their worst and she was at her weakest, it was Ning Fan who shielded her from the wind and rain. This might be the only time in her life that she had to hide behind a man. However, the helplessness of reality made Yuan Yao not even dare to tell Ning Fan her real name. Yuan Yao was also reluctant to part with him. *slap**************************************************************************************************** Three crisp sounds of slapping suddenly resounded in the air. Immediately, Ran screamed in surprise. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with panic while Yuan Yao's phoenix eyes were filled with shame and anger. The three of them covered their perky buttocks at the same time and turned their heads angrily. They saw Ning Fan waving his hand and revealing a harmless smile. The three sounds were naturally from Ning Fan's devil claws slapping their perky buttocks. It feels pretty good, big brother Liu Bei, why you're shameless. Ran waved her fists angrily. You stinky little thief. Wu Yan's face blushed. She was probably the only woman who did not have dual cultivation with Ning Fan. That slap was naturally very stimulating. Why you're really... Yuan Yao really did not know what to say to Ning Fan. However, after Ning Fan made such a scene, the sad atmosphere of parting immediately turned into a charming and gentle atmosphere. Little cucumber, you're really something. Yu Lingkong looked at Ning Fan with admiration. For a sex fiend to be able to act so openly and righteously like Ning Fan, it was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. The female corpse was confused. Her eyes were filled with confusion as she mumbled. Pa. Pa. Pa? She wanted to ask why Ning Fan slapped their buttocks. The three of them were not disobedient. Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. The atmosphere had eased up. It's about time to leave. Yao Er. Ning Fan said with a teasing tone. Yuan Yao was speechless. She was cursing him in her heart. She thought to herself that this Liu Bei really does things his own way. He thinks that he can take advantage of me after being absurd twice, Yao Er. He's the one who called me Yao Er. It's fine if I just let him call me Yao Er when we were in a dangerous situation just now. Now that I've regained my strength, he still calls me Yao Er, fine. We're going to part ways soon. Most likely, we won't see each other again. I'll just let him take advantage of me verbally. I promise to give you a trace of the power of the Black Star. I can give it to you now. Ning Fan kept his smile and clenched his 5 fingers. Traces of black starlight flowed out of his palm and condensed into a palm-sized pitch-black crystal that was emitting faint starlight. Is this enough? So much. Yube successfully comprehended the black star technique of the Celestial Emperor. Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with astonishment. This palm-sized pitch-black crystal contained at least 1,000 traces of black star power. With so much star power at his fingertips, it naturally meant that he had successfully condensed his natal star and gained a preliminary understanding of the black star technique. That secret technique was something that even Yuan Yao would be tempted by. However, Ning Fan had coincidentally comprehended it. You don't want it? Then forget it. Ning Fan deliberately asked. I want. Yuan Yao reached out her hand and took the pitch-black crystal. She did not know that Ning Fan had actually taken advantage of her verbally when she said I want it. When she took the crystal, Ning Fan seemed to have touched her wrist on purpose. Yuan Yao glanced at Ning Fan speechlessly. She had a feeling that if she stayed with Ning Fan for another half a month, she would really be pushed down by him for the 3rd time and completely fall for him. However, when she thought of obtaining the crystal and being able to kill the red dragon for Bei Xiaoman, as her mother, she was very happy. Thank you. If you ascend to the northern heaven in the future, I will secretly repay you. Yuan Yao said seriously. How? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Yuan Yao avoided this topic. She seemed to have thought of something. After hesitating for a while, she still asked. Are you really unwilling to give up on the Yin-Yang Devil vein? I can give you better fiend god cultivation methods. You've asked me many times. Ning Fan shook his head. Is that so? You're a member of the Rain World. If you want to ascend to the upper world, there are only 2 ways. Firstly, you can cultivate to the peak void fragmentation realm and break through the void to ascend to the northern heaven. Secondly, you can cultivate to the divine transformation realm and obtain the quota given by the 4 great forces of the upper world to ascend to the upper world. You can choose to ascend to the upper world when you reach the divine transformation realm. Of course, the earlier you ascend to the upper world, the better. However, with the quota, there won't be any danger when you ascend to the upper world. You want to give me the quota? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. No, not mine. My daughter, no, younger sister. Her name is Bei Xiaoman. She's in a branch palace of the Lost World Palace in the Rain World. I think it's a place called the Endless Sea. When I return to the northern heaven this time, I will try to remind her. When you want to ascend to the upper world in the future, you can tell her that you're Liu Bei. She will help you prepare the passage to the upper world. If that's the case, I will consider it. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Inwardly, he thought to himself. Based on the grudge between me and Bei Xiaoman, that little girl would most likely do something to destroy the passage to the upper world and make me die in the teleportation. Yuan Yao was willing to give the quota, but Ning Fan did not dare to take it. Besides, Ning Fan did not plan to ascend to the upper world after attaining the divine transformation realm. At least, he would not consider such a thing before eliminating Moksha, sovereign of the devil world. Even though we won't meet again, I still sincerely wish you a bright future. Yuan Yao gently broke the seal on her forehead. All of a sudden, her aura force returned to the void-shedding realm. She had to leave in the end. She and Ning Fan were just not fated to be together. It was just the helplessness of when I was born. You were not born. When you were born, I was already old. Sister Bei Yao, are you leaving? Bei Yao. All the women looked at Yuan Yao. Their gazes swept away her gloomy mood and she smiled. What an interesting memory. My cultivation base is at the void-shedding realm. How could I become sisters with a group of divine transformation realm juniors? Besides, there are also members of a different race among them. If we are fated to meet again, perhaps we will meet again. Yuan Yao sighed inwardly. She had already forgotten about her feelings, but she still had feelings for him. She changed her hand seals and a vast amount of magic power surged. A gigantic world gate appeared out of thin air. Yuan Yao gritted her teeth and stepped into it, leaving the place. Unexpectedly, her feelings during the journey had loosened the bottleneck in her cultivation base. The Taishang Wangqing was not emotionless. She had been emotionless all the way, but she fell in love with him in the Star Palace. Perhaps her strength would increase a lot. This was a story for later. Wu Yan and Yu Lingkong sighed. She ran, on the other hand, felt a lump in her throat again. Sister Bei Yao has left, silly girl. When there is a gathering, there will be a parting. I can only blame myself for being in the wind. It's not up to me to gather and part. Wu Yan did not know what to say to she ran. She gently raised her head and looked at Ning Fan. For a moment, she was speechless. After a long time, she finally mustered up her courage and said indifferently. Liu Bei, we have to return to the second world first to hand over some things to Liu Daochen. After that, we will return to the Spirit King Palace. After that, the Spirit King will probably give the order to move the entire second world to the land of demon spirit in the upper world using a secret technique. After all, there is nothing wrong with the ancient demon race that is in hibernation in the second world to ascend again. Is that so? Then I will have to trouble you to take care of Wan Er and Luo Yun in the future. Aren't you going to return to the second world with us? Sister Wan Er might want to see you too. She really could call anyone her sister. She was born to be someone's younger sister. No. Even if I go back, I will leave immediately. I just want Wan Er to feel the sadness of parting again. Perhaps there will be a day when there is no longer a sea of blood in front of me and my enemies are chasing after me. At that time I will be able to let go of everything and look for you guys. Then, I will live a peaceful but warm life as a mortal. What Wan Er is looking forward to seeing is the me who has let go of everything. She is waiting. I am also waiting. There will be such a day. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a hint of longing. Mortals usually yearn for a hot-blooded and legendary life when they live a peaceful life. Cultivators fight against the heavens, against people and against fate. When they reach the end of their cultivation, they would usually be exhausted and yearn for a peaceful life. However, even though their hearts could be exhausted, their footsteps could not stop. If they stop, they would be trampled on by other cultivators as if they were walking on the road. This was a path that could not be turned back. Ran Er, I don't have anything good to give you. Here are 2 pieces of sword crystals. Hold on to them and activate a void refinement realm attack. Even a peak divine transformation realm cultivator would die. As for half-step void refinement realm cultivators, they would also need to run away. Ning Fan took out the 2 pieces of sword crystals. Of course, they were taken from Zichuan. Isn't this too valuable? Even with Wu Yan's status as a demon concubine, it was impossible for her to get such a sword crystal. Her innate talent was not bad, but she was not valued in the family. Is this a gift? She Ran's eyes flickered and a smile bloomed on her face. She was the little princess of the family. Naturally, she did not lack any defensive items. However, she still treated this sword crystal as a precious treasure because it was given to her by Ning Fan. This gift is almost equivalent to 50 million immortal jade. Big brother Liu Bei, you still owe me 900 million immortal jade. The next time I see you, I will definitely ask you for it. Oh right. She still could not forget the 1 billion immortal jade that Ning Fan had taken away from her. However, she suddenly thought of something. Shi Ran, who was always a talkative person, actually felt a little uneasy. Sister Wu Yan, I will secretly give something to big brother Liu Bei. Can you just pretend that you didn't see it and don't tell anyone? Shi Ran pleaded to Wu Yan. Alright. But what is it that you want to give to Liu Bei? Why are you being so mysterious? Shi Ran's uneasy expression made Ning Fan feel a little amused. It's a jade slip. A jade slip. Shi Ran took out an exquisitely wrapped jade slip from her storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan. Her face immediately blushed. This is? Ning Fan tore open the packaging in an extremely rough manner and tapped the jade slip. Immediately, a soft and delicate voice sounded from the jade slip. Big brother Liu Bei, Shi Ran likes you very much. I like you very much. You are Shi Ran's great hero. This is the jade slip that Shi Ran secretly imprinted. It records the secret pill concoction technique of our profound medicine clan, the remnant scroll of the 3 pure ones. You must learn it well. When you become a great pill concoction master in the future, father will certainly not object to our marriage. Shi Ran's little face was filled with anger and embarrassment. She tapped the jade slip with her finger and turned off the voice of the jade slip. Then, she looked at Ning Fan angrily. Idiot. This is not something that can be opened in front of others. Shi Ran really wanted to find a hole and hide in it. This was the jade slip that she secretly made along the way. It secretly imprinted all the secret pill concoction techniques of the profound medicine clan. Of course, it would be fine if that was all. However, there were also a lot of mushy words of love that Shi Ran had always wanted to say to Ning Fan but did not dare to. Idiot. Big idiot. Shi Ran stomped her feet in embarrassment. On the other side, when Yu Lingkong heard the mushy words in Shi Ran's jade slip, she laughed so hard that her little body and waist were bent. She deliberately imitated Shi Ran's tone and said pretentiously. Big brother Liu Bei, Shi Ran likes you very much. I like you very much. You are Shi Ran's great hero. You are not allowed to learn it. While the two girls were arguing, Wu Yan's eyes were filled with surprise. The same expression also appeared in Ning Fan's eyes. This is the secret pill concoction technique of the profound medicine clan? You gave this technique to Liu Bei. If this matter spreads out, with how overbearing your profound medicine clan is, they will certainly send out many true immortals to hunt down Liu Bei. You are harming him. Wu Yan said nervously. If you don't say it, I won't say it, big brother Liu Bei won't say it, big sister Yu Er won't say it, and Wei Liang definitely won't say it either. Who will know? Shi Ran disagreed. She did not think that what she did was inappropriate at all. You are really. What should I say about you? Wu Yan sighed softly. She could understand Shi Ran's feelings. If she had the status of a princess in the clan and could obtain some profound secret techniques of the clan which could help Ning Fan, she would also be willing to take the risk and give it to Ning Fan. Big brother Liu Bei, if you don't want it, give it back to me. Shi Ran reached out her hand and tried to take it back, but Ning Fan hugged her tightly. I want it. Why don't I want it? It's a good thing. It was indeed a good thing. The Tao of Formation was divided into 9 factions. However, there were only 2 factions in the Tao of Pills. The 9 Revolutions pill refinement technique that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had passed down was incomplete. Even though the 3 Purities pill condensation technique that Shi Ran gave him was also incomplete, it was much more profound than Ning Fan's current pill concoction technique. With these and Ning Fan's innate talent, he would certainly be able to achieve great things in the Tao of Pills as long as he puts in some hard work and studies them carefully. With the help of a virtuous wife, one can defeat 1,000,000 mighty soldiers. Ning Fan finally experienced this saying in the mortal world. Of course, in order to win the hearts of his virtuous wives, he would have to face a life and death crisis. The process was very difficult, but the result was satisfactory. That was enough. Then, big brother Liu Bei, sister Wu Yan and I will be leaving now. You are not allowed to not miss me. After you return, be careful in everything you do. Ning Fan reminded them. Wu Yan and Shi Ran looked at Ning Fan deeply. After a long time, they each took out their formation discs and activated the formation light. An instant later, their figures gradually faded. They had returned to the second world. Liu Bei. Goodbye. Looking at the sky where the two women left, Ning Fan raised his head and sighed emotionally. Go, back, home? The female corpse gently pulled Ning Fan's sleeve. She could see that Ning Fan was a little emotional. Go home. After leaving the external endless sea for more than 20 years, Su Qiuling's injuries might have already flared up. Let's go and treat this woman first. Little cucumber, you have so many beauties. Don't you feel tired? Yu Lingkong criticized him in her mind. No matter how tired I am, it's still better than being alone. Ning Fan's words made Yu Lingkong fall into silence. Ning Fan's path was bumpy, but he was not lonely. As for Yu Lingkong, even though she was the female tyrant of the internal sea in the past, she never had a close friend. In the end, she even suffered a backlash from her second primordial spirit and was betrayed by her disciples. When are we going to the Divine Space Island? Yu Lingkong recalled some unhappy memories and asked with a frown. We will go. Ning Fan took out a formation disc. It was not to return to the second world but to the external endless sea. The star palace of the second world and the secret realm of the broken world. Before he entered the broken world, he was a nascent soul realm cultivator. When he returned to the external endless sea, he was a divine transformation realm cultivator who was almost standing at the peak of the divine transformation realm. The journey was filled with hardships and losses. The golden flame chariot was half destroyed and the two mid-divine transformation realm spiritual puppets were either injured or killed. However, what he gained was much more: formation techniques, pill refinement techniques, the inlaid star plate, the black star technique, the Fuli ancestral blood, the initial form of the Emperor's shadow, two void refinement realm spiritual puppets, an immortal painting magic treasure. There were gains and losses. Ning Fan did not suffer any losses. Let's go. Ning Fan activated the formation disc and the three of them slowly disappeared from the Cloud Palace. The moment they left, the Cloud Palace disappeared along with the sea of stars. No one knew where they went. 20 years had passed. The external endless sea was still filled with dangers and opportunities. Every year, many cultivators would come from afar. Some of them were here to train in the endless sea while some were here to cultivate in the Lost World Palace. During these 20 years, many forces in the external endless sea were destroyed and many more forces were established. Among them, the largest assassin organization was established on the Ying Province Immortal Island. It was called the Alliance of Bright Assassins. 20 years later, the secret realm of the Broken World was destroyed. The entrance to the Broken World in the Pleasure Devil Sea had already collapsed. Only the first position on the killing steel of Ning Fan's name was engraved with a ferocious name with terrifying baleful qi. Zhou Ming. Originally, one could only enter the secret realm of the Broken World for 6 months. However, Ning Fan had been there for 20 years. Most of the experts of the Endless Sea who were waiting outside had lost interest in waiting and had already left. No one would wait here for 20 years just to see Ning Fan's return. Only a woman named Su Qiuling waited here every day. However, during the past 3 years, her injuries began to act up and her physical strength was exhausted. Thus, she could no longer wait for Ning Fan under the sea. This place was already empty. Even the formation that isolated the sea had lost its spirituality. Those who occasionally passed by this place were only cultivators who were searching for treasures in the illusory Devil Sea. In the deep sea, 2 cultivators, one old and one young, were mining for spiritual ores. The Pleasure Devil Sea was rich in spiritual ores. The deeper the sea, the more precious the ores were. Ores were good things. They could be used to forge magic treasures and weapons, forge spiritual iron and set up formations to make puppets. A piece of precious spiritual ore was equivalent to all the expenses of a gold core realm old monster's 100 years of cultivation. The two of them were searching for spiritual ores in the deep sea. The old man wore a red robe and had a terrifying late gold core realm cultivation base. He seemed to be a rogue cultivator. As for the young one, he was a young man with rosy lips and white teeth. His aptitude seemed to be quite good. He seemed to have just broken through to the harmonious spirit realm. His cultivation base had not stabilized yet. The two of them were a pair of master and disciple. Perhaps, the reason why the old man brought the young man into the sea was not only to search for ores but also to let the young man gain experience in the sea of blood and stabilize his cultivation base. Master, my cultivation base is still weak. I'm just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Isn't it a little too early for me to gain experience in the sea? The young man was a little afraid. His words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the old man. Humph. How can you go far on the path of cultivation if you are so timid? So what if you are a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? Did you know that 20 years ago, there was a shocking figure in the endless sea? He went to the external endless sea with a harmonious spirit realm cultivation base and fought against thousands of mermen alone. He survived the pursuit of the demon sealing sect and entered seclusion in the lost world palace of Punglai. 10 years later, he broke through to the nascent soul realm and killed the demon sealing sect's eagle crane elder. After that, he stirred up a storm in the external endless sea with his nascent soul realm cultivation base. He even dared to face a divine transformation realm old ancestor head-on. This person killed the geniuses of the 10 sects and 3 islands as if it was child's play, but the old ancestors of the 10 sects did not dare to be angry with him. This person has been in the secret realm of the broken world for 20 years, but his name is getting redder and redder. It's obvious that not only did he not die, he even went somewhere and created a monstrous killing intent. Even though this person has been gone for 20 years, the older generation experts in the external endless sea are still terrified when they hear his name. He climbed to the peak from the harmonious spirit realm step by step. The old man's reprimand made the young man blush, but he still talked back in a low voice. Master must be making things up. This disciple doesn't believe that there is a harmonious spirit realm cultivator who can move unhindered in the external endless sea. Who is this person? Can Master say his name? His name? He is that Emo Xiao whom you admire the most. His name is so famous that countless forces in the external endless sea secretly formed the Alliance of Light Assassins. He is Zhou Ming. What? Master said venerated old ancestor Ming? Venerated old ancestor Ming swept across the external endless sea when he was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? The young man didn't believe that there was a harmonious spirit realm cultivator who could move unhindered in the external endless sea, but when he heard the name Zhou Ming, he believed it completely. His eyes were filled with passion and admiration. The person he admired the most was Zhou Ming. However, how did Master know that venerated Ming was only a harmonious spirit realm cultivator when he escaped from the demon sealing sect? Rumor has it that venerated Ming was only a nascent soul realm cultivator when he entered the external endless sea. The young man was puzzled. How could I not know? That day, venerated Ming and I entered the external endless sea on the same heaven-evading ship. At that time, the heaven-evading ship that I was on received the distress signal from the other ships. At that moment, venerated Ming was standing beside me. Due to the confusion in his heart, he revealed a trace of his cultivation base. There's no mistake about it. I was the only one who felt it. Other than me, no one else knew that venerated Ming could fight against a nascent soul realm cultivator at the harmonious spirit realm. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk, it's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. Asterisk when the old man recalled the past, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. At that time, he and Ning Fan were on the same ship when they entered the external endless sea. He was an intermediate gold core realm cultivator while Ning Fan was a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Dozens of years later, the old man finally advanced to the late gold core realm. On the other hand, Ning Fan was already a nascent soul realm old ancestor. He was an expert that even spirit-severing realm old monsters were afraid of. He was the person whom the Alliance of Light Assassins wanted to kill the most. Compared to Ning Fan, the old man felt that he had wasted his entire life's worth of cultivation. Master. Master. The young man suddenly stopped and interrupted the old man's thoughts. He pointed at a direction with a joyful look on his face. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm reminiscing about the past? The old man was displeased. However, when he looked at the direction where the young man was pointing at, he was immediately surprised. Then, his face was filled with joy. Beside the reef at the bottom of the sea in front of them, there was a piece of dark red fire crystal Oregon. It was at least the size of a palm. It's a fire crystal ore. And it's so big. Master, this fire crystal ore can be sold for at least 100,000 immortal jades. The young man said excitedly. 100,000 immortal jades was a huge fortune to him and the old man. He immediately leaped to the bottom of the sea and wanted to dig out the ore. However, he was stopped by the old man. Wait a minute. Something is not right. The location of this fire crystal ore isn't hidden at all. It's so obvious, but it has never been taken away by anyone. Instead, it's my turn to take it away. This doesn't make sense. I'm afraid there's some kind of danger hidden in this place. The old man squinted his eyes. His many years of life and death experience told him that there was something hidden in this place. When his eyes swept across a huge reef, he was shocked as if he had seen something unbelievable. He immediately pulled his disciple and retreated with all his might. Run quickly. This is not a reef. This is a reef beast. Just as the old man was retreating, all the reefs in the sea within 6,000 zhang radius began to shake. The entire ground suddenly rose up. Under the sea of sand, there was actually a 6,000 zhang huge ferocious beast hibernating. All the reefs and the fire crystal ore were growing on its back. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a roar and emitted the aura of a mid-nascent soul realm expert. Under this aura, the old man was terrified. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. The young man was almost scared to death. A nascent soul realm ferocious beast. Moreover, it's a mid-nascent soul realm expert. We're finished. We're going to die. At the moment when the old man and the young man were in despair, starlight suddenly appeared in the deep sea and formed a 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang vortex. In that vortex, thunderous sounds could be heard from time to time. A young man in a white robe and a black cloak walked out of the vortex. Without any warning, a violent tsunami immediately appeared in the sea within 100,000 li * 500 m per li radius. Countless dormant ferocious beasts prostrated themselves on the ground at the same time and trembled. As for the previously arrogant reef beast, when it saw the young man, its eyes widened and its body trembled. Terrifying, too terrifying, this ferocious beast felt an undefeatable danger from the young man. Roar! The reef beast let out a roar that sounded like it was submitting to the young man. Then, it fled without any regard for its life. The old man was stunned. The young man was even more so. Where did this young man who appeared out of nowhere come from? What is his cultivation base? With just a trace of his aura, he was able to make a mid-nascent soul realm sea beast flee for its life. Greetings, senior. The old man did not dare to be negligent. He immediately clasped his fist and bowed. No matter who this young man was, he was definitely not someone that the old man could afford to offend. Furthermore, the old man did not even dare to look at the young man's face for fear that he would commit some taboo. In his life, he had never seen such a powerful expert. To be continued. Greetings, senior. The old man had slaughtered his entire life and was used to seeing life and death, but in front of the young man before him, his words were actually trembling and he was terrified. Just a wisp of this young man's aura made the old man feel like he was suffocating. That aura contained more than 10 million gold core blood seas. The heavy murderous aura caused the gold core in the old man's Dantian region to shatter. He could not imagine that such an expert actually existed in this world. Although the old man could not see the young man's face clearly, he vaguely felt that the aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. The trace of doubt in the old man's eyes did not escape the young man's detection. He took a step forward and dispersed his aura. His gaze swept past the old man and the young man. Immediately, the old man felt like he had been completely seen through. You recognize me? The young man was slightly surprised. He noticed a slight fluctuation in the old man's eyes. This young man was none other than Ning Fan. When he was in the Luoyun tribe, he changed his name to Liu Bei. After returning to the tribe, he continued to use the name Zhou Ming. No, I don't dare. How could I be acquainted with Senior Zhou? From Ning Fan's voice, the old man was even more certain that the person in front of him was Zhou Ming, who had traveled together with him on the heaven-evading ship. In a moment of panic, he accidentally called out Senior Zhou. In an instant, the old man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to slap himself a few times. How stupid. This person was definitely the invincible fiendish devil Zhou Ming. He had disappeared for 20 years and had suddenly reappeared. He definitely didn't want anyone to know. If he accidentally let his tongue slip and recognized Zhou Ming's identity, Zhou Ming might just kill him to silence him. Are you an old friend? I also feel that your aura is somewhat familiar. I remember now. I met you on the heaven-evading boat. Ning Fan muttered to himself. He seemed to have recalled that there was indeed such an old man on the heaven-evading ship in the past. Although he was infamous, he was not a person who would kill indiscriminately, and it was even more impossible for him to silence others just because they recognized him. Although he didn't have the intention to kill, his infamous reputation from 20 years ago still lingered in the outer endless sea. Of course, the elderly man was afraid of Ning Fan. I'm ashamed. Junior Sun Bai indeed had the fortune to meet Senior on the heaven-evading ship that year. The elderly man felt slightly relieved. Based on his impression of Ning Fan would never waste his breath on killing people. Since Ning Fan had asked him a question, the elderly man would certainly not die. Sun Bai, huh? I have something to ask you. If you can satisfy me, I will naturally reward you. Ning Fan's tone was extremely indifferent. However, the elderly man immediately became terrified. If revered Ming has any questions, please feel free to ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know. How would I dare to ask for a reward? What a joke, I'm already lucky to be able to stay alive from Ning Fan's hands. Why do I still need a reward? Sun Bai didn't even dare to think about it. I wonder what venerated Ming wants to ask. Sun Bai was a little uneasy. He was afraid that his answer would displease Ning Fan. Do you know when I will enter the Broken World secret domain? Junior understands. How long has it been since I left? What happened in the Endless Sea? Replying to predecessor, it has been 21 years and 9 months since you left the Endless Sea. As for the big events in the Endless Sea, I haven't cultivated in seclusion for years, so I know more or less. It's just that there are too many things that I know. If I were to say them one by one, it would inevitably delay Senior's time. Please allow this Junior to imprint the memory in the jade slip for Senior's reference. Of course, if Senior insists on letting this Junior narrate, this Junior is also very willing. There's no need for that. It's better to imprint the memory in the jade slip. It has been 21 years, huh? I suppose a lot of big events must have happened. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with worry. There were two forces in the Endless Sea that he was most concerned about. One of them was the Pleasure Devil Island where Su Qiuling was, and the other was the Green Jade Immortal Island that In Suqiu joined. There seems to be another one. Ning Fan was also a little concerned about Bei Xiaomon's safety. Yes. Since Senior has given the order, this Junior will immediately imprint the memory in the jade slip. Sun Bai did not dare to be negligent. He immediately patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. He carefully recalled the memories of the past 20 years and imprinted them into the jade slip one by one. The memory of a cultivator was already far beyond that of a mortal. They could almost never forget anything they saw. Besides, Ning Fan only asked about the big events. Thus, imprinting these memories was just a trivial matter to Sun Bai. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had imprinted all the trivial matters. Then, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and the jade slip in Sun Bai's hand disappeared into thin air. In an instant, it appeared in Ning Fan's hand. Sun Bai had never seen such a technique in his life. He was extremely shocked. This was not the technique of a nascent soul realm cultivator at all. It seemed like he had borrowed the power of teleportation. Venerated Ming has broken through to the divine transformation realm? But 20 years ago, he had just formed his nascent soul. How did he achieve the divine transformation realm after 20 years? Ning Fan did not know that Sun Bai was shocked. He scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and found out that it contained the things he wanted to know. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a bottle of pills. He tossed it to Sun Bai as a reward. Then, he took a step forward. With a flash of purple smoke, he disappeared without a trace. What a fast speed. This is venerated Ming. I actually saw venerated Ming himself. After Ning Fan left, the young man at the side finally regained his breath from the heavy pressure. His eyes were filled with excitement. As for Sun Bai, he was astonished once again. Teleportation. It really is teleportation. He has returned. He has achieved the divine transformation realm. 20 years. He used 20 years to achieve the divine transformation realm. The astonishment in his heart had reached its peak. However, when Sun Bai lowered his head, his expression changed greatly again. This is a nascent transformation pill. The pill that venerated Ming gave me is actually a fourth transformation nascent transformation pill. Sun Bai's eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately kept the pill bottle like it was a treasure and cupped his fists in the direction where Ning Fan had left. Thank you for your generous gift, venerated Ming. Today, the two of them were searching for ores in the deep sea. First, they were ambushed by the reef beasts. Then, they saw Ning Fan's return. Even though it was more daunting than dangerous, they no longer had the mood to search for ores. The two of them sighed with emotion. Then, they immediately turned into rays of traveling light and left the sea region. As for announcing their encounter with Ning Fan, they did not dare to do so at all. An old friend, 10,000 li * 500 m per li, away, Ning Fan was standing in the deep sea. The seawater was separated in a strange way. No sea beast dared to come close to him. Ning Fan did not have much of an impression of Sun Bai at all. However, the word old friend touched his heart. As for the nascent transformation pill that he gave to Sun Bai, it was just one of the countless pills that he had obtained from killing others along the way. It was not worth mentioning at all. A single nascent transformation pill was enough to cause a bloodbath in Yu country in the past. To the current Ning Fan, a single nascent transformation pill was just an item of little value. Perhaps the next time I see Bei Yao and the other girls, they will just be my old friends. Holding the crystal clear Gu King token in his hand, Ning Fan recalled the scenes that happened in the Star Palace. The Gu King token had been kept and the beauties had gone far away. Ning Fan then returned to the external endless sea. He no longer disguised himself as Liu Bei. Instead, he removed his disguise and turned back into Zhou Ming. The female corpse and Yu Lingkong also temporarily went back into the cauldron ring to rest. The two of them had exhausted a lot of their strength while fleeing from the pursuit of the realm beast. They had also sustained some injuries. It was time for them to rest and recuperate. Endless sea, Ning Fan, am back. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He pressed the jade slip that Sun Bai gave him to his glabella and closed his eyes to carefully browse through the changes that had taken place in the past 20 years. The memories played in front of his eyes. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness and he continued browsing. Alliance of Ming Assassins. The divine transformation realm old ancestor of the Yingzhou Immortal Island secretly colluded with the divine transformation realm experts in the internal sea to establish an assassin organization. Just to assassinate me, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. This mere alliance of Ming assassins was not worthy of his attention at all. Divine transformation realm old ancestor, Ning Fan had lost count of how many early divine transformation realm experts he had eaten in the external endless sea. Compared to dealing with the alliance of Ming assassins, Ning Fan was more concerned about the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. It was not because of that Mother Earth's heart but because of Su Qiuling's injuries. When he entered the secret realm of the broken world that day, he deduced that Su Qiuling had 30 years to live. Now that 20 years had passed, Su Qiuling's injuries had already begun to act up. In another 10 years, she would certainly die. Fortunately, Ning Fan had already returned. Moreover, he had the Black Star healing technique that could heal living people. Basically, there was no injury that Ning Fan could not heal for cultivators below the Void Refinement realm. With him around, not only would Su Qiuling not die, but her cultivation base would also improve tremendously with the help of her injuries. Before entering the broken world, Ning Fan could only heal Su Qiuling's injuries. Now, he could even help her cultivation base improve rapidly. When he browsed through the jade slip again, there were only two things that made Ning Fan's expression change. One of them was the information about the lost world palace of the Punlai Immortal Island. The Tower Lord of the Southern Tower, Bei Xiaoman, had almost succeeded in her seclusion to attain the divine transformation realm. The other information was about the Green Jade Immortal Island. 3 years ago, the mid-divine transformation realm old ancestor who had been hiding in the Green Jade Immortal Island all this while had returned to the void. Returning to the void was when a cultivator died at the end of their lifespan. Ning Fan once speculated that the reason why no devil cultivators from the external endless sea dared to lay their hands on the female cultivators of the Green Jade Immortal Island must be because this sect had a great hidden strength. The information confirmed Ning Fan's speculation. The Green Jade Immortal Island had always been guarded by 2 divine transformation realm experts. One of them was in the dark while the other was in the light. The one in the light was an old lady whom Ning Fan had met half a time ago. The one in the dark was a senior divine transformation realm expert. As soon as the senior divine transformation realm expert died, the Green Jade Immortal Island did not have any new divine transformation realm experts to replace her. It was already a little insufficient to guard the Green Jade Immortal Island with just one divine transformation realm expert. The female cultivators of the sect were all great human cauldrons. Countless devil cultivators were staring at the Green Jade Immortal sect with saliva dripping from their mouths. There were even a few devil cultivators who had abducted more than 10 female cultivators of the sect. In the past 3 years, the alliance of Ming assassins had also begun to suppress the Green Jade Immortal sect. The reason was because there was a rumor that the vice-sect lord of the sect, Xianxia, was Zhou Ming's woman. Xianxia had successfully formed her nascent soul and even obtained the inheritance of the ruins of N's old ancestor from the Baiyao sect. Her cultivation base was almost at the peak of the nascent soul realm and she was only half a step away from the spirit transformation realm. The rise of Xianxia's status in the Baiyao sect naturally aroused the jealousy of a certain female cultivator. Thus, her relationship with Ning Fan was exposed. Once this was exposed, it would be disastrous. The alliance of Ming assassins had already decided to kill Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia had never left the sect and had been cultivating in seclusion. Hence, no one had the chance to attack her. The coldness in Ning Fan's eyes intensified. Putting aside Xianxia, the actions of the Ming assassin alliance had angered Ning Fan. Xianxia is currently in seclusion. She's fine for the time being. Humph. I'll save Qiuling first. After that, I must personally see what gives the alliance of Ming assassins the right to covet my woman. Ning Fan shook his body. In just a flash of purple smoke, he had already completely vanished from sight and drifted towards the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. It seemed like he had to do some things as soon as he returned. If the outer seas were not stained with blood, some people would not learn to be obedient. On the black tortoise star in the northern heaven void world, a cold lady who was standing on a purple crystal sword was flying towards the sea of clouds. The void world was the medium-sized world where the tablet master immortal emperor lived. The lady who was standing on the sword was wearing a small robe. Her soft shoes gave off a fragrant scent. Her body was surrounded by colorful sword chi. She was none other than the beloved disciple of the tablet master immortal emperor. Bailey had just come out from her seclusion and she hurried to the Sea of Clouds to help someone attain the spirit-severing realm. With her identity, she would not personally help someone to attain the spirit-severing realm unless she met an expert who could pry into their luck. Previously, she went to the Sea of Clouds to help Ning Fan. This time, it was to help her younger sister. Her fourth sister, Bei Xiaoman, was about to succeed in her mortal severing today. She would leave her name on the Dao Steel and become a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Xiaoman has finally attained the spirit-severing realm. If that's the case, she should return to the northern heavens soon, Bailey muttered to herself as if she was worried about something. 1 hour later, they arrived at the bottom of the 3 Dao Steels in the Sea of Clouds. Below the Dao Steels, I Ching was sitting on pins and needles. He was sighing while confronting a lady in red robes. The lady in red robes held a red whip in her hand. Her small face was delicate and pretty but her eyes were cold. She stopped I Ching and insisted on sparring with him. She was the 4th mistress of the Lost World Palace, Bei Xiaoman. Bei Xiaoman saw that I Ching had some skills and wanted to spar with him. However, how would I Ching dare to fight her? She was the 4th mistress of the Lost World Palace. If she gets hurt, it would be troublesome. As soon as he saw Bailey, I Ching hurriedly retreated as if he had just been pardoned. Bailey sighed softly and frowned when she saw him. Then, she said indifferently, Xiaoman, you're messing around again. You have just attained the spirit-severing realm and your cultivation base has yet to stabilize. How can you spar with someone? Junior brother Yiqing did not fight with you because he was afraid that you would get hurt. Humph. All of you are looking down on me. If it wasn't because of my physique and my young age, I wouldn't have just attained the spirit-severing realm. Besides, I can't blame Yiqing for being too arrogant when I quarreled with him. In the 3 stages of the mortal severing realm, every time I passed a stage, he would nag at me once. He would talk about how amazing a person called Ning Fan was in the past and what kind of results he achieved in passing the stages. How annoying. Silly girl. That young Master Ning is really amazing. Junior brother Yiqing admires young Master Ning from the bottom of his heart. He didn't mean to provoke you. Bailey's eyes were filled with reminiscence as if she was recalling a young man. Young Master Ning. Sisterly feels a little strange. Didn't you always look down on men? Why are you so polite to that Ning Fan and even addressed him as young Master Ning? Bei Xiaoman placed her hands behind her back. Her red feet were gently tapping on the ground as she looked at Bailey with great interest. Her eyes were filled with smiles. Sister, could it be that you've fallen in love with that young Master Ning? That won't do. No matter how strong he is just a person from the lower world. Pooh. Xiaoman, you didn't learn anything good in the lower world. You're getting bolder and bolder. I've only met young Master Ning once. How could I fall in love with him? Bailey's face turned red and rolled her eyes at Bei Xiaoman. Of course, I know that Sisterly is a proud and arrogant person. It's impossible for you to fall in love with a cultivator from the lower world. Why are you so agitated? Besides, I know someone from the lower world. In terms of talent, he is not inferior to your young Master Ning. What do you mean by my young Master Ning? Who is the person you know? What's his cultivation base? Bailey's interest was piqued. His name is Zhou Ming. He's a stinky brat who bullies me every day. However, he is really talented and powerful. He has gone missing for 20 years. I have no idea where he has gone to. Humph. He must have gone to fool around with that wild woman. I'm so angry. Bei Xiaoman's face was filled with anger. However, even if Zhou Ming had gone to fool around with that woman, what was there to be angry about? Didn't she dislike Zhou Ming? Silly sister. Bailey seemed to have seen through Xiaoman's thoughts. She thought to herself, I'm afraid that my sister has taken a fancy to a cultivator from the lower domain. Is that person called Zhou Ming? What's Zhou Ming's bone age like? Does he have any special talents? With your standards, you shouldn't be interested in outstanding talents below the soul formation realm. And he is very powerful, definitely more powerful than your young Master Ning. His bone age is less than 400 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the late nascent soul realm. 20 years ago, when he went missing, he was at this cultivation base. Bei Xiaoman was a little disappointed. Bailey shook her head and said, a nascent soul late stage at 400 years old? That's not bad. However, compared to young Master Ning, who reached the soul formation stage at 300 years old, he's still a little lacking. Who said that? Although that Zhou Ming is a late nascent soul realm cultivator, he has even killed a divine transformation realm cultivator before. Moreover, he is a 5th revolution pill refinement master. As soon as he finished speaking, Bei Xiaoman immediately became complacent. It was as if the 400 years old 5th revolution pill master was not Zhou Ming, but her. A 5th revolution pill master. In that case, this young Master Zhou is indeed very talented. Is he a genius of the Tao of alchemy? Bailey pondered. You are not allowed to call him young Master Zhou. You don't even know him. You go and look for your Ning Fan. Zhou Ming is mine. Bei Xiaoman was like a little kid, causing Bailey to feel pity and a headache at the same time. It would be good if this sister of mine is more mature. He had only casually mentioned young Master Zhou, and this silly sister of his was already starting to get jealous. Has this silly sister fallen in love with that Zhou Ming? If that's the case, it will be troublesome. Xiaoman, you should know that you have an engagement with the Shiman clan. Speaking of which, where is your Yuanyao jade? Don't tell me you gave it to Zhou Ming? Bailey's beautiful eyes turned serious. This was a serious problem. The Yuanyao jade is with the stone warrior for safekeeping. As for the Shiman clan, I won't marry them. Bei Xiaoman lied. Both the Yuanyao jade and the stone warrior were lost. Silly sister, even if you don't marry into the Shiman clan, it's still impossible for you to be with that Zhou Ming. Bailey wanted to persuade her again. Suddenly, a tyrannical void-shedding realm aura descended from the sea of clouds along with purple rays of light. Immediately, both of them revealed a surprised expression. Mother! Why are you here? Naturally, I'm here to give you an item to help you slay the scarlet dragon. Within the rays of light, Yuanyao took a step forward. She was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens and stood aloof from the world. There seemed to be some injuries on her body. However, before her two daughters could ask anything, Yuanyao flicked her sleeve and took out a black crystal, handing it to Bei Xiaoman. Man-heir, after you return to the rain world, refine this crystal and you will definitely be able to slay the scarlet dragon. Then, you will no longer have to worry about the Gui vein bloodthirst. You don't need to suppress the killing intent of the Gui vein by killing people anymore. Thank you, mother. Bei Xiaoman hugged Yuanyao, feeling incomparably happy. She wanted to slay the scarlet dragon even in her dreams. Month after month, this was indeed a difficult task. By the way, what were you guys talking about just now? Yuanyao asked casually. We were talking about which genius is more outstanding. I like Zhou Ming but big sister likes Ning Fan. Bei Xiaoman stuck out her tongue and acted coquettishly to Yuanyao. What do you mean I like Ning Fan? Bailey did not like to talk much. She did not have the strength to defend herself. The conversation between the two of them, however, made Yuanyao sink into contemplation. Genius, huh? I'm afraid Ning Fan and Zhou Ming can't be compared to that person. Who can't be compared to? Bei Xiaoman was in the lower world while Bailey had just come out from her seclusion not long ago. Both of them did not know about a huge rumor in the northern heaven. Currently, almost all the geniuses in the northern heaven have been subdued by a young man. That person was born in the lower world but he defeated Zichuan and killed Lin Su with just his divine transformation realm cultivation base. He fought against the realm beast alone and bathed the sea of stars in blood. His name is Liu Bei. I'm afraid he's the most outstanding person among the geniuses of this generation. Yuanyao recalled the past but she tried her best to hide her facial expression, pretending that she did not know Liu Bei. Strange? With mother's status, how could she praise a divine transformation realm cultivator from the lower world? Bei Xiaoman and Bailey found it hard to believe. However, the three of them did not know that the strongest genius that they were arguing about was actually the same person. That person had already quietly returned to the endless sea and was preparing to stir up a storm again. To be continued. It was impossible for her two daughters to see through Yuanyao's thoughts. As soon as she returned to the northern heaven, she immediately rushed to the cloud sea to give Bei Xiaoman the Star Force crystal. Other than that, she still had other matters to attend to. Many geniuses of the northern heaven had died in his hands. Yuanyao had to help him settle some small troubles. Xiaoman, I have something to tell you. You must remember it well. When you return to the rain world this time, if Liu Bei looks for you and asks to ascend to the northern heaven world, you must do your best to help him. Alright. Bei Xiaoman nodded. The Pleasure Devil Ocean was rich in mineral resources. Just like in the past, the magnetic field was chaotic and the sky was covered by black snow. Even if it was daytime, one's vision could not penetrate 100 zhang * 500 m per zhang, under the cover of the black snow. With the existence of the magnetic field, ordinary cultivators would not dare to simply spread out their spirit sense. Only a white-robed young man wearing a black feather cloak walked in the wind and snow with a calm expression. He spread his spirit sense very far away as if he was not afraid of the magnetic field at all. His spirit sense was at the half-step void refinement realm. His spirit sense was much stronger than that of early divine transformation realm cultivators like Su Rushan. Each of his steps felt like he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. However, after just one step, he would disappear without a trace. With such speed, he could be considered as one of the top existences in the entire endless sea. Ning Fan walked through the black snow and suddenly stopped outside the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. His eyes flickered. In the wind and snow, the entire Pleasure Devil Immortal Island was on high alert. Tens of thousands of formation lights were activated on the entire floating island. There were also countless cultivators patrolling the island as if something had happened. Could it be that Qiuling's condition has worsened? I see. She's just seeking medical help. A group of 3rd and 4th Revolution Pill Masters can't cure her. Ning Fan shook his head and took a step forward. His body was surrounded by a golden-purple breeze which penetrated through countless layers of defensive formation lights and entered the island. None of them could stop him. His arrival was even more so unnoticed. At the peak of the Pleasure Devil Island, there was a floating mountain. It was called the Extreme Bliss Summit. It was transformed from the magic treasure of the island lord, Su Rushan. In the main hall of the mountain, there were dozens of pill refinement masters sitting on the guest seats. They were discussing Su Qiuling's condition. All of these people were famous alchemists in the outer Endless Sea, and there were even a few who came from the inner Endless Sea. Their expressions were even more arrogant. There were 4 people sitting on the main seats. The leader was naturally the Pleasure Devil Island master, Su Rushan. Beside him sat an old man in a linen robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was the cloud-treading sex deity transformation stage ancestor, Xianxia. There were 2 other people on the main seat. One of them was a woman in a light yellow robe. Her face was covered with a light veil, and her eyes were closed as she played the zither. The faint sound of the zither reverberated in the hall, but no one was listening. She didn't care either. This woman was none other than Su Qiuling. As for the last person on the main seat, it was a dirty old man dressed like a gardener. He was only in the nascent soul stage and was eating pastries as if nobody else was around. He was ancestor Dongxiu, who had changed his name to Shuiyi. It was clear that Dongxiu had already revealed his identity to Su Rushan and received the highest level of treatment on the Pleasure Devil Island. However, his identity was not announced to the others. Ordinary people would not understand why a dirty gardener would be invited to such a solemn occasion. Other than the 4 of them, there was also a timid nascent soul realm cultivator who was serving the gardener at the side. He was old ancestor Yu Long, who was once subdued by Ning Fan and left on the Pleasure Devil Island. Cough everyone, please don't argue. May I know the cause of my daughter's injuries and how can she be cured? Su Rushan let out 2 dry coughs and interrupted the discussion among the pill refinement masters. His face was filled with shame. It was because he only found out 3 years ago that his daughter was actually suffering from a strange illness that caused her to lack metal. As a father, he had failed in his duty. Everyone, please do your best to cure my daughter. If anyone has any requests, feel free to tell me. As long as it's something that I, Su Rushan, can do it without any hesitation. I will certainly satisfy all of you. Su Rushan's promise immediately made the eyes of many pill refinement masters in the main hall burn with passion. Among this batch of pill refinement masters, the least of them were peak 3rd Revolution pill refinement masters. More than half of them were 4th Revolution pill refinement masters. Among the half of the 4th Revolution pill refinement masters, 5 of them were mid-4th Revolution pill refinement masters while the rest of them could not be identified. Those who would be tempted by some empty promises were mostly 3rd Revolution pill refinement masters. Every 4th Revolution pill master was a person who was steady and had a sense of propriety. They would not act recklessly unless they were offered some real benefits. Old man Su has promised you benefits. Of course, all of you will be excited. However, I have to warn you first. If all of you can't cure my niece, Qiuling. Humph. Xianxia let out a cold snort. His terrifying early divine transformation realm aura swept across the main hall like a tornado. Then, he slammed his palm on a few tables at the side. In an instant, the tables were shattered into pieces. The tremendous force of his palm spread to the ground of the main hall, causing the entire blissful summit to shake violently as if it was going to collapse. This time, even the 4th Revolution pill refinement masters were slightly shocked. The blissful summit was Su Rushan's natal magic treasure. It was a low-grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure. However, it was almost destroyed by Xianxia's palm strike. How strong was Xianxia's palm strike? If they did not give Su Rushan a satisfactory answer today, it might be a little troublesome. With the benefits promised by Su Rushan and the pressure exerted by Xianxia, the pill refinement masters finally calmed down. They stood up one by one and cupped their fists towards Su Rushan and Xianxia. I'm Wang Wei, a guest pill refinement master of the Wang clan in the external endless sea. My pill refinement mastery is at the peak of the third revolution. I think that Miss Choling's illness is caused by her lungs. According to the medical records, autumn is related to metal and metal is related to the lungs. This is a disease of the five viscera and is caused by the imbalance of magic power. I only need a third revolution pill to cure her illness. A green-robed young man took the lead and cupped his fists. However, other than the sentence that he quoted from the medical records, the rest of his words were pure bullsh*t. Even Su Rushan, who did not know anything about medicine, shook his head in displeasure. If a third revolution pill could cure Su Choling, why would he, Su Rushan, go through so much trouble to find a doctor? There were almost 100 third revolution pill refinement masters on Devil Pleasure Island. Was it not enough? Master Wang, you're wrong. An old man wearing a scholar robe stood up and shook his head. Humph. Who are you? I don't think you look familiar. You must be a low-grade pill refinement master. Wang Wei was displeased. I'm Yang Gu, an elder of the Pill Island of the Eternal Endless Sea. The old man smiled and shook his head. His calm tone immediately caused a commotion in the main hall. Another wave of commotion spread in the main hall. This time, even Su Rushan and Yan Zhong's expressions changed drastically. They stood up and cupped their fists towards the old man. So it's the famous Master Yang Gu of the Eternal Endless Sea. The 7 revered forces of the Eternal Endless Sea were Divine Space Island, Buzhou Clan, Giant Devil Clan, Sword Island, Heavenly Abode Island, Demon Sealing Palace, and the last force was the Pill Island. Due to their expertise in pill refinement and the fact that they sold high-grade pills to the experts of the Eternal Endless Sea, the status of the Pill Island could be said to be extraordinary. This Yang Gu was one of the 10 great pill refinement masters of the Pill Island. He had an early divine transformation realm cultivation base and had been immersed in pill refinement for thousands of years. He was already half a step into the 5th revolution pill refinement realm. Even mid-divine transformation realm experts would have to treat a pill refinement master of this level politely. Su Rushan and Yan Zhongzi did not dare to slight him. Of course, Yang Gu's words carried more weight than a mere 3rd revolution Wang Wei. Junior has been rude. Please forgive me, Senior Yang. Wang Wei began to panic. He was afraid that he had offended Yang Gu with his rude words. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you offend me. However, this is a matter of the Tao of medicine. You must not treat it lightly. A single wrong step could cost someone's life. A single mistake could cost someone's life. You must remember this. Yang Gu's tone was gentle and he had the demeanor of an elder. His words made Wang Wei feel ashamed. At the same time, it made many 3rd revolution pill refinement masters feel ashamed. Many of them came here with the intention of trying their luck. They were not confident that they could cure Su Choling. They were just randomly prescribing pills to test their luck. This kind of thinking was the most unacceptable in the Tao of medicine. May I ask Grandmaster Yang if my daughter can still be saved? Su Rushan rubbed his palms nervously. I'm sorry. I can only say that with my pill refinement mastery that has yet to reach the 5th revolution, I can't cure your daughter. I'm sure fellow Taoist Su has already guessed the reason. It's because your magnetism divine art is too tyrannical. When your daughter was still a fetus, all the metal chi in her body had been extracted. Yin and Yang and the 5 elements are the laws of nature. None of them can be missing. Your daughter's life is short of metal and she should have died early. However, because of the ancient sword fragment that was implanted in her body, her metal chi was temporarily replenished. However, this is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Yang Gu sighed helplessly. He looked rather ashamed. Even a 5th revolution pill refinement master can't cure your daughter. Only if I, Venerated Pill, can help her. Venerated Pill is a 6th revolution pill refinement master. Other than him, I'm afraid no one in the Endless Sea can save your daughter. However, Venerated Pill has already traveled around the world and has yet to return. Your daughter's lifespan is less than 10 years. Yang Gu's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Su Rushan's heart. If it was someone else who said that Su Qiuling was incurable, Su Rushan might doubt it. However, it was Yanggu who personally said it. How could Su Rushan not believe it? Even old ancestor Dong Su could only sigh in silence. Just like what Yanggu had said, in old ancestor Dong Su's mind, there were only two people who could save Su Qiuling. One of them was the venerated pill that Yanggu mentioned. This person had traveled for hundreds of years and had yet to return. Otherwise, Dong Su would have already begged venerated pill to save Su Qiuling. The other person who could save Su Qiuling was Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan had also gone missing. Su Qiuling acted as if she did not hear Yanggu's words at all. She was still immersed in the sound of her zither. She had long become indifferent to life and death. She had already prepared a flower grave and would bury her in the flower field after her death. If she did not meet Ning Fan, Su Qiuling would not have any regrets about her death. Now, however, she was worried that she would not be able to see Ning Fan one last time before she dies. Yanggu's words carried too much weight. It was like a death sentence. No one dared to diagnose Su Qiuling's illness anymore. Each of the pill refinement masters shook their heads without saying a word. They also did not have any way to cure Su Qiuling. If they were to still be thick-skinned and prescribe medicine at this moment, it would be no different from slapping their own faces. Ling Er. Don't worry. No one in the Endless Sea can save you. I will risk the world's condemnation and bring you to the 800 cultivation countries to look for a 6th revolution pill master in the Rain Palace to treat your illness. Dong Su suddenly stood up as if he had made up his mind. No one knew about Dong Su's cultivation base. Only now did the pill refinement masters know that this dirty old man was Su Qiuling's master. No wonder he could attend such an important occasion with just a nascent soul realm cultivation base. Dong Su nodded at Su Rushan. Su Rushan understood and sighed helplessly. If that's the case, I can only let old ancestor Dong Su bring Su Qiuling to the 800 cultivation countries to try my luck and see if I can get a 6th revolution pill master to save her. After making up his mind, Su Rushan stood up and cupped his fists at the pill refinement masters, ordering them to leave. My daughter can no longer be saved. I'll have to trouble all of you to take care of her. Since you've come from afar, you can rest for a while on the Pleasure Devil Island. I still have some matters to attend to. I won't be able to entertain you personally. Wait. Your daughter might not necessarily be incurable. As long as she marries me, I have a way to save her. Just as the pill refinement masters were about to leave, a sharp voice suddenly resounded. The person who spoke was a short and wretched-looking skinny man with a mouth full of yellow teeth. He had the cultivation base of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. He was staring at Su Qiuling's extraordinary figure and laughing lewdly. Master, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want. Su Rushan was in a bad mood. He had already asked them to leave. Why did this rude person suddenly jump out? What does he mean by marrying him can save her? Who does he think he is? Is he the king of heaven? Can he cure someone that even the pill island can't? Little brother, the Tao of medicine is not a child's play. Yanggu was displeased. He could not bear to see people using the name of the Tao of medicine to swindle and kill patients. That's right. Master Yanggu is absolutely right. If the Tao of medicine can't save Miss Qiuling, then, what about the Tao of poison? The question from the wretched-looking skinny man immediately made Yanggu speechless. In ancient times, the Tao of poison was as mysterious as the Tao of pills. Both of them could cure illnesses and injuries. It was just that they were passed down from generation to generation. The orthodox Tao of poison had branched out into Tao of poison, Tao of curses, Tao of insect expelling, and so on. Yanggu did not know much about the Tao of poison, but he could not say that it could not cure Su Qiuling. Who are you? Are you proficient in the Tao of poison? Su Rushan's expression softened a little. I am a rogue cultivator from the Alliance of Ming Assassins. Yellow Tooth. My master is a divine transformation realm expert in the internal sea. He had once obtained a certain kind of Tao of poison by chance. It's called the dual cultivation goo. This insect has been refined by me for 1,000 years, and only I can control it. As long as your daughter consumes this insect and dual cultivates with me, allowing me to cleanse her cultivation, all of her injuries can be healed. What? You have the dual cultivation goo? Upon hearing the name of the dual cultivation gu, even Su Yan, Dong Su, and Yang Gu, who did not know much about the Tao of poison, were greatly shocked. The dual cultivation gu was a kind of Tao of poison that only the ancient cultivators knew how to rear. By stimulating the power of the Tao of poison, it could cure most of the serious injuries and illnesses. This Tao of poison also had a special characteristic. Once it is refined by someone, it cannot change its owner. If this yellow tooth really has the dual cultivation gu, he might be able to dual cultivate with Su Qiuling and cure her. When Su Rushan thought that his beloved daughter was going to be defiled by this wretched yellow tooth, he struggled internally. This struggle also appeared on the faces of Yan Zhongze and Dong Su. However, this might be the only way to cure Su Qiuling. How should they choose? I want to use the dual cultivation gu to save her. Not only do I need to take all of your daughter's primordial yin, but I also have another condition. I heard that Island Lord Su and that ferocious devil Zhou Ming are quite close. My master has a request for Island Lord. Island Lord must make a great heart devil oath. In the future, when Zhou Ming returns to the external endless sea and my alliance of Ming assassins kills him, Island Lord must not help us. If you agree to this, I can save your daughter's life. The yellow-toothed man sneered. He came to this place for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to marry the beauty. Secondly, he was ordered by his master to destroy the friendship between the Pleasure Devil Island and Ning Fan in preparation to kill Ning Fan in the future. This time, Yellow-Toothed was representing the Ming Assassination Alliance. His tone was impolite, causing Su Rushan to frown. Your conditions seem to be too many. Whether or not my Pleasure Devil Island is on good terms with Zhou Ming, what does it have to do with your alliance of assassinating Ming? If you don't agree to this request, this Huang will naturally not make a move to save you. As for your daughter, she will definitely die. The yellow-toothed man sneered. Yellow-toothed man's conditions really put Su Rushan in a difficult position. Befriending Zhou Ming was the will of the giant demon clan patriarch. He could no longer disobey. If I don't agree to Yellow-toothed Z's condition, I won't be able to save my daughter. What should I do? Yan Zhongze was very unhappy. He was especially unwilling to let his lovely niece marry such a wretched man. But now he was an outsider and could not help Su Rushan make a decision. While Su Rushan was in a dilemma, a small figure who had been silent for a long time spoke. The alliance of Ming assassins is nothing. Dual cultivation gu is nothing. If my master, Zhou Ming, returns, he can easily save Miss Qiuling. Yu Long was enraged. The person who spoke was none other than Yu Long. He had not followed Ning Fan for a long time, but he admired his master to the bone. Moreover, he had always believed that Ning Fan could save Su Qiuling. In his heart, he had long regarded Su Qiuling as Ning Fan's lover. If Ning Fan was Yu Long's master, Su Qiuling would be his mistress. This wretched yellow-toothed man in front of him really has the guts to say that he wants to snatch my mistress as his woman. Who does he think he is? Who are you? The yellow-toothed man's eyes turned cold and shifted his gaze to Yu Long. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and immediately felt disdain. Yellow-toothed man was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator while Yu Long was just a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. With this kind of cultivation base, he was not a match for yellow-toothed man at all. I am the slave of venerated Ming. My name is Yu Long. Aren't you a member of the Ming Assassination Alliance? You don't even know me? You are Zhou Ming's slave. Humph. Yellow-toothed man's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity and arrogance as he said to Su Rushan. I've made up my mind. If you want me to save your daughter, you have to promise me one more thing. I want Yu Long's head. Asterisk bang asterisk. As soon as yellow-toothed man's voice fell, Su Qiuling's delicate body trembled for the first time. The strings of her zither broke. Under the veil, the gentleness in her eyes that was originally unmoved by anything turned into indifference. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch young Master Zhou's woman? You can't take Yu Long's head away. As for me, I, Su Qiuling, will never marry you even if I have to die. Get lost. Asterisk kiss asterisk. Many old monsters secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Fairy Qiuling, who had always been gentle and quiet, could actually get angry. Why you dare to ask me to get lost? Do you know who my master is? Do you know that no one in the endless sea can save you other than me? You can only marry me. Do you want to die? Yellow-toothed man's eyes were filled with hatred. Being despised by Su Qiuling made him so angry that his voice trembled. Die? So what if I die? As the saying goes, silkworms will run out of threads until they die. If I die, I won't have to suffer the pain of yearning. I won't hold it against you for humiliating me with words. However, I won't allow you to touch young Master Zhou's men. You're a member of the Ming Assassin Alliance. I don't like to see you. If you don't get lost, I'll ask my father to kill you. Su Qiuling's expression became calm again. Her heart only moved for one person. Fine. You asked me to get lost. I'll remember this. Don't regret it in the future. Perhaps, Pleasure Devil Island will be bathed in blood soon. Yellow-toothed man sneered. It wouldn't take long for the Ming Assassin Alliance to finish their preparations. All the forces related to Zhou Ming would be destroyed. This Pleasure Devil Immortal Island was no exception, even if it was a subordinate force of the giant devil clan. Yellow-toothed man coldly flicked his sleeves and took a step out of the main hall. However, before he could take a step forward, a heaven-collapsing pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Under this pressure, no one below the divine transformation realm could stand steadily in the main hall. As for Yellow-toothed man, he was at the center of the pressure. Despite having a peak nascent soul realm cultivation base, his bones and muscles trembled. His chest felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He took tens of steps back before he could stabilize himself. However, he was already severely injured and coughed out blood non-stop. A breeze blew in the main hall. Purple smoke flashed and a young man in white robes and black cloak slowly appeared. He looked at Yellow-toothed man with a cold gaze. Just now, you said that you want to take Yu Long's head, bathe the Pleasure Devil Island in blood and pluck the young lady of the Su clan. Do you dare to repeat those words in front of me? That young man spoke calmly. However, his words carried a baleful qi that could make even divine transformation realm cultivators shudder. At this moment, the sky above the Pleasure Devil Island was dyed red by the baleful qi. At the moment when this figure appeared, Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes turned sour and tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Ning Fan has returned. He's finally back. Su Rushan and Yan Zhong's expressions changed greatly. They actually did not notice Ning Fan's arrival at all. Judging from Ning Fan's traveling light, he was obviously using a teleportation technique. It seemed like it had only been 20 years, but Ning Fan had already advanced to the divine transformation realm from the late nascent soul realm. Dong Su's expression changed. His cultivation base was the highest among them and his eyes were the sharpest. His cultivation base was at the half-step void refinement realm. After obtaining the comprehension of void force that Ning Fan had given him, he was only a step away from attaining the void refinement realm. However, even Dong Su could faintly feel that the current Ning Fan was undefeatable. Not only has this young man broken through to the divine transformation realm, but he also gave me such a strong sense of danger. What exactly is his current cultivation realm? Yu Long's eyes were filled with joy and admiration. Under Ning Fan's aura force, he was as insignificant as a lone boat in the vast ocean. He immediately realized that his master had become stronger again and he was terrifyingly strong. His master has returned. The alliance of Ming assassins is just a bunch of clowns. Along with Ning Fan's appearance, each of the famous pill refinement masters and old monsters in the external endless sea became terrified. During the past 20 years, Ning Fan's infamy in the external endless sea did not diminish but increased instead. During the past 20 years, even though the alliance of Ming assassins had risen, there were rarely any old monsters who dared to openly join the alliance and go against Ning Fan. 20 years had passed and Ning Fan had returned. His strength was even stronger and his baleful qi was even heavier. Do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of me again? Ning Fan took a step forward. Yellow-toothed man, who was a dignified peak nascent soul, actually did not have the strength to resist at all. His physical body shattered and his nascent soul tried to escape in a panic. However, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and kept it in his palm as if he was holding an ant. Kiss a strong sense of astonishment rose in the hearts of all the old monsters. This Zhou Ming has become even more ferocious than before. Even an early divine transformation realm old ancestor might not be able to kill a peak nascent soul cultivator with a single step. What exactly is Zhou Ming's current cultivation realm? Moreover, Ning Fan did not hesitate at all even though he knew that Yellow-Toothed Man was a member of the alliance of Ming assassins. He was still as bloodthirsty as before. Yellow-Toothed Man was stunned. When his tiny nascent soul was caught in Ning Fan's hand, an irresistible feeling of astonishment quickly rose in his heart. Why, you are Zhou Ming? How can you be so strong? Even my master, old ancestor Zigu, doesn't have such strength. Zigu? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Of course, he remembered who Zigu was. It was the third elder of the Demon Ceiling Palace. He had a grudge against Ning Fan in the past. However, he did not expect that he was still bent on killing Ning Fan even after 20 years had passed. Behind the Ming Assassin Alliance, there was the shadow of the purple goo. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan could not understand. Zigu was the third elder of the Demon Ceiling sect and he did not know about Ning Fan's strength. However, Lu Jiefan was the lord of the Demon Ceiling sect. He should know how terrifying Ning Fan was. Thus, he should not have the guts to hunt Ning Fan down. Is Lu Jiefan dead? Or did he not return to the Demon Ceiling Hall? No matter what, I will know everything after I search your soul. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan searched his soul and memories. Yellow-Toothed Man let out a blood-curdling scream as his soul dispersed. In the main hall, all the old monsters kept quiet out of fear. Ruthless. This forefather Zhou Ming was too ruthless. Killing people and searching their souls was a common occurrence. He did not hide it from anyone and was not afraid of the alliance of Ming assassins finding out. This was a real demon. This kind of person would not even bat an eyelid when slaughtering a sect or an island. All the old monsters felt a chill in their hearts. Zhou Ming is back. This devil must not be provoked. Added yesterday's third update, to be continued. After searching Lu Jiefan's soul, Ning Fan showed no mercy and immediately found out Lu Jiefan's whereabouts. In the Star Palace, Lu Jiefan had already returned to the Demon Ceiling Hall with serious injuries. As soon as he returned to the hall, he immediately went into seclusion to treat his injuries. If Lu Jiefan finds out that his subordinates are going against Ning Fan, he will certainly be the first one to stop them. Who is Ning Fan? That was a ruthless being whose combat power was comparable to a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. Moreover, he had 2 half-step Void Refinement Realm corpse puppets with him. After witnessing Ning Fan's strength, even if Lu Jiefan was given 10,000 times more courage, he would not dare to make Ning Fan his enemy. However, when he returned to the Demon Ceiling sect this time, Lu Jiefan immediately went into seclusion. He did not know that Zigu wanted to assassinate Ning Fan at all. That was why Taoist Purple Gu dared to join the Ming Assassin Alliance to hunt down Ning Fan. He really wanted to see what kind of explanation Lu Jiefan would give him after he annihilated the alliance of Ming assassins. On the other side, Ning Fan was searching their souls and killing them. On the other side, the old monsters' minds were in chaos. He was Zhou Ming, he was back. The old eccentrics' hearts trembled, but they retreated even faster, bidding their farewells and leaving. It was as if staying here for even a moment longer would cause them to lose their lives to Zhou Ming. Yang Gu's white brows furrowed. His temperament was amiable, and he did not like demonic cultivators who cultivated the path of slaughter. Seeing Ning Fan killing Yellow-Toothed Man with a wave of his hand, Yang Gu also bade farewell and left. However, he was stopped by Ning Fan. Fellow Yang, please wait. What? What advice does fellow Taoist Zhou have for me? Could it be that you're so happy with killing that you want to kill this old man on Pleasure Devil Island as well? Fellow Taoist Yang misunderstands. I heard that you're from the Pill Island. I would like to ask for a pill formula from you. Pill recipe? What pill recipe? The pill formulas of my Pill Island are never sold to the outside world. Humph, or are you trying to kill me and rob me of my treasures in this place, old ancestor Mingzuan? Yang Gu was displeased. As a great scholar, his temperament was normally gentle, but he had a type of arrogance that wouldn't be subdued by others. At this moment, there were no outsiders in the hall, and only Yang Gu, Su Russian, and the others remained. If Ning Fan wants to kill Yang Gu would have no chance of winning since he has the advantage in numbers. However, Yang Gu was not afraid at all. Taoist Yang has misunderstood. Ning Fan shook his head expressionlessly. He was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. the yellow-toothed man had the Tao of death. However, this Yanggu had come from afar to treat Su Qiuling's illness out of goodwill. Ning Fan would not kill such a person indiscriminately. After dispersing all of his aura, Ning Fan cupped his fists towards Yanggu with a smile. His smile made Yanggu dumbfounded. Strange, the infamous devil Zhou Ming actually smiled and was polite to a stubborn old man like Yanggu. I have a way to cure Qiuling's illness. I can make sure that her gold qi will be replenished and her cultivation base will improve greatly. However, the treatment process is a little overbearing and will hurt her mind. I'm afraid that Qiuling's gold core won't be able to withstand it. I need some pain-relieving pills. I've long heard that there's a pill recipe on your island called the heart-nourishing pill. It's a fifth revolution pill that can nourish a cultivator's mind. I want this pill formula. What? You want the heart-nourishing pill formula? Yanggu was shocked. He was not shocked by Ning Fan's overbearing manner in asking for pill formulas. Instead, he was shocked by the profound meaning behind Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan's tone made it seem as if saving Su Qiuling would be a piece of cake. Ning Fan's tone made it seem as if refining the heart-nourishing pill was a piece of cake. Yanggu's heart shuddered. Could it be that this great devil Zhou Ming is not only a murderous devil but also a grandmaster in the Tao of pill refinement? Is he a fifth revolution pill refinement master? However, even a fifth revolution pill refinement master would not be able to cure Su Qiuling. Yanggu carefully scrutinized Ning Fan. When he saw that Ning Fan's bone age was less than 400 years old, he immediately shook his head. Young. Ning Fan is too young. Attaining the divine transformation realm before reaching 400 years old means that he has a heaven-defying aptitude. However, it was impossible for him to attain the fifth revolution pill refinement realm at the age of 400 years old unless he was a genius of the Tao of pill refinement in the upper world who had been nurtured since young. As for Ning Fan, all the rumors about him indicated that he did not have any background. He was just a rogue cultivator. It was already heaven-defying for a rogue cultivator to attain the divine transformation realm at the age of 400 years old to attain the fifth revolution pill refinement realm. Fellow Taoist Zhou, medical skills aren't child's play. Yanggu was displeased. From his point of view, Ning Fan and Wang Wei were the same kind of people. Both of them were young and full of vigor. Just because they knew a little about pill refinement, they thought that their medical skills were extraordinary. This kind of mentality was unacceptable. I agree with fellow Taoist Yang's words. Medical skills aren't child's play. A slight misdiagnosis could lead to the death of a patient. As a teacher, we must not mislead our students. As a doctor, we must not lose our conscience. Ning Fan did not argue with Yanggu. He just nodded at Dong Su, Su Russian, Yan Xianxia, and Yu Long. Then, he slowly walked towards the lady whom he had not seen for many years. I'm back. It was a very simple sentence. However, when Su Qiuling heard it, it made her heart ache even more. It's good that you're back. Ah. She suddenly let out a cry and covered her mouth with her white hand. However, her other wrist was held by Ning Fan's hand. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Su Qiuling's sickly face turned slightly red. It was filled with embarrassment and anger. Since when did I allow Ning Fan to touch my wrist? Nothing much. I'm just feeling my pulse. Medicine soul, appear. Ning Fan withdrew all of his baleful qi. His expression was solemn and his eyes glowed with traces of green light. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of green qi. All of a sudden, his aura changed drastically. Just a moment ago, he was still a ferocious devil filled with killing intent. In the next moment, he was already a pill refinement grandmaster who was brimming with medicine qi. Medicine soul. Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes sparkled while Su Russian, Yan Xianxia, and the others were stunned. It was self-evident what a medicine soul meant. Those who possess a medicine soul must be fifth revolution pill refinement masters. Ning Fan was using his medicine soul to feel Su Qiuling's pulse. Yanggu sucked in a breath of cold air. He never thought that a person who was not even 400 years old could attain the fifth revolution pill refinement realm. However, Ning Fan, who was standing in front of him, did it. Previously, he looked down on Ning Fan. He hated him for boasting and looking down on pill refinement techniques. Now that he thought about it, he realized that Ning Fan was not looking down on pill refinement techniques. It was obvious that his pill refinement techniques were profound and he was full of confidence in treating Su Qiuling. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're actually a fifth revolution pill refinement master. Please forgive this old man for not recognizing you earlier. If I have offended you with my words, please forgive me. Yang Gu cupped his fists. He would not be subdued by power. However, in front of a grandmaster whose pill refinement techniques were better than his, he was willing to lower his head and bow to him. Yang Gu was still a step away from attaining the fifth revolution realm. However, Ning Fan was already at the fifth revolution and his pill refinement mastery was even higher than Yang Gu's. Yang Gu's expression was filled with admiration. The way he looked at Ning Fan was like how he was looking at a senior in the Tao of Pill, a fifth revolution pill refinement master who was not even 400 years old. Even if he was a venerated pill, he would only be at the fourth revolution when he was 400 years old. This undoubtedly showed that Ning Fan's innate talent in the Tao of Pill was much better than venerated pill. It was highly possible for him to break through to the sixth or seventh revolution in his lifetime. Hee. Fellow Taoist Yang is just stating facts. How am I offending you? Besides, fellow Taoist Yang has come all the way from the internal endless sea to treat Qiuling's illness. I appreciate your kind intentions. If fellow Taoist Yang is willing to give me the pill formula of the heart-nourishing pill, I will exchange it with the heart chant to condense my medicine soul. Ning Fan's tone was calm but Yang Gu's eyes immediately burned with passion. Given Yang Gu's temperament, it was rare for him to show such a gaze. However, Ning Fan's words made him unable to remain calm. The heart chant to condense your medicine soul. Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you really want to exchange this item for the heart-nourishing pill formula? Yang Gu found it a little hard to believe. To ordinary fifth revolution pill refinement masters, condensing their medicine soul was just like crossing a river by groping for the stones. How could there be any heart chant? If there was a heart chant, wouldn't everyone have the chance to break through to the fifth revolution? To some pill refinement clans that had existed for millions of years, they might have inherited the heart chant to condense their medicine soul. However, all of these heart chants were the secrets of their clans. None of them would be taught to outsiders. Even the 9 fifth revolution pill refinement masters of the Pill Island and the venerated pill refinement masters of the Pill Tao did not have the heart chant to condense their medicine soul. Ning Fan actually had it. Could it be that this Ning Fan is a talented disciple of some pill refinement clan? The pill formula of the heart-nourishing pill might be precious, but the heart chant to condense a medicine soul could not be measured by the word precious. The rule of the Pill Tao was that pill formulas were not allowed to be taught to outsiders. However, who said that the established rules could not be broken? If any old monster in the Pill Tao were to make a deal with Ning Fan here, they would be extremely happy to exchange a pill formula for the soul condensation secret. Yang Gu did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out a green pill formula and flicked it to Ning Fan, as if he was afraid that Ning Fan would go back on his words. Ning Fan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He scanned the pill formula with his spirit sense and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Then, he took out a jade slip and briefly imprinted the heart chant to condense a medicine soul on it. This heart chant originated from the pill refinement technique that Shi Ran taught him. It was the secret technique of the Profound Medicine clan. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to give Yang Gu the complete heart chant. What he gave him was just 1/10 of the heart chant. It was only the rough method to condense a soul. In that case, even if this technique is leaked to the public, it would not expose the secret technique of the Profound Medicine clan. In Ning Fan's eyes, 1/10 of the incomplete heart chant was not worth mentioning. However, in Yang Gu's eyes, this 1/10 of the heart chant was nearly more precious than his old life. This is actually the heart chant to condense a medicine soul. Even though the heart chant is incomplete, it is undoubtedly thousands of times more brilliant than pill refinement cultivators like us who only know how to make a breakthrough. With this technique, my Pill Island will certainly produce a few more fifth revolution pill masters within 1,000 years. Moreover, it won't take me too long to break through to the fifth revolution. Yang Gu swallowed his saliva and stared at Ning Fan. He felt that the latter was becoming more and more unfathomable. Originally, Yang Gu was certain that Su Qiuling was incurable and that she would die within 10 years. He did not believe that Ning Fan could save her. At this moment, he had great confidence in Ning Fan. He faintly felt that Ning Fan had the ability to save this lady. I want to stay on the Pleasure Devil Island for a while longer to see how fellow Daoist Zhou concoct the heart-nourishing pill and treat Miss Sue's illness. Is that possible? Of course. However, if that's the case, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the alliance of Ming assassins? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Of course, he was willing to use some benefits to rope him in. Alliance of Ming assassins? Humph. Why should I be afraid of them? I am a half-step fifth revolution pill master after all. As long as I raise my arm and call for help, there will be at least 6 to 7 divine transformation realm cultivators in the internal sea willing to protect me. As for fellow Daoist Zhou, you are a true fifth revolution pill master. Judging from your medicine soul, you are not far from breaking through to the mid-fifth revolution. With your pill refinement mastery, it won't be difficult for you to summon 10 divine transformation realm cultivators just by raising your arm and calling for help. What's the alliance of Ming assassins? Yanggu did not put the alliance of Ming assassins in his eyes at all. An assassin organization that has a divine transformation realm old ancestor? Such words were only meant to scare the nascent soul realm juniors. To a high-grade pill refinement master who had a good relationship with others, the alliance of Ming assassins was nothing. If the alliance of Ming assassins dares to attack fellow Daoist Zhou, I am willing to help you and fight together. Yanggu said straightforwardly. Ning Fan had given him such a great benefit. Of course, he knew how to repay his kindness. Su Yan and Yanggu were stunned by what they saw. Who was Yanggu? He was a pill refinement master that even ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators had to treat with respect. A pill refinement master of this level was actually convinced by Ning Fan with just a few words. Moreover, Yanggu was even willing to help Ning Fan fight against the alliance of Ming assassins. 20 years ago, Ning Fan could only let Su Yan and Yanggu treat him as their peers. 20 years later, Ning Fan could make those whom Su Yan and Yanggu did not dare to offend bow their heads to him. Su Qiuling's eyes lit up. The man whom she fancied was indeed extraordinary. I have always believed that if you return, you will certainly be able to cure me. I have been waiting for you. Su Qiuling unconsciously revealed her affection. Don't worry. I am here. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confidence. He would certainly cure Su Qiuling, on the Sword Island of the Eternal Endless Sea. A one-armed middle-aged man who carried a heavy black iron sword descended on the island like a ray of sword light. The moment it landed, the Sword Island's Grand Formation, Mortal Void Grade Grand Formation collapsed in an instant. The 14 million ancient swords buried in the island all let out trembling sounds of fear. Countless experts on the island soared into the sky. They stared at the white-robed middle-aged man in disbelief. Even Venerated Sword, who had a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivation base, felt like his sword intent was going to collapse under the gaze of that white-robed middle-aged man. This man's Sword Dao cultivation base is really strong. I want the broken immortal trapping sword. The white-robed middle-aged man's expression was full of vicissitudes. His face was full of stubble and his eyes were empty. His long hair was loose and half of it had already turned white. He did not seem to like talking much. He only uttered a sentence indifferently to state his purpose of coming. However, what he said immediately aroused the anger of countless experts on the island. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you break the grand formation of my Sword Island and seize my island's treasure, the broken immortal trapping sword? Don't you know about the agreement between Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou and the Rain Palace? Are you trying to anger Lord Thunder Sovereign? However, before the group of experts of the island could finish speaking, Venerated Sword suddenly waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, stopping everyone from speaking. Shut up. No one on the island dared to make any noise after he said shut up. It was enough to show Venerated Sword's prestige. Someone, bring the broken immortal trapping sword and give it to this senior. Venerated Sword sighed helplessly. What? That's the supreme treasure of our island. If we lose it, the density of the sword's spiritual chi on the island will decrease by at least 60%. The cultivation speed of all the disciples on the island will be greatly reduced. Many elders objected. However, all of them were silenced by Venerated Sword's next sentence. This person is the white-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. Venerated Sword sighed and did not explain further. He only reported the name of the white-robed swordsman. But when the name was announced, everyone on the island revealed an incomparably terrified expression. White-robed sword god. Xianxia. We understand. Lord Venerated Sword, we will go get the broken immortal trapping sword now. None of the elders said anything else. There were some people who didn't need to explain anything to you if they wanted something. They could just come to your sect and report their name and you wouldn't dare to disobey them. The old devil was once that kind of expert. This white-robed swordsman was also that kind of expert. Not long after, a few elders of Sword Island brought a broken sword wrapped in a blue cloth and handed it to the white-robed swordsman. The white-robed swordsman received the sword. He did not open the cloth and only took a casual glance at it. Immediately, he frowned. A piece of the sword blade is missing. He didn't like to talk much. This sentence was naturally to ask for the missing sword blade from Sword Island. Reporting to Senior. This missing piece of the sword blade was taken by a friend of mine to help his disciple suppress the golden chi in his lifeline. Whoosh! Before Venerated Sword could finish speaking, the white-robed swordsman's sword flashed and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Even with Venerated Sword's cultivation, he couldn't see the speed clearly. He is Xianxia. The sword devil who forgets his heart and forgets his emotions. Venerated Sword swallowed his saliva. If this white-robed swordsman was angered, he could flatten the entire Sword Island with a single sword strike. First update, to be continued. The news of Ning Fan's return had spread across the entire external Endless Sea at a terrifying speed overnight. In the Yingzhou Immortal Island and the Ming Assassin Alliance, as soon as they heard that Ning Fan had broken through to the Divine Transformation Realm, at least 30% of the forces left the alliance and tried their best to distance themselves from it. They were afraid of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. They could not imagine how fearless he would be in killing people after breaking through to the Divine Transformation Realm. These were all stories to be told later. The Rising Phoenix stage had been rebuilt a long time ago. 20 years ago, Ning Fan had caused a massacre here. 20 years later, the wind and snow here were still the same, and the old people were already gone. On the bronze platform, Ning Fan, Dong Su, Su Yan and the others were sitting around a fireplace. They were chatting while warming their wine. Most of their topics were about the changes in the external Endless Sea. Su Yan and the others had asked Ning Fan about his experiences in the past 20 years, but Ning Fan did not mention a single word about them. Su Choling was like a newly married wife. She warmed the wine for Ning Fan at the side with a gentle and respectful expression. Behind Ning Fan, Yulong's eyes were filled with fanaticism and admiration. In the past, when he was taken in as Ning Fan's servant, he had complained incessantly. Now, however, it seemed like becoming Ning Fan's servant was the greatest opportunity in his life. Yulong's master was not an ordinary person. He was a Divine Transformation Realm patriarch, a person who could drink wine with the 7 venerables of the Internal Sea. What they were drinking was a type of spirit wine called Drunken Past Dust, which was brewed by Dong Su using hundreds of flowers. It was known for its great capacity for alcohol. Those who did not have enough magic power would definitely not be able to drink much. An early-stage nascent soul cultivator would be drunk for a month after drinking 1 drop. An early-stage soul formation ancestral patriarch could drink 10 bottles at most. After drinking 11 cups, Su and Yen left with bitter smiles. They had to immediately return to their closed-door training to refine the alcohol, otherwise they would be drunk for a month. After Su Yan and Dong Su left, Yulong also received Ning Fan's permission to return to the mysterious Emerald Palace to rest. Only Ning Fan and Dong Su were left on the Phoenix Ascension platform. For the entire night, until dawn, the two of them were not drunk at all. This made Su Qiuling secretly surprised. She had already endlessly overestimated Ning Fan. However, she had never expected that he would be able to drink with her half-step Void Refinement Realm Master for an entire night without losing the upper hand. Su Qiuling lazily lifted her sleeves to cover her face and yawned sleepily. She stared at Ning Fan and gradually became infatuated with him. 20 years of waiting was worth it for tonight. The 10 jars of drunken former dust were all drunk. Dong Su was no longer in a drunken mood. He laughed heartily and returned to rest. As for Ning Fan, he kept the storage pouch that Dong Su had given him. With a wave of his magic power, all the tipsiness and drunkenness disappeared. What good things did Master give you? Su Qiuling's bright eyes flickered. Some puppets, some pills, some immortal jades, some heavenly dwelling treasures. Of course, there are also some insights on how to refine heavenly dwelling treasures. Your master said that these are your dowry. Ning Fan stood up and stretched his body comfortably. His bones emitted a crisp sound like popping beans. He shook off the snow on his shoulders. Even though he sounded relaxed, the things that Dong Su had given him were definitely valuable. All of them were the benefits that he had promised Ning Fan in the past. 1,000 grotto heaven treasures, each of them could be sold for more than 1,000,000 immortal jades. 17 soul formation puppets, 10 at the early stage, 4 at the middle stage, 2 at the late stage, and 1 at the peak stage. There were 50 bottles of peak Fourth Revolution profound essence pills, and each bottle contained 20 pills. Each pill could increase the magic power of a peak nascent soul cultivator by 1 unit. Apart from that, there was also the heart of Mother Earth which was given to him by Su Rushan through Dong Su. These items were definitely valuable. Ning Fan would remember Dong Su's kindness in his heart. I will cure Qiuling. Don't worry. Ning Fan seemed to be talking to the wind and snow. However, he knew that Su Rushan and Dong Su were waiting for this promise. Just as Ning Fan was talking to the wind and snow, a pink, sound-transmitting paper butterfly flew through the wind and snow and landed on Su Qiuling's palm. The little butterfly seemed to have transmitted some information into Su Qiuling's spirit sense. Immediately, she could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? This sound-transmitting paper butterfly is very unique. Did you make it? Ning Fan's eyes moved. Among the low-grade cultivators in the Endless Sea, there was a type of sound-transmitting paper that was very popular. It could be used to send messages by falling paper dolls, paper cranes, paper butterflies and paper tigers. It was little Lian who sent me a message. She told me something interesting. I could not help but laugh. Su Qiuling combed her black hair. Her ethereal aura was like an orchid in an empty valley. She was a talented woman. Even though she was slightly sickly, it added to her elegance. Su Qiuling kept the paper butterfly and said with a faint smile. Young Master Zhou, are you going to rest first or are you going to concoct the heart-nourishing pill? Are you going to accompany me to rest? Ning Fan teased. Sure. If you dare, I dare. Su Qiuling looked indifferent even though her neck had turned pink from embarrassment. You are really the most special woman I have ever seen, Ning Fan shook his head. If he said this, she would probably scold him for being a hooligan. However, Su Qiuling was much calmer and more unperturbed than most women. It was as if nothing could surprise her. She was a woman who had already seen through life and death, sorrow and joy. You should go and concoct pills. I want to concoct the heart-nourishing pill as soon as possible so that your injuries can be healed. Thank you for your love, young master. However, young Master Zhou, please take note. There is an old man standing in the snow outside the pill concoction room. Standing in the snow outside the door of the Qing family? Ning Fan was rather surprised. It was an illusion of the cultivation world. It referred to 2 cultivators of the Confucian sect, Yu Xiao and Xianxia. In order to seek the Tao, they stood outside the door of a great Confucian sect with the surname Qing for an entire night and turned into a snowman. Ning Fan immediately understood why Su Qiuling was laughing when his spirit sense swept across 50,000 li * 500 Emperor Li. Without saying a word, he directly hugged Su Qiuling's slender waist and took a step forward. Purple smoke floated out of his body. Su Qiuling's delicate body trembled slightly but she did not resist. This woman was really a bold woman for love. Even if Ning Fan violated the rules of etiquette by having intercourse with her in front of the wind and snow, this woman would probably not care about it. I won't regret Zhongzi crossing my wall. Su Qiuling muttered to herself. What? Nothing. It was Su Qiuling's first time experiencing the speed of a divine transformation realm cultivator. The whistling wind and snow beside her ears made her feel intoxicated. She did not even have the time to marvel at Ning Fan's speed. In just a few breaths, they had already arrived at the top-grade pill concoction room of the profound Jade Palace. Outside the room, the wind and snow were intertwined. An elderly man in scholarly robes was covered in snow like a snowman. He had really been standing outside the pill concoction room for the entire night. As soon as he saw Ning Fan coming with a beauty, he immediately shook off the snow on his body and cupped his fists with a smile. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou, are you here to concoct pills today? The old man seemed to be looking forward to it. Yes. Fellow Taoist Yang, do you want to watch from the side? Of course I do. Yang Gu's eyes were burning with passion. After he obtained the Medicine Soul Heart Sutra, he was extremely close to attaining the Fifth Revolution Pill Refinement Realm. If he could watch a Fifth Revolution Pill Refinement Realm master concoct pills at this critical juncture, it would certainly be a great way to accumulate experience. Rules? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Hee hee. Of course. Of course. Yang Gu took out a storage pouch filled with immortal jade and passed it to Ning Fan. In the Endless Sea, one would have to pay a fee to watch a Fifth Revolution Pill Refinement Realm master concoct pills. 1 million immortal jade per person was not a lot, but it was a rule. Imagine if a Fifth Revolution Pill Refinement Realm master invites 1,000 or 10,000 people to watch and learn from him, how much money would he earn? To improve one's pill concoction technique, one would need to consume a large amount of spiritual herbs. In itself, it would burn a lot of money. Rules could not be broken, especially rules that allowed one to collect money. Lu Yanggu stood at the entrance of the pill refinement room and watched from afar. As for Ning Fan and Su Qiuling, they walked side by side to the pill cauldron and ignited the cauldron. Su Qiuling could observe and learn from him at a close distance. Even if she did not learn the art of pill refinement at all, it would still be beneficial for her to observe and comprehend something by analogy. Beside Su Qiuling stood a half-damaged He Ho. Even though it was half-damaged, its tyrannical aura still startled Yang Gu. This is a half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppet. Hiss, Yang Gu could not help but feel shocked. A half-step void refinement realm expert was one of the 7 venerated experts of the internal sea. To think that he would actually be refined into a puppet by Ning Fan. Yang Gu could not help but wonder what level Ning Fan's cultivation base had reached. Ever since the news of Ning Fan's return spread out, the outside world had heard that he was a divine transformation realm cultivator. However, it was only rumored that he was an early divine transformation realm cultivator. But Yang Gu didn't believe it. Would an early divine transformation realm cultivator have a half-step void refinement realm spiritual puppet? Fellow Taoist Yang, please don't mind me. This puppet is my principal. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not explain any further and tossed the spiritual herbs into the pill cauldron. The existence of the spiritual puppet was to protect the pill concoction master. It was to prevent the observers from sneakily attacking the pill concoction master, destroying the pill or even injuring the concoction master. Asking for payment and being on guard against Yang Gu. Ning Fan always said the ugly words in advance. He would not take advantage of others, but he would also not let others take advantage of him. Yang Gu's mind was greatly shaken. He realized that he had underestimated Ning Fan's strength and temperament right from the beginning. However, this shock soon disappeared. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Gu was completely captivated by Ning Fan's pill concoction techniques. This is the pill concoction technique of the 9 Revolutions river cart, purple ribbon binding body. This is the pill concoction technique of the 3 purities pill condensation, heart-splitting fire. This is, more than 90% of the pill concoction techniques that Ning Fan used were seen by Yang Gu for the first time. In the past, he had only read about them in ancient books. His heart was filled with joy. It's worth it. It's really worth it. I can see so many mysterious techniques with just 1 million immortal jade. This trip is really worth it. Time passed day by day. This time, he had spent an entire month concocting the heart-nourishing pill. Ning Fan was very attentive and meticulous. This was a nourishing pill for Su Qiuling to recuperate her mental state. Thus, he naturally could not be careless. He was a beautiful butterfly. However, this butterfly was full of emotions. During this 1 month, his techniques were constantly changing between 2 completely different Tao of pill refinement. The 9 Revolutions River cart required him to fuse his demon power and improve its quality through repeated changes. Finally, the pill would be formed. The 3 Purities pill condensation required him to split his spirit sense into 3 parts and calcine them from 3 different parts. The part with the strongest demon power would be the pill heart, while the other 2 parts would be the pill embryo. Different techniques were fused into one in Ning Fan's body. His thoughts and his Tao were to fuse the 2 poles of yin and yang, which were completely different things. The green qi around Ning Fan's body intensified and the medicinal mist became dense. Ning Fan's aura was rising and transforming. Yang Gu was shocked once again. He could tell that Ning Fan had actually touched the bottleneck of the mid-grade 5th Revolution pill refinement realm because he had touched upon 2 different pill concoction techniques at the same time. Fellow Taoist Zhou is about to break through to the mid-grade 5th Revolution pill refinement realm. I, Yang Gu, am actually fortunate enough to witness the breakthrough of a mid-grade 5th Revolution pill master. To Yang Gu, this was extremely significant. As long as he engraved every detail of Ning Fan's breakthrough in his mind, he would definitely have the chance to break through to the mid-grade 5th Revolution pill master in the future. Spending 1 million immortal jade was definitely worth it. Even if he had to pay 10 million or 100 million immortal jade, it would still be worth it. No. I must pay this amount of money. I want to acknowledge fellow Taoist Zhou as my master. Yang Gu's eyes flashed with a hint of persistence. Ning Fan's pill refinement technique was too profound. Even though his level was not the highest in the Rain world, each and every one of his actions was imperceptibly tainted with the mannerisms and temperament of great Emperor Yang Gu. Accepting a disciple was a good thing, especially a disciple like Yang Gu who was willing to sacrifice himself. There was no need to give him any benefits. He just needed to casually imprint some snacks for him and he would be satisfied and loyal to him. Moreover, he would provide a large amount of pills for Ning Fan's force when he is not around. His first disciple was Xueqing. This disciple had most likely broken through to the 4th Revolution and provided a large amount of pills for Ning Fan, right? Ning Fan, of course, did not know why Yang Gu wanted to acknowledge him as his master. However, even if he did, it would probably depend on his mood. At this moment, he was concentrating on the improvement of his cultivation realm. Along with a sound that sounded like a cocoon breaking out, the green qi around his body suddenly shone brightly. The green color of his qi became deeper and it began to slowly transform into a black color. The black color was black. His pill refinement technique had broken through to the mid-grade 5th Revolution. Phew! My pill refinement technique has finally improved. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with joy. The improvement of his pill refinement technique this time was very significant. This time, he achieved a breakthrough in his pill refinement realm with his own efforts after the pill refinement technique he inherited from ancient chaos had reached its limit. This meant that as long as Ning Fan continues to work hard, he would definitely become a grandmaster with his innate talent. Young Master Zhou, you've worked hard. Do you need me to prepare some bath water for you? Su Qiuling could not help but giggle. After a month of pill refinement, Ning Fan's face was already covered in dirt, making him look like a young master who was fleeing from a destroyed country. Why is he not a beggar but a young master who is fleeing from a destroyed country? It was because in Su Qiuling's heart, no matter how down and out Ning Fan was, he still had an unyielding will. As long as his heart remained firm, he would still be a young master and not a beggar even if he had to flee and travel around the world for 19 years. Are you going to accompany me in the bath? Ning Fan was still teasing her. If you dare, I will. Su Qiuling was still as resolute as ever. Asterisk thud asterisk the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground interrupted their conversation. It was Yang Gu who knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist Zhou. No, venerated Ming, please accept me as your disciple. Yang Gu's eyes were filled with determination. He had a premonition that Ning Fan would become a pill refinement master that surpassed venerated pill in the future. He might even become the new pill sovereign of the Rain world. Ning Fan's eyes widened and he felt rather speechless. Why do all the madmen who are obsessed with pill refinement like to take me as their master? If I accept Xueqing as my disciple, he can watch over my pill refinement and provide an endless supply of pills for the 3 Black Devil divine armies. But what's the use of accepting Yang Gu? Fellow Taoist Yang, you have to be cautious when accepting a master. venerated Ming, please give me a chance. Even if I have to start as an honorary disciple, I'm willing to do so. I know that venerated Ming likes to travel around the world and you don't like me following you around. However, you don't have to worry. I will take care of myself and I won't cause any trouble for you. This is 100 million immortal jade. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity. Yanggu was very nervous. In his entire life, this was the second time he knelt to someone and the first time he accepted someone as his master. The first time he knelt was thousands of years ago when he knelt in front of his parents' graves. He left his war-torn hometown and the capital of a mortal country to embark on the path of cultivation. What benefits do I get from accepting you as my disciple? Ning Fan's words were very realistic, but they were also the truth. In the cultivation world, if there is no deep friendship, why would you do something that doesn't benefit you? If Master accepts me as your disciple, I can recommend you to join the Pill Island and become a foreign elder of the Pill Island. Moreover, I can help you obtain the quota to enter the soul washing pond. If you can enter the soul washing pond, Master's medicine soul will certainly improve tremendously and your pill refinement mastery will improve tremendously. It is even possible for you to attain the high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm. Yanggu cowed out again with a sincere expression. As a disciple, it was natural for him to show filial respect to his master. In order to become Ning Fan's disciple, it was even more appropriate for him to give him a gift. His heart was filled with anxiety. After all, this was related to his entire life's Tao of pill refinement. He asked himself 1,000 times in his heart. If I miss out on Ning Fan, will there still be another person who can teach me such extravagant pill refinement mastery? No way. Ning Fan remained silent but his heart was moved. It was not his first time hearing about the soul washing pond. If he could enter this pond, his medicine soul would improve and his pill refinement mastery would naturally improve tremendously. In other words, not only would he not have to spend too much effort to accept this disciple, but he would also receive great benefits. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed as if he had made a decision. Second update, to be continued. An unnamed disciple was Ning Fan's answer to Yanggu. For the time being, he would register them. If they were not to his liking, he would kick them away. If they were useful, he could nurture them a little. Even though it was just an ambiguous answer, it still made Yanggu extremely excited. He immediately bid farewell to Ning Fan and rushed back to the Dan Island in the Internal Sea. Firstly, it was to recommend Ning Fan to become a guest elder of the Tao of Pills. Secondly, he could invite a large group of people to help him eliminate the alliance of bright assassins. It was not certain how many people he could invite. Yanggu was very popular. With his easygoing personality, he had friends everywhere. With the addition of some good friends from the Tao of Alchemy, this group battle would probably be very spectacular. The matter of Yanggu had come to an end. What followed was to remove the hidden dangers in Su Qiuling's body. Firstly, he had to retrieve the fragment of the immortal trapping sword. Apart from that, he had to solve the problem of Su Qiuling's lack of birth charts. For a few days in a row, Ning Fan shut himself in his room and pondered hard. He deduced dozens of treatment plans and finally chose 3 of them. As soon as he left the Black Jade Palace, Ning Fan headed to the Blissful Summit to look for Su Qiuling. However, her room was empty. He spread out his divine perception and searched half of the Pleasure Devil Island, but he still couldn't find Su Qiuling. Ning Fan was secretly surprised. In the middle of the flower grave, a young girl who looked like a young maidservant walked towards him timidly and handed him a paper butterfly. Young Master Zhou, this is for you from young mistress. Young mistress asked you to look for her. The little girl's voice was trembling. She seemed to be very afraid of Ning Fan. Your name is Xiaolian? Yes. Little Lian didn't dare to raise her head. Did you fold this paper butterfly? Xiaolian deserves to die. Xiaolian won't dare to do it again. The young girl cried out and knelt down to beg for mercy. It seemed that the maidservant was not allowed to break the sound transmission paper butterfly to prevent the secret from being leaked. And, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. This butterfly is quite pretty. Not bad. Ning Fan patted Xiaolian's head and opened the paper butterfly. He glanced at the words inside and immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. Only the maid, Xiao Lian, was left kneeling on the ground in the distance. She only dared to raise her head after Ning Fan left. Her expression was still filled with fear. Behind the cluster of flowers, 7 to 8 maidservants immediately came over to help Xiao Lian up when they saw that Ning Fan had already left. Each of them was filled with fear. Xiao Lian, you've got guts. That young Master Zhou is the infamous devil of the outer seas. He's killed countless people. You actually dared to say 3 sentences to him. I'm fine, I've heard that he's a great devil who lusts after other people's wives and daughters. He didn't do anything to you, did he? I think he touched your head just now. Could it be that he planted some kind of restriction on you? Her female companions were all worried. Xiaolian shook her head, blushed, and said in a low voice. I feel that young Master Zhou doesn't seem to be a bad person. He even said that the paper butterfly I folded was beautiful. Miss Xiaolian is thinking of love. I think it's more than just yearning. Even her soul has been seduced by young Master Zhou. Hee haha. A group of young ladies then began to play in the flower path, completely forgetting about how terrifying Ning Fan was. In the sky above the Pleasure Devil Island, Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense. When he sensed the playful activities of the maidservants, he sighed. Even though the status of these maidservants was low and they even had low aptitude which made them have no chance of reaching the gold core realm and nascent soul realm in their entire lives, they were innocent and naive. Indeed, Ning Fan envied this kind of peaceful and playful life. However, life did not give him a choice. There was only one sentence in that sound transmission paper butterfly. It was Su Qiuling's soft and gentle voice. Beauty flows like water and never returns. Poor young Master Zhou is not yearning for the mundane. That sentence was a poem that Su Qiuling casually made. She was truly a talented woman. Her life was already in danger but she still had the heart to play hide and seek with Ning Fan. She hid herself and let Ning Fan find her. Poor young Master Zhou is not yearning for the mundane. Is she pitying Ning Fan for being too busy with cultivation? Ning Fan shook his head. He was at his wit's end when it came to an independent woman like Su Qiuling. He closed his eyes and pressed the tip of his finger on the paper butterfly. Using the trace of qi on the paper butterfly, Ning Fan sensed the residual qi in the wind and chased after Su Qiuling using that trace of qi. Su Qiuling's qi was special. She was immersed in flowers every day. She loved and nurtured flowers. There was a fragrance of flowers that seeped into one's soul. Perhaps she was a flower in her previous life. In the black wind and snow of the Pleasure Devil Sea, a pleasure boat was drifting in the sea. Su Qiuling was the only one on the boat. She was really bold to travel alone in the Pleasure Devil Sea with her peak gold core realm cultivation base. She seemed bold but in fact, that small pleasure boat was a heavenly dwelling treasure given to her by a paradise realm expert. Once there is an enemy, she could hide in the space inside the boat. No one below the void refinement realm would be able to find her. These were just the safety of her rationality. In fact, Su Qiuling was a very emotional person. She believed that Ning Fan would come and look for her. That was why she was attracted by his temperament the first time she saw him. She always thought that it was love at first sight. Until 3 years ago, her illness began to act up. She began to lose consciousness and had strange dreams. In her dreams, she was a pitch-black orchid. She was alone in a deep valley, isolated from the rest of the world. No one could enter her world. She also did not need to understand anyone's world. She could admire herself and sing by herself for the entire day. Until one day, a snow-white butterfly flew into the deep valley. It was so white that there was not a single speck of dust on it. However, it was so weak that it could not even stand a gust of wind. It seemed like it had been exposed to wind and rain somewhere. Half of its wings were destroyed by the rain palace. Even so, the butterfly still flew stubbornly. It refused to admit defeat and submit. When the butterfly flew past the top of the orchid, it could no longer fly and fell into the stamen of the orchid. The butterfly's breathing gradually weakened and it gradually lost its memories. However, it still stubbornly spread its wings and tried to fly towards the sky. At this moment, the orchid understood why the butterfly was injured. It was because this butterfly was too stupid. It tried to fly to the sky with its weak wings. Its wings were torn apart by the strong winds. Stupid butterfly. That is the world of immortals. You are just a small butterfly. Why are you so stubborn? The orchid spoke the language of flowers that the butterfly could not hear. Just like how the orchid could not change the butterfly's will. The butterfly flapped its weak body again and fell back into the stamen. The orchid finally felt heartache. She did not understand why she felt heartache. However, when she saw the butterfly's struggling expression, she could not bear it. She wanted to save this butterfly. Stupid butterfly. Pick my stamen and you will be able to recover your strength. Stupid butterfly. Tear off my petals and you will be able to repair your butterfly wings. Silly butterfly, you are too weak. Your body is not strong enough to withstand the astral winds. I am willing to give you the metal chi in my life so that your butterfly wings will be as strong as iron. Then, you will be able to withstand the astral winds, stupid butterfly. Why don't you look at me? The orchid secretly sprinkled its flower dew on the butterfly and used its petals to repair the butterfly's wings. It gave its gold energy to the butterfly. The butterfly was no longer pure white. Half of it was black. It was given to it by the orchid. Her gold energy was not absorbed by her father's magnetic force, she had already given her gold energy to a butterfly in her previous life. In the end, the butterfly regained its strength and flew into the sky. However, it did not know that an orchid had saved its life. That orchid eventually withered because it lost its gold energy. Until one day, a trace of the ashes of a burning butterfly drifted with the wind to the mortal world and landed on the orchids. At that moment, the orchid's heart was broken. It was like a whimper and lost its last trace of life, a very sad dream. Am I too sentimental? Su Qiuling sighed. That butterfly. Where did it go? Su Qiuling muttered to herself. She was folding a piece of paper that was used to transmit messages. She loved flowers and she was partial to butterflies. Perhaps, in her previous life, she had a one-sided love for a butterfly. Su Qiuling controlled the pleasure boat and moved forward at an unimaginable speed. The traveling cultivators passed by the boat but most of them could not sense the concealed chi of the boat. She was alone, like a vagrant who had no one to rely on. However, Su Qiuling believed that Ning Fan would come back to find her. Dong in the slight wind and snow, a young man in white robes and black cloak chased after the trace of chi and landed on the bow of the boat. He was used to wearing white robes. However, after he turned into a devil, he symbolically put on a large black feather cloak outside his white robes. One black and one white, alternating between good and evil, going to the sea without permission is not a child's play. Ning Fan frowned and reprimanded her. He had killed many people along the way. He knew how dangerous the endless sea was, especially in a lawless place like the Pleasure Devil Sea. In the past, Yuan Yao was ambushed here. Even though there was no auction today and cultivators from the internal sea rarely came here and even though Su Qiuling had a heavenly dwelling treasure to protect herself, it was still dangerous. At least, Su Qiuling's body was still sick. It was not good for her to catch a cold. Su Qiuling smiled instead of being angry because only lonely people would understand that being reprimanded by someone was actually a kind of happiness. Reprimanding was actually showing concern. I'm sorry. I was a little reckless. However, I believe that you will come and find me. Su Qiuling stroked her hair and raised her face with a faint smile. Of course I will come and find you. Ning Fan was so angry that he laughed. This Su Qiuling is really a troublesome woman. She is second only to Yin Suqiu. No, perhaps to a certain extent, she can be on par with Yin Suqiu. Do you know the origin of that poem? Su Qiuling suddenly changed the topic. She controlled the boat and headed in a certain direction. Which poem? When we met, you have read quite a lot of poems. Poor young master. Do you know? This is what I felt when I first saw you. Pitiful. Yes, it's just pitiful. It's not the admiration that you imagined. You are too stubborn. Even though your cultivation base is not strong, you still want to compete with Zhao Zijing just for a stalk of orchid. Is it worth it? Su Qiuling seemed to recall that dream. She wanted to ask the butterfly about the orchid. Oh, butterfly, is it worth it for you to fly to the sky so desperately? The orchid had never asked that question before. However, she believed that there must be a reason why the butterfly insisted on flying to the sky. It must be more important than death. I won't ask about your past because I don't exist in your past. Su Qiuling pointed to the front and suddenly smiled. I will bring you to a place. It was the place where I first sneaked out of the Pleasure Devil Island. It was my master who brought me there. That is a country of mortals. In the past, my master used this boat to bring me to see the lives of mortals. At that time, I knew that I am not the most miserable person in the world. My physique is too weak. I can't break through to the nascent soul realm. My lifespan is too short. I will die after 10 years. Even so, I have lived for hundreds of years. Isn't it true? Those mortals have been tortured by wars, plagues and natural disasters in their lives. However, they still stubbornly live on. Even if they don't have enough to eat, even if their fates are full, they still struggle to live on. At that time, I understood that a person can't choose their own fate in their life. However, they can choose their own attitude. No matter how hard life is, they can live on with a smile. If one happens to meet someone they like before they die, what can they do even if they go against the rules of the world? Su Qiuling's eyes were filled with deep affection as she looked at Ning Fan. As long as you dare, I dare. Is that so? Ning Fan looked at Su Qiuling with pity. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He did not even have the heart to scold her for leaving the island without permission. If Su Qiuling did not meet him, perhaps she would have died alone in her valley in this life. Where do you want to go? I will bring you there. However, you have to promise me that after we go there, you will obediently return home with me and receive your treatment in peace. No, we will receive treatment in that mortal country. How about it? I like the atmosphere there. There are too many people there. If someone has bad intentions, with your strength, great devil King Zhou, can't you protect a weak woman like me from a bunch of mortals? Su Qiuling's eyes flashed with mischief. I am not as strong as you think. However, if this is your wish, I will do my best to protect you. Ning Fan shook his head. He did not know why, but today, he instinctively did not want to reject any of Su Qiuling's requests. It was just like how he owed her and hurt her in his previous life. Su Qiuling's eyes revealed a hint of happiness. This was the only time in her life that she was willful. She just wanted to see if that person would tolerate her willfulness. However, this happiness had just risen when it was immediately covered by a shocked and embarrassed expression. All of a sudden, Ning Fan grabbed Su Qiuling's waist and lifted her up horizontally. Then, he stepped onto the pleasure boat. With a tap of his foot, the pleasure boat immediately turned into a ray of light and flew back into Su Qiuling's storage pouch. Why? It was the first time she was hugged by a man in such an ambiguous manner. No matter how indifferent Su Qiuling was, she could not help but feel embarrassed. Your pleasure boat is too slow. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. A pair of gigantic purplish-black demon wings appeared behind him. With a flap of his wings, waves surged to the sky. His wings were like the clouds in the sky. With a flap of his wings, he could travel 90,000 li *, 500 m per li. There is actually such a fast speed in this world. Su Qiuling was stunned. The pleasure boat that Dong Su gave her focused on concealment and heavenly dwelling abilities. However, its speed was not fast. It was only equivalent to the speed of an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. As for Su Qiuling, no one had ever carried her to fly. Other than the few times she left the island, she had been imprisoned on the Pleasure Devil Island for almost her entire life. This was the first time a man carried her and flew. This man's speed could reach 90,000 li *, 500 m per li. In the entire Endless Sea, he could be considered the fastest among all the cultivators below the Void Refinement Realm. Su Qiuling laid in Ning Fan's embrace and hugged his neck. She stared at his face and gradually became infatuated. In a trance, she saw a butterfly. A butterfly that did not look at her twice in her previous life hugged her tightly in this life. Speaking of which, where do you want to go exactly? Is there a mortal country in the Endless Sea? Yes. To be exact, it's a half-mortal country. It's a small country on an island in the North Sea. This country was first built by some nascent soul realm old monsters in order to comprehend the life of mortals and turn into a mortal or slay a mortal. In other words, these mortals were actually captured by their ancestors and brought to this island many generations ago. They were never told that there were other countries in this world, and they were never told that there were cultivators in this world. Any cultivator who enters this island will be infected by the chi of the mortal world. They will automatically withdraw their magic power and live in anonymity. Of course. Su Qiuling suddenly sighed halfway through her words. Of course, there will also be a small number of cultivators who see that the mortals are weak and easy to bully. They will come here to kill or to avoid revenge. These kinds of people will be secretly eliminated by a few great cultivators who are hiding on this island. They are the guardians of the security of this country. Legend has it that they were once mortals on this island a few generations ago. That is why they want to protect this country. Ning Fan's eyes glinted. He did not expect that someone would purposely create a paradise in this place that was filled with blood. Perhaps there were many cultivators who lived in seclusion on this island. They were tired of the bloody sea of cultivation and decided to live here for the rest of their lives. Perhaps some of them were just passing by this place and would leave after obtaining enough enlightenment. All of a sudden, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He looked at Su Qiuling, who was in his arms, and revealed a grateful expression. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Su Qiuling winked her eyes playfully. Thank you for saying that. Poor young master doesn't yearn for the mortal world, Ning Fan sighed. This Su Qiuling is not being willful. She clearly saw that I was too tired from 20 years of killing. She was afraid that I would suffer from chi deviation. That is why she brought me to see some of the past events of the mortal world to calm my devil heart. This Su Qiuling obviously cares about me. However, she did not say it out loud, nor did she ask for credit. She just silently contributed. If you don't pay attention to it, you might miss it. You will never know that she had done everything for you. Looking at Su Qiuling, Ning Fan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Where is it? With Ning Fan's speed and Su Qiuling's guidance, they soon arrived at a calm sea. As soon as he stepped into this sea, Ning Fan felt an unusual chi. There was not the slightest bit of spiritual chi in the air here. It was completely impossible to cultivate. This heaven and earth without spiritual chi was, of course, set up by some cultivators with formations in order to simulate the mortal world. After stopping his traveling light, Ning Fan bent down and looked around. There were many boats docked below. There were more than 10 boats in total. On each boat, there was a boatman. At first glance, these boatmen looked inconspicuous. However, each of them faintly emitted a nascent soul realm chi. As soon as they saw Ning Fan and Su Qiuling approaching, the fishermen immediately stood up and looked at Ning Fan with unkind eyes. Halt your steps. This is the place where the cultivators of the endless sea temper their hearts and enter the mortal world. Any cultivator who enters this place without permission is not allowed to display their traveling light and reveal a trace of their cultivation base. Otherwise, once the mortals here know that there are cultivators in this world and disrupt their peaceful lives, you will be hunted down by 5 peak nascent soul realm experts. The warning of these fishermen made Ning Fan stunned. He looked at Su Qiuling, who was in his arms, and shook his head. What should we do now? With my personality, there is never a place that I can't go. If someone tries to stop me, I will kill my way in. Bah! We can enter the island by taking a boat. Su Qiuling was simply speechless. This Ning Fan is really a cultivation maniac and a battle maniac. I brought him here out of kindness to experience the life of a mortal. Yet, he still wants to fight and cause a bloody storm here. Is he an idiot? As if she saw someone familiar, Su Qiuling pointed at a certain direction. Immediately, Ning Fan carried her and landed on one of the boats. The boatman on the boat was a middle-aged man with a mid-nascent soul realm cultivation base. He was smoking a tobacco pipe. As soon as he saw Su Qiuling and Ning Fan, he put up a vigilant look. His instincts told him that this young man in white robes and black cloak was very dangerous. However, as soon as he saw Su Qiuling, the middle-aged man seemed to have recognized her, but he was puzzled. You are, Uncle Wang. It's me. I am Qiuling. Su Qiuling jumped down from Ning Fan's arms and smiled faintly. Her elegant smile immediately made the honest middle-aged man feel embarrassed. He did not know what to do with his hands and feet. Xiaoling, it's you. You have grown up. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk, you are a big girl now. You even have a husband. Fourth uncle doesn't dare to recognize you anymore. Of course I have grown up. Do you know how long it has been since I came to Gusu City last time? It has been a few hundred years. Aya. It has been so long. Hee hee. Fourth uncle is used to the life of a mortal. I don't remember the years. Fourth uncle put down his tobacco pipe and carefully observed Ning Fan. At this moment, he felt like he was looking at his nephew's son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was. Not bad. Xiaoling has good taste. This young man has an excellent foundation. He is a talent. Why? Did you come here to marry your lover on the Qixi festival? Marry? Su Qiuling's eyes lit up. She turned her head and looked at Ning Fan as if she was asking for confirmation. Do you want to try? As you wish, Ning Fan said indifferently. His eyes were still vigilant. He was secretly paying attention to the dozen nascent soul realm experts. If anyone dares to do anything to Su Qiuling, he only needed half a breath to kill all of them. This was his instinct after experiencing the Sea of Blood. Seeing Ning Fan being so cautious, Su Qiuling sighed softly. It's very difficult to make Ning Fan relax completely. Forget it. Even if it's just accompanying him for a trip, it's still very good. To be continued. Wang Si was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. People called him Uncle Wang or Uncle Si. He was quite popular in Gusu City. After he gave the order, he steered the ship alone and carried Ning Fan and Su Qiuling through the layers of mist, heading towards an island in the distance. The other ships obeyed his orders and remained where they were. The speed of the ship was extremely slow. It reminded Ning Fan of the past when he took a ship in Wu country. Su Qiuling stood gracefully beside Ning Fan. She tiptoed and tried her best to breathe in the salty sea breeze. Her hair was messed up by the wind, but her face was filled with happiness. Uncle Wang Si was singing a fisherman's song as he raised the sail and steered the boat. The simple and honest song evoked Ning Fan's memories. Originally, his state of mind had already reached the half-step void refinement realm before the bell of samsara. At this moment, his state of mind actually felt a sense of loosening and the urge to improve again. Young Master Zhou, remember not to use any magic power in Gusu. We are just ordinary people. Su Qiuling reminded again. You've said that many times. Promise me that you won't fight with anyone in Gusu. Su Qiuling's eyes seemed to have a magical power that made Ning Fan reluctant to reject her request. Ning Fan nodded his head. If Su Qiuling's life was not in danger, he would not make a fuss over such a small matter. The sky gradually darkened, from morning to noon, and then to evening. In the distance, an island with a gentle sunset glow came into view. Not only did Wang Si's ship return to the sea, there were also many ships returning to the island from other directions. Some were returning from fishing, and some were also carrying several cultivators, coming to Gusu to refine their hearts and enter the mortal realm. The purpose of cultivating one's heart into the mortal world was to transform into a mortal and slay it. For nascent soul realm old monsters, whether or not they could transform into a mortal and slay it meant whether or not they could successfully become a soul formation cultivator in this lifetime. Therefore, many of the cultivators who came here were nascent soul cultivators. There were also some gold core cultivators like Su Qiuling. Divine transformation realm experts like Ning Fan were rare. On the shore of the island, a group of armored soldiers dressed as officers were inspecting the cultivators who had entered the island. Because of his relationship with Wang Si, Ning Fan did not have to undergo any inspection and was allowed to enter the island. He was only asked to conceal his magical treasures and storage pouch. Other than Ning Fan and Su Qiuling, the other 10+ cultivators who went to the island were all asked to search their bodies. After Wang Si handed the two of them a heavy pouch of money, he left the island. Su Qiuling, on the other hand, rented a carriage and drove towards Gusu City. Bamboo fences, small bridges, and flowing water, swallows returning late. As night fell, the peak of the auspicious cloud tower lit up with dazzling fireworks. It's so beautiful. It's the colorful fireworks of the precious jade pavilion. Su Qiuling lifted the curtain and looked at the fireworks from the carriage. The nostalgia in Ning Fan's eyes intensified. He began to have an illusion that the killings, the devil cultivation, the sea of blood and the battles were all just a dream. When he wakes up from the dream, he would still be living a peaceful life in the green mountains and clear waters of Wu country. But most of the time, he didn't have a choice. However, once he embarked on the path of cultivation, he could no longer turn back. A look of struggle gradually appeared in his eyes. He was struggling with the choice between being an immortal or a mortal. Memories flooded his mind, as if they were knocking on his heart, turning into a voice that echoed continuously in his heart. The path of cultivation is boundless, repent and you will be immortal. The coachman was rather surprised to see Su Qiuling reveal the origin of the flower fire. Miss, you have good eyesight. It seems like it's not your first time coming to Gusu City. Today is the Xianxia festival. It's really a blessing for you and your lover to come to this festival. The coachman began to explain. He was a rather talkative mortal. However, Su Qiuling did not have the intention to chat with him at all. When Su Qiuling saw the struggle and nostalgia in Ning Fan's eyes, she could not bear it anymore and gently held his hand. The first time she met Ning Fan, he also had the same expression. In front of the lilies, he swept away his confusion and improved his mental state. Today, Ning Fan was confused again. He was using the qi of the mortal world to improve his mental state. Su Qiuling felt pity for him. She just wanted Ning Fan to have a rest. He was too tired and headstrong. However, at this moment, Su Qiuling finally understood that Ning Fan could not rest at all. He did not have time to play. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have willfully brought you here. This will only make you more troubled, right? Su Qiuling blamed herself. It's all right. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. He did not think much of it. The struggle in his mind just now had improved his mental state. One's mental state could only be improved by chance and comprehension. It could not be improved through bitter cultivation. Ning Fan would certainly not let go of such a good opportunity to improve his mental state. He no longer thought that it was a waste of time to play in this place. Holding Su Qiuling's hand tightly, Ning Fan's eyes also looked at the night sky and said indifferently, I should be the one apologizing for letting down your kindness. After all, I can't become immortal again. However, I don't regret taking the path of cultivation. I'm a cultivator. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with determination and pride as a cultivator. He was no longer at the age where he was lost. His mental state was already not far away from the void refinement realm. At this moment, his body ignited with an aura that did not fit in with this place. When his mental state improved, he released a trace of aura force. Those below the peak nascent soul realm would not be able to sense it at all. When this trace of aura force was released, the entire Gusu city trembled for a moment. However, no one noticed it. At this moment, the formation that confined the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in Gusu city was nearly shattered by this trace of aura force. Kiss in Gusu city, 5 old men were lying dormant in the city. All of them had peak nascent soul realm cultivation bases. They pushed open the door at the same time and gasped in shock while looking at the sky. There was a spirit extinguishing formation in the Gusu region that could isolate all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, giving the city the atmosphere of a mortal world. This spirit extinguishing formation was a peak divine transformation realm formation. Besides, its design was extremely mysterious. It could not be broken with magic power at all. Even a divine transformation realm old ancestor would not be able to break this formation without using their trump cards or magic treasures. However, just now, the spirit extinguishing grand formation of Gusu city seemed to have been broken by a trace of someone's mental state. That trace of aura force revealed a great enlightenment of the Tao heart. It was obviously caused by the improvement of one's mental state cultivation base. That kind of enlightenment had already surpassed the divine transformation realm. It was almost at the void refinement realm. The 5 old men were astounded, and all of them realized that an extraordinary figure had probably entered Gusu city. Who is it? His mental state has almost touched the void refinement realm. The questions of the 5 old men would not be answered in the end. Moreover, they lived in seclusion and rarely went out. They did not know that a ferocious devil had appeared in the external endless sea and that devil had descended upon Gusu City after 20 years. The long bluestone street was filled with people and the sound of a phoenix flute could be heard. Under the dim lights, a green-robed scholar was enjoying the atmosphere of this place with his eyes closed. Behind him was a white-robed young man respectfully. If there were cultivators from the external endless sea here, they would definitely recognize that the white-robed young man was the genius of the Tao Law sect of the 10 sections. He was the most talented cultivator among the 7 disciples of the external endless sea. Wang Yun of the Tao Law sect formed his nascent soul at the age of 400 and reached the peak nascent soul realm at the age of 900. In the past 20 years, he had even reached the half-step divine transformation realm and was not far from the divine transformation realm. Given his status, the fact that he was standing beside the green-robed scholar so respectfully showed that the scholar's status was even more extraordinary. Brother Yun, what do you think of Gusu City? Can it help you comprehend the mortal world and help you break through to the mid-fifth revolution in pill refinement? Wang Yun's tone was unusually respectful. From his words, one could tell that the green-robed scholar was an early 5th revolution pill refinement master. It's difficult. Even though it's difficult to improve my pill refinement technique, my mental state is almost about to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. It seems like it's only a matter of time before my cultivation base reaches the mid-divine transformation realm from the early divine transformation realm. The green-robed scholar's tone was extremely indifferent, but there was a trace of arrogance in it. Not many people knew that his name was Yun Niansu. He was the second genius among the young generation of the Rain Palace. His bone age was 1,000 years old, his cultivation base was at the early divine transformation realm, and his pill refinement realm was at the low 5th revolution. In front of Yun Niansu, Wang Yun and the other 7 disciples of the external endless sea were not even worth mentioning. Speaking of which, the endless sea is the territory of Thunder Emperor Buzhou. Other than Zhou Qing of the Zhou clan, there are almost no one else among the young generation that is worthy of his attention. What a disappointment. Yun Niansu's words made Wang Yun's eyes filled with shame. In terms of talent, he knew that it would be hard for him to catch up to Yun Niansu. This person cultivated both pill refinement and magic at the same time and was able to reach such a realm. He should not be underestimated. However, Wang Yun did not dare to agree with Yun Niansu's tone of belittling the endless sea. To be honest, Brother Niansu, Wang Yun knows of one person whose talent is even higher than Zhou Qing of the Zhou clan. Rumor has it that he has returned to the external endless sea. I believe that even if Brother Niansu has just entered the endless sea, you should have heard of his name. A white-robed and black-cloaked figure appeared in front of Wang Yun's eyes. That figure had trampled all the pride of the 7 disciples of the external endless sea on a windy and snowy night. You're talking about revered Ming Zhou Ming. Yun Niansu's eyes flickered and he shook his head with a smile. Rumor has it that Zhou Ming was able to kill divine transformation realm experts when he was still at the nascent soul realm. Now that he has returned to the divine transformation realm, his name has become even more ferocious. However, in my eyes, his talent is only passable. He might be stronger than Zhou Qing, but he is not worthy of my attention. Yun Niansu did not think much of it. However, as soon as his voice fell, he suddenly felt surprised and looked up to the sky. He saw that the great spirit-severing formation that shielded the spiritual chi between heaven and earth was almost completely shattered by the aura force of a person's mental state. While he was still in shock, a carriage slowly passed by the street. Yun Niansu's eyes turned cold and fell on a white-robed and black-cloaked young man in the carriage. The aura force of a person's mental state that almost shattered the great spirit-severing formation was obviously emitted by the young man in the carriage. Who is this person? I can't see through his cultivation base. His mental state has almost reached the void refinement realm. He is Zhou Ming. Wang Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. His shock was not any weaker than Yun Niansu's. In fact, it was even more intense. Wang Yun had never thought that he would meet Ning Fan in Gusu City, where one's heart was refined into a mortal. Moreover, he had never thought that the aura force that Ning Fan emitted when the carriage passed by him was enough to make Wang Yun, a genius of the external endless sea, collapse his Tao heart. He is countless times stronger than he was in the past. Wang Yun wore a complicated expression. In the past, Ning Fan gave him a feeling that he was invincible. Currently, he did not even have the qualifications to stand beside Ning Fan. Just a moment ago, Yun Nianzu was still wearing a proud expression. But now, his breathing had become chaotic. He actually could not see through this Zhou Ming at all. As the second most talented person in the Rain Palace, is he actually not as good as Ning Fan? Yun Nianzu slowly calmed his mental state. His eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. Zhou Ming, huh? I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the endless sea. Inside the carriage, Ning Fan slowly calmed his mental state. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. He seemed to have seen a familiar face on the street that the carriage passed by just now. It's probably an illusion. He did not use his spirit sense. In this country of mortals, he did not want to break his mental state. This was a very good opportunity to improve his mental state and stabilize his cultivation base that had skyrocketed. Where are we going? Just as he was about to ask, Su Qiuling suddenly stopped him. They paid the driver and got off the carriage. Then, they ran towards the night scene where the lights were the brightest. Along the way, Su Qiuling had spent all the silver taels that Wang Xi had given her. However, she was still in high spirits. Look! That's the auspicious cloud tower. All the fireworks are set off in front of the tower. Su Qiuling pointed at the golden tower. There were many stalls selling fireworks of various colors under the tower. After visiting a few stalls, Su Qiuling's expression began to look dejected. What's wrong? Ning Fan asked with concern. There aren't any 7-colored fireworks like before. Su Qiuling seemed to like 7-colored fireworks very much. As soon as her words fell, a white-haired old man sitting at a stall that had the most number of onlookers seemed to have heard her sigh and purposely called out to her. I'm coming. Under the auspicious cloud tower, anyone who wins a game against me will get a 7-colored fireworks. Little brother, do you want to play a game with me? The old man's eyes secretly focused on Ning Fan. His instinct told him that Ning Fan was a terrifying person. However, the old man was not afraid of him at all because he was a late nascent soul realm expert who was even more proficient in the Tao of chess formations. I'll get a 7-colored fireworks if I win a game? Ning Fan smiled. He held Su Qiuling's hand and walked towards the crowd. He did not use any magic power, but his aura made the onlookers unconsciously make a path for him. Don't play chess with him. He's Uncle Chi, the chess addict. He's very good at chess. Only a few people can defeat him. Su Qiuling was a little worried. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood on her tiptoes and whispered into Ning Fan's ear. Uncle Chi is a mid-grade divine transformation realm formation master. The Tao of formations and chess techniques are interlinked. His chess technique is really good. Is that so? Ning Fan did not think much of it. He flicked his sleeves and sat on the green stone bench. Then, he met Elder Qi's eyes with the stone chessboard between them. I'm Qi Shu. My nickname is Chess Addict. Little brother, you look a little unfamiliar. You're really a romantic person. However, I'll make it clear first. If you lose a game, you'll have to pay me 5 taels of silver. If you draw, you won't have to pay me anything. If you win a game, I'll give you a bunch of fireworks. I wonder if you have enough money? Elder Qi rubbed his hands and smiled, as if he was certain that he would win against Ning Fan. He was treating Ning Fan as a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He did not have the demeanor of a nascent soul realm cultivator at all. He was just a greedy old man. Do you have enough fireworks? Ning Fan replied with a smile. The onlookers were in an uproar. They were just mortals. Naturally, they could not tell how strong Ning Fan was. They only knew that Elder Qi's chess technique was superb and he was almost the best in Gusu City. However, an arrogant young man who appeared out of nowhere was not afraid of Elder Qi at all. No one thought that Ning Fan could win. However, 2 hours later, everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. In just 2 hours, Ning Fan and Elder Qi had played 12 games consecutively and won 12 games. After taking away the 12 bamboo tubes that were used to light the fireworks, Ning Fan held Su Qiuling's hand and calmly walked out of the crowd. To Ning Fan, winning against a mere intermediate divine transformation realm formation master was just a trivial matter. Young Master Zhou, I never knew that your chess technique is so good. You really hit it well. Su Qiuling's mouth was slightly open. Based on what she knew, Ning Fan only had a high cultivation base and an excellent pill refinement technique. She did not expect that he also had an extraordinary aptitude in the art of formations. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to win against Elder Qi so easily. Where do you want to go next? No. It's enough. Let's go and light these fireworks. Then, Su Qiuling's face instantly turned red. She bought the red candles and Su wine. She rowed the boat and lit the red candles. Then, she went on a boat with Ning Fan on the Su River. 12 fireworks were lit on the banks of the river. She took a sip of wine and played the zither to get drunk. She tried to use her music to take away Ning Fan's exhaustion from all the killings. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the Longevity Palace, when no one is whispering to each other in the middle of the night. Young Master Zhou, a good night is always short. With me around, you can let go of all your vigilance and have a good rest. Su Qiuling had said these words before. Lu Wanner had also said the same thing on that day. Are you going to sleep with me? Ning Fan drank a cup of wine and said half-jokingly. If you dare to. I dare to. This time, Su Qiuling directly fell into Ning Fan's arms and sealed his lips with her soft and tender lips. I really dare to. Her eyes seemed to be telling Ning Fan her feelings. The sound of the gurgling river and the ringing of the bell of the cold mountain temple could be heard from time to time. Beneath them was the swaying boat. It sailed past the Su River and out of the island towards the sea. With the hidden heavenly dwelling, no one actually knew about the boat's existence. The kiss was offered by Su Qiuling. However, she could no longer withdraw her fragrant lips. She had successfully aroused Ning Fan's desire. Even Su Qiuling herself was impressed by her courage. This was her first kiss. When their lips touched, her face was filled with surprise and embarrassment. She felt as if her entire body had softened and was about to melt in Ning Fan's arms. Her perky breasts kept heaving up and down. A tingling sensation spread throughout her entire body. She gradually lost her breath and wanted to leave Ning Fan's lips. However, Ning Fan hugged her tightly and greedily tasted Su Qiuling's fragrant tongue. All mortals had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Since he had become immortal, Ning Fan would no longer use the yin-yang transformation to suppress his desires. How can you do this? Su Qiuling's eyes gradually became blurry. Even though she was bold, she had never imagined that her tongue would be played with by a man like this. She gently pushed Ning Fan's chest with her hands. However, she could not push Ning Fan away. Gradually, she stopped resisting. She allowed Ning Fan to taste her fragrant tongue, giving him the wonderful feeling of having his first kiss. Su Qiuling's small and adorable nose kept letting out soft moans that would make people blush. When she felt that the buttons of her thin blouse were forcefully undone, her moans began to carry a hint of panic. Young Master Zhou, we can't do this here. Su Qiuling immediately felt a thick and broad palm undoing the buttons of her blouse. Then, the palm reached into her thin blouse and began rubbing it through her smooth bra. The plump part of her body was soft and bouncy. It felt wonderful to the touch. Su Qiuling closed her watery eyes shyly and let Ning Fan do whatever he wanted. Gusu was the place where she and Ning Fan would get married. This pleasure boat was the place where they would consummate their marriage with the flower candle red tent. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with tender love as he stared at Su Qiuling in a half-drunk state. In a daze, he seemed to have seen Su Qiuling turning into an orchid. It was a pitch-black orchid that looked similar to him. It was too fragrant. Every inch of her skin had a fragrance that ordinary virgins could not compare with. He wanted to press her down and possess her. His palm caressed her entire body while his tongue wandered all over her body. When the heat pierced into her body, a trace of pure and holy blood dyed the night sky of Gusu City. Su Qiuling's tender arms hugged Ning Fan tightly with tears of pain. She was willing to give up everything as long as she would not lose this butterfly in this life. Her moans became more and more intoxicated as Ning Fan continued to thrust into her. To be continued. It had been a long time since Ning Fan had such a good sleep and he had never had such a dream. In his dream, he was a snow-white butterfly resting on a pitch-black orchid in a deep valley with a floral fragrance. When he woke up, he was lying on the boat in the middle of the sea. He wanted to get up but he felt something heavy pressing on his arm. He turned his head and saw Su Qiuling, who had already woken up. Her bright eyes were staring at Ning Fan as if she could not get enough of him. Her snow-white and delicate body was completely naked. She was only covered with a red blanket that was embroidered with a Luan phoenix. As soon as she saw Ning Fan wake up, she immediately averted her eyes, as if she did not want him to know that she, Su Qiuling, had been staring at him for the entire morning. Ling Er, you woke up so early. You just endured the rain last night and are exhausted. Don't you need to sleep a little longer? Ning Fan looked at Su Qiuling's beautiful face and thought of the orchid in his dream for no reason. He had a feeling that he had seen Su Qiuling a long time ago. What Ning Fan found familiar was not her appearance but her unique body fragrance. Unfortunately, he could not remember where he had seen her before. His memory was already erased by the samsara when he was reincarnated. If I don't wake up early to protect young Master Zhou, will you be able to sleep peacefully? It was not that she was not tired or sleepy. She just wanted to protect Ning Fan and let him have a good rest. Is it alright if you don't call me husband? And it's alright. Su Qiuling was actually shy and could not say it out loud. But if you call me young master again, won't others not know about our relationship? Then, Ling Er wants to call you Big Brother. That's right. Big Brother. Many women in Gusu City also call you Big Brother. Su Qiuling was a little shy. No matter how bold she was in love, she had just become someone's wife after all. She needed some time to adapt. Ning Fan did not force her. His eyes were filled with pity. He had a feeling that he had never felt towards Su Qiuling before. It was a feeling that he had never felt towards other women. He felt indebted. This feeling was not obvious at that time but it became more intense after he returned to the external endless sea. It was this feeling that made Ning Fan tolerate Su Qiuling's willfulness despite his cold personality. Alright. You can call me whatever you like. Does your lower body still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Su Qiuling blushed. She tried to avoid his gaze and lied. Really? Ning Fan lifted the thin blanket. Immediately, Su Qiuling's snow-white body, which carried the traces of pleasure from last night, was exposed to the air. Her eyes were filled with reproach. She placed her hand on her chest, thinking that Ning Fan was going to act recklessly again. However, the pain in her lower body prevented her from doing so. When her legs were separated by Ning Fan and her tender and bloody parts were exposed to him, she could no longer bear the embarrassment. She closed her eyes and gently gritted her teeth. She did not resist because she did not want to disappoint him. Big Brother, you should be more gentle. Don't go in too deep. Ning Fan was speechless. Could it be that in the eyes of other women, he really looked like a lustful man? Su Qiuling had just lost her chastity, so why would she be so greedy? Silly girl, I'm helping you get rid of the blood clot. Ning Fan got rid of the perverted thoughts in his mind. His fingers carefully touched Su Qiuling's sensitive spots and circulated his magic power. Immediately, Su Qiuling's lower body, which was swollen and painful, felt a cool feeling rising to her body. The pain gradually disappeared and was replaced by an incomparably wonderful and joyful feeling. Big Brother is actually helping me to do it. Su Qiuling was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide her face. However, she would never refuse any of Ning Fan's requests. Never. She had been waiting for Ning Fan to look at her like this for far too long. Above the tranquil ocean, an indistinct moan drifted very, very far away. It would take several months to treat Su Qiuling's injuries. Based on Ning Fan's estimation, it would take at least 5 months. It was not difficult to take out the sword fragment. The troublesome part was to replenish the metal chi of Su Qiuling's fate. To other 5th Revolution pill refinement masters, it was almost impossible. To Ning Fan, however, it would only take him 5 months. Given his personality, he would rarely stay for a woman for 5 months. However, when he saw Su Qiuling's haggard face, he would feel an inexplicable pain in his heart. He was not in a hurry to treat her for 5 months. As for the place to treat her injuries, given Ning Fan's personality, he would naturally look for a safe place. Most of the time, Ning Fan was rational. However, Su Qiuling was only willing to stay in Gusu during these 5 months of treatment. She wanted to stay in this peaceful world with a small bridge and flowing water. Su Qiuling was a sentimental woman. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan did not reject her request in the end. He just silently sent out a messenger flying sword to inform Dong Su and Su Rushan of his and Su Qiuling's whereabouts so that they would not be worried. Ning Fan's action of sending out the messenger flying sword had undoubtedly used his magic power, which violated the rules of Gusu. Not long after the messenger flying sword left, 5 rays of hidden traveling light flew across the sky. They seemed to have come to punish the cultivators who violated the rules. They did not know that Ning Fan had used his magic power to send out the messenger flying sword. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to act rashly after knowing that Ning Fan was a divine transformation realm cultivator. They had been living in Gusu for a long time and concealed their identities for hundreds of years. Hence, they did not know who the ferocious devil Zhou Ming was. Otherwise, how would they dare to question Ning Fan? The 5 old men surrounded the pleasure boat and were secretly surprised. The concealment effect of this pleasure boat was amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that the 5 of them were peak nascent soul realm cultivators, they would definitely not know that there was a pleasure boat in this place. Which friend used your magic power recklessly just now? Don't you know the rules of Gusu? If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, don't blame us for killing you mercilessly. Just as one of the old men asked in a deep voice, a man and a woman immediately walked out from the pleasure boat. The woman was wearing a black robe. Black was an unlucky color, but she did not care about what the secular world thought of her. She just felt that black suited her better as it brought out her fair skin. The man, on the other hand, was dressed in white robes. He no longer wore a black cloak. He was originally dressed in white. For Jihe, he put on the black cloak and entered the devil path. For Su Qiuling, he took off the feathered cloak and turned into a mortal. His asterisk at the moment when Ning Fan and Su Qiuling appeared, the 5 old men still took a deep breath even though they did not reveal any trace of their magic power or qi. Ning Fan's eyes were like cold lightning as they scanned through the 5 old men. All of a sudden, the 5 of them felt as if they were being seen through. What kind of cultivation base is this? This man is definitely not a nascent soul realm cultivator. He is a divine transformation realm cultivator. The eyes of the 5 of them were filled with fear. They couldn't understand why a soul formation cultivator who had already severed the mortal realm would come to Gusu to become immortal. The nascent soul cultivators came to kill mortals and soul formation cultivators. What was the purpose of the soul formation cultivators? Moreover, as soon as they thought about the abnormality of the Great Spirit severing formation last night, the 5 of them immediately became certain that the person who had almost broken through to the void refinement realm in Gusu City must be the young man in front of them. What frightened them the most was not Ning Fan's aura, but the coldness in his eyes. His gaze that was as cold as lightning gave the 5 of them an intuition that once Ning Fan makes a move, their blood would instantly splatter on the spot. No, not good. We were scolding a divine transformation realm patriarch just now. How dare we mention Gusu's rules to a deity transformation patriarch? Did Gusu's rules apply to soul formation realm cultivators? If you offend this person, he'll massacre Gusu in an instant. Almost a moment later, the 5 old men lowered their bodies without hesitation and bowed deeply to Ning Fan. We didn't know you were a soul formation stage expert. Please forgive us. Humph. Why should I forgive you? Ning Fan snorted coldly and took a step forward. Weren't the 5 of them aggressive just now? Didn't they say that they would kill me and Su Qiuling if I don't give them an explanation? With his personality, he would never show any mercy to his enemies who came to him looking for trouble. However, before Ning Fan could make a move, Su Qiuling pulled his sleeve with a reproachful look. Have you forgotten what you promised me? You're not allowed to kill anyone. You're not allowed to fight. Right now, you're just a mortal. Su Qiuling's eyes were pleading. The warmth of her palm slowly melted the coldness in Ning Fan's heart. All right. I won't kill them. Ning Fan's eyes calmed down. The 5 old men immediately felt relieved, but their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. They had never seen such a powerful expert in their lives. 100,000 taels of silver for each of you. Hand over the money and get lost. Ning Fan's tone was calm, but there was no room for refusal. The five of them exchanged glances with each other. When they heard that Ning Fan only wanted silver taels, each of them took out a storage pouch and threw it to Ning Fan. Then, they excused themselves and left at a speed faster than when they came. Silver taels were just the wealth of mortals. They were really lucky to be able to keep their lives with some insignificant silver taels. Almost as soon as the five old men returned to Gusu Island, they secretly sent a jade slip to all the cultivators on the island. Within the jade slip, they mentioned Ning Fan's appearance and his surname was Zhou. They also mentioned that they must never offend Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan's cultivation base, they did not mention a word about it. Looking at the disheveled figures of the five old men when they left, Su Qiuling burst into laughter. Big brother is really impressive. But no matter what, you've promised me that you won't kill anyone in Gusu Island. By the way, why did you ask for so much silver taels from them? Of course, it's to buy a big house for you to recuperate. Don't tell me you want to drift on the river of Gusu Island with me day and night. The humidity on the river is too heavy. It won't be good for your recuperation. Ning Fan looked back at the island and then at Gusu Island. His eyes turned gentle. Fine. This time I'll accompany Su Qiuling and be immortal for 5 months. If he takes out the fragment of the immortal trapping sword, Su Qiuling would certainly need 5 months of recuperation. As for Ning Fan, he could devour the fragment during these 5 months to improve his sword sense. If he has the chance, he could even comprehend sword intent in one go. Even though he was staying in Gusu Island, Ning Fan was still concerned about his cultivation. Su Qiuling took just a glance at him and she seemed to have seen through all of his worries. She sighed with pity. It seems like there's no way for you to truly give up on your cultivation. Forget it. Perhaps it's enough for you to enjoy 5 months of peace. Half a day later, the pleasure boat sailed back to the coast and returned to Gusu Island. Unlike before, the black armored guards who were guarding the coast were now looking at Ning Fan with inexplicable fear in their eyes. Ning Fan did not say much to them. He directly bought a horse carriage and drove it back to Gusu Island with Su Qiuling. Su Qiuling sat in the carriage and enjoyed the scenery while he sat outside, wielding his whip to drive the carriage. The mortals that they met along the way were not really afraid of Ning Fan. However, the cultivators who lived in seclusion on the island immediately gave way to Ning Fan as soon as they saw his carriage. The largest house in Gusu City was bought by a young couple. This house had a bad reputation in Gusu City because there were many rumors saying that this house was haunted. An old man who used to live in this house was struck by a lightning bolt on a stormy night and disappeared, therefore, no mortals in Gusu City dared to buy this house. It had been left empty for a long time. As for some cultivators who came to Gusu City to experience the life of the mortals, the more ordinary their lives were, the better it would be. Thus, they would not buy such an eye-catching house at all. Thus, this haunted mansion that no one cared about was bought by Ning Fan for 1,000 silvers. The reason why he bought this house was because it was the place with the densest gold qi in the entire Gusu City. It was the most suitable place for Su Qiuling to recuperate. Ning Fan just smiled at the rumor about the haunted house. He did not care about it at all. Mortals were afraid of ghosts. However, to cultivators, controlling ghosts was just a kind of ability of the devil Dao. Presumably, the old man who used to live in this house was a cultivator of the ghost Dao. When he was cultivating the ghost Dao in this house, he was seen by others. That was why there were rumors about it being haunted. As for the disappearance of the Night of Lightning and Lightning, it was probably because the old man had achieved grand accomplishment in the ghost Dao and left during the night. After buying the house, Ning Fan carried out an extremely erotic dual cultivation with Su Qiuling in her room on the same night. At the same time, he took out a broken sword from her body. With the pleasure of dual cultivation, Su Qiuling did not feel much pain when she took out the sword. On the same night, Ning Fan used tens of types of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs to make a medicinal bath for Su Qiuling. Every single one of these 10,000 years old spiritual herbs had rich gold qi. With the help of the medicinal bath and Ning Fan's massage, the gold qi of Su Qiuling's fate was slowly recovering. This was the best treatment plan Ning Fan had come up with. After all, the medicinal power of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs was too strong. Be it concocting pills or decocting medicine, It was not something that Su Qiuling's scarred gold core realm body could bear. The medicinal bath and massage almost lasted for an entire night. Ning Fan could not leave Gusu for even a moment. Otherwise, he would delay Su Qiuling's treatment. Looking at the countless spiritual herbs in the wooden basin, Su Qiuling could not help but feel touched. Each of the 10,000 years old spiritual herbs was a good material for concocting fifth revolution pills. They were good stuff that even her father was reluctant to waste. However, Ning Fan used them for her to bathe. Big brother, am I actually more important than 10,000 years old spiritual herbs in your heart? Su Qiuling's cheeks turned red. She shrunk in the bathtub and asked a silly question. Oh? Is Linger having a fever? If not, why would you talk nonsense? Ning Fan wrapped one of his hands with the power of the Black Star and massaged Su Qiuling's sensitive parts. His other hand purposely touched Su Qiuling's forehead and teased. Just like that, after several days of treatment, Su Qiuling's body finally began to improve. As the gold chi of her fate recovered, her cultivation base began to improve at a terrifying speed, almost breaking through to the nascent soul realm. When night falls, Ning Fan would carry out the treatment for Su Qiuling. In the morning, Su Qiuling would consume some medicine to recuperate while Ning Fan would sit in the courtyard and observe the blade of a dark red ancient sword. That sword blade was extremely extraordinary. Even though it was just a broken sword, Ning Fan felt like his physical body was about to collapse after holding it with his corpse devil body at the third level of Jade Life Realm. Ning Fan could not help but feel astonished. If it's the real immortal trapping sword, he would not dare to touch it even if his magic power was twice as strong. This is one of the 4 heaven-suppressing swords of the ancient heavenly court, the immortal trapping sword. If I devour this broken sword blade, my sea of consciousness will certainly become more stable and my sword sense will also become stronger. Killing a nascent soul realm cultivator in an instant will be a piece of cake. While Ling Er recuperates, I will cultivate the sword. Not only will I cultivate my sword sense, but I will also cultivate my sword intent. Sword intent, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. His innate talent in the Tao of Sword was not weak. He had already comprehended the technique of transforming swords into threads. However, he never had the chance to completely condense his own sword intent. Currently, Ning Fan was still a dabbler in sword intent. If he condenses the real sword intent, the power of his sword finger would be more than doubled. This is an opportunity. The 5 months in Gusu City is the perfect opportunity for me to comprehend sword intent. The sword is my life. The Tao of Sword exists in the mortal world of Gusu City. However, where should I start to comprehend sword intent? Ning Fan closed his eyes and recalled the scenes of slaughter in his mind. When he recalled the enemies who wielded swords, he gradually comprehended something. He kept the broken immortal trapping sword and waved his hand. A sharp sword shining with green light appeared in his palm. This sharp sword was just a low-grade magic treasure. It was unknown which unlucky person Ning Fan had obtained it from. However, in the mortal world of Gusu City, this sword was already a peerless divine weapon. Sword intent is actually to turn the sword into intent. The stronger the sword, the weaker the intent. Comprehending a strong intent with a weak sword is the right path. Ning Fan silently studied the sword. His body gradually emitted a sharp and fierce aura. He was in Gusu City, comprehending the sword. However, he was still lacking something to comprehend it. When the cultivators who passed by the house saw Ning Fan's aura, all of them left in shock. On the other hand, the children who lived near the house found it funny when they saw Ning Fan holding the sword in his hand and staring at it like a fool. Eh? Isn't this person Uncle Zhou who bought the haunted house? Is he possessed by a ghost? Why is he looking at the sword without saying anything? Hee hee. My mother said that this Uncle Zhou bought the house with a beautiful sister. Maybe they eloped from a wealthy family. Eloped? How shameless. A few children made funny faces at Ning Fan who was in the house. Some of them even made up a nursery rhyme to tease him. While his mind was in a mess, the scenes of slaughter in the past flashed in his mind. Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the group of children as if he wanted to kill them. No. They are mortals. Mortals shouldn't get involved in the slaughter of cultivators. Besides, I promised Ling Er that I won't kill anyone in Gusu City. Killing intent, back off. Ning Fan gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed his killing intent. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the flowers and plants in the courtyard red. However, his mind gradually calmed down after spitting out this mouthful of blood. They are mortals. They shouldn't be tainted by the blood of the cultivation world. Ning Fan continued to study the sharp sword and no longer looked at the group of children. When the group of children saw Ning Fan spitting out blood all of a sudden, they became a little scared and dispersed. However, when they gradually went further away, they began to make up nursery rhymes to tease Ning Fan about his weak body and how he was angered by the children to the point of spitting out blood. They would never know that if Ning Fan did not spit out that mouthful of blood, the group of children would probably be dead already. My killing intent is too heavy, Ning Fan muttered to himself. He finally somewhat understood Su Qiuling's painstaking efforts. Killing has nothing to do with right or wrong. On the path of cultivation, if you don't kill, you will be killed. However, if you only know how to kill wholeheartedly, there will come a day when you will lose your original heart and walk further and further on the path of seeking truth. Wow! What a beautiful sword. My father is the most famous blacksmith in Gusu City. However, none of the swords he forged in his entire life are as beautiful as this one. After the other children left, there was only one child who stayed behind and looked at Ning Fan enviously. He was an 8 or 9 years old boy with a ponytail. He looked like a dignified boy. The other children teased Ning Fan, but he was the only one who did not do so. It was because this child was attracted by the sharp sword at first glance. His obsession with the sharp sword even made him forget that the house Ning Fan bought was a haunted house. It was the most taboo place for the people of Gusu City to visit. Uncle, are you a swordsman? Did you bleed just now because of the sword chi? I heard from my father that a powerful swordsman would be devoured by the sword chi if they are careless when comprehending the sword chi. Uncle, are you a very powerful swordsman? Can you defeat 10 people alone? I'm not a swordsman. Ning Fan shook his head. A swordsman was a concept of mortals. He was not a swordsman but a cultivator. However, he would never tell this to a child. However, when he saw the infatuated look in the child's eyes, Ning Fan could not help but recall the past. This child was obsessed with martial arts. He was also a good material to cultivate mortal martial arts. His infatuated look was just like Ning Gu, who desired to learn martial arts in the past. Aren't you a swordsman? The child was a little disappointed. If Ning Fan was a swordsman, he would have been prepared to acknowledge Ning Fan as his master. The child's dream was to learn concealed weapons, sword techniques, movement techniques, and inner force. In the future, he would roam Gusu and become a great swordsman. Unfortunately, he just could not find a good master. My name is Little Shirtu. Uncle, can you lend me this sword to bring back home? Little Shirtu pleaded. Take it back. It was just a low-grade magic treasure. To Ning Fan, it was useless. However, to this child, it might be his lifelong dream. Ninggu's shadow could be seen on Little Shirtu. That year, Ninggu was still learning martial arts from a master while Ning Fan was still a mortal. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. This nostalgia slowly improved his state of mind. Little Shirtu was destined not to understand Ning Fan's expression. However, after receiving Ning Fan's promise, he immediately took the sharp sword and went home happily. He decided that he must hug this sword to sleep tonight. With the sword in his hand, Little Shirtu felt as if he had become a hero. Even though this so-called hero was carrying a sharp sword that weighed 10 jin and could not move it at all, he was panting heavily as he walked. Ning Fan looked at Little Shirtu's back. He seemed to have understood something but also seemed to have not. Little Shirtu was immortal. However, there was something in his body that Ning Fan lacked. It was because of this thing that Ning Fan could not condense his sword intent. What am I missing? Ning Fan fell into deep thought. Second update, to be continued. Ning Fan stood in the empty courtyard. After the double 7th festival, it was already the beginning of autumn. The leaves in the courtyard fell to the ground but no one cleaned them. As the sky darkened, Ning Fan looked up at the sky and saw the red sunset. He vaguely understood something, but the more he understood it, the more confused he became. He seemed to remember the advice of the old devil to stay in the sun more so that he would not suffer from chi deviation. He seemed to remember Jihe's childish face standing in the snow. He recalled the scenes of the Sea of Blood. At the end of the Sea of Blood stood a 10,000 zhang tall giant who could not be reached. With just one step, he could destroy a city in 7 Apricot City. He seemed to see Moksha Emperor's hideous smile, and countless sarcastic voices resounded in all directions. Kill! 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 Ning Fan's mind became more and more chaotic. This was qi deviation. He had once experienced qi deviation because of the fire of lust, and Jihe was able to save him. This time it was the fire of killing. He would only be appeased by killing. However, if he kills, he would fall deeper and deeper, and one day, he would completely lose his mind. Qiuling brought me to Gusu to prevent me from being devoured by her killing intent. If I succumb to her killing intent, wouldn't I be letting her down? I, Ning Fan, kill not because I crave blood but because of my obsession. I am a devil, but I am different from the other devils. Whoosh *. Gusts of strong wind rose in the courtyard, sweeping up the fallen leaves on the ground. No matter how much killing intent surged in his heart, he did not want to kill anyone in Gusu. He was not willing to succumb to the killing intent. After a long time, the sky gradually turned dark. Ning Fan opened his eyes, which were filled with clarity. After forcefully suppressing his killing intent, his state of mind improved a little again. At the same time, a knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Along with the knocking sound, a gentle and soft voice was heard. Is young Master Zhou asleep? My little Shirtu took young Master's belongings. I'm here to return it to young Master. Creak Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and opened the door. A beautiful lady in a hemp dress was standing outside the door. She was about 28 or 29 years old. She wore a hemp dress and her black hair was wrapped with a white cloth. Her appearance was dignified and virtuous, but her expression was sad, as if someone in her family had just died. She carried a basket of eggs in one hand and a fine sword wrapped in silk in the other. Seeing that Ning Fan was still standing in the courtyard and the door of the house had opened by itself, the beautiful lady could not help but recall the rumor that this house was haunted. She felt a little scared. However, when she remembered that her child had taken something from someone else, the beautiful woman gathered her courage and stepped into the courtyard. You are? Ning Fan asked in surprise. I am Baisu, little Shitu's mother. I heard from little Shirtu that this sword was lent to him by young master for him to admire. However, this sword is too precious and is a rare divine weapon. Little Shirtu is still young. Once he loses this weapon, even if he loses it, I will definitely not be able to repay him. Thus, I have come to return this sword. Baisu tried her best to look calm, but she could not hide the fear in her eyes. Her beautiful eyes swept across the house and noticed that the surroundings were dark and there were no lights. The courtyard was filled with cold wind, and the Ning Fan in front of her was excessively young and handsome. She thought to herself, this young Master Zhou who bought this haunted house, could he be a demon or a ghost? That's right, such a good sword could only be possessed by demons and ghosts in the legends. How could a mortal swordsman have such a good sword? Baisu's husband had just passed away from illness for half a year. She had yet to remove her mourning clothes and live alone with little Shirtu. She thought that she was quite beautiful. If Ning Fan was really a demon, wouldn't it be very inappropriate for her to enter this haunted house at this moment? If she falls into the hands of this demon, she would certainly lose her chastity. Ning Fan naturally did not know that he was already suspected to be a demon or a ghost in Baisu's eyes. Ning Fan also did not know that this beautiful woman who was wearing mourning clothes was worried that her chastity would be taken away by him. Oh, you are little Shitu's mother. Are you here to return the sword? That sword is just something useless to me. It's fine even if I give it to little Shirtu. There's no need to return it. Ning Fan shook his head. However, after Baisu heard his words, she immediately put on a serious expression and forgot about her fear. Young Master Zhou, you're wrong. Young Master must be a swordsman since you have such a good sword. As a swordsman, how can you treat a sword as if it's nothing? How can you simply give it to someone else? Even though my husband passed away early and he wasn't a swordsman, he was once the most famous blacksmith in Gusu City. I've seen many famous swordsmen. My husband had once said that a swordsman should be obsessed with the sword. He should have an imposing manner. As long as the sword exists, he will exist. If the sword dies, he will die. Bai Su's words were like a shower of raindrops that sprinkled on Ning Fan's heart. Originally, Ning Fan could not comprehend the sword intent from the sharp sword. He felt that something was missing. Now, after listening to Bai Su's words, he seemed to have an epiphany. That's right. The reason why I haven't condensed the sword intent is because I lack the obsession towards the sword. A swordsman should be obsessed with the sword. Ning Fan did not agree with Bai Su's words. However, he nodded his head and agreed with the words obsessed with the sword. There's no mistake. What little Shirtu had was an obsession towards the sword. Only when one could reach the extreme of emotion could he reach the extreme of the sword. Only when one could reach the extreme of the sword could he reach the extreme of the intent. Gradually, Ning Fan's body gave off a trace of aggressive and sharp sword qi. This sword qi made Bai Su, who was experienced and knowledgeable, immediately opened her red lips in disbelief. What a strong sword qi. I've been in Gusu City for 29 years, but I've never seen such a terrifying sword qi. Originally, Bai Su only thought that Ning Fan was a clumsy swordsman who did not care about the sword. But now, how could Bai Su not know that Ning Fan was a profound expert? Return of the sword. Ning Fan looked at Bai Su's bosom and made a suction force across the air. A strong suction force pulled the silk sword from the beautiful woman's bosom into his hand. Telekinesis. This is obviously a technique that only a swordsman with an extremely high level of internal strength can use. Bai Su's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. However, this astonishment soon turned into a trace of shyness. The suction force was so strong that it not only took away the sword but also brushed past her chest. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had rubbed her breasts. Of course, it was an accident. Ning Fan did not notice it, and it was impossible for Bai Su to expose such a shameful thing. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Fan's expression, which was focused on the sword. Bai Su believed that a swordsman like him would not do something as despicable as touching her breasts. That was just an accident. I'm afraid this young Master Zhou is a peerless swordsman. If my husband is still alive and could see young Master Zhou's treasured sword, he would definitely smile in the underworld to know that there is such a swordsman in the world. My husband's lifelong wish is for little Shirtu to become a peerless swordsman. If little Shirtu learns from him. The beautiful woman looked at Ning Fan and then looked at herself. She sighed softly. Ning Fan was wearing white clothes which she had never seen before. He must be someone who was either rich or noble. As for her, after her husband's death, her family's wealth had declined. How could she have the spare money to let her son learn from a famous master? In Bai Su's eyes, Ning Fan was definitely the best swordsman in Gusu City. Little Shirtu could not afford to have such a master. After a long time, Ning Fan dispersed his aura force and pulled the silk cloth away. He once again looked at the sharp sword which was shining with green light. His eyes were different now. When his mind was focused on the sword, it was as if he could hear the sound of the sword breathing. This is the extreme of the sword. What's left is to go from the extreme of the sword to the extreme of the intent to condense the sword intent. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Bai Su's reminder that he could successfully comprehend this step. Ning Fan raised his eyes and asked in surprise. Madam hasn't left yet? It's already late. Madam is still a virgin. It's easy for people to gossip if she stays in my house, right? Yes. Yes, Bai Su felt embarrassed and annoyed. Of course, she knew that it was inappropriate to enter Ning Fan's house in the middle of the night. However, she did not think about the relationship between a man and a woman at all. She was only thinking about Ning Fan's profound swordsmanship and whether there was a possibility for little Shirtu to acknowledge Ning Fan as his master. Now that she was reminded by Ning Fan, she naturally reacted. She hesitated and hesitated. In the end, she could not bring herself to say it. She let out a faint sigh and was about to leave. When she was about to leave, she remembered that she had brought a basket of eggs with her. She came here to thank Ning Fan for giving little Shirtu the sword, didn't she? I know that young Master Zhou has a big business and doesn't care about these things. However, this basket of eggs is a token of my gratitude to young Master for lending me the sword. I heard that Madame Zhou is suffering from an illness. These eggs can be used to nourish Madame's body. Bai Su passed the egg to Ning Fan. Her behavior was appropriate and she bowed. Ning Fan received the eggs and his heart suddenly trembled. These eggs represented the friendship between neighbors in the mortal world. In the cultivation world, giving a gift to a stranger was a stupid thing to do. However, in the mortal world, it was just a basic etiquette to express goodwill. Thank you. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. He had not felt such kindness for a long time. PFFF. Young master is really a wonderful person. It's just a basket of eggs. It's not enough to thank you. Bai Su pursed her lips into a charming smile. At this moment, Su Qiuling woke up. She pushed open the door of the house and asked softly. Big brother, it's already late. Why don't you light the lamp? Eh? Is there a guest here? Su Qiuling was 30% sickly and 70% beautiful. Standing in the night, she was like a fairy that had been banished from the mortal world. When Bai Su saw Su Qiuling's beauty, she was stunned and secretly mocked herself. Young Master Zhou has such a beautiful wife. Why would he touch an ugly woman like me? I'm really thinking too much. My name is Bai Su. Greetings, Madame Zhou. It's already late today. I'll pay you a visit another day. Bai Su bowed again and left after bidding farewell. Su Qiuling's eyes lit up. If this Bai Su was a few years younger, her beauty would not be inferior to mine by much. After returning the greeting, she watched Bai Su leave and then looked at Ning Fan, who was holding the eggs in his hand. Su Qiuling burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you, great devil Lord Zhou, for carrying a basket of eggs. If the cultivators of the external endless sea see your appearance, I wonder how many of them would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall off. In Gusu City, the rumor that a young master with the surname Zhou bought a haunted house was gradually forgotten after some heated discussions. As for the people living near the haunted house, they gradually got to know Ning Fan. They knew that this family was a little strange. During the day, Ning Fan would sit in his courtyard with the door open and watch his sword wholeheartedly. In the evening, he would bring a peerless beauty along and go boating on the Su River in Gusu City. However, no one knew that Ning Fan also had a nightlife, which was to treat Su Qiuling's injuries with fragrant medicinal baths all night long. Many rumors said that Ning Fan was a swordsman, but no one had ever seen him use a sword. The children gradually stopped teasing Ning Fan. Only little Shirtu seemed to come every day. When Ning Fan looked at his sword, he would also look at his sword, as if he wanted to learn something secretly. Uncle Zhou, are you really not a swordsman? I'll tell you. I promise I won't tell my mother. Little Shirtu begged. No. Ning Fan told the truth. He was indeed not a swordsman. Every time, little Shirtu would reveal a disappointed expression. When night fell, Bai Su would definitely come and take away the pestering little Shirtu. Occasionally, she would prepare some food and wine for Ning Fan. Thus, the rumors about Ning Fan gradually turned into the reputation of being a playboy and lecherous. During the day, he would seduce the widow of a blacksmith's family, and at night, he would go boating with a beauty. All of these rumors fell on Ning Fan's head. To Ning Fan, reputation was nothing but a fleeting cloud. To Bai Su, once her reputation was tainted, it would be hard for her to clear it. Whether it was going to the Su River to wash clothes or going to the market to sell cloth, she would always be pointed at by others. No matter how Bai Su explained, no one would believe her. She had thought of never stepping into Ning Fan's house again. However, in order to let little Shirtu learn the sword, she gritted her teeth and endured the stain. So this is my mother. Ning Fan closed his eyes and said something that little Shirtu could not understand. 1 month later, Ning Fan seemed to have comprehended something from the sharp sword. He kept the sharp sword and took out a purple myrtle flexible sword. This sword was also a low-grade magic treasure. Compared to sharp swords, it was less sharp and firm, but it had more devious moves. Uncle Zhou, you don't want to look at the sharp sword anymore? How can I look at the flexible sword? It's so soft. Can it fight and kill people? Little Shirtu asked in confusion. Of course it can, Ning Fan casually shook the flexible sword. The rockery in the courtyard was shattered into pieces with a sword light. Little Shirtu was stunned. This was the first time he saw Ning Fan in action with his own eyes. A trace of sword chi could shatter a rockery that was as tall as 3 people. This had already reached the level of a divine skill. Uncle Zhou, why you lied to me? You are obviously a swordsman. Little Shirtu said excitedly. He was even more determined to learn the sword from Ning Fan. I didn't lie to you. I am indeed not a swordsman. You have a good aptitude. Perhaps one day, you will walk on my path and understand my words. Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. He did not use any magic power or mortal martial inner force in that sword strike. He just imagined the sword chi in his mind and it was formed. This was the embryonic form of sword intent. In the first month, Ning Fan only looked at the sharp sword. In the second month, Ning Fan only looked at the flexible sword. The Tao of the sharp sword was fierce and fierce. It was invincible. The Tao of the flexible sword was unpredictable. It was soft but hard to deal with. In the third month, Ning Fan took out hundreds of low-grade flying swords and blew them in front of Little Shirtu. All of a sudden, those flying swords were ignited with black flames. In just a moment, they were refined into a heavy sword that was 3 chi long and as heavy as a boulder. Little Shirtu was stunned. He felt that Uncle Zhou might not be a swordsman but a legendary sword immortal. He became more and more obsessed with the sword. In the end, he stayed in Ning Fan's house all day long. Bai Su had to spend a lot of effort to bring the silly child away. The weather began to turn cold. In the fourth month, it snowed heavily in Gusu. Little Shitu's thatched cottage was crushed by the wind and snow. Under Su Qiuling's invitation, Bai Su brought her child to stay in Ning Fan's house. After Ning Fan robbed the 5 elders, the amount of silver in his house was like a mountain. Thus, there was no need for Bai Su to show her face and earn money. She felt apologetic for receiving Ning Fan's kindness. Thus, she took care of all the household affairs in the house. Su Qiuling no longer rested during the day. Her complexion became rosier and rosier. She accompanied Bai Su every day like a sister. In the fourth month, Ning Fan broke a peach tree in his courtyard and carved out a wooden sword. Little Shirtu was completely confused. The sharp sword was sharp, the flexible sword was treacherous and the heavy sword was heavy. What advantages did a wooden sword have? Could a wooden sword slash people? Could it kill enemies? If it could, wouldn't everyone have the courage to charge and break through the enemy lines with a wooden sword in hand? Outside the mansion, Little Shirtu did not even look at the lively scene of the top scorer riding his horse and parading on the street. People laughed at him for being obsessed with the sword. He laughed at them for being vain and greedy. Their words were immature and old. So what if you're the top scorer? How can the imperial examinations and fame compare to the satisfaction of revenge and gratitude with a sword? In Gusu City, philanthropist Zhao was over 80 years old. He married a beautiful concubine who was only 13 years old. Many villagers went to watch. However, Little Shirtu did not even look at the wedding procession. People laughed at him for being obsessed with the sword. He laughed at them for being obsessed with wine and women. Wine, women, avarice, and anger are all fabricated. The sword in my hand is the real thing. Little Shirtu was still immortal. However, under Ning Fan's influence, his heart was almost filled by the sword. As long as he gained more experience in the future, he could become a peerless swordsman in the mortal world with a sword in his hand. It would be difficult for him to be defeated. In the immortal world, he could shatter the void and roll the waves. He had the aptitude. Holding the wooden sword in his hand, Ning Fan gradually moved forward. Even when he waved the wooden sword, it would stir up smoke and dust. It was a realm where no move was better than having a move. However, it was still not enough. In the 5th month, Ning Fan did not have a sword in his hand. An invisible aura condensed on Ning Fan's body. It was just the last step before it could be unleashed. Little Shitu's eyes were burning with passion. When he saw Ning Fan flicking his finger and a sword chi flew out, crushing a 30,000 gene boulder. At that moment, a kind of fanaticism rose in Little Shitu's heart. He wanted to become a swordsman. Uncle Zhou, I want to become a swordsman. Can you be my master? Little Shirtu knelt in front of Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan just smiled and shook his head. Your aptitude in the Tao of sword might not be weaker than mine. If you become my disciple, it will definitely harm you. You just need to remember the process of me comprehending the sword for 5 months. With this understanding, you will challenge all the swordsmen in the world with just one sword. Finally, one day, you will find your own Tao of sword. You are still too young now. You only have the sword in your eyes but not life. This is not enough. Gusu is a good place. Get along well with your mother and be filial to her. These are 2 pills. If you and your mother consume one each, your lifespan will be extended by 100 years. This book is a cultivation method for the Tao of Sword that will guide you on the path of cultivation. However, I have a request. If your sword technique is not invincible in the mortal world, you must not open this book. When the day comes when you cannot be defeated in the world, you can open this book and enter the cultivation world. It will be a whole new world with more challenges. I hope you will be satisfied. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Gusu. He had been detained here for 5 months. It was time for him to leave. The silver and the house were all left to little Shirtu. Even the sharp sword, the soft sword, the heavy sword and the wooden sword that he comprehended casually were also left to him. Holding Su Qiuling in his arms, Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a ray of sword light, vanishing into thin air. Little Shirtu was stunned by the scene while Baisu felt a trace of sadness for no reason. Young Master Zhou has left. It turns out that he is not immortal. It turns out that there are really immortals in this world. An indescribable feeling of disappointment welled up in his heart. Baisu did not know what kind of feeling he was feeling. He just let out a soft sigh. That's good too. A ray of sword light flashed. Holding Su Qiuling in his arms, Ning Fan took a step out of the island and went to the sea. When they were 90,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, deep in the sea, he waved his hand and sword light appeared, parting the seawater and creating a space without water. After 5 months of recuperation, 90% of Su Qiuling's fate golden qi had recovered. Next, he just needs to inject a trace of extremely strong golden qi into her body and she would be cured. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the dark red remnant of the immortal trapping sword. His eyes flashed and he swallowed it. He forced the remnant into his sea of consciousness and it was devoured by his sword sense. All of a sudden, his sword sense rose rapidly. The sword intent that he had comprehended in the past 5 months broke through the last barrier at this moment. Sword intent, condense. Without sword intent, one would not be considered as a true sword cultivator. With sword intent, one could only display 200% of the power of a sword move. Congratulations, big brother, for successfully achieving your sword intent. However, is it really good to leave Gusu just like this? Aren't you going to take that little stone as your disciple? Baisu, aren't you going to? My fate with the mortal world is over. Ning Fan answered firmly. Mortals should have a mortal life. Even though he had given Little Stone a sword cultivation method in the end, he would not allow him to cultivate if he could not reach the undefeatable realm in the mortal world. Cultivation was a path of no return. It might not be suitable for mortals. There was too much bloodshed in this place. If one could enjoy the peace of Gusu, why would they want to be like Ning Fan and fall into endless battles? Ning Fan had forgotten about the matter in Gusu. The most beautiful memories in his life were once in 7 Apricot City. Then, he had Luoyun City and now, he had Gusu City. If it was possible, he would like to stay in Gusu City forever and spend the rest of his life there. However, he had a reason that he could not stop. Next, I will force out a trace of the immortal trapping sword's power and guide it into your immortal veins. Then, I will help you refine this power. If everything is successful, not only will your birth chart's golden qi be replenished, your cultivation base will also improve tremendously. You can at least reach the half-step divine transformation realm. I don't care about my cultivation base. If I can survive and continue to accompany you and relieve your exhaustion from killing, I will be satisfied. Su Qiuling looked at Ning Fan with deep affection. When their palms touched, a trace of sword force was forced into her body from Ning Fan's palm. All of a sudden, Su Qiuling's face was filled with pain. However, she gritted her teeth and endured it. If I cannot bear this pain, I will not be qualified to stay with Ning Fan forever. What's pain? Even though the orchid was withering day by day, it was still waiting for the butterfly's return. Even if it was only ashes that came, ouch. Su Qiuling clenched her teeth tightly. She was in so much pain that she almost lost consciousness. However, she desperately opened her eyes and looked at Ning Fan. It was as if she would not care about the pain and suffering as long as she looked at Ning Fan. An aura force that was getting stronger and stronger began to take shape inside Su Qiuling's body. Everyone said that she would not live for long. However, she insisted on living with an even prouder attitude. As her birth chart was replenished, her cultivation base that was suppressed because of her illness began to rise rapidly. In the past, it was not that Su Qiuling could not break through to the nascent soul realm. She just did not dare to do so because breaking through to the nascent soul realm required the unification of the 5 elements. Her birth chart lacked the golden qi. Thus, she could not form her nascent soul. However, the magic power that she had accumulated over the years had been accumulating in her body just for this day, to be unleashed. Magic power, 5,500 units. Half-step divine transformation realm. Big brother. Aye. Tears of joy flowed down Su Qiuling's cheeks. She had finally overcome her birth chart and lived on. All of a sudden, countless tribulation lightning bolts descended and sank into the bottom of the sea. Ning Fan wanted to help Su Qiuling block the tribulation lightning, but she shook her head and smiled indifferently. It's all right. I can do it. I don't want to be a woman who burdens you. Su Qiuling wore a black dress. Her facial features were as beautiful as a painting. Facing the lightning tribulation above her head, she was calm and fearless. She was not a timid woman. She had never been one. Shadows of flying flowers surrounded her body. It was as if every inch of her magic power had turned into pitch-black petals. As she took a step forward, countless rare and precious flowers and plants in the deep sea withered rapidly. All the power of the flowers and plants went into Su Qiuling's body. At this moment, her half-step divine transformation realm aura was infinitely close to that of a true divine transformation realm expert. This is the Black Flower Emperor physique. Ning Fan's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. He had never thought that Su Qiuling would have such an outstanding aptitude. The Black Flower Emperor physique was the nemesis of almost all flower-type demons and magic techniques. Moreover, she had a secret technique that allowed her to increase her strength by withering hundreds of flowers. Rumor has it that the Black Flower Emperor physique could only be born in special cultivators. The first condition was that the cultivator must be a female cultivator with a yin attribute physique. The second condition was that the female cultivator must have been a flower-type body in her previous life and had cultivated to the Flower Emperor realm. In the past, Su Qiuling's fate was lacking in gold and her physique had yet to show. Today, however, after her fate was filled, her physique became complete. As she took a step forward, she was like a flower empress with a majestic aura that made hundreds of flowers submit to her. Tribulation, break! Su Qiuling's beautiful eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and the sky was filled with falling black flowers. In her hand, a black garland slowly condensed and shone with a terrifying black light. The garland was tossed into the sky. It was like a crescent-shaped blade light that cut through the middle. All the silver lightning in the sky was cut off by the garland. The lightning tribulation was destroyed, even the lightning was cut off. The speed of this garland's attack was so fast, Ning Fan pondered inwardly. There were not many cultivators below the divine transformation realm who could withstand Su Qiuling's attack. This lady was indifferent to life and death. She was not afraid of suffering. Her temperament was rare among all the women Ning Fan had met. If she was not troubled by her fate, her aptitude would be even better than the so-called 7 sons of the external endless sea. I did it. Su Qiuling smiled like an orchid. However, her face was slightly pale. It seemed that the withering of hundreds of flowers to increase her strength was quite a burden on her body. Coupled with the fact that he had just replenished his metal qi, his body inevitably felt a little weak. If he was not careful, he would fall. In a flash of light, he held Su Qiuling's wrist and his eyes were filled with emotions. Your physique is so outstanding. If you can find a flower immortal fiend god cultivation method, your realm will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In terms of physique, I am inferior to you. Empress Lady Mystic Flower had a special physique, just like she has innate charm. She was born with superiority that others couldn't compare to. Ning Fan did not have any special physique. The only thing that made him luckier than the other geniuses was the profoundness of his yin-yang transformation. Of course, if Ning Fan had a physique similar to the yin-yang body, his aptitude would certainly be higher. In response to Ning Fan's praise, Su Qiuling smiled faintly and said with a firm tone. You must be joking, big brother. To Chilling, even if you don't have any special constitution, you're still the best. Now that your injuries have healed, you still need to rest. Let's return to Pleasure Devil Island and recuperate. No, let's recuperate in Gusu, okay? Pleasure Devil Island is like a cage. I don't like it. Su Chilling begged. Silly girl. If you have me by your side, Gusu will be everywhere in the world. Ningfan stroked Su Chilling's cheek. His words made Su Chilling's beautiful eyes light up. You're right, big brother. Chilling is too obsessed. If big brother is herding horses at the frontier, Chilling will weave clothes and herd sheep for him. If big brother is serving the emperor as a subject in the imperial court, Chilling will live in harmony with him. If big brother is fighting against the heavens with his sword, Chilling will follow him with wine and accompany him to drink to relieve his boredom. If big brother turns into a butterfly and fights against the heavens, Chilling will give up her petals to help big brother spread his wings and soar higher. As long as we're together in life and death, Gusu will be everywhere. Su Chilling's words were filled with sincerity. It touched Ningfan quite a bit. He had been suffering all his life. When he was young, he was bullied by others. Until that day, he had no choice but to rebel against the all-pleasure sect. After abandoning his mortality and becoming a devil, he shuttled through the sea of blood. Even though he had countless beauties, he was often lonely. This loneliness was the persistence of having to face everything alone. Today, however, Su Chilling was willing to share the burden for Ningfan. Ningfan's infamy shocked the world. However, the more infamy he had, the more people were afraid of him and hated him. Ningfan's cultivation method was despicable and shameless. However, Su Chilling had tolerated him time and time again. As long as we're together in life and death, Gusu will be everywhere, thank you. Ningfan's heart warmed. He was even more convinced that it was the right decision for him to step into the cultivation world. If he did not cultivate and was willing to die as a mortal, he would not be able to meet so many beauties in his entire life. Let's return to the Pleasure Devil Island first. After that, there are still some karma that needs to be settled. Some people need to meet and some forces need to be taught a lesson. After that, I will enter the Eternal Endless Sea. If Big Brother enters the Eternal Endless Sea and goes to the Giant Devil Clan, Chilling will also go with you. I haven't seen little sister Xueyan for a long time. I miss her very much. Ningfan thought that the little sister Xueyan that Chilling mentioned was probably the little princess of the Giant Devil Clan, Feng Xueyan. Just as he was about to ask about the background of the Giant Devil Clan, the sound of an island collapsing resounded from above the sea. Boom *, the sound was soul-stirring. It was definitely not at the level of a volcano or an earthquake, it was the sound of a powerful cultivator attacking Gusu Island. What happened? Why is there such a sound in Gusu Island? Fourth uncle, Uncle Chi, little sister by Su, little stone. Big brother, I'm a little worried about Gusu Island. Let's go and check it out quickly. Su Chilling's calm expression could not conceal a trace of panic. Of course we have to go. A hint of uneasiness rose in Ningfan's heart. His spirit sense swept across 50,000 li * 500 m per li, and reached Gusu City above the sea. As far as his eyes could see, it was a sea of blood. Someone was here, dyeing Gusu City with blood. Whoosh *, he held Su Chilling in his arms and turned into a ray of sword light. With a swoosh, he split the sea and soared into the sky with a trace of cold anger. In the sky above Gusu City above the sea, 3 black-robed swordsmen were standing in the sky. The sound of the explosion just now was obviously caused by one of them breaking the spirit-severing grand formation with a single sword strike and splitting the island into 2. As the 3 of them broke the formation light of Gusu City, one of the swordsmen who was as fat as a mountain immediately burst into laughter and started a massacre in Gusu City. This person's magic power was as vast as the ocean. With a single sword ray, 1/3 of the island was immediately reduced to ashes. When he was killing, he even used his spirit sense to sweep across the area. Whenever he discovered a woman with decent looks, he would summon a gust of black wind and put them into a large sack. In just a few breaths' time, he had already plundered thousands of women. As a sword cultivator, you actually lusted after women and external objects. No wonder you couldn't condense your sword intent even after cultivating the sword for 2,000 years. Among the two swordsmen who were watching from the side, the tall and skinny one said disdainfully while looking at the swordsman who was like a mountain of flesh. Humph. Even if I don't cultivate my sword intent, my strength won't lose to the two of you. These women are very useful. Not only can I enjoy them, but I can also feed them to my limitless sword as the sword spirit's food. Hee hee. Mortal women are especially untainted by the chi of cultivators. Their souls are the purest. They are the best to refine my sword soul. Don't forget our original purpose. Don't tell me the three of us are here to capture some mortal women? A bald swordsman stood beside the tall and skinny swordsman. His expression was also impatient. Original purpose? Of course I remember. The three of us are the top 50 experts in the devil appraisal list of the Internal Endless Sea. We were invited by Purple Goo to join the Ming Assassin Alliance in order to kill Zhou Ming with a single strike. However, the three of us have gone to Pleasure Devil Island to investigate. Zhou Ming is not on the island at all. How are we going to assassinate him? We might as well return to Immortal Abode Island to complete our mission. Since we have encountered such a good mortal country along the way, it would be a waste if we don't massacre them. The swordsman who was like a mountain of flesh sneered as he continued to capture women. When he had captured almost 10,000 women, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Looking at the half-destroyed Gusu city, he said with a hideous smile. Wang Kuan, you go, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. I'll go back to Immortal Abode Island to enjoy the beauties. Luosen, you. The swordsman who was like a mountain of flesh laughed. He carried the sack that was filled with women and summoned a flying sword that shone with blood-red light. In just a few seconds, he had already traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. These three people were the three famous demons in the Internal Endless Sea. The man who was like a mountain of flesh was called Luosen, and he was lustful by nature. The tall and skinny man was called Wang Kuan, and he loved torturing and killing mortals the most. As for Yu Ge, he only had one hobby, and that was to eat the flesh and blood of living people. The three of them were the top 50 experts in the Internal Endless Sea, and all of them were at the Middle Divine Transformation realm, and their motive for massacring Gusu City was obviously just for fun. Damn it. In Gusu City, 5 old men were trapped in a sword silk light screen. That light screen was obviously a sword silk technique that someone had used. The eyes of the 5 great cultivators were bloodshot. Just now, these 3 people's flying lights passed by Gusu City. The 5 old men did not know that they were here, so they appeared to stop them and begged them to stop. They did not want mortals to know that there were immortals in the world. If these words were said to the cultivators in the Outer Endless Sea, everyone would naturally listen to them. After all, this was an unwritten rule in the Outer Endless Sea. Gusu City was a place where one cultivated their heart to become immortal. Any cultivator in the Outer Endless Sea, including the 13 divine transformation realm old ancestors from the Outer Endless Sea, might need to comprehend the mortal world here one day. Therefore, no evil cultivator in the Outer Endless Sea would risk offending the 13 old ancestors and bully a few mortals here. However, Luosen and the other 2 were different. The 3 of them were originally evil cultivators in the Internal Endless Sea, and they were even at the Middle Divine Transformation realm. They did not fear any cultivators in the Outer Endless Sea, including those old ancestors from the Outer Endless Sea. It was naturally impossible for them to stop because of the request of the 5 great cultivators. Instead, they wanted to torture and kill Gusu City. Wang Kuan casually turned his sword into threads and trapped the 5 old men. He wanted them to personally witness Gusu City being massacred. Wang Kuan's intent realm was hatred. The more people hated him, the more he would be able to improve his intent realm after he killed them. Wang Kuan could tell at a glance that the 5 old men were wholeheartedly protecting Gusu City. Therefore, he was willing to help Luosen massacre Gusu City and make the 5 old men hate him to the bone. In the end, when they were in despair, he would kill the 5 great cultivators to improve his intent realm. You are all divine transformation realm cultivators. Why do you have to bully mere mortals? What crime have mortals committed? The green-robed old man who was the leader of the 5 old men asked angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was enraged. He was born in Gusu City. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he was once enlightened by a cultivator and walked on the path of cultivation. He walked on the path of cultivation and killed all the way until he reached the realm of a great cultivator. However, he did not pursue a higher realm after that. Instead, he returned to Gusu City and spent the rest of his life peacefully. This was his home, but his home was destroyed by someone. His descendants were even exterminated by Luo Sen's sword. Give me a reason. Give me a reason to massacre Gusu City. The green-robed old man roared. His eyes were wide open, and blood flowed out of anger. Reason. The reason is that you are all too weak. The weak don't have the right to live. Wang Kuan laughed loudly. Luo Sen had left with the beauties, but he, Wang Kuan, was more than happy to replace Luo Sen and massacre the city. He descended and swung his sword as he walked among the mortals. The mortals were dumbfounded as they looked at Wang Kuan, who was walking over with his sword. Before today, they never knew that immortals existed in this world. They never knew that there was someone who could raze a city to the ground and destroy an island with a single sword. Looking at Wang Kuan, who was walking over with his sword and was covered in black qi, the mortals were terrified. They knelt down and begged for mercy. Great! Great immortal, spare us! Spare us! Ah! Wang Kuan beheaded those who begged for mercy without even looking at them. He did not like those who begged for mercy. Those who begged for mercy were afraid of him and did not have any resentment. He liked those who swore to die rather than submit. The more they refused to submit, the more he wanted to crush their dignity and make them resent him. He shuttled through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were mortals who were fleeing everywhere. However, how fast could the mortals run? Could they be faster than the sword light of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator? Ah, one after another, the mortals died under Wang Kuan's feet. However, the more he killed, the more unhappy he felt. He wanted to find someone who could resent him. First update, to be continued. Ah, mortals died under Wang Kuan's feet one after another, but the more he killed, the more unhappy he became. He wanted to find someone who could hate him. Wang Kuan scanned with his divine perception and suddenly sneered. His body turned into a 10,000 feet long sword light that charged towards a certain direction in the city. All the houses, humans, and beasts that were in the way of the sword light were shattered into pieces. He retracted his sword light and landed in front of the manor of proclamation, his eyes filled with disdain. This Shuangyuan's mansion had just been renovated not too long ago, and its owner had entered the imperial examinations. But as Wang Kuan took a step in, all the servants who resisted him died. Interesting. This group of mortal servants actually dares to contend against me. Good. Only like this can we kill to our heart's content. His gaze landed on a white-haired old scholar who stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This old scholar had diligently studied for 70 years just to comprehend the way to save the world and the people. When he was 79 years old, he felt that he had made some progress in his studies, so he took part in the imperial examinations and got first place. He rode on his horse and paraded through the streets to promote his political principles. He personally met the emperor and used his life to remonstrate. He received the emperor's respect and was bestowed with the sword of Shangfang, which was used to execute the 10 sycophants. He was an unyielding old man, and he was respected by the people of Gusu. He looked indifferently at Wang Kuan with contempt and anger. Why did you slaughter Gusu? Give me a reason. The reason is, I like killing people. He loves to torture and kill mortals like you. Wang Kuan laughed out loud. His laughter caused the elder's anger to turn into calmness and a trace of contempt. So that's how it is, killing for pleasure. What a good reason. What a good reason. Those who are superior bully those who are inferior are mere ants. You are an ant that only knows how to bully the weak. In the eyes of the old Confucian, Wang Kuan was merely an ant. Wang Kuan's eyes turned cold as he cleaved the old scholar into two with a cold sword beam. As he licked the blood off the tip of his sword, Wang Kuan revealed a look of joy. After killing this old Confucian, his state had improved significantly. That's how it should be. If you don't hate me, killing you would only be burying my hands. His eyes were wild. He took a step forward, turned into a sword light, and dashed toward another manor. That place was called the Zhao Residence, and the famous philanthropist Zhao of Gusu lived there. His name was Zhao Shan. When he was young, he was a playboy. Even when he was old, he was still a playboy. Although he was dissolute, he often provided disaster relief to the people. Countless people of Gusu had received his kindness. Not long ago, Zhao Shan had just married a young lady. It was a joyous occasion. But at this moment, Zhao Shan, with his old body, looked at the girl who had committed suicide in the courtyard, his eyes filled with hatred. His wives and concubines were all extremely beautiful. When Luosan came to kidnap them, they all committed suicide in order to preserve their chastity. He looked at Wang Kuan with bloodshot eyes. He looked at his dead wife and concubine and felt his intestines shatter. Give me a reason. Give me a reason to slaughter my entire clan. Reason? This is the reason why I like to kill people. Wang Kuan looked at Zhao Shan. He wanted to infuriate Zhao Shan even more. His black sword slashed at the female corpses on the ground. He did not even leave the corpses intact. You're not human. You're not human. With his aged body, Zhao Shan held a walking stick and struck Wang Kuan. He hated himself for being old and weak. He hated Wang Kuan's viciousness. All right. This is the expression you should have. Pfff, the black sword pierced into Zhao Shan's heart and minced him into pieces. Wang Kuan felt that his intent realm had improved again. The 5 elders who were trapped in the sword threads could no longer endure it. This was the place where they had lived in seclusion for 1,000 years. They could almost recognize all the millions of mortals in Gusu City. This old man will fight it out with you. The green-robed elder's eyes were bloodshot. He could no longer let Wang Kuan continue killing. His nascent soul left his body and formed hand seals frantically. His body was burning with raging blood light like a blood-colored sun. He was going to fight it out with Wang Kuan. He was going to self-detonate. Boom, a grand cultivator's self-detonation had actually blasted a hole in Wang Kuan's sword threads. The other 4 elders didn't have any thoughts of pitying their comrade. They only had one thought, to step on their comrade's corpse and take revenge for them. Hateful. One of them actually self-detonated. Just like that, one of them has been wasted. Wang Kuan felt that it was a pity. However, something even more pitiful happened. Yu Ge, who had nothing else to do, saw the 4 elders rushing out of the sword threads. His eyes lit up and slashed with the golden sword in his hand. An unparalleled sword light slashed the dying elder to death. As for the nascent souls of the 4 elders, they were eaten into Yu Ji's stomach. Yu Ge. You snatched my prey. Wang Kuan was enraged. He had killed so many people to arouse the resentment of the 5 elders. However, all of them were killed by Yu Ge. Humph. So what if I snatched it? Are you going to kill them or not? If you don't, this old man will use the corpse-devouring technique to devour the entire Gusu city. No need. I haven't killed enough. Wang Kuan glared at Yu Ge. He knew that this wasn't the time to be calculated with Yu Ge. He looked at a courtyard and his eyes suddenly lit up. A sword light rushed over. Wang Kuan stood outside the courtyard and sneered when he saw a child holding a wooden sword and a beautiful woman who was still in mourning clothes and had a terrified expression. You killed Uncle Su, Third Aunt Yang, and Grandpa Chu. I will fight it out with you. Little Shitu's eyes were bloodshot. He pointed the wooden sword in his hand at Wang Kuan. What a great expression. What a great expression, Wang Kuan was overjoyed. He didn't expect a child to have such a strong resentment. No wonder the corpse refiner devil loved to refine corpses with children. The younger the child, the purer his heart was. When he was filled with hatred, he would be more powerful. Little Shirtu, go. Go. Mother will stop him. Go quickly. Baisu revealed a panicked expression. She had never seen a cultivator in her life. Wang Kuan squinted his eyes and seemed to have noticed something. If I let you hate me and kill you, my intent realm will have a chance to break through to the phenomenal stage within 100 years. Is this woman your mother? Hee. Wang Kuan glanced at Baisu's delicate body and licked his lips. With his cultivation, he could tell with a single glance that Baisu and Little Shirtu had a trace of similar aura in their bloodline. They were most likely mother and son. Don't touch my mother. Little Shirtu blocked in front of Baisu. However, how could a wooden sword stop a devil? Wang Kuan didn't even look at Little Shirtu. He put away the black sword and pointed with his finger to stop Bai Su. Then, he stretched out both of his hands, wanting to grab Bai Su's face. Although he hated dual cultivation, if he could humiliate Bai Su and make little Shirtu hate him, he would be more than happy. However, before his devil claws could touch Bai Su, he saw a wooden sword slash at Wang Kuan's wrist. Even with his mid-divine transformation realm physical body, a trace of blood was left on his wrist by the wooden sword. Immediately, Wang Kuan was shocked and retreated 100 meters. When he confirmed that it was only little Shirtu who slashed at him, he was shocked. Who made this wooden sword? Such a strong sword intent. Just a trace of it is enough to break my physical body's defense. While Wang Kuan was shocked, countless sea boats came to the rescue outside Gusu City. Rays of nascent soul realm flying lights rushed over without caring about anything. The leader was a mid-nascent soul realm burly man. Wang Si, when they scanned Gusu City with their divine senses, every nascent soul realm old monster was filled with grief and indignation. Who are you? Who are you? Why did you do this? Why? Why? Humph. Before Wang Kuan could finish his words, he saw Wang Si turning into a ray of ferocious light and dashing towards him fearlessly. Don't hurt little Shirtu. Wang Si's eyes were filled with worry. When he scanned the place with his divine sense, he found that Ning Fan and Su Qiuling were not in the residence. He thought that the two of them had been killed by Wang Kuan. Who are you? You killed Qiuling and her husband. You deserve to die. Hundreds of years ago, it was Wang Si who brought Dong Su and Qiuling to Gusu City. During that time, Qiuling stayed in Gusu City for several years like Wang Si's niece. After hundreds of years, Qiuling brought her husband back to Gusu City. Today, however, she died in Wang Kuan's hands. You killed my niece. I'm going to kill you. Ah. Wang Si rushed towards Wang Kuan. However, Wang Kuan did not even have the interest to look at him. Wang Si held a grudge, but it was nothing compared to little Shirtu's. I don't need your grudge anymore. Get lost. Boom Wang Kuan stomped down, forming an indescribable destructive force that slammed into Wang Si's chest. With just a single collision, Wang Si's meridians were all broken. He was sent flying while coughing out blood. Even though he did not die, he was severely injured and half-crippled. While coughing out blood, he watched Wang Kuan approaching little Shirtu step by step and Bai Su with a lecherous smile. Wang Si's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill Wang Kuan but he could not do it. Give me a reason. Give Gusu a reason. He roared at the sky. He was unwilling to be weak, unwilling to be ordinary and unwilling to be trampled on by others. Reason? The reason is, you guys are too weak. Wang Xin drew a sword thread with his finger. The sword thread formed a prison and trapped little Shirtu within it. Then, he walked towards Bai Su step by step. Looking at Bai Su's curvaceous body and her eyes which were filled with resentment but worried for little Shirtu, Wang Xin felt extremely satisfied. Suddenly, he understood that it was not unreasonable for Luosun to like women. Bai Su closed her eyes in humiliation. She could imagine that in another 10 breaths, no, 9 breaths, her great chastity would be completely humiliated by Wang Kuan. Young Master Zhou. You are not as good as him. Young Master Zhou is most likely an immortal but he has never made a move on us mortals. No matter how the people in the city laughed at him and looked down on him, he would just laugh it off. You are not as good as him. Bai Su had already decided to commit suicide by biting her tongue when Wang Kuan approached her. She would never hand her body over to a trash like Wang Kuan. Young Master Zhou? What bullshit, Young Master Zhou? You said he is stronger than me? You said I am not as good as him? Ridiculous. Wang Kuan laughed heartily. He felt that the mortals in this place were too good at making jokes. I, Wang Kuan, started cultivating at the age of 7, entered Yellow Cloud Valley at the age of 19, reached the harmonious spirit realm at the age of 23, formed my core at the age of 319 and formed my nascent soul at the age of 752. Spirit Severing Realm at the age of 1400 and Mid-Spirit Severing Realm at the age of 2200. What is the cultivation base of this Young Master Zhou you are talking about? Wang Kuan did not immediately humiliate Bai Su. He looked at her from afar. Suddenly, he felt that it was very satisfying to make this woman submit to him with her last bit of pride. I don't know. I don't know what cultivation base is. I don't know what realm he is at. I just have a feeling that if you kill us, we are like ants. If he kills you, we are also like ants. I believe he is the one who cut this wooden sword. Baisu smiled sadly. She did not know anything about cultivation at all. She only knew that if Ning Fan was also a cultivator, he would be thousands of times stronger than Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan did not take her words to heart at all. However, when he heard that the wooden sword that injured him was actually cut by young Master Zhou, he could not help but feel a little fearful of him. Young Master Zhou? You keep calling him young Master Zhou. Don't tell me you don't even know his name. What is his name? His name is... Baisu pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. She did not even know Ning Fan's name. His name is Zhou Ming. Baisu did not answer, but a voice that was as cold as 10,000 zhang *3, 33 M per zhang, answered for her. At the moment the voice fell, the sound of a sword light breaking through the sea was heard. Before Wang Kuan could react, he was shocked. In front of him, in front of Baisu, Little Shirtu, and the others, a young man in white robes appeared out of thin air while holding a lady in black robes in his arms. That traveling light was obviously the sword-shifting technique that he displayed after comprehending the sword intent. It was much faster than the teleportation technique of ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators. It was indeed too fast. It was so fast that Wang Kuan and Yuga did not know how Ning Fan appeared. An immense pressure was emitted from Ning Fan's body, making Wang Kuan and Yuga feel suffocated. The two of them immediately recognized that the young man in white robes in front of them was the person they were supposed to assassinate. Zhou Ming. Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. His spirit sense swept across 50,000 li * 500 m per li, scanning through every inch of Gusu's land. Within this short period of time, 2/3 of the people in Gusu had already died. It had only been a day since he brought Su Qiuling into the sea to heal her injuries. However, Gusu had already changed beyond recognition. Give me a reason. A reason to massacre Gusu. Ning Fan tried his best to speak calmly. Even though the 5 months of living here was short, this place had given him a warm memory. This memory was cruelly shattered by someone. A reason? Mortals are weak and they deserve to die. So what if I kill them? Zhou Ming, you are just a devil lord who kills without blinking an eye. Why do you have to pretend to be noble and virtuous here? It's great that you're here. I can kill you and claim credit for the alliance of Ming assassins. Then, I can. Wang Kuan looked at Ning Fan with a hideous smile. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying killing intent that made the heavens tremble spread out from Ning Fan's body and engulfed the entire Gusu. Give me a reason. Ning Fan's eyes shot out cold lightning. He took a step forward and it was as if thousands of layers of wind and clouds were stirred up. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed its color. When he took this step, a sense of impending death engulfed Wang Kuan's heart. Before Wang Kuan could even react, Ning Fan's palm had already closed in on him with an earth-shattering aura force. Wang Kuan only had enough time to place the black sword in front of his chest, allowing Ning Fan's palm strike to land on the black sword. That black sword was forged with black iron that had been tempered for thousands of times. It could withstand a landslide without being destroyed. That black sword was a mid-grade divine transformation realm spiritual treasure. It could kill an early divine transformation realm cultivator as if it was child's play. However, under the force of Ning Fan's palm strike, such a good sword suddenly turned into dust. A strong and violent force struck Wang Kuan's chest, shattering his 3 layers of spiritual armor. With just a single palm strike, Wang Kuan's muscles and bones were all broken. His physical body trembled and turned into a mist of blood. After killing Wang Kuan, the remaining force of the palm strike did not decrease at all. It passed through Gusu Island and spread to the deep sea. In an instant, the sea within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, was dispersed by the force of Ning Fan's palm strike. Thousands of water dragons soared into the sky. Yu Ji's expression changed drastically. He could not believe that a dignified mid-divine transformation realm cultivator like Wang Kuan would be killed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a cold ray of light rising from his back. Behind him, Ning Fan instantly appeared like a ghost. He reached out his hand and pierced his dantian from the back of his waist, forcefully pulling out his primordial spirit. Wang Kuan and Yu Ji's primordial spirits were held tightly in Ning Fan's hands. Both of them were terrified. It was as if they had just witnessed something that they could not understand. Both of them were mid-divine transformation realm cultivators, but they were actually killed by Ning Fan in an instant. How is this possible? Other than the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, who else could kill a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator in an instant? What is your cultivation base? Killing a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator in an instant. You are not an early divine transformation realm cultivator. You are definitely not. Don't kill me. I was invited here by Zigu. It was Zigu who said that I can kill anyone in the external endless sea as I please. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will surely offend Zigu, the demon sealing sect and the venerated demon. It's easy for you to kill me, but it's equally easy for the venerated demon to kill you. Venerated demon. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Wang Kuan and Yuga seemed to have found some bargaining chips that Ning Fan was afraid of. Their courage gradually grew. That's right. It's the venerated demon. If you kill us, you will surely offend the venerated demon. You said that if I kill all of you, I will offend Lu Jiefan. Ning Fan stared at the ruins of the Blood Sea in Gusu Island. His chest was filled with killing intent that he could not vent out. I was too merciful by not annihilating the Ming Assassination Alliance immediately. That's why I left behind this trouble. I am too merciful by not annihilating the demon sealing sect. That's why Zigu, the clown, is so full of himself. The common people should not die in wars, and the common people should not die in the sea of blood of cultivators. Especially Gusu Island, which had brought him warmth. He would not allow anyone to destroy it at will. You said that I will offend Lu Jiefan. Then, I will show you whether I will offend him or not. Yingzhou Immortal Island, Ming Assassination Alliance. You guys have crossed the line. Since you guys have massacred Gusu Island, I will massacre the entire Yingzhou Immortal Island. I really want to see how Lu Jiefan is going to give me an explanation. Luosan was very happy. After massacring Gusu Island, he had at least captured 10,000 mortal women. Each of these women had pure souls. He really could not wait to return to the Yingzhou Immortal Island and enjoy this delicious meal. Riding on a flying sword which emitted a blood-red light, Luosan was already not far away from the Yingzhou Immortal Island. However, he suddenly felt a little strange. What was strange was why Wang Kuan and Yuga had not caught up to him yet. It's just a mortal country. I can't believe it's not over yet. Humph. Wang Kuan always says that I am a despicable person. I think he is the real pervert. What bullshit *T resentment intent realm? What do you mean I like to torture and kill mortals? I am much more straightforward. I will just give them a quick death. Hee hee. Of course, I will let you guys have a good time after I have played with them. Luosan patted the sack which was filled with women on his shoulder and licked his lips. It was a wonderful thing to have sex with 10,000 women in a day. Boom, suddenly, a loud sound came from the distance behind him. Luosan turned around curiously. What he saw scared him so much that his intestines almost fell out. A million miles behind him, there was a purplish-black giant that was at least 30,000 feet tall. It seemed as though it was holding up the sky and the entire island. Stepping on the waves, it approached the Yingzhou Immortal Island. Just a trace of the giant's aura was enough to make Luosan feel a sense of crisis. Every step the giant took seemed to be able to cross 90,000 miles of the sea region. When Luosan's gaze swept towards the giant's cold gaze suddenly swept towards him. You can't run away. Ice shatter. The giant's empty right fist punched out. In an instant, the sea region within 100,000 miles was frozen. As the ice shattered, a huge force crashed into Luosan's back. He cried out in pain and fell off the flying sword. He was so shocked that he wanted to die. Who is this giant? His speed is so fast, and the force of his punch is so strong. Luosan's heart trembled with fear. He climbed onto the flying sword again and fled desperately, trying to escape to the Yingzhou Immortal Island before the giant caught up to him. While he was fleeing, he was begging for mercy. There was no other reason. The giant gave Luosan a feeling that he was invincible. Fellow Daoist, I have no enmity with you. Why are you chasing after me? Give me a reason. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to ask me for a reason? The giant laughed coldly towards the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. He was going to trample the Yingzhou Immortal Island while carrying the entire Gusu Island. To be continued, Luosan leaped onto his sword and fled. The limitless sword beneath his feet flashed with a faint blood-red light. He was clearly only a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator, but his escaping speed could even be compared to a late-stage cultivator. However, in front of the giant's terrifying speed, Lawson's speed wasn't even worth mentioning. How is this giant able to move so quickly even though he's carrying an island? Just who is he? Lawson felt his scalp tingle. He recognized at a glance that the island the giant was carrying was Gusu, which he, Wang Kuan, and Yuga had previously massacred. Luosan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that the purple-armored giant was here to seek revenge, but there was one thing that Lawson could not understand. This purple-armored giant had a shocking cultivation, so why would he be angered by a mere mortal island? No, Lawson didn't know, he only knew one thing, and that was that he had to escape to Yingzhou Immortal Island immediately. As long as he escaped, with the 1 million cultivator army of the Ming Assassins Alliance, he wouldn't need to fear the giants. That purple-scaled giant was none other than Ning Fan's avatar. With the strength of his fleshly body, combined with the third level of Jade Life Realm and the Corpse Devil physique, he could definitely fight against an expert at the fourth level of Jade Life Realm. He could easily conjure a 3,000 zhang tall giant body. Becoming a giant was not his body refinement Dao, but this time, he was angry because of the hundreds of thousands of mortals who died in Gusu. He wanted to become a giant and crush the waves of the endless sea to completely eradicate the Ming Assassins Alliance. In Ning Fan's chest, there was a killing intent that couldn't be vented. It was like thunder that kept exploding in his mind, urging him to kill. He had such a strong killing intent many times in the past. He had annihilated the Green Clan in the Demon Sinister Forest and wiped out an entire sea in the Star Sea. However, this time was different from the past. In the past, he killed people for grudges, opportunities, and to fight against fate. This time, however, it was different. It was only because of a belief. That faith was a vow to wash away the grievances of the mortals in Gusu. In the past, Ning Fan's heart was filled with killing intent. This time, Ning Fan felt that he could control all of his killing intent freely. He did not have any pity for strangers. He was just a butcher. However, when Ning Fan saw the sad tears in Su Qiuling's eyes, the resentful look in Little Shidu's eyes and the helpless look in Bai Su's eyes, he saw the cultivators who were protecting Gusu self-destructing their bodies for Gusu. Roars of despair and questions of unwillingness rang out. Ning Fan's heart was filled with anger. On Gusu Island, Ning Fan forcefully pieced the broken pieces of land together with his magic power. The flames of war flew everywhere, and half of the city was in ruins. The mortals who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire were filled with terror. They couldn't believe what had happened today. They couldn't believe that young Master Zhou, who had bought the haunted house, had turned into a 3,000 zhang tall giant, carried an island, and walked on the waves. That Uncle Zhou can actually carry an entire island on his shoulders. Is he actually such a powerful immortal being? Each of the children who used to tease Ning Fan had already turned mute from fear. That junior who beat me 12 times in a row is actually a soul formation stage cultivator. Moreover, he's an expert who can instantly kill a soul formation intermediate stage cultivator. Uncle Chi, the chess fanatic, was extremely shocked as he consumed a pill to heal his injuries. My dear niece Qiuling. I can't believe your husband is so amazing. Is he going to take revenge for us? Is he going to take revenge for our Gusu? Wang Xi swallowed the pill and suppressed his injuries. His bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement. Yes, Big Brother is going to avenge you. Su Qiuling wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Little Stone had already fainted. Bai Su was taking care of him while looking at the beautiful woman with complicated feelings. She finally knew that Ning Fan was not a swordsman but a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator who could make ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators tremble in fear. However, Bai Su was not the only one who was shocked. Luosan's sword light was extremely fast and it did not cause too much of a commotion. However, Ming Fan, who had turned into a giant and carried an island on his shoulders, would naturally cause terror wherever he went. Gusu only had the northern region of the external endless sea, but the Ying Island was located at the easternmost part of the external endless sea. Ming Fan transformed into a giant and chased after them. Naturally, he passed by many islands along the way. Even though his speed was inevitably reduced because he was carrying an island on his shoulders, his aura force became much more terrifying. When the rogue cultivators who passed by saw a giant man carrying an island on his shoulders running towards them from the horizon, they would immediately flee in terror. Ta 3000 Zhang Tall Giant. Who is this person? This person's body refinement realm is really strong. Not necessarily. Perhaps this person has used some kind of illusion technique to make his body look gigantic, but the island he is carrying is probably just an illusion. Which madman in this world would carry an island on his shoulders? This person is so murderous. Where is he going? Who is he going to kill? It's Luosin. I just saw a streak of light escaping on a sword. It's Lawson. What? Mo Xiao, who was in the top 50 of the Devil Appraisal Board, was in the mid-divine transformation realm. Didn't he join the alliance of Ming assassins? Let's not talk about who this giant is, whether he is an expert or not, and whether he can chase after Luosin. Could it be that this giant is trying to provoke the Ming assassin alliance? Doesn't he know that the demon sealing sect is supporting the alliance? The higher one's body refinement realm was, the bigger the giant's body would be. Usually, only an expert at the peak of the soul formation stage could transform into a giant that was 3000 zhong tall. Of course, there were some secret techniques and treasures that could also allow one's physical body to grow to 3000 zhong tall, but they were only illusions and had no power. All of the spectating cultivators weren't sure if this giant was an expert at the peak of the soul formation stage or not, and they wanted to catch up to the giant to take a look. However, the giant's cold gaze swept over them, and an indifferent roar rang out like countless rays of sword light sweeping through the heavens. Scram! The giant only said one word, but these old monsters, who were at least at the golden core realm, all felt as if they had been slashed by the sword light. Their golden cores were about to shatter, and their eyes were filled with horror. Such a powerful aura. This person's giant body was not an illusion, but reality. He's an expert at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Sword intent. Not only is his physical body strong, but his sword intent is also invincible. Retreat. Don't get involved with this person. But why do I feel that this person looks familiar? Yes, it's him. This giant and those eyes. I can't be wrong. It's him. Who is it? Zhou Ming. That devil. Zhou Ming is going to attack the Ming Assassins Alliance. He's not just going to kill Luo Senator, he's going to massacre the entire Ying Prefecture. Hiss, none of the old monsters were as shocked as they were when they heard the name Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was a taboo. The reason why people were afraid of him was not because of his high cultivation base, but because once he went crazy, no one could stop him. Purple Yuan Celestial Island, Purple Talisman Sect. Today was the day when the Purple Yuan Sea region would be sealed. All of this was because the old ancestor of the Purple Talisman Sect, Suotong, was going to cultivate the sea refining talisman that only happened once every 10 years. The seawater of the Purple Yuan Sea region had a special kind of nourishing spiritual qi. It was the best nourishment for cultivators who cultivated talisman secret techniques. The old ancestor of the Purple Talisman Sect, Suotong's most famous saying was, "A little bit of spiritual light is a talisman." To create talismans, one must have the right drawing method and the spiritual light in one's heart. Every 10 years, the Purple Talisman Sect would seal the sea area within 1,000,000 miles and set up a grand formation to absorb all the spiritual qi in the seawater. This year was no exception. More than 10 nascent Soul Realm elders led groups of Gold Core Realm cultivators and guarded the grand formation carefully, not allowing anyone to enter the Purple Yuan Sea. Unless one was a disciple of the Purple Talisman Sect or had an entry token issued by the Purple Talisman Sect, no one was allowed to pass through this sea area. Dozens of ships were blocked outside the Purple Yuan Sea by groups of experts from the Purple Talisman Sect. Most of the ships that were rejected did not have any background. When they heard that the Purple Talisman Sect sealed the sea area for the divine transformation realm old ancestors to cultivate, no one dared to complain about the Purple Talisman sect anymore. The Endless Sea was also known as the Cultivation Tomb. It was a place where the strong were respected. If the Divine Transformation Realm old ancestors wanted to use the sea area within 1,000,000 miles for cultivation, it was normal for them to seal the sea area. Forget it. We'll just take a detour. It's just that with our pill treasure ships, it'll take us a few more months to cross the Purple Yuan Sea, many cultivators on the ship sighed inwardly. However, right at this moment, the tsunami-like sound of a giant treading on waves came from the place where the sea and the sky met. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a purple-armored giant carrying an island could be vaguely seen. With an unstoppable momentum, he rushed towards the Purple Yuan Sea. Due to the distance, no one knew the size of the giant's body. A cultivator with a giant physical body? What's that thing he's carrying? It looks like he's going to rush towards this direction. Who is he? Is he going to rush into the Purple Yuan Sea? Now that the Purple Talisman sect has sealed the sea area, if this person rushes into the Purple Yuan Sea, he'll definitely affect old ancestors Watong's cultivation. Won't he offend the Purple Talisman sect and provoke a fatal calamity? While the cultivators on the ships were discussing, among the Purple Talisman sect elders who were in charge of sealing the sea area, a burly man in hemp garments with a haughty expression took a step forward. He glanced at the giant indifferently and said coldly, "Where are the spirit crossbowmen? Aim at this giant. Once he tries to rush into the Purple Yuan Sea, shoot 10,000 arrows and kill him." Yes. Immediately, close to 10,000 Purple Talisman sect experts each held a spirit crossbow and aimed at the giant that broke through the sea. The behavior of this burly man in hemp garments was a little too overbearing. Just because the giant might disrupt the cultivation of his sect's old ancestor, he wanted to kill him. However, no one felt that the burly man was wrong. In the Endless Sea, strength was everything. If your sect also had a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, naturally, they could also be overbearing and domineering. All the cultivators on the ships looked at the giant that was so far away and felt pity for him. They didn't know who this expert with a giant physical body was. If he recklessly rushed over, he would most likely die. However, after 10 breaths, whether it was the cultivators on the ships or the Purple Talisman sect, their expressions changed drastically. In just 10 breaths, the purple-armored giant crossed hundreds of thousands of miles of the sea area at an unbelievable speed. He treaded on the waves and appeared at the border of the Purple Yuan Sea. Such a speed was truly shocking. When all the cultivators' gazes fell on the giant's 3,000 feet tall body, they all gasped in disbelief. Especially when the giant was carrying an island on his shoulder. 3,000 feet tall. Could this man be a peak Divine Transformation Realm cultivator? What should we do? Should we stop this man from entering the sea? The burly man in hemp garments was shocked. When the giant approached him, just a trace of his aura almost caused his nascent soul to collapse. What kind of expert is this man? He didn't know. The only thing he knew was that he must not provoke this man. He must not shoot any spirit crossbow or attack him. While he was hesitating, a vast aura came from the formation and turned into a purple-robed old man. He stood outside the formation and stared at the giant coldly. His whole body was emitting a vast aura. Early Divine Transformation Realm. This purple-robed old man was obviously the old ancestor of the Purple Talisman sect, Swatong. He was one of the 13 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators in the Outer Endless Sea. Who are you? Why are you trespassing on my Purple Yuan Sea? I'm Swatong. I need the help of this sea to cultivate. Please take a detour. Swatong's words carried the dignity of a Divine Transformation Realm old ancestor. Other than the rare few Divine Transformation Realm experts in the external Endless Sea, no one would dare to disobey him. As soon as his voice fell, he flicked his sleeves and summoned 12 purple flame talismans. Each of the talismans had the strength of an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. If the giant did not take a detour, Swatong would launch 12 Divine Transformation Realm attacks to eliminate him. Those who stand in my way shall die. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He struck out a gigantic palm. An unimaginably strong force rolled up thousands of waves and turned into a gigantic palm imprint that flew towards Swatong. At the moment when the palm imprint appeared, Swatong felt an extreme sense of crisis rising in his heart. He could not summon any will to resist it, countless hollow space collapsed. Cracks appeared in heaven and earth. The waves of 100,000 li * 500 m per li, were overturned by this palm imprint. Suotong's eyes tensed up. The power of this palm imprint could kill him like an ant, whoosh without any hesitation. Suotong immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and dodged the attack. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, the gigantic palm fiercely struck the ceiling sea grand formation. All of a sudden, the area within 1 million li * 500 m per li, trembled violently. The sound of countless formation eyes collapsing could be heard. In just half a breath's time, countless formation lights of different colors crumbled. Hiss a great sense of horror rose in the hearts of countless cultivators, including Suotong, who was at the divine transformation realm. In order to seal off the purple primordial sea within 1 million li * 500 m per li, the Purple Charm sect had set up at least a few hundred nascent realm grand formations and 7 divine transformation realm grand formations. When all the formation lights overlapped, it would not collapse even if it withstood the attack of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. However, under the attack of the giant's palm, not a single formation light remained within 1 million li * 500 m per li. The giant's cultivation base was already shocking. Moreover, Suotong could see that the giant was obviously showing mercy to him in that palm attack. Otherwise, Suotong would definitely not be able to dodge that palm attack. Then, not only the formation light within 1 million li * 500 m per li, would be destroyed as well. Even his physical body and primordial spirit would be annihilated under that palm attack. Suotong. Since we've met once, I won't pursue the matter of you attacking me today. However, the next time you attack me with your talisman fire, the purple talisman sect will certainly be annihilated. The giant's indifferent voice carried a terrifying baleful chi. As soon as he opened his mouth, the blood-red baleful chi dyed half of the sky red. Suotong would never forget that voice even in his dreams. The owner of that voice had once withstood Yen Zhong's palm attack in the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. 20 years ago, he was unstoppable in the external endless sea and no one dared to provoke him. You are fellow Taoist Zhou Ming. Suotong was filled with astonishment. This giant is obviously Ning Fan. 20 years ago, Ning Fan was only able to fight against a divine transformation realm cultivator with all his might. That was why Suotong was slightly afraid of him. 20 years later, Ning Fan had already become so powerful. If he does not show mercy, he could definitely kill Suotong instantly. The formation light shattered. The sealing order of the purple primordial sea was lifted. The giant stepped on the waves and chased after Luo Senator. As for Suotong and the other cultivators, they were all stunned on the spot. All of them were unable to calm themselves down. The destruction of the formation light meant that the cultivators on the ship no longer needed to take a detour. They could directly pass through the purple primordial sea. The destruction of the formation light meant that Suotong's cultivation of condensing talismans in the sea had to end helplessly. Each of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators found it hard to believe. That purple-armored giant was so strong that he could instantly kill old ancestor Suotong with a single palm and destroy the formation light of 1 million li * 500 m per li. Who is this person? Suotong was forced to stop his cultivation. However, he did not dare to resent Ning Fan at all. He had sealed the sea area of 1 million li * 500 m per li, without permission. It was extremely overbearing because he was stronger than others. If he wanted to pass through the purple primordial sea, who would dare to ask him to take a detour? Who would dare to trap him in the sea? At least, Suotong did not dare to do so. 20 years later, things remained the same, but the people had changed. Suotong did not even have the qualifications to fight alongside Ning Fan. He sighed continuously in his heart. He no longer had the courage to provoke Ning Fan. Old ancestor, what should we do? The sealing sea grand formation has been destroyed. The spiritual chi has already dispersed. I'm afraid we won't be able to gather spiritual chi for old ancestors' cultivation this year. The old man in hemp robe sighed. Cultivation? What the hell is there to cultivate? This Zhou Ming is filled with killing intent, and he even spoke in a tone that said those who stand in his way will die. I'm afraid there must be someone who is blind enough to provoke him. He's going to kill them. Judging from the direction, it seems to be the Immortal Island in the Eastern Sea. I'm going there to have a look. If the Immortal Island is destroyed, the forces in the external Endless Sea will be reshuffled. This is a huge matter. Suotong felt a chill down his spine when he thought of the destructive power of Ning Fan's palm. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. The Immortal Island in the Immortal Island really deserves it for provoking Zhou Ming. No matter what, my purple charm sect must never offend Zhou Ming. In the past, old man Dong Xian tricked me into joining the Ming Assassin Alliance. Luckily, I didn't join him. He was really wise. Old man Dong Xian, your Immortal Island can't be protected anymore. Because of you, you've provoked a madman. Ning Fan carried Gusu on his shoulder and continued to chase after Luo Senator. His eyes were calm and his steps were steady and powerful. He did not pay much attention to the incident where he rushed into the purple primordial sea and shocked Suotong. Instead of explaining 100 reasons to the purple charm sect, it was better to crush the formation light that blocked his path. In order to make the domineering purple charm sect lower its head, what he needed was not a touching reason but a strength that no one would dare to stop. Not only did he want to let the external Endless Sea know that he had returned, but he also wanted to let everyone know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Luosen seemed to be purposely escaping towards the route of the 10 sects, trying to stop Ning Fan with the experts of the 10 sections. No one knew how far this cunning Russian devil lord had already escaped. Ning Fan was not in a hurry. In front of him, the floating islands where the forces were stationed appeared one after another. Occasionally, he would encounter some sea-sealing formations set up by the islands. However, he would forcefully break through all of them. Even the formation light of the Purple Charm sect could not stop him. How could ordinary forces stop him? Pengwang Island, Xiang family. In the external Endless Sea, the Xiang family was once an unparalleled force. With Xiang Liao, who was a half-step divine transformation realm expert, almost no one in the 10 sects and 3 islands dared to offend the Xiang family. It was a well-deserved first-rate force. However, as 17 experts of the Xiang family including Xiang Liao died tragically in the Pill Cauldron Gate, the Xiang family's status in the external Endless Sea had plummeted. Being hunted by the Pill Cauldron Gate and their old enemies, the Xiang family declined all the way. 20 years later, the once prosperous Xiang family had already fallen to a third-rate force. In the Elders' Hall, 7 Gold Core realm experts of the Xiang family were sitting and discussing. At the highest seat, there was an old man at the early nascent soul realm. Currently, the Xiang family only had 7 Gold Core realm experts and 1 nascent soul realm expert left. That nascent soul realm expert had forcefully increased his cultivation realm using a secret technique. He was just there to keep up appearances. His combat power was really low. The 7 Gold Core realm experts were discussing whether to join the Alliance of Ming Assassins. The Alliance of Ming Assassins existed to assassinate Zhou Ming. The biggest enemy of the Xiang family was also Zhou Ming. If they could rely on the Alliance of Ming Assassins and climb up the tree of the Alliance, the Xiang family might have a chance to rise again. Family head, in my opinion, the ferocious devil Zhou Ming has already returned to the outer Endless Sea, and the Ming Assassin Alliance is getting restless. They're preparing to destroy this devil, and they're in need of manpower. If my Xiang family joins the Alliance, it's no different from hugging a big tree. There's no need to hesitate on this matter. An advanced stage Golden Core Realm cultivator stood up, cupped his fists, and spoke with confidence and composure. His words caused the other 6 Golden Core Realm cultivators of the Xiang clan to nod in agreement. You can't. The old nascent soul cultivator, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his eyes. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was the only remaining nascent soul cultivator in the Xiang clan and he was the current clan master of the Xiang clan. Why? The main responsibility of the patriarch was the prosperity of the clan. Could it be that family head is reluctant to give up control of the Xiang family? The late-stage Golden Core cultivator questioned. If they joined the alliance, the Xiang family would naturally be taken over. This was the price of hugging a big tree. Seeing that the nascent soul realm old man didn't agree to join the alliance, the late Golden Core realm cultivator thought that the old man was being selfish. What a joke. Why would I care about the patriarch position of a declining family? The reason why I'm against joining the alliance is just because I'm afraid of one person. The Alliance wants to assassinate Zhou Ming. They're just courting death. I heard that Devil Lord Zhou Ming has already reached the Divine Transformation realm. What I mean is that if our Xiang clan doesn't want to destroy the last of our bloodline, we must not become enemies with Zhou Ming. A hint of fear flashed across the eyes of the nascent soul realm old man as if he was recalling the tragic incident in the past. His words made each of the gold core realm cultivators of the Xiang clan sink into contemplation. Those who had never seen Ming Fan killing people mercilessly would never know how ferocious the name Zhou Ming was. On that day, no one in the Pill Cauldron Gate expected that the half-step divine transformation realm Xiang Liao would die. However, the 17 experts of the Xiang clan died in Zhou Ming's hands so easily. Zhou Ming, who is at the nascent soul realm, is invincible in the external endless sea. We can't afford to offend him who is at the divine transformation realm, the old man asserted. The late-stage gold core realm cultivator's eyelids twitched. As a matter of fact, he had secretly joined the alliance a long time ago. That was why he tried his best to persuade the Xiang clan to join the alliance. Even if Zhou Ming is at the divine transformation realm, the alliance has more than 10 divine transformation realm cultivators. He still needed to continue persuading the old man. At the next moment, the entire Pengwan Island shook violently as if it was being rammed by some ferocious beast. The 8 experts of the palace immediately turned into rays of light and left the palace. Their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. The sea where the Pengwan Island was located was filled with turbulent currents. In the past, there would occasionally be sea beasts that were affected by the currents and crashed into the foundation of the island. If a gold core realm sea beast crashed into the island, it would only tremble slightly for a moment before stopping. If a nascent soul realm sea beast crashed into the island, it would shake for a few breaths. However, after a few breaths, the shaking would definitely stop. However, this time, the shaking of the island was too intense. It was as if the Pengwan Island was about to be crushed into 2 halves by something. As soon as the 8 experts left the palace, they scanned their surroundings. At the next moment, what they saw and heard was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They saw a 3000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, tall giant carrying an island that was a few times larger than the Pengwan Island on its shoulder. The force of that step was too heavy. Half of the Pengwan Island was crushed and sank into the sea. G giant. Who is this man? He crushed half of the island with a single step. His cultivation base is too terrifying. The late gold core realm cultivator's face turned pale with fright. If this giant is here to annihilate the Xiang clan would definitely be destroyed. He is Zhou Ming. Look at him. Do you still think that joining the alliance of Ming assassins is the right choice? The nascent soul realm old man took a deep breath and closed his eyes helplessly. At the moment when his eyes met the giant's, his nascent soul almost collapsed as if it was pierced by a sword. Even if ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators could instantly kill a nascent soul realm cultivator, they would not be able to make someone's nascent soul collapse with just a glance. How could the old man not understand that Ning Fan was definitely not an ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator after he attained the divine transformation realm? Impossible. Even the divine transformation realm old ancestors of the Yingzhou immortal island can't transform into such a huge body. The late gold core realm cultivator was filled with fear. The same expression also appeared on the faces of the other 6 gold core realm cultivators and the thousands of cultivators of the Xiang clan. Fortunately, the giant was just passing by Pengwan Island and did not kill anyone. This made the cultivators of the Xiang clan heave a sigh of relief. Xiangqi, as you can see, Zhou Ming cannot be offended. I know that you have secretly joined the alliance of Ming assassins. However, I'm just reminding you that if you try to put the Xiang clan in danger again, I will kill you instantly. The nascent soul realm old man's eyes flashed with cold light. He would never allow anyone to provoke Ning Fan. The Xiang clan had declined, but at least it was not destroyed. The old man could not let the Xiang clan perish in his hands. Hingshan Island in the Black Reef Sea. Hingshan Island was an unlucky island. There was an unlucky sect on the island called the Eternal Cloud Sect. The old ancestor of Hingyun was even more unlucky. His name was Wang Heng. Wang Heng was an early gold core realm cultivator. More than 30 years ago, he was already an early gold core realm cultivator. Even now, he was still an early Gold Core realm cultivator. Even though his innate talent was not high, he had almost reached the peak of the early Gold Core realm in the past. However, more than 30 years had passed and he had yet to break through to the mid-Gold Core realm. Moreover, he had once obtained a Gold Core realm Dao fruit. After consuming it, his magic power had almost reached the late Gold Core realm. However, because of the shadow in his heart, he could not break through to the mid-Gold Core realm. His heart had been scarred by an earth-shattering battle 30 years ago. On that day, a mad devil named Zhou Ming killed 3 nascent soul realm cultivators of the demon sealing sect on Xianxia Island and protected Yin Wang Heng was suffering. In the stone chamber, he tried to break through to the Gold Core realm again, but he still failed. He could not help but complain inwardly. Senior Zhou Ming, if you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why did you come to my island to kill them? You killed someone and ran away. As a result, the experts of the demon sealing sect died on my island. I don't know how many times the people of the demon sealing sect have investigated me. If it wasn't because I'm not related to you in any way, and if it wasn't because I offered a lot of immortal jade as a bribe, I would have been long dead and the Hengyan sect would have been annihilated. Senior Zhou Ming, I'm doomed because of you. Now that you've become the strongest expert of the external endless sea, I'm always on tenterhooks. I'm afraid that someone will find out that I'm related to you and I'll be killed. Wang Heng's wrinkled face turned into a bitter gourd and he sighed continuously. At this moment, the Hengshan Island suddenly shook violently. Old ancestor, something bad has happened. A Daoist child rushed into Wang Heng's stone chamber in a panic. What's so noisy about? What's so bad about it? Is there another expert from the high sect who came to ask for a bribe? Wang Heng walked out of the main hall impatiently. As soon as he stepped out of the door, what he saw and heard almost scared him to the point of wetting his pants. A 3,000 zhang tall purple-armored giant was walking on the sea while carrying a huge island as if there was no one else around. Oh my god. Such a huge giant. What's his cultivation base? No, this person's chi is very familiar. He's Zhou Ming. Wang Heng's wrinkled face was on the verge of crying. Senior Zhou, you can't bully me like this. You're here again. You've implicated me again. Now that you're being hunted by the Ming Assassin Alliance, I can't be implicated by you. Besides, when you left the island that day, I was the one who helped you to destroy the evidence. When others came to investigate your background, I didn't betray you at all. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Seeing that the purple-armored giant was about to crush the island, Wang Heng closed his eyes in despair and murmured incessantly. As for the giant, it seemed to have heard his words. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His cold eyes swept across the island as if he had recalled something. He stared at Wang Heng without saying a word. A moment later, he pointed a finger and a ray of black light shot towards Wang Heng. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a sentence behind. Seeing that you're my old friend, I'll grant you a fortune. After the black light entered Wang Heng's body, it made his body tremble. The shadow in his heart slowly disappeared. It was as if Ning Fan had helped him break through the bottleneck with his great magic power. Wang Heng was stunned. He was shocked. That was just a casual point of his finger. However, he could actually help someone break through the bottleneck. Rumor has it that only old monsters who have attained the Void Inquiry stage or above can borrow the power of the Void to help juniors break through the bottleneck of their immortal veins. Could it be that this senior Zhou Ming is actually a Void Refinement Realm cultivator who has passed the Void Inquiry stage test before? Wang Heng was stunned. He felt that the way he walked out of the main hall must be wrong. Is senior Zhou Ming really that powerful? I'm really lucky to have a relationship with a Void Refinement Realm senior. Wang Heng seemed to have become more courageous. He was no longer afraid of the Demon Sealing Palace and the Ming Assassin Alliance. There was only one thing that he had to do now. It was to go into seclusion as soon as possible and prepare to break through to the late Gold Core realm. To be continued. To Ning Fan, old ancestor Wang Heng was just a passerby. Casually helping him get rid of the shadow in his heart was already a great favor, so it was impossible for him to give him any other benefits. To Ning Fan, that finger attack was insignificant. But to Wang Heng, the power of the void in that finger had helped him open the way to the late stage of the Gold Core realm. The power of the void. Void inquiry stage cultivators can help low-leveled cultivators resolve their inner demons. If my master had a void refinement realm cultivation base in the past, he would certainly help me eliminate my inner demons and form my gold core. Also, I might not necessarily need to come to the external endless sea. Putting aside the forces of the endless sea, the heavenly tribulations of the rain world, the heavenly tribulations of the sword world and even the stronger heavenly prides of the four heavens naturally have void refinement realm cultivators to help them resolve their inner demons. This is also the reason why their cultivation speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with emotions. The so-called heaven's chosen ones not only have outstanding innate talents and excellent cultivation methods but also have a strong background that can provide pills, trials, and resolve the heart devil. Early void refinement realm cultivators were also known as void glimpse stage cultivators. They had just begun to comprehend the power of the void but were still unable to completely control it. The mid-void refinement realm was also known as the void inquiry stage cultivators. After going through the void inquiry stage, one would be able to freely control the power of the void and use it to help the juniors resolve their inner demons. Late void refinement realm cultivators were also known as void pierce stage cultivators. The peak of the void refinement realm was also known as the absolute void cultivators. With the help of void inquiry stage cultivators to get rid of their heart devils, the cultivation speed of those heavenly geniuses was naturally something that mortals could never hope to achieve. Ning Fan did not have the help of a powerful background and he did not have superhuman innate talents. Before attaining the divine transformation realm, his yin-yang transformation cultivation method did not display any great power. However, he had stubbornly walked step by step to where he was today. Not only did he rely on opportunities, but he also relied on his ruthlessness to stain the world with blood. You hit me once, I'll hit you 10 times, if you destroy one of my realms, I will destroy 10 of yours. Most of his dharma treasures and spirit herbs were obtained from killing and fighting. In his entire life, he refused to submit to any power. Be it the Ming Assassin Alliance, the Immortal Abode Island, or the Demon Sealing Sect, the purple-armored giant that Ning Fan had transformed into traveled all the way to the east. 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li. Behind him were countless cultivators who were chasing after Ning Fan with all their might, hoping to head to the Immortal Island in the Ying province to watch the show and search for opportunities. Ning Fan did not pay attention to those people who followed him. His eyes were fixed on an island in the distance. His eyes flashed with a cold light. This island was called Saint Suppressing Island, and there was only one sect on the island. It was one of the 10,000 sea sects and 3 islands, Xuanda sect. Luo Sen's panicked silhouette escaped from Xuanda sect and headed towards the east. After he left, tens of thousands of cultivators suddenly soared into the sky above the Xuanda sect. They stared at the giant that Ning Fan had transformed into with murderous intent. Ning Fan carried Gusu Island on his shoulder. After breaking through countless layers of waves, he stopped walking 1,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the Saint Subduing Island. It was because as soon as he stepped into this place, countless snow-white formation lights suddenly rose from the sea region within 1,000 li * 500 m per li. They turned into ice and snow dragons and firmly entangled his feet, restraining him. Peak Transcendent Rank Grand Formation Sacred Ice Dragon Formation. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The Xuanda sect actually attacked him. Moreover, judging from how Luosen stayed on the island for a while, the reason why Xuanda sect attacked him was probably because of Luosen's instructions. Since you're all cultivators of the outer endless sea, I'll give you a chance. Remove the formation within 3 breaths, and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, not a single blade of grass will be left in Xuanda sect. Ning Fan's tone was cold. His eyes scanned through each of the cultivators of the Xuanda sect. Among this group of cultivators, the leader was an old man wearing a ceremonial robe. He was dressed in the style of an ancient Confucian scholar, and his eyes were narrowed. His expression was arrogant, and his body exuded the vast aura of an early-stage soul formation cultivator. This person was the Xuanda sect's divine transformation realm patriarch, Lu Xian. Around Lu Xian stood 19 nascent soul cultivators, each of them breathing heavily. Among this group of nascent soul realm cultivators, a mid-nascent soul realm middle-aged man was staring at Ning Fan with a gloomy expression. He was the vice-sect lord of the Profound Virtue sect, Zhao Yi. His cultivation level of the mid-nascent soul realm may not be worth mentioning, but his other identity must be mentioned. Zhao Yi was the father of Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing had once offended Ning Fan because of Su Qiuling and was killed by Ning Fan. Because of this incident, the reputation of the Profound Virtue sect was greatly damaged. In the past, old ancestor Lu Xian was even more reluctant to take revenge because of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. But now, the alliance of Ming assassins had been established with the support of the Demon Sealing Hall. When Daoist Purple Gu first came to Lu Xian and promised him great benefits, Lu Xian was moved and led the Profound Virtue sect to join the alliance of Ming assassins. Today, the assassin of the alliance, Luo Sen, passed by Xuanda sect and asked them to delay Ning Fan. Lu Xian only hesitated for a moment before agreeing to it. Old ancestor, is it inappropriate for us to offend Zhou Ming like this? One of the nascent soul realm elders of Xuanda sect was a little scared. He had no choice. Ning Fan's baleful qi was too strong. He could not help but be afraid of it. What are you afraid of? Luosen said that this Zhou Ming is just an early-stage soul formation realm cultivator. Luosen, a mid-soul formation realm cultivator, is being chased by Zhou Ming everywhere. Judging from this Zhou Ming is probably a special existence who possesses the combat power of a mid-soul formation realm cultivator when he is just an early-stage soul formation realm cultivator. I might not be a match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, in the territory of my Profound Virtue sect, I have the sacred suppressing ice dragon formation. Why would I be afraid of him? However, this Zhou Ming has a 3000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, physical body. Perhaps he is already at the peak soul formation realm. Bullshit. Indeed, only a cultivator at the peak of the soul formation stage could have a body of 3000 feet. But think about it, 20 years ago, this person was still at the nascent soul stage. 20 years later, it was already shocking that he could break through to the early stage of the soul formation stage. How could he have reached the peak of the soul formation stage? Above the soul formation stage, every step was extremely difficult. This person could not be at the peak of the soul formation stage. He's only an early-stage soul formation cultivator. Lu Xian sneered. He was not a fool. Since he dared to help Luosen stop Ning Fan, he naturally had already considered the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario that he considered was Ning Fan breaking through to the early divine transformation realm within 20 years and his combat power would reach the terrifying mid-divine transformation realm. Ordinary people couldn't reach the soul formation stage in 20 years, and ordinary early-stage soul formation cultivators couldn't even reach the mid-stage. Lu Xian thought that he had already overestimated Ning Fan. He definitely did not believe that Ning Fan was some peak divine transformation realm expert. I can't be wrong. Ning Fan's 3000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, physical body and the island on his shoulder were all illusionary techniques. They were just paper tigers to scare others. He would not be stupid enough to risk his life to fight Ning Fan. In the territory of his Xuanda sect, there was a sect guarding formation. He would be a fool if he did not use it. It was the peak divine transformation realm grand formation, the sacred ice dragon formation. Rumor has it that the first-generation old ancestor of Xuanda sect, Reverend Fu Xing, was a late divine transformation realm expert. He was even more proficient in formation techniques. The sect guarding formation that he set up could even resist a peak divine transformation realm expert. Lu Xian firmly believed that with this formation, even if Ning Fan was really a mid-divine transformation realm expert or even a late divine transformation realm expert, he would certainly be trapped on Xuanda Island by Lu Xian and be slaughtered by him. Ning Fan gave Lu Xian 3 breaths to apologize. However, Lu Xian had already successfully trapped Ning Fan. How would he let Ning Fan leave the formation and apologize? The one with the surname Zhou, don't you dare be so arrogant. You have already been trapped by the grand formation of my Xuanda sect's old ancestor. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape from this formation. Humph. What did you say about leaving no one alive in Xuanda sect? Who do you think you are? 3 breaths? It's still unknown whether you can live for more than 3 breaths. What you don't know is that apart from our old ancestor, we have the saint subduing grand formation and the ocean suppressing nether king in our Xuanda sect. You will die in an instant. Seeing that Ning Fan was trapped by the formation light without being able to break free, the cultivators of Xuanda's sect gradually became more confident. Each of them revealed a look of excitement. What bullshit old ancestor revered Ming? How dare he come to Xuanda's sect and behave atrociously? Isn't he still trapped by the formation light? He will still be slaughtered by the Xuanda sect. On Gusu Island, Uncle Chi, Wang Si, and the other nascent Soul Realm experts' expressions changed drastically when they saw Ning Fan being trapped by the Grand Formation. Especially Uncle Chi, who was a mid-grade Divine Transformation Realm Formation Master. He could tell that the Saint Subduing Ice Dragon formation was extraordinarily powerful with just a glance. I can't see through it. I can't see through it. Even with Uncle Chi's cultivation base in the Tao of Formations, he actually could not see through the eye of the formation. Niece Choling. This is a peak Divine Transformation Realm Grand Formation. Even a peak Divine Transformation Realm expert would be in danger if he or she falls into this formation. Quickly ask your husband to lead this formation. Uncle Chi said anxiously. There's no need. Big brother will be fine. He didn't give the Xuanda sect 3 breaths out of kindness. In fact, he was secretly trying to break the formation. Big brother probably only needs 3 breaths to break this formation. After 3 breaths, if the Xuanda sect doesn't repent, this sect will certainly be annihilated. Su Qiuling's eyes flashed with intelligence. She was a smart girl. She could see through Ning Fan's true intention with just a glance. That's right, even though this Saint Subduing Ice Dragon formation was powerful, Ning Fan had already seen through all the eye of the formation with his cultivation base in the Tao of Formations. He only needed 3 breaths to break this formation. Traces of magic power flowed into the formation light. The eye of the formation was secretly collapsing. However, the Xuanda sect did not know about it at all. 1. Ning Fan uttered coldly. 1 breath had passed. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Ning Fan was obviously trapped in the formation. Why was he still so calm? Could it be that Ning Fan really has the confidence to break this peak Divine Transformation Realm Grand Formation? Does he really have the confidence to wash the Saint Subduing Island with blood? 2. Ning Fan's tone gradually became colder. His voice was so calm. He did not sound like an expert who was trapped in a grand formation and was about to die in an instant. Could it be that I have missed something? Impossible. I have already overestimated Zhou Ming and treated him as a mid-divine transformation realm old monster. Could it be that his strength is even higher than that? Could it be that he is really a peak Divine Transformation Realm cultivator? No. This is absolutely impossible. No nascent soul realm cultivator could cultivate to the peak Divine Transformation Realm within 20 years. Even if the Divine Sovereign of the Rain Palace helped a genius to advance, it is impossible for him to have such a cultivation speed. Lu Xian tried his best to convince himself. However, his heart was getting more and more uneasy. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base, the stronger their heavenly senses would be. This feeling of uneasiness was not groundless. It was undoubtedly caused by Ning Fan. Could it be that I have really missed something? No. I don't believe it. See suppressing Dark King, eat him. Lu Xian's mind was in a mess. He did not want to give Ning Fan the chance to count to 3, he patted his storage pouch and took out a pitch-black token. Then, he cast a hand seal on it. Immediately, a black shadow that was tens of li asterisk, 500 m per zhang, long slowly rose to the surface of the ocean outside the Saint Subduing Island. Eventually, it turned into a gigantic ferocious beast that was over 1,500 zhang asterisk, 33 m per zhang, in size. It broke through the surface of the ocean and let out a beast roar that shook 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per zhang. Asterisk roar asterisk This ferocious beast faintly emitted an early divine transformation realm chi. It was clearly a wild beast. This ferocious beast was once subdued by enlightened Master Fu Xing and was given the name Sea-Suppressing Dark King. It was the wild beast that protected the Xuanda sect. The wild beast. Uncle Chi and Wang Si were inexplicably shocked. This wild beast was like a pitch-black sea snake. Its mountain-like body soared into the sky and flashed its fangs at Ning Fan. Its eyes were empty. It was obvious that its spiritual intelligence had been completely erased by the token in Lu Xian's hand and it could be controlled at will. The soul control token, the soul control token could control both human souls and beast souls. With this token, even if Lu Xian ordered the sea-suppressing Dark King to die, this beast would not disobey his orders. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. 3 breaths had passed, his eyes shone with a profound light. With the help of the heart formation, he could see through all the veins of the grand formation. Destroy. As he moved his legs, all the ice dragons that were coiling around his legs were shattered. As soon as the word was uttered, Ning Fan's baleful chi dyed the heavens red and he stomped on Fu Xing's body, rumble as soon as he stomped on the ground, an unimaginably massive force spread out, giving rise to layers of tearing force that could tear an early divine transformation realm cultivator to shreds. The dignified peak divine transformation realm Fu Xing ice dragon formation let out a whimper and shattered with a loud bang. Then, the destructive force whizzed past. The entire Fu Xing Island, the foundation of the profoundest sect, was crushed by Ning Fan's stomp and sank into the sea, breaking the formation with a single step and sinking the island. This Zhou Ming is at the peak divine transformation realm. He must be at the peak divine transformation realm. Lu Xian's heart shuddered and he was filled with regret. If he knew that Ning Fan had such a cultivation base, he would not dare to help the alliance of Ming assassins to deal with Ning Fan even if he dies 10,000 times. He is at the peak divine transformation realm. Who else could be his match besides the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea? Run. I must run. Lu Xian wanted to run away but it was already a little too late. Ning Fan's killing intent had already been triggered. He had given the profoundest sect a chance but they were stubborn and swore to go against him. As such, it was impossible for Ning Fan to let Lu Xian go like how he let Zui Tong go. Rumble Ning Fan threw out a palm strike which carried an aura force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It landed heavily on the body of the wild beast. The strength of this palm strike was very precise. It severely injured the wild beast but did not kill it. Of course, Ning Fan was showing mercy. Since he had picked up a wild beast for free, how could he not take it? Roar the wild beast let out a shrill roar. Its hollow eyes were filled with fear. It had only shown such fear once in its life and that was when it was subdued by Reverend Fu Xing. Fu Xing, who was a late divine transformation realm expert, gave the wild beast a feeling that it was invincible. Today, however, the impression that Ning Fan gave the wild beast was more than a few times stronger than Fu Xing. It could instinctively feel that if Ning Fan wanted to, even if it was a mid or late divine transformation realm wild beast, it would still be killed by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. Boom the body of the wild beast smashed towards the tens of thousands of cultivators of the profoundest sect. Its massive body swept across the area, directly crushing countless gold core realm cultivators and nascent soul realm cultivators into meat paste. Lu Xian's scalp had already gone numb. While fleeing in a hurry, he turned around and sent out 2 sword shadows. The 2 sword shadows were both low-grade divine transformation realm spiritual treasures. The 2 flying swords were a combination of a male and a female. They were known as the double sword. They were especially powerful. Even ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators would not dare to face the sword light of this sword head-on. Lu Xian did not hope for this sword to injure Ning Fan. He only hoped that this sword could delay Ning Fan for a while. Each of the cultivators of the profoundest sect saw Ning Fan send the wild beast flying with a single palm strike. After that, they saw their old ancestor abandoning his natal flying sword and running away in a panic. All of them were filled with shock and despair. Lu Xian, the dignified old ancestor of the profoundest sect, actually did not even have the courage to fight against the great devil Lord Zhou. You can't escape. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the double sword. Then, he crushed it with a single bite. His sword intent was triggered. Looking at Lu Xian who was fleeing, he pointed out a finger. It was the sword finger technique. It was the first time he used the sword finger technique after condensing his sword intent. The mountain-shattering finger and the heaven-breaking finger that were originally separated actually showed signs of merging into one. Perhaps, the 10 fingers of the sword finger technique was meant to be executed through the fusion of sword intent. Sky-breaking sword finger. Collapsing vast island rivers and mountains. Second, black sun collapsing firmament. Ning Fan's body was surrounded by sword chi. After he pointed his finger, the sword light spread across 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, under the deep sea, the mountains collapsed, above the heavens, the void shattered, an area of 50,000 kilometers was covered in sword threads, and it was like purgatory on earth, causing it to be impossible to escape. Tens of thousands of Xianxia sect cultivators died in an instant. Fear appeared in Lu Xian's eyes. The power of this heaven-collapsing sword finger was definitely not inferior to a peak-level transcendent spell. You're really at the peak divine transformation realm. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling screech as he was buried in the sword threads. Not even his bones remained. The moment Lu Xian died, all the soul formation patriarchs of the 10 sects and 3 islands shattered a snow-white jade pendant in their storage pouches. That jade pendant was once a token of friendship between the 13 soul formation cultivators. The shattering of the jade pendant undoubtedly meant that a certain divine transformation realm patriarch had died. Lu Xian is dead. The outer sea ancestor is dead. On the green jade immortal island, an old woman who was reprimanding Su Yao and Suqiu had an extremely ugly expression. The Xianxia sect has the sacred suppressing ice dragon formation, the ocean suppressing king of hell, and Lu Xian. Who can destroy Xianxia and kill Lu Xian? The old woman's ugly expression did not hide from the other experts of the green jade immortal sect. Su Yao and Suqiu did not understand why the old woman was panicking. In the main hall, 2 young elites revealed nervous expressions. One of them was a middle nascent soul realm elite from the Ice Soul sect, and the other was a late nascent soul realm elite from the Azure Cloud Sword sect, Luan. These 2 were the most outstanding figures among the 7 outer sea suns. However, the 2 of them came here to propose marriage to Suqiu. Elder Feng, we sincerely propose marriage to Suqiu Xianzi. No matter which one of us you want to marry, it will be a wonderful thing. Why do you look like you're in a difficult situation? The 2 of them naturally thought that the old woman's ugly expression was because she did not agree to Suqiu's marriage. If the old woman was an ordinary person, the 2 of them might not give her any face at all. However, this old woman was the divine transformation realm old ancestor of the Green Jade sect, Elder Feng. Even if she did not agree to Suqiu's marriage, the 2 of them would not dare to resent her. The current Suqiu had already reached the half-step divine transformation realm after obtaining the inheritance of the fallen divine transformation realm expert of the Green Jade sect. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm was just around the corner. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Suqiu's future would be smooth. If any sex prodigy married her, it would undoubtedly bring back a divine transformation realm expert for their sect. Although there were rumors that Suqiu was Zhou Ming's woman, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Suqiu's virginity was obviously still there. Hence, the rumors were discredited. If Suqiu was Zhou Ming's woman, with how lustful Zhou Ming was, would he not pluck her? Don't worry, my 2 friends. The reason why I don't look good is not because I don't agree to Suqiu's marriage. It's just that some other unforeseen events happened. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. I won't believe that that person is dead. Elder Feng shook her head. Her gaze fell on Su Yao and Suqiu with a solemn expression. Suqiu, you need to understand that as a righteous cultivator, everything you do must be for the sake of the world's safety. Young Master Lu and Young Master Lu are the top talents of the outer endless sea. Although their cultivation is not as good as yours now, it won't be difficult for them to reach the divine transformation realm after 1,000 years with their natural endowments. If you become Tao companions with either of them, it will be a good story. If you marry Lu Zong, the Green Jade sect will unite with the Ice Spirit sect. If you marry Luan, the Green Jade sect will unite with the Azure Cloud Sword sect. No matter which one it is, it will make the foundation of the Green Jade sect deeper. The death of Elder Shui had shaken the position of the Green Jade sect. Many devil cultivators are coveting our sect, hoping to abduct our women. If you marry one of the 2 young masters, the foundation of the Green Jade sect will be stable. No one will dare to covet our female disciples. Suqiu, are you willing to marry someone for the safety of our female disciples? Suqiu's bright eyes showed a struggle. If it was her in the past, she might have agreed. She was willing to adhere to the righteous Tao. However, she didn't know when it started, a figure appeared in her heart that was more important than her Tao. She took a step forward, closed her beautiful eyes and smiled sadly. I'm not willing. Her tone was still the same as before. It was the same as when she rejected Yun Kuang in the land of Great Jin. She was not willing, she was not willing. If Yin Suqiu was given a choice, she was only willing to marry one person. That person didn't mind her causing trouble. That person didn't care about his own life. He barged into the sea of blood to save her and protect her from harm. Suqiu. How can you be so willful? You really disappoint me. Elder Fang's eyes turned cold. Behind her, an early nascent soul realm girl sneered. If you're not willing, then hand over Elder Shui's magic power inheritance. That girl was the descendant of Elder Feng. Her name was Feng Zhen. It was her who spread the rumor that Suqiu was Zhou Ming's woman, causing Suqiu to not dare to leave the sect easily. It was her who coveted Suqiu's magic power inheritance. In Suqiu, you can choose to destroy your own cultivation, give up on the inheritance, or marry either Lu Zong or Luan. Feng Zhen's words made Suyao angry. All these years, Sister Suqiu has made countless contributions to our Baiyao sect. How can you force her to destroy her own cultivation? The inheritance she obtained is special. If she destroys her own cultivation, there's at least a 90% chance that she will die. Feng Zhen, what are you thinking? How dare you? Humph. Do you want to choose too? That's fine. Luan and Lu Zong are two young masters. Only one of them can marry Suqiu. The remaining one will marry you, Su Yao. How's that? In this way, our Baiyao sect can establish friendly relations with the Ice Soul sect and the Azure Cloud Sword sect at the same time. Feng Zhen revealed a proud expression. She had included Su Yao in her plan from the beginning. After pushing Su Yao and Suqiu away and seizing Suqiu's power inheritance, she, Feng Zhen, would be the next Baiyao sect master and had the hope of attaining the spirit-severing realm in this life. Her words actually made Elder Feng show a hint of interest. Elder Feng secretly pondered and thought that Feng Zhen's words were really reasonable. Even Su Yao was married. It was really a wonderful thing to establish friendly relations with two great sects at the same time. You. Su Yao was so angry that she had nothing to say. Suddenly, she felt that it was foolish of her to boast about the righteous path and to do her best for the sect. Once there was a conflict of interest, the sect actually sold her out easily. Sister Su Yao, you should leave. This matter started because of me. There's no need to implicate you. Yin Suqiu's cold eyes swept across Feng Zhen. She would not allow her sisters to be schemed against by Feng Zhen. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. Righteous path, righteous path. If there's no justice to uphold, how can you call yourself righteous path? Is there justice to uphold in this Baiyao sect? Yin Suqiu, what's your choice? Feng Zhen smiled and said proudly. I'm willing to destroy my own cultivation. As soon as she said that, everyone was shocked. I don't care about the inheritance. I also don't care about the cultivation. If the righteous path doesn't exist, why should I uphold it? The righteous path in my heart is already left with him alone, isn't it? I won't marry. Even if I have to destroy my own cultivation, I will never betray him. Yin Suqiu's words were out of Elder Feng's expectation. Forcing Yin Suqiu to destroy her own cultivation was definitely not her original intention. Suqiu, why don't you get married? Could it be that you're really that Zhou Ming's woman? Elder Feng said hesitantly. On the other hand, Feng Zhen was secretly proud of herself. Every move of Suqiu was within her calculations. Yin Suqiu raised her palm and slowly placed it on the top of her head, revealing a sad smile. Even until the end, she stubbornly refused to admit her relationship with Ning Fan. Perhaps with Ning Fan's prestige, even Elder Feng might not dare to touch her. However, Yin Suqiu did not want to own Ning Fan anymore. She already owed him too much and she could not repay him. I'm not Zhou Ming's woman because a woman like me is not qualified at all. I'll only cause trouble for him. I'll only get him injured. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have offended the Demon Sealing Palace and wouldn't have been chased by the alliance established by others. I've let him down. Yin Suqiu tried not to let her tears flow out of her eyes. If this palm pressed down, her cultivation would be destroyed and there was a 90% chance that she would die. She was not afraid of death and losing her cultivation. She was afraid that she would never be able to see that person again. A scene vaguely appeared in front of her eyes. On that day, Ning Fan had just left the demon sinister Sparrow sect and he was still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator who was in the limelight. As for her, Xianxia, she was the old ancestor of Yu country who was high and mighty. When she looked at Ning Fan, she could not help but smile sweetly. At that time, Xianxia had never thought that one day, the harmonious spirit realm junior would become the most important person in her life. Ning Fan, she muttered to herself, chanting a name that no one could understand. The palm force pressed down. At this moment, outside the green jade immortal island, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Outside the main hall, a few gold core realm female cultivators hurriedly rushed into the hall and reported with a pale expression. Elder Feng, something bad has happened. There's a G-giant carrying an island and driving a wild beast sea serpent towards the green jade immortal island. If I'm not mistaken, that wild beast is the sect-guarding beast of the profound virtue sect, sea-suppressing nether king. Boom Elder Feng smashed the few tables beside him with a palm strike and his expression changed greatly. What? Sea-suppressing nether king? Could it be that Xian is really dead? Could it be that this giant did it? Stop him and activate the grand formation. We must not let him enter the green jade immortal island within 10,000 li. Xianxia's heart suddenly trembled. She felt an aura that she had been yearning for day and night rushing towards the green jade immortal sect. It's him. To be continued. The green jade immortal island suddenly shook the earth and the mountains. Countless cultivators' faces changed greatly at this moment. Even if they didn't go out of the hall, they could feel a strong momentum impact. Countless female cultivators flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. At the place where the sea and the sky met, a purple-armored giant treated the waves as nothing. Wherever it passed, billions of fish would flee in fear. This giant was carrying a huge island on its shoulders. Beside it was the sea snake desolate beast that it had just subdued. The earth-shattering aura caused all the women to be shocked speechless. Looking at the imposing giant, even Luan and Lu Zong, the two heavens' prides, felt awe. Looking at the giant approaching step by step, Elder Feng's heart thumped, and he finally confirmed one thing with his own eyes. The giant's body still reeked of Lu Xian's blood. His murderous aura dyed half the sky red. It can't be wrong. This giant killed Lu Xian, annihilated the Xuanda sect, and seized the sea-suppressing nether king. This person was absolutely not someone that Elder Feng could fight against. Quickly activate the Jade Fall Shadow Wavering Formation. Elder Feng gave an order, and he almost immediately activated the island protection array to attack the giant. However, as soon as she gave the order, Xianxia waved her hand and stopped the cultivators who were trying to activate the formation. Do not activate the grand formation. Suqiu ordered. Suqiu. This old woman knows that you have a grudge against my Baiyao sect, but now that the sect is in a life and death situation, how can you stop the opening of the grand formation for your own personal grudge, and trap my Baiyao sect in danger? Do you know who this giant is? He was the ruthless person who killed Xuanda sect's patriarch Lu Xian. If we don't open the formation, Baiyao will be in danger. Elder Feng's eyes were filled with rage. From her point of view, Xianxia was purely hating the sect and wanted to pick a fight. Her words caused the female cultivators to be even more shocked. Did this giant kill Lu Xian? Destroy Xuanda sect? This matter was simply astounding. After all, Ancestor Lu Xian was one of the 13 ancestors of the Outer Sea. However, Elder Feng was a soul formation Grand Master. She was so sure that she would not lie. Many doubtful gazes fell on Xianxia, causing her to laugh at herself. It turned out that in everyone's eyes, he risked his life for Baiyao sect, but in the end, he was just a villain. Elder Feng, if you open the formation and attack this person, you'll be bringing trouble to the Baiyao sect. Suqiu said bluntly. How dare you? How dare you speak rudely to me? Elder Feng's eyes were filled with anger. How dare a mere Xianxia criticize her, a divine severing realm cultivator? Humph, Elder Feng snorted coldly. A strong aura shook Suqiu's body, causing the latter's slightly pale face to become even more haggard. He felt a pain in his chest and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was suppressed by the pressure and was actually unable to make a sound. This was Elder Feng's warning to Xianxia. This action made Xianxia feel despair towards the Baiyao sect. Is this the righteous path's way of doing things? He wholeheartedly thought for the Biao sect, but was treated like this by Elder Feng. If that's the case, so what if I abandon the righteous path? Open the formation quickly, Elder Feng ordered. Without giving Yin Suqiu any chance to explain, he directly opened the formation's defense and personally controlled the formation to kill the enemy. Rays of formation light turned into a fierce light rain and blasted towards the purple-armored giant. At this moment, the giant had already arrived 1,000 miles away from the Baiyao Immortal Island and was almost within reach of Suqiu. His gaze swept towards Suqiu. When he saw Suqiu's haggard expression, his eyes immediately turned cold. When he saw the Baiyao sect's formation light attack, he couldn't help but sneer towards the sky. Interesting. I originally wanted to see my old friend when I passed by the Baiyao sect, but I didn't expect to see such a scene. Who allowed you to hurt her? Boom, the purple-armored giant blasted a punch. The fist light that was comparable to the 4th level of Jade Life Realm landed on the formation light. In an instant, the formation light shattered and the light rain dispersed. Elder Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her mind was fully focused on controlling the formation. Now that the formation was shattered, the backlash that she suffered was definitely not small. Her wrinkled old face was filled with horror. Her aura that suppressed Suqiu collapsed on its own. Who is this person? The strength of his punch actually shattered the high-grade divine transformation realm Jade Falling Shadow formation. The strength of this punch is comparable to the killing blow of a peak divine transformation realm expert. Killing me is as easy as killing an ant. She was shocked by the giant's strength. She was even more shocked by the giant's words. This giant was originally just passing by the Baiyao Immortal Island. He was originally just here to see his old friend without any evil intentions. However, he was really angry now. The giant's anger was not only because of Elder Feng's formation attack, but also because Elder Feng hurt his old friend. Who was the old friend that the purple-armored giant mentioned? Could it be? Elder Feng looked at Suqiu and was secretly shocked. The giant's divine sense was obviously focused on this woman. Yin Suqiu actually knew such an expert. Does she have such a powerful backer? Suqiu, who is he? Elder Feng no longer had the arrogance from before. Previously, she dared to force Suqiu to get married and dared to suppress Suqiu with her aura. At this moment, she no longer dared to touch Suqiu. I have already told you not to attack him with the grand formation, but you didn't believe me and didn't even give me a chance to explain. Suqiu's tone was cold. She no longer cared about the life and death of the Baiyao sect. The only thing that warmed her heart was the giant's angry expression. There was only that roar that was filled with killing intent. Who allowed you to hurt her? May I ask Suqiu Xianxia, who is this giant senior? Lu Zong and Luan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This giant obviously had a close relationship with Suqiu. Even if they were given 10,000 times more courage, they would not dare to propose marriage to Suqiu. Yin Suqiu did not pay attention to everyone's questions at all. Only when Suyao became slightly nervous and asked about it, did she pretend to be polite. Sister Suqiu, who is this senior? Suyao was a little afraid. This giant was too scary. Silly sister, isn't he Zhou Ming that you have been thinking about day and night? Yes, he should be called Zhou Ming now. Yin Suqiu knew Ning Fan's identity and was familiar with his qi. She would not reveal his real name. Her tone was calm and indifferent, but her words struck the hearts of all the cultivators on the island, causing them to feel a wave of shock. This purple-armored giant was actually Zhou Ming. The ruthless person who killed Lu Xian and seized the wild beast was actually Zhou Ming. He is Zhou Ming. He is actually Zhou Ming. Elder Feng was filled with regret. If she knew that the person who came was Zhou Ming, she would not dare to set up a formation to attack him even if she was given 10,000 times more courage. Previously, Yin Suqiu clearly wanted to remind her out of kindness, but she misunderstood her kindness and even hurt her. Stupid, Elder Feng scolded herself for being stupid in her heart. If she knew that Zhou Ming and Yin Suqiu had such a close relationship, she would not dare to touch Yin Suqiu even if she was given 100 million times more courage to provoke Zhou Ming. Not good. With Zhou Ming's fierce personality and his strength that is comparable to a peak spirit-severing realm expert, how could he not kill me after I touched his woman and set up a formation to attack him? Moreover, this devil might instantly flatten the Green Jade Immortal Island and abduct all the female cultivators of the sect. Elder Feng was filled with regret. If the Green Jade Immortal Island is destroyed, the blame must be on her. Plop Elder Feng, who had always been arrogant, actually clenched her teeth and knelt in the direction of the giant. Please show mercy, revered Ming. The one who hurt Suqiu and set up a formation to kill you are all my doing. It has nothing to do with the Green Jade Immortal Island. Lu Zong and Luan were shocked. All the female cultivators on the island were shocked. The 13 spirit-severing realm experts of the external endless sea were the strongest experts in the external endless sea. Such old ancestors actually knelt and begged for mercy in front of others one day. Other than the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, who else in the endless sea could make a spirit-severing realm expert kneel down? Is this the Zhou Ming who dominated the external endless sea and no one dared to provoke him? He could kill Lu Xian with his own hands like cutting grass. He could make the arrogant Elder Feng kneel down and beg for mercy. On Gusu Island, Wang Xi and Uncle Qi's admiration for Ning Fan had already reached an extreme level. This harmless young man who stayed in Gusu for 5 months was actually a ruthless person who could make a divine transformation realm old ancestor kneel down and beg for mercy with just his name. Bai Su was dressed in mourning clothes. Her face was still pale, but it did not hide her peerless beauty. Her eyes were filled with slight shock. She had been immortal all her life and never knew that there were immortals in this world. However, after experiencing the great changes in Gusu Island, she saw countless immortals who could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Each of these immortals had the strength to flatten Gusu Island. However, such people actually had no power to resist Ning Fan and could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Young Master Zhou is too amazing. Calling him a sword immortal is too low. Su Qiuling's bright eyes carried a trace of curiosity as she looked at Yin Suqiu and Su Yao. With her intelligence, she could tell that these 2 ladies must have a close relationship with Ning Fan just by looking at the way he took care of them using his spirit sense. She was a half-step divine transformation realm expert and Yin Suqiu was also a half-step divine transformation realm expert. Feeling a curious gaze on her on the island, Yin Suqiu also released her spirit sense and met Su Qiuling's eyes from afar. Is she also Ning Fan's lover? Yin Suqiu let out a faint sigh and guessed inwardly. Ning Fan did such a crazy thing by carrying an entire island with killing intent. Could it be that he wanted to vent his anger for that lady? Ning Fan naturally did not know that the 2 ladies were paying attention to each other. His gaze swept across the entire Green Jade Immortal Island. Under his intense gaze, none of the female cultivators dared to raise their heads to meet his eyes. Are you the one who hurt Suqiu? Ning Fan's words were a little cold. He could sense that there were 2 injuries on Yin Suqiu's body. One of them covered her entire body, but it was not serious. It was left by Elder Feng. The other one was on the top of her head. It seemed to be a bloody palm print. If the palm print was deeper, it could cripple Yin Suqiu's cultivation base. Who was so bold to cripple Yin Suqiu's cultivation base? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. His killing intent had already locked onto Elder Feng. In the next moment, he was going to kill her. No. It's not me. Was she the one who wanted to cripple her own cultivation base? Elder Feng pleaded. That's right. It's not her. I made a mistake during my cultivation and almost crippled Concubine Z's cultivation base. It's not a big deal. Yin Suqiu's eyes flickered, but she did not tell the truth. You're not telling the truth. This is not an injury caused by a mistake during cultivation. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill you and search your soul in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Then, everything will be clear. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He never showed mercy when he killed people, especially to his enemies. Why you are not allowed to kill anyone in the Green Jade Immortal Island? I am the vice-sect master of this sect and Sister Su Yao is the sect master. I will tell the truth. Yin Suqiu's expression was nervous. She knew that Ning Fan was a real devil lord. He would never show mercy to his enemies. After he calmed himself down, he told her about the marriage proposal in a simplified manner. However, he concealed everything about the coercion of Elder Feng and Fengzhen as well as his longing for Ning Fan. Even so, with Ning Fan's intelligence, He could also guess that Elder Feng and Fengzhen must have humiliated Yin Suqiu to the extreme by forcing her to cripple her own cultivation base. Su Qiuling looked at Yin Suqiu and sighed softly. This woman's infatuation with Ning Fan is not any weaker than mine. In order to not marry anyone other than Ning Fan, she was willing to cripple her own cultivation base. This is a woman who is very stubborn towards her feelings. Ning Fan did not say much. He just glanced at Yin Suqiu and remained silent. This woman was still as stubborn as before. However, what she insisted on was no longer the so-called righteous path. What she insisted on and what she would not regret even if she dies had become Ning Fan. You don't have to be like this. It's not wrong for you to insist on the righteous path. My righteous path is you. Yin Suqiu smiled sweetly. Her smile was the most beautiful. However, ever since she came to the Green Jade Immortal Island, she had never smiled. Today, she finally smiled again. I'm going to Yingzhou to settle some matters. I will come to the Green Jade Immortal sect again. Before that, you are not allowed to harm yourself anymore. Ning Fan still used a manly tone and ordered. This order, however, made Yin Suqiu's heart feel warm. Are you going to Yingzhou to fight against the Ming Assassin Alliance? I will also go and help you, there's no need for that. They are just a motley crew. That's all. You stay in the Green Jade Immortal sect. The overall situation of the sect still needs you and Bai Yao to control it. Elder Feng. Ning Fan's gaze fell on Elder Feng again. He was not a broad-minded person. I heard that your Green Jade Immortal sect has a secret technique that can pass your cultivation base to your disciples. I will give you a chance to live. Pass your cultivation base to Yin Suqiu. Ning Fan swept across Elder Feng's sea of consciousness domineeringly with his spirit sense, intending to plant a demon seal. Elder Feng's expression turned bitter, but she did not dare to resist. She could only let Ning Fan plant the demon seal. Resistance would mean death. If Elder Feng dies, Ning Fan would not only kill her alone. He would eliminate her entire clan and root out the weeds. He had such a fierce character. Because of this, his fierce reputation made people not dare to go against him. As soon as they heard that Ning Fan actually forced Elder Feng to destroy her own cultivation base and pass the inheritance to Yin Suqiu, countless cultivators' expressions changed greatly. However, no one dared to question him. Scary. This Zhou Ming is too scary. With just a sentence, he could force a divine transformation realm cultivator to destroy his own cultivation base. Lu Zong and Luan felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Both of them actually proposed marriage to Yin Suqiu. They did not know if Zhou Ming would kill them like how he killed Zhao Zijing. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not pay attention to these two small fries at all. He glanced at Luo Xin and saw him fleeing far away again. He could not delay any longer in this place. Suqiu, Fengzhen is arrogant and despotic. You should know how to deal with her, right? If you don't know, I will do it for you. No. I know how to deal with her. Yin Suqiu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan in annoyance. Fengzhen was the most hateful person who stirred up trouble. She offended her superiors and blasphemed the sect master. According to the sect rules, she would have to destroy her cultivation base and imprison her in the cold pond in the sect forever. This would be how Suqiu would deal with her. If she was handed over to Ning Fan, he would definitely forcefully keep her as a human cauldron and defile her 100 times or even 1,000 times. Yin Suqiu did not like Ning Fan to do it with other women. It would be good for Ning Fan to have one less human cauldron. She was no longer the Yin Suqiu in the past. After all these years of experience, she had found the right path in her heart. Ning Fan was the right path for her. Hurry up and go. Don't delay important matters for a little lady like me. Yin Suqiu urged. I have already planted a restriction on Elder Feng. She won't dare to disobey you until she destroys her own cultivation base. As for this sea-suppressing Dark King, I will leave it for you to protect yourself. Ning Fan flicked his finger and a pitch-black token fell into Yin Suqiu's palm. With this token, she could control the sea beasts at will and guard the sect. After that, Ning Fan did not stay any longer. He carried the island and stepped on the waves, heading eastward towards the Ying Island. It's not far away. In another hour, he would arrive at the Ying Island. Ning Fan knew that there would be a bloody battle there. However, he would not be afraid of it. Even if the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea gathered together, no one would be able to stop him. Holding the pitch-black token in her hand, Xianxia felt that she could actually control the gigantic wild beast at will with this token. She had a complicated feeling in her heart. I owe you another favor. I can't repay it, silly sister. Zhou Ming doesn't have the intention to let you repay him at all. With your relationship with him, do you still need to care about some favors? Suyao looked at Xianxia enviously. Ning Fan's anger was only released for Xianxia. She, Suyao, was just slightly affected by it. That's right. We have been Dao companions for a long time. Xianxia's face turned red as she recalled the past. On that day, she held hands with Ning Fan and Great Jean. On that day, she sincerely regarded Ning Fan as her only Dao companion. Even if it is to become his helper, I have to run the Bai Yao sect well. Fengzhen must be dealt with. After Elder Feng's cultivation is abolished, it will be inherited by big sister Suyao. In this way, us sisters can all reach the divine transformation realm in the future and take charge of the Bai Yao sect. With this sect guarding Desolate Beast, if he is in trouble, I will certainly be able to help him a lot. Right now, I'm too weak. If I want to help him, I need to be at least at the soul formation stage. Xianxia's Dao heart became firmer. She could faintly feel that today's events had loosened the bottleneck of the half-step soul formation realm. The soul formation realm is not far away. I'm a soul formation realm cultivator, not because I want to be peerless. I just want to walk side by side with you. Luosan was filled with cold sweat. He had been fleeing all the way and purposely chose the route where there were forces. He tried to stop Ning Fan's pursuit with each and every powerful force. However, he did not expect that wherever Ning Fan went, as long as there was resistance, it would either result in the destruction of the island or the destruction of the sect. The Xuanda sect was easily annihilated. The Bai Yao sect was subdued with just a word. Damn it. If I knew that Zhou Ming is so powerful, I wouldn't have provoked him even if Zigu gave me 1 billion more immortal jade. Forget it. It's too late to regret. Now, I can only escape to Yingzhou and use the name of the demon sealing sect to protect myself. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful you are, can you be stronger than the venerated demon of the demon sealing sect? Do you think you are the 8th venerated being of the internal endless sea? The 8th venerated being of the internal endless sea is a pretty good title. Luosan had never thought that a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator like him would have to run for his life like a stray dog. When Luosan arrived at Yingzhou Immortal Island, the patrolling cultivators were stunned. Did they see wrongly? As one of the top 50 experts on the internal sea devil appraisal board, Luosan actually lost his composure and was running for his life. Lord Luosan, what exactly happened? There's no time to explain. Quickly activate the island's protective array. Luosan landed on Yingzhou Immortal Island and heaved a sigh of relief as he kept the woman in the sack. Great, I've finally made it back. I'll go look for Zigu and the others to discuss a solution. Yingzhou Immortal Island was an island for sword cultivators. There were 10 sects and 3 islands. The 10 sects were sects while the 3 islands were rogue cultivator forces. Pulai Immortal Island might have the Lost World Palace, but the cultivators on the island were in a state of disunity. Compared to Pulai Immortal Island, Yingzhou Immortal Island had a unique advantage. Pulai Immortal Island was formed from the corpse of a giant sea turtle ferocious beast. Yingzhou Immortal Island, on the other hand, was formed from a giant sword treasure of the ancient cultivators. This sword treasure was not as famous as the 4 heaven-suppressing swords. Due to the passage of time, it had lost all of its power and was now a fossil. However, since this island was formed from a sword, it possessed a unique sword spiritual chi that could be used for sword cultivators to cultivate. Although the sword spiritual chi was not even 1/10 of the sword island in the internal sea, it still attracted countless rogue cultivators to join the island. When Zigu convinced the Yingzhou Island Lord to establish the Ming Assassin Alliance, he gave an order that all rogue cultivators who did not join the alliance would be expelled from the island. Many rogue cultivators had no choice but to join the alliance in order to continue cultivating. The sword spiritual chi was a unique advantage of Yingzhou Immortal Island. It could easily gather a force for its own use. It was not something that Pulai Immortal Island could imitate. the island was rich in a special kind of swordwood tree. Its wood was even harder than many precious spiritual ores. There were a total of 4,700 sword peaks on the island. Rumor had it that every peak once condensed the sword chi of a nascent soul realm sword cultivator. 4,700 sword peaks pierced through the sky. Each sword peak was like a formation eye, forming a peerless sword formation at the peak of the transcendent level. Its name was the East Profound Sword Formation. It was created by the Abode Island master, Dong Xuanzi. Dong Xuanzi was also a sword cultivator. In other words, most of those who were willing to join the Ming Assassin Alliance were sword cultivators. Surrounded by 4,700 sword peaks, a majestic sword palace towered majestically. In the sword palace, 16 soul formation cultivators were seated. 16 semi-god realm warriors gathered together. Such a scene was rare even in the internal ocean. The leader was a blind old man. His face was ferocious and he held a golden sword in both of his hands. He was Dong Xuanzi, an early-stage soul formation cultivator. There were 3 people sitting below him. They were all divine transformation realm cultivators of the demon sealing hall. 2 of them were in the mid-divine transformation realm. The remaining early-stage soul formation cultivator was Purple Goo. After them were the semi-god realm cultivators from other forces. Some of them were at the early stage, and some were at the middle stage. They were all cultivators of the internal ocean. These cultivators of the internal endless sea were usually arrogant and looked down on any semi-god realm cultivator from the external endless sea. Even Zhou Ming, who had dominated the external endless sea, was just average in their eyes. Hiring so many soul formation cultivators to assassinate Zhou Ming seemed to be an unnecessary move. As a matter of fact, everyone understood that Zigu created this Ming assassination alliance on the surface to avenge his personal grudge and kill Ning Fan. In reality, he was taking the opportunity to establish a force and represent the demon sealing temple in controlling the outer endless sea. Didn't the giant demon clan make the Pleasure Demon Island their subordinate? Fine, the demon sealing sect will build a Yingzhou Island and a dozen soul formation cultivators to completely control the outer ocean. In order to win over the hearts of the people, Purple Goo used the 2 words assassin as the name of the alliance. Assassinate Ming, assassinate Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming had enemies everywhere in the outer endless sea. Presumably, by spreading this name, he would be able to win people's hearts and make use of them. However, Zigu did not expect that only a few third-rate forces in the outer sea would be willing to join the alliance even though they had announced their intention to kill Zhou Ming. Some of the stronger powers didn't dare to take revenge on Zhou Ming. That was because the stronger the cultivator, the more they knew how terrifying Zhou Ming's name was. Helpless, purple venomous insect could only change its strategy and use benefits to entice many factions to join. Among them, Xianxia Island was enticed to join. Thus, in essence, Zigu did not care about Zhou Ming at all. Killing Zhou Ming was just an excuse. However, Zhou Ming really came back. Zigu had never thought that Zhou Ming would return to the outer endless sea after disappearing for 20 years and break through to the soul formation stage. Thinking about Zhou Ming's ruthless character, he would definitely find trouble with the alliance of Ming assassins. Zigu decided to go all out and send Wang Kuan, Yu Ge, and Luosan to the Pleasure Devil Island to assassinate him. At the same time, he warned the 3 of them that they could kill anyone but not on Pleasure Demon Island. After all, Pleasure Demon Island was a force of the Giant Demon Clan. With Zigu's status, he didn't dare to offend the Giant Demon Clan. Fellow Taoist Zigu, you actually sent 3 mid-divine transformation realm fellow Taoists to assassinate Emir Zhou Ming. This doesn't seem appropriate. Dong Xuanzi frowned and said. Emir Zhou Ming? Fellow Taoist Dong Xian should not underestimate Zhou Ming. You didn't see with your own eyes how powerful that Zhou Ming was back then. He was only at the late nascent soul stage, but he destroyed the Black Buddha sect's Xie Guang with 1 finger on the Pleasure Devil Island. Now that Zhou Ming has broken through to the soul formation stage, his battle prowess will definitely increase again. I'm afraid that ordinary early soul formation cultivators won't be his match. Taoist Purple Goo's eyes turned solemn. He had never underestimated Ning Fan. However, his words immediately caused a cold sneer from one of the early-stage soul formation cultivators. So what if he killed Xie Guang? Xie Guang was just the weakest divine transformation realm cultivator. If that Zhou Ming had the combat power of a half-step divine transformation realm expert, it wouldn't be surprising for him to kill the careless Xie Guang with a sneak attack. You should know that the divine transformation realm isn't the same as the nascent soul realm. Every cultivation realm is difficult to surpass. Even if Zhou Ming cultivates for another 100 years, he won't be a match for a mid-divine transformation realm expert as long as he hasn't broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm. The words of this expert made the other old monsters nod in agreement. However, it made a monk in black robes dissatisfied. That monk was obviously a Buddhist cultivator. However, his body was shrouded in devil qi. His body was bony and he carried a black sword on his back. Surprisingly, his cultivation base was at the mid-divine transformation realm. Humph. No matter how weak Xie Guang is, he is still a member of my Black Buddha sect. Those who hurt him deserve to die. This monk was actually the sect master of the Black Buddha sect, the sword monk Xie Gu, who was at the mid-divine transformation realm. As soon as he spoke, the early divine transformation realm cultivator who mocked Xie Guang immediately shut his mouth. Hee, everyone, please don't quarrel. The establishment of the Alliance of Ming Assassins is all thanks to your help. We, the Demon Sealing Sect, will remember this kindness. There are 17 peak 5th revolution will severing pills here. Once Luo Sen, Lu Xian, and the other 2 Taoists return, I will distribute these pills to all of you. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little quiet, Zigu chuckled. He stood up and snapped his fingers. Immediately, 2 purple-robed girls carried a wooden box and walked into the hall. The 2 girls were not living beings. They were formed by 17,000 purple devouring goo insects. Including Luo Sen, Lu Xian, and the other 2, the alliance had a total of 20 divine transformation realm cultivators. Apart from Zigu and the other 3 from the Demon Sealing Sect, the rest of the experts were recruited by Zigu. The price he promised was 1 will severing pill for each early divine transformation realm cultivator. Not only could the mid-divine transformation realm cultivator be proud of their will severing pill, but they could also get an additional 100 million immortal jade. The will severing pill was a good item. It was a pill that the Demon Sealing Sect collected from some ruins. There were only 17 of them. The effect of this pill was to improve a cultivator's sword intent. There was also a small chance that it could help a cultivator condense sword consciousness and sword thought. However, the recipe of this pill had been lost since ancient times. It was already not easy for these pills to be preserved. If the Demon Sealing Sect had any sword cultivators, Zigu would definitely not use these pills to recruit people. Will severing pill. All the old monsters were sword cultivators. They were naturally very passionate about this pill. There were a total of 17 divine transformation realm sword cultivators in the alliance. However, only 5 of them had condensed sword intent. Sword cultivators who had not condensed sword intent could use this pill to condense sword intent. Sword cultivators who had condensed sword intent could use this pill to improve their sword intent. There was even a small chance that they could condense sword consciousness and sword thought. With such a pill as a lure, it was no wonder that this group of experts would join a mere force in the outer endless sea. Each of the old monsters had a fiery look in their eyes as they looked at the wooden box that contained the elixirs. Wisps of pill fragrance floated out of the wooden box. Just by smelling it, everyone felt that their sword Dao cultivation level had improved a lot. Once Wang Kuan, Luo Sen, Yu Ge, and Lu Xian returned, they would divide the pills. At this moment, the sword peak of the Ying province Immortal Island suddenly trembled. Sword chi spread out. It was obviously because the Eastern Profound Sword Formation was activated. Why is the sword formation activated? Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters looked at Dong Xuanzi doubtfully. However, even he was puzzled. Before he could go out of the Sword Palace to investigate, a figure who looked a little disheveled walked into the Sword Palace. It was Senator Luo Sen's fat body, which was like a mountain, was covered with wounds. Obviously, he was injured by Ning Fan's pursuit. Most of his sparse hair was cut off by Ning Fan's sword chi. His hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. How did fellow Taoist Luo end up like this? Who hurt you? Where are fellow Taoist Wang and fellow Taoist Yu? And fellow Taoist Lu Xian? I can't contact him using the sound-transmitting flying sword either. Do you know where he is? Dong Xuanzi was stunned. He immediately rose to his feet and found it hard to sit still. Seeing Luosen in such a disheveled state, Dong Xuanzi naturally realized that Luosen had encountered quite a big trouble. Thus, he asked a series of questions. Even though he had a lot of questions, none of them asked whether the mission was completed or not. In Dong Xuanzi's opinion, if 3 mid-divine transformation realm experts joined hands to assassinate Zhou Ming, the 3 of them might as well find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. It's hard to explain in a few words. It's hard to explain everything with just a glance. I was the one who lured Zhou Ming here. I was also the one who opened the Grand Formation. Luosen did not know how to explain. Oh? Fellow Taoist Luo didn't kill Zhou Ming but lured him here instead? That's not a bad idea. I heard that Zhou Ming has quite a lot of secret techniques. If we can capture him alive and force him to reveal his secret techniques, it will be a wonderful thing. Dong Xuanzi nodded his head. He did not expect that Luosen was being pursued here. As soon as they heard that Zhou Ming was coming, each of the old monsters was either excited or sneered. As for the black monk Shegu, he directly stood up with his sword in hand and patted Luosen's shoulder with a grateful expression. Thank you, fellow Taoist Luo. Why are you thanking me? Luosen's thoughts were complicated. He thought to himself, I've lured a malefic star to you guys and you guys are still thanking me? Are you guys crazy? Fellow Taoist Luo deliberately lured Zhou Ming here so that I can kill him. I have a grudge against Zhou Ming since a long time ago. No one is allowed to compete with me for his head. Shegu's killing intent was chilling. In his mind, killing Ming Fan was just a small matter. He was not Xie Guang. He was a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator who had condensed his sword intent. Why would he be afraid of a mere divine transformation realm cultivator? Since you've lured Zhou Ming here, why did you activate the Grand Formation? Are you trying to keep him outside the formation? Where are fellow Taoists Wang Kuan, Yu Ge, and Lu Xian now? Zigu frowned. He felt a little uneasy. They're dead. They're all dead. Luo Sen's eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Dead? Who's dead? Each of the divine transformation realm old monsters was dumbfounded by Luo Sen's words. Isn't this just luring Zhou Ming into the immortal abode? Who's dead? Zhou Ming is dead? Why is Luosen speaking incoherently? Just as everyone was asking questions, the loud sound of crashing waves gradually resounded from afar. In the beginning, the sound was still far away. However, after a few breaths, it had already arrived outside the immortal abode island. All of a sudden, a bloody baleful qi enshrouded the entire immortal abode island. It was as if a heavy punch had landed on the formation light. After an earth-shattering bang, the immortal abode island shook violently. Even a few of the sword peaks on the island had collapsed due to the force of the punch. The 17 divine transformation realm cultivators at the scene became restless at this moment. Under that baleful qi, even a mid-divine transformation realm expert was as insignificant as a lone boat. As for the outside world, the exclamations of millions of cultivators had already resounded. The 17 divine transformation realm cultivators immediately flew out of the sword palace. All of them were in disbelief. They saw a 3000 zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang, tall giant clad in purple armor. He was carrying the island on his shoulder with one hand and clenching his other hand into a fist. He was bombarding the formation light of the Eastern Profound Sword Formation with every punch. The force of each of his punches was terrifying to the extreme. Every time his punch landed, more than 10 sword peaks would collapse. This purple-armored giant's baleful qi was terrifying. No one knew how many divine transformation realm cultivators he had killed in his lifetime. This purple-armored giant's body was tainted with 3 new baleful qi. The auras of these 3 baleful qi belonged to Wang Kuan, Yu Ge, and Lu Xian. Who is this person? He killed 3 divine transformation realm cultivators. 2 of them were mid-divine transformation realm cultivators. Who is this person? The force of each of his punches is not something ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators like us can withstand. Who is this person? Shocked gazes landed on Luo. Senator Luosen chuckled bitterly. I just said that I lured Zhou Ming here. As soon as he said that, the other 16 divine transformation realm cultivators, including Zigu, were all terrified. What? He's Zhou Ming. This 3000 zhang asterisk tall purple armored giant is Zhou Ming. This is definitely not a body formed by an illusion technique. My god, Zhou Ming is not some early divine transformation realm cultivator. He's obviously at the peak divine transformation realm. Luosen. How dare you lure such a murderer to Immortal Abode Island? Are you trying to get us killed? Furious roars were directed at Luo Senator Dong Xuanzi, who was disdainful of Zhou Ming earlier, was now dumbfounded. Xie Gu, who was quick to kill Zhou Ming just now, was holding his black sword with trembling hands. Buildings that looked like huge swords collapsed under the bombardment of Ning Fan's punches. Each of the low-grade cultivators of the Alliance of Ming assassins was directly turned into meat paste by the aftershock of his punches. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk even though these divine transformation realm cultivators had been tempered in the sea of blood for their entire lives, they had never seen such a crazy scene. The giant who was carrying the island on his shoulder carried a towering baleful chi and a belly full of rage. It was as if he was going to sink the island. Zigu felt his scalp go numb. He gradually recognized the chi of the giant. It was indeed Ning Fan. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan, who was just a late nascent soul realm cultivator 20 years ago, would actually become so strong 20 years later. According to Zigu's investigation on Ning Fan, he would not show such a crazy expression if Luosen and the others had not done something to enrage him. Even if he were to kill people and seize their treasures, Ning Fan would still be indifferent under normal circumstances. Luosen. What have you done? You've angered this malignant star. Zigu was the one who established the Alliance of Ming assassins, but he still blamed Luosen for it. Damn it. How would I know what this Zhou Ming is up to? I've just massacred an entire mortal island. Before Luosen could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sky-piercing sword intent. The purple-armored giant's eyes were filled with killing intent. Around his body, an unparalleled sword intent soared into the sky. Under the ferocious sword intent, the 5 sword intent cultivators, including Nefarious Gu, felt their souls tremble at the same time. The 4,700 sword mountains on the Yingzhou Immortal Island began to shake in fear. What a strong sword intent! It can't be wrong. This is the immortal trapping sword intent. Ignoring the fear of the Alliance of Ming assassins, Ning Fan only had one thought in his mind: to flatten the Yingzhou Immortal Island. The victims of Gusu Island needed a reason. If I die, all of you will live. If I live, all of you will die. Ning Fan's cold voice set off a storm of killing intent. Unless Ning Fan dies today, the Yingzhou Immortal Island would certainly be completely annihilated. From today onwards, who would still dare to assassinate me? To be continued. End of chapter 349. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.